In Tianyang City, beneath the crooked-neck tree in the Fang clan's rear courtyard, Fang Zhou lay lazily upon a bamboo reclining chair. Mottled shadows of leaves played across his face, swaying gently with the breeze. Within his body, spiritual energy circulated ceaselessly with each breath. In every inhale and exhale, a full cycle of qi completed its circuit, surging like rivers returning to the sea, roaring without end. Fang Zhou had been in this world for 18 years. Upon learning that cultivators existed in this world, Fang Zhou was thrilled with excitement. Upon discovering that his family was a prominent clan dominating a city and that he himself was betrothed to the legitimate daughter of another great clan, a young lady who was also a disciple of the world's most powerful sect, his excitement only grew. This was the textbook template for a protagonist in an annulment story. According to the trope, once the annulment arc began, he could soar straight to the pinnacle and become the strongest in the world. The process might be a bit rough, but the outcome would surely be good. It was nothing more than enduring some hardship. He could bear it. But the question was this plot advancing a little too slowly? He had already reached the Dharma phase, yet that fiancée still hadn't come to annul the betrothal. His next breakthrough would be the Saint domain, and when that time came, the commotion of transcending the tribulation could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. The cultivation realms of this world were divided into body tempering, spiritual, aperture, mystic, Dan, Tao, infant, Dharma phase, Saint domain, Saint, king, sovereign, and emperor. Although Fang Zhou seemed to possess no golden finger, his cultivation talent appeared to be just a tiny bit extraordinary. At least until now, he had never encountered anyone with greater talent than himself. Young master, young master, young master. Maid Xiao Chui rushed into the rear courtyard in a hurry, the flush on her face spreading from her forehead all the way down to the base of her neck, gasping for breath as she shouted, "The eldest miss of the Yi clan has arrived with people. The clan head requests your presence immediately." Fang Zhou's eyes snapped open, a flash of brilliance streaking through his gaze. At last it had come. He had waited for this day for a very long time. Over a decade of lying in wait had been for this very moment. Fang Zhou slowly rose from the bamboo chair, adjusted his robes, and a faint composed smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He had fantasized countless times the eldest miss of the Yi clan arriving with her sect elders in imposing fashion, and then he would write a letter of divorce before everyone, leaving behind the words, "For 30 years the river runs east, for 30 years it runs west. Never despise a youth for being poor," before striding away majestically. "Let's go to the front hall." Fang Zhou stood up, his steps calm and measured. Xiao Chui followed behind him, stomping her feet in frustration. "Young master, please walk a little faster. The clan head and everyone are waiting." Fang Zhou was in no hurry. At such an important plot point as the annulment, the protagonist must maintain a stable presence. Walking too fast would seem eager, too slow would appear cowardly. He had practiced this pace for a long time. Not hurried, not hesitant, perfectly measured. Passing through the corridor, rounding the artificial mountain, the sounds of commotion from the front hall gradually reached his ears. Unexpectedly, there was no air of swords being drawn in that commotion. Instead, faint laughter could be heard. Fang Zhou's brows knitted slightly, but his footsteps did not pause. Just a feint. He still understood the principle of courtesy before force. The moment he stepped into the front hall, Fang Zhou's gaze swiftly swept across the entire room. In the seat of honor sat his father, Fang Chongshan, his face flushed with joy, laughing so heartily that he could barely close his mouth. In the guest seat sat a middle-aged woman in moon-white robes, her bearing noble and graceful, faint spiritual light flowing around her body, clearly indicating cultivation so profound it was unfathomable. Standing beside that middle-aged woman was a young lady. The girl's figure was tall and slender, clad in a cyan blue long dress, her countenance cold as frost with a natural air of haughtiness between her brows. Simply by standing there, she was like an unsheathed blade, sharp and unrestrained. Yi Ningen. Fang Zhou silently recited this name in his heart. The legitimate daughter of the Yi clan, an inner disciple of the myriad saint sect, reportedly possessing extraordinary talent, she had already stepped into the mystic Dan realm at such a young age and was held in great regard by the sect. Such a heavenly pride of a woman should naturally look down upon him, an obscure young master of the Fang clan. The plot was unfolding exactly as expected. Fang Zhou drew a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed to his father and the guest father. "This junior Fang Zhou greets the elder." The middle-aged woman looked him up and down, a flash of surprise in her eyes, then turned to Fang Chongshan with a smile. "Patriarch Fang, this is your son. Truly a young man of exceptional bearing and talent." Fang Chongshan burst into laughter. "Peak Master Lu, you flatter us. My boy is usually undisciplined. Please forgive him for any impropriety." Fang Zhou's expression remained placid, but within his heart, he had already begun silently rehearsing the lines he was about to deliver. Come then, he was ready. No matter what harsh words the other party spoke, he could maintain his dignity, and then, "Fang Zhou." Yi Ningen suddenly spoke, her voice clear and cold as spring water. Fang Zhou raised his gaze and met her eyes. Yi Ningen looked at him, a slight curve appearing at the corner of her mouth, and on that frost-cold face there actually emerged a trace of a smile. "It has been long. Are you well?" Fang Zhou was momentarily stunned. I'm doing well," he replied almost involuntarily. Yi Ningen nodded, then turned to the middle-aged woman beside her. Master, the matter of my marriage with Fang Zhou shall be discussed between you and Uncle Fang. Fang Zhou's brain came to a complete halt at this moment. Wait, what did she just say? Marriage. To discuss. Not annulment. Fang Chongshan had already begun speaking with a smile. Peak Master Lu, these two children have been betrothed since childhood, and now they have both grown into adults. I believe it is time to proceed with this marriage. What are your thoughts? Peak Master Lu nodded with a smile. Patriarch Fang speaks truly. Ningen has cultivated in the sect for many years, and now her cultivation has stabilized. She has reached the age for marriage. We have come this time precisely on the order of the sect master to discuss the specific arrangements for the wedding with the Fang clan. Wedding. These two words struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in Fang Zhou's mind. He looked at Yi Ningen, and Yi Ningen was also looking at him, those cold, clear eyes carrying a trace of an inexplicable emotion. Fang Chongshan and Peak Master Lu had already begun an enthusiastic discussion of the wedding date and ceremonies. Auspicious days, betrothal gifts, wedding trousseau, guest lists. They were talking with great animation. As for Fang Zhou standing in place, he seemed as if fixed in place by a body-freezing spell, his expression management completely collapsing at this moment. No. This plot was wrong. Where was the annulment? Where was the 30 years east, 30 years west? Never despise a youth for being poor. He had even prepared his lines, had even planned out the route for his face-slapping counterattack, and now they were telling him it was a wedding discussion. In the front hall, Fang Chongshan and Peak Master Lu had already provisionally set the wedding date, the 8th day of the 3rd month from now, a rare auspicious day. Fang Chongshan laughed so hard his eyes narrowed into slits, and he kept ordering the servants to prepare a banquet to entertain the honored guests. Fang Zhou slowly returned to his senses, looking at the harmonious scene in the hall, his heart a mixture of 5 flavors. He had spent over a decade preparing to welcome the annulment plot, only for his fiancée to come discuss a wedding instead. Then hadn't those 10+ years of preparation been for nothing? Well, it couldn't exactly be called wasted preparation. At least he had cultivated to the Dharma Phase realm at this age. To possess such cultivation, there probably weren't many across the entire continent who could match it. But the question arose again. After the annulment was supposed to happen, he planned to play the pig to eat the tiger. Now that there was no annulment, should he still hide this cultivation? Fang Zhou suddenly thought of an even more serious problem. He actually wasn't very familiar with Yi Ningen, which meant he had no real feelings for her, although she was indeed very beautiful. Fang Zhou believed that a marriage without love was unhappy. As the future strongest being in the world, how could he wrong himself? Although she was indeed very beautiful. Fang Zhou stood in the front hall listening to the heated discussion between his father and Peak Master Lu, watching the occasional glances Yi Ningen cast his way, and suddenly had a thought. Could he still run now? The moment this thought arose, he crushed it. The young master of the Fang clan eloping. Not to mention he couldn't afford to lose that face. His father Fang Chongshan would chase him for 3,000 miles with a blade in hand. Fang Zhou drew a deep breath, his usual composure returning to his face. So be it. Meet the soldier with a soldier, block the water with earth. The annulment had become a wedding, although the script had deviated, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. He looked at Yi Ningen's profile. The girl was seriously listening to the elders speak, occasionally nodding in agreement. That cold yet earnest appearance was not entirely disagreeable. Fang Zhou suddenly felt that perhaps this plot development was not as terrible as he had imagined. After all, she really was quite beautiful. And on that side, Fang Chongshan had already made the final decision, and the grand wedding was thus set. The news flew out of the Fang clan like wings, and within half a day it had spread throughout the entire Tianyang city. The young master of the Fang clan and the eldest miss of the Yi clan would be wed 3 months hence. The entire Tianyang city was in an uproar. And the person at the center of it all, Fang Zhou, sat alone beneath the crooked-necked tree in the rear courtyard, lost in silence. Fang Zhou sat beneath the crooked-necked tree. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Lingxiao realm. That was the level of cultivation he displayed to the outside world. Within the younger generation of Tianyang City, this realm was considered decent, but nothing more than that. Furthermore, over the years the family had poured considerable resources into him, yet he had only managed to cultivate to the Lingxiao realm through sheer accumulation of resources. If word of this got out, it would even be somewhat embarrassing. And what kind of person was Yi Ningen? An inner disciple of the Wanxing sect, a cultivator at the profound Dan realm, a heaven-blessed prodigy, upon whom the sect placed great hopes. The gap between them could only be politely described as the difference between clouds and mud. Even though the Fang and Yi families had been on good terms for generations, at Yi Ningen's level the so-called aristocratic marriage arrangement was nothing more than a scrap of paper that could be torn apart at any moment. She didn't even break off the engagement, and yet she took the initiative to come discuss completing the marriage. This wasn't merely unreasonable. It was abnormal to an outrageous degree. Taking 10,000 steps back, with Yi Ningen's current status, she could already treat the Fang family as mere fertility ground to be harvested with 20 gold coins. Something was wrong. There must be something in this matter that he didn't know. He would simply go ask the old man directly. If the old man tried to feed him some nonsense about the dark secrets of the Fang family, he would use his strength to show him that he was no longer the weak boy he once was. Fang Zhou rose from the bamboo reclining chair, brushed off non-existent dust from his robes, and a sharp gleam flashed through his eyes. He had one particular habit. Whatever he couldn't figure out, he had to get to the bottom of it. He had waited 18 years for a broken engagement that never came. Now out of nowhere he was about to gain an inexplicable wife. If he didn't investigate this matter thoroughly, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Fang Zhou made up his mind and strode toward his father's study. He knew that old man better than anyone. Outwardly rough and bold, but in truth profoundly deep-minded. Back then the Fang family had been merely a second-rate clan, yet that man had single-handedly built it into one of the leading houses of Tianyang City. Such ability could never be earned through brute strength alone. If there truly were some hidden circumstances behind this marriage arrangement, knowing the old man's temperament, he would most likely produce a set of high-sounding excuses to fob him off. Something about the young lady of the Yi family being virtuous and gentle, something about the two families being on good terms for generations and should become closer through marriage. Fang Zhou didn't believe a single word of this nonsense. He was no longer that young boy who needed to rely on imagined counterattack scripts in his head. His cultivation at the Dharma Aspect Realm, though he had always hidden it, was genuine and undeniable strength. If the old man truly intended to treat him as a chess piece to be manipulated, then he wouldn't mind letting his father know that his son was no longer that child of years past who could be arranged at will. Fang Zhou arrived at the study door, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. Fang Chongshan sat behind the desk reviewing account books. Seeing his son enter, he looked up with a smile. What, here to inquire about your future little wife's matters? Sort of and sort of not. Fang Zhou pulled over a chair and sat down, meeting his father's eyes directly. Father, I want to know the true reason behind this marriage arrangement. Fang Chongshan raised an eyebrow. The Yi family and Fang family have been on good terms for generations. You and Ningen have had a marriage arrangement since childhood. Now that you have both grown up. Father. Fang Zhou cut him off, his tone calm. I am currently at the Lingxiao realm. Fang Chongshan's voice faltered for a moment. Yi Ningen is at the profound Dan realm, an inner disciple of the Wanxing sect. She would marry me. Are you mocking a fool? The study fell silent for a long moment. Fang Chongshan set down his account book, his gaze heavy as he watched his son. After a long while he suddenly sighed. You sharp little rascal. Very well, you're grown now too. These matters indeed should no longer be hidden from you. His expression became somewhat complex, as if he didn't know how to begin. His fingers tapped the desk surface unconsciously several times, and finally, he said slowly, this matter must begin 18 years ago. Fang Zhou sat upright, and still waiting for what would come next. Back then, when that girl of the Yi family was born, she carried an extremely rare constitution, the Grandine Saint body. This constitution was naturally attuned to cold energy, making cultivation of ice attribute techniques twice as effective. It should have been a 1 in 10,000 talent. But the problem was that her Grandine Saint body was too domineering, so much so that cold poison seeped into her very bones. Without external intervention, she would not have lived past 16. Fang Zhou frowned slightly. He had heard of the Grandine Saint body. It was indeed a top-tier constitution, but he had never heard that this constitution could also kill its host. The Yi family sought countless methods, consulted every renowned physician and expert, and the conclusion was unanimous: a constitution of supreme yang was needed to harmonize with hers, using yang to dissolve in, melting the cold poison into nothingness. And as luck would have it, this supreme yang constitution was as rare as the Yin saint body. The entire world might not contain more than a handful of them. As Fang Chongshan said this, his gaze settled on Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou's heart skipped a beat. You wouldn't be saying that. Your constitution is called the eternal yang saint body. Born of supreme yang, untainted by all evils. Fang Chongshan's voice was low and solemn. Back then the Yi family learned of this from some unknown source and came begging at our Fang family's door. Ningen's father Yitsong once saved my life. Without him, my Fang Chongshan would have been a dead man 18 years ago. Fang Zhou remained silent. Yitsong explained clearly to me that extracting the source of your constitution would cause you to lose the eternal yang saint body, but it would not endanger your life. Only from then on your path of cultivation might become somewhat more difficult. I thought about it for 3 whole days and nights, and in the end I still agreed. When Fang Chongshan said this, his eyes carried guilt that was hard to conceal. On the day you had just turned 1 month old, the Yi family invited a master to extract the great sun pure yang essence from your body and channel it entirely into Ningen's body. That day you cried so heartbreakingly. Your mother also cried so heartbreakingly outside the door. But in the end Ningen's life was saved. Fang Zhou opened his mouth at a loss for words. He looked down at his own hands. So such a thing had happened to his body, yet he had lived 18 years without knowing anything about it. But thinking carefully, it didn't really seem to matter much. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds over the years, and he had never felt that he was missing anything at all. So Yitsong then made a vow that this marriage must take place. Your constitution saved Ningen's life. The Yi family owes you, and they want Ningen to repay it with her entire lifetime. Fang Chongshan said with a bitter smile. Your mother and I didn't want it to be this way, but Yitsong was adamant, and besides, the two families were already old friends. So this marriage arrangement was settled just like that. Hearing this, Fang Zhou finally spoke. So Yi Ninggen's visit today to discuss completing the marriage wasn't because she fancies me, but because the Yi family wants to repay a debt of gratitude. Fang Chongshan was rendered speechless by the question. After a long while he said, "It can't be said quite like that either. That girl Ninggen, I saw her today. Her feelings toward you may not necessarily be just. Father." Fang Zhou stood up, "I understand." Having said this, he turned and walked toward the door. "Where are you going?" Fang Chongshan called after him. Fang Zhou waved without looking back, "Going to find Yi Ninggen." He walked very fast, his steps swift as wind. He was going to find Yi Ninggen and ask her clearly. If this marriage was about repaying a debt of gratitude, then it was not something she truly wanted. Fang Zhou did not need someone spending a lifetime repaying a debt to him, nor did he need an unwilling wife. As for that eternal young saint body, to speak truthfully, he truly didn't care much about it. With or without it, it would not affect his becoming the strongest person on this continent. This confidence had nothing to do with any constitution. It was the self-assurance accumulated through over a decade of daily cultivation. The fact that he had reached the Dharma aspect realm even without any golden finger cheat. But this matter he had to ask Yi Ninggen in person. If she was unwilling, then he would go find the old man, go find the Yi family, and break this engagement. The broken engagement script he had waited over 10 years for. In the end, he would write its ending with his own hands. That was fitting, beginning and end matched. As a strong person, what one wanted should be obtained through strength. Leveraging gratitude to compel someone was beneath him. Of course, if she happened to be infatuated with his handsome appearance and insisted on marrying him, that would be another matter entirely. Fang Zhou stood for a moment outside the guest courtyard where the Yi family was lodging. The courtyard gate was ajar, casting a warm amber glow from the lantern beneath the eaves. The night breeze swept through the corridor, rustling the bamboo grove at the rear. Fang Zhou raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." Yi Ninggen's voice came from within, still as cool as ever, revealing no discernible emotion. Fang Zhou pushed the door open and entered. Yi Ninggen was seated at the table polishing a longsword. She had changed out of the blue dress she wore during the day, now clad in a simple white robe, her dark hair loosely tied back. This diminished her sharpness, lending her an air of casual ease. The blade gleamed with a cold sheen under the candlelight. Seeing that it was Fang Zhou who entered, she was slightly taken aback, then set down the sword. "Is something the matter at this late hour?" Fang Zhou sat down opposite her without beating around the bush. "I just asked my father. He told me everything. About the Tian saint body, the Hingyang saint body, and the source extraction." Yi Ninggen's expression remained largely unchanged, though her fingers tightened slightly around the scabbard. She was silent for a moment, then lowered her gaze. "You know?" "I know," Fang Zhou nodded. "So this marriage, is it the Yi family's way of repaying a debt of gratitude?" Yi Ninggen did not deny it. She lifted her head and met Fang Zhou's eyes calmly. "A life-saving grace cannot go unrequited." "Then it's simple." Fang Zhou spread his hands, his tone light. "I'll make it clear to you today, this engagement can be dissolved. We only spent a short time together as children. You don't need to spend your whole life repaying a debt, and I don't want an unwilling wife. Tomorrow I'll speak to my father and go to the Yi family." "No." Yi Ninggen cut him off, her voice soft but resolute. Fang Zhou was startled. "Why? How can a life-saving grace go unrequited?" Yi Ninggen repeated, a slight frown creasing her brow, as if stating something self-evident. "Your body's origin was stripped, leaving you stuck at the spiritual orifice realm in cultivation. If not for that source transfer back, then you would have had better aptitude. This is a debt the Yi family owes you, and I owe you." Fang Zhou opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say, "Actually, my cultivation hasn't been affected. I've already reached the Dharmakaya realm. Besides," Yi Ninggen's tone softened slightly, "the engagement has already spread throughout Tianyang City. If we dissolve it now, it would damage your reputation. I, Yi Ninggen, act with integrity and honor. I will not do anything that betrays trust." "But don't you think," Fang Zhou chose his words carefully, "marrying someone you don't love is worse than betraying trust?" Yi Ninggen's face flickered with a hint of unease. She averted her gaze, picked up the sword on the table again, and lightly traced its spine with her fingers. After a long pause, she said, "Feelings can be cultivated over time." Fang Zhou was utterly speechless. This girl's thinking was more straightforward than he had imagined. He had said everything he could and given her every way out, but she simply refused to take the hint. "Are you sure?" Fang Zhou pressed on, unwilling to give up. "This is no small matter. It's a lifetime commitment." Yi Ninggen raised her eyes to meet his, and for the first time a hint of stubbornness flickered in those cold, clear irises. "I, Yi Ninggen, mean what I say." Fang Zhou took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Fine." He stood up, intending to say a few polite words and take his leave. After all, he had said his piece. If she felt wronged later, it wouldn't be his fault. But then Yi Ninggen spoke again. "One more thing." Fang Zhou paused mid-step. "The wedding date is set for 3 months from now." Yi Ninggen sheathed the sword and looked up at him. "However, during these 3 months, I hope you will come with me to the Wanxing sect." "What?" "Since we are to be husband and wife, you will spend a lot of time at the Wanxing sect in the future. Rather than scrambling to adapt after the wedding, it's better to go there early and get familiar." Yi Ninggen paused for a moment, then added, I don't wish to shirk my responsibilities as a partner, but sect affairs are numerous, and I may not be able to spare time to return to Tianyang City before the wedding. If you come with me, it will save us the trouble of traveling back and forth. Fang Zhou was stunned for a moment, his mind racing. Go to the Wanxing sect. That was the foremost cultivation sect in the world, home to countless extraordinary talents and hidden dragons. His Dharma realm cultivation could be concealed in his own backyard, but at the Wanxing sect it might not be. If he encountered a senior elder with higher cultivation, they could see through his secrets at a glance. However, above the Dharma realm was the Saint domain. Based on his years of cramming common knowledge about the cultivation world, the number of openly known Saint domain experts on the entire continent could probably be counted on two hands. Emperor venerables and sovereigns were even more legendary. No matter how strong the Wanxing sect was, it couldn't be that every elder was a Saint domain, right? As long as he was careful, it should be fine. Wait, why did he need to hide? The strategy of playing the fool to break the engagement was no longer viable. Now the one who appeared was the invincible cultivator, sweeping all obstacles. Besides, to be honest, he had been in the Fang family for 18 years and had long wanted to go out and see the world. Joining a sect, exploring cultivation's secret realms, defeating various prodigies in adversity. These were sights he had conjured in his idle moments countless times. Sure. When do we leave? Fang Zhou asked. Yi Ningguan's eyes flickered with surprise, as if she hadn't expected him to agree so readily. She quickly regained her cool expression and replied, my master still needs to stay at the Fang residence for a few more days to discuss wedding details with your father. We'll depart in 5 days. All right. Fang Zhou responded briskly, then turned and walked out. At the door he suddenly stopped and glanced back at Yi Ningguan. Under the candlelight, the young woman was lowering her head as she placed the long sword on the table, her dark hair cascading down to cover half her face. For some reason, Fang Zhou suddenly felt that this girl before him wasn't as hard to get along with as he had imagined. Yi Ningguan. She looked up. Fang Zhou thought for a moment, then said, I don't think you owe me anything. But if you insist on repaying, then please take good care of me at the Wanxing sect. With that, he pushed open the door and stepped out into the night. The courtyard gate closed softly behind him. Fang Zhou walked along the corridor, the night breeze brushing his face, clearing away the tangled thoughts of the entire day. Suddenly a question occurred to him. Had his words just now made Yi Ningguan think he was actually looking forward to this marriage? Never mind. It didn't matter. The most important thing now was that he was leaving for the Wanxing sect in 5 days. He needed to hurry back and pack his things and maybe do some training. After all, it was the #1 sect in the world. If something unexpected happened, breaking through on the spot might be difficult, but he would win. As for the ultimate fate of this marriage, there were still 3 months left. He would take it one step at a time. As Fang Zhou walked back to his courtyard, a few cats were wandering on the path. Seeing him, they showed no fear, but approached affectionately, asking to be petted. These cats were the ones Fang Zhou had asked his father to bring in. He had made the request that very day, and the next morning a group of cats appeared in the courtyard. It seemed that Fang Chongshan also felt guilty toward his son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially hired people to take care of these cats. He must have truly taken it to heart. When Fang Zhou returned to his courtyard, holding a cat, an unexpected person was waiting for him. The moment Fang Zhou stepped into the courtyard with Hajime in his arms, his footsteps faltered. Moonlight cascaded like water onto the green stone slabs. Beneath the gnarled tree, a figure in moon-white robes stood silently, sleeves fluttering gently in the night breeze. Sect Master Lu had been waiting here for some time, her aura perfectly concealed, with not a trace of spiritual energy swirling around her. She was as unassuming as an ordinary person. Yet it was this seamless, natural bearing that set off alarm bells in Fang Zhou's heart. He maintained a composed facade, gently setting down the furry Hajime. The little creature rubbed against his ankle, then scurried away on its short legs. Senior Lu. Fang Zhou cupped his hands in salute. What brings you here at such a late hour? Sect Master Lu turned around. Her face appeared exceptionally soft under the moonlight, but her eyes were like an ancient well, deep, tranquil, and impossible to fathom. She did not speak immediately, merely gazing at Fang Zhou in silence. After a moment she smiled faintly. Dharma body stage. 3 words light as a feather drifted on the night breeze. Fang Zhou's pupils constricted sharply, and his spiritual energy surged involuntarily within him. He instinctively wanted to deny it, but when he met Sect Master Lu's eyes, the words died in his throat. After a brief silence, he let out a resigned chuckle. When did you figure it out? I sensed it earlier today in the front hall. Sect Master Lu's tone was calm, as if mentioning an insignificant matter. You suppressed it remarkably well. Anyone else, even a peak Dharma body cultivator, might not have noticed. But the gap between the sacred domain and Dharma body is far greater than you imagine. Fang Zhou was silent. There's no need to be nervous. Seeing his shifting expression, Sect Master Lu softened her tone. I did not come here to harm you. To have reached the Dharma body stage at such a young age is a rarity across the entire continent. Your talent is extraordinary, seldom seen in the world. For the Fang family to have a prodigy like you is their fortune. Fang Zhou steadied himself and decided to drop the pretense. You flatter me, Sect Master Lu. It's merely a bit of luck. On the path of cultivation, luck has always been part of one's strength. Sect Master Lu shook her head. I came tonight for two reasons. First, to confirm my judgment with my own eyes. Second, to have a word with you. She paused, her gaze drifting toward the bamboo grove in the distant night, and spoke slowly. That child Ningen. She's stubborn and clings to her principles. She always feels she owes you a debt, that this marriage is a debt she must repay. I've advised her many times, but she won't listen. Fang Zhou remained silent, listening without interjecting. After you saved her that year, she was taken into the sect within a few years. In cultivation she may not match you, but she is still a genius among 10,000. Yet in matters of human relationships, she is as simple as a blank sheet of paper. It's understandable, I suppose, spending all her time with cultivation and rarely interacting with others. When she says she wants to repay a kindness, she means it wholeheartedly, wanting to treat you well. Sect Master Lu turned to face Fang Zhou, her expression turning serious. So today I came as her master to ask a favor of you. Fang Zhou lifted his head, muscles tensed, palms slightly sweaty. Please treat Ningen well. Sect Master Lu's voice was not loud, but each word carried weight. Ningen is kind by nature and sincere to others. Whatever the cause of this marriage, since it is to be, I ask you to treat her well. The night wind swept through the courtyard, rustling the leaves of the gnarled tree. After hearing Sect Master Lu's words, Fang Zhou's shoulders relaxed slightly, and he looked at her earnestly. Rest assured, Senior Lu. Although Ningen and I have not seen each other for many years, we have known each other since childhood. Childhood sweethearts, one might say. The Fang and Yi families are old friends. By both reason and sentiment, I will not treat her poorly. Sect Master Lu studied him, as if gauging the sincerity of his words. After a moment, she nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. With your word I am at ease. She paused, then changed the subject abruptly. How much do you know about the sacred domain? Fang Zhou was startled, not expecting her to ask about this. I've read some texts. I know that beyond Dharma body lies the sacred domain, but the specifics of breakthrough are vague in the records. He answered honestly. All the cultivation texts he had access to in the Fang family only covered up to the Dharma body stage. Beyond that was blank. Sect Master Lu nodded. As expected. Beyond Dharma body is no longer a realm that ordinary families can touch. Since you have already reached the peak of Dharma body, there are things you ought to know. She pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. From body tempering to Dharma body, one cultivates the self, drawing spiritual energy into the body, condensing the mystic core, nurturing the Tao infant, manifesting the Dharma body. Each step continuously refines the self, perfecting one's physique and soul. But the sacred domain is different. Fang Zhou listened with rapt attention. He had been cultivating alone for years, piecing together knowledge by himself, since his father was only at the Tao infant stage. From Dharma body to sacred domain, it is no longer about cultivating the self, but about opening up a world of your own. Using the Tao you have comprehended as your foundation with the power of your Dharma body, you open up a space within the void of your body, a space that belongs entirely to you. That space is the sacred domain. Within your sacred domain, you are the very embodiment of the rules. If an enemy falls into your sacred domain, it is like falling into another world. Their life and death are entirely in your hands. Fang Zhou's heart trembled with awe. Opening up a space of one's own, becoming the rules themselves, a true domain expansion. The size and strength of the sacred domain depend on two conditions. Sect Master Lu continued. First, the depth of your understanding of your own Tao. The deeper the Tao, the more stable the foundation of the space. Second, the accumulated foundation of your Dharma body. The stronger your Dharma body, the greater the volume you can bear when opening the space. She looked at Fang Zhou, a hint of wonder in her eyes. Your cultivation base is exceptionally solid, and your Dharma body's power far surpasses that of cultivators at the same level. If I'm not mistaken, you are only one step away from that threshold. Fang Zhou's heart skipped a beat. What you lack is not accumulation, but direction. Sect Master Lu's tone turned serious. The most crucial step from Dharma body to sacred domain is understanding the Tao. You must clearly know what the foundation of your cultivation is, what great Tao you are pursuing. Only by finding this answer can you open up that world of your own in the void. No one can help you with this step. Every sacred domain's path is unique. Some open the heavens with the sword Tao, some enter the sacred with the emotion Tao, some use the intention of protection as their foundation, and others open space with the will of slaughter. What your Tao is, only you can know. Fang Zhou remained silent. What was his Tao? He had never seriously pondered this question. For 18 years, he had simply cultivated mindlessly, leaving everything else to his talent. Cultivation was like breathing to him. He never needed to deliberately pursue any realm, because those realms always came naturally. I have said all I can. The rest is up to you. Sect Master Lu smiled gently. To have seen through your true state before we depart is an unexpected bonus. At least now, I don't have to worry that the person Ningen brings back from the 10,000 sages sect will be at a disadvantage. Fang Zhou came back to his senses and bowed solemnly to Sect Master Lu. Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master Lu. No need to thank me. The higher your future achievements, the more secure Ningen's support will be. This is merely a precaution on my part. With that, Sect Master Lu flicked her sleeve, her figure flowing like moonlight, and vanished into the night. The courtyard fell silent once more. The shadow of the gnarled tree swayed gently on the ground and moonlight spilled over the green stone slabs like a thin layer of frost. Fang Zhou stood still gazing in the direction Sect Master Lu had disappeared, unmoving for a long time. Sacred domain. Opening up a space of one's own. With one's own Tao as the foundation. What was his Tao? Fang Zhou looked down at his own hands. He suddenly recalled Sect Master Lu's words. Your cultivation base is exceptionally solid, and your Dharma body's power far surpasses that of cultivators at the same level. His origin had been stripped away, yet he had still reached the peak of Dharma body at this age. What realm would he have been in now if his origin had never been taken? But that question was meaningless. The past was past. He never glorified the roads not taken. Fang Zhou stood under the gnarled tree for a long time. That hajime had somehow sneaked back, curling into a furry ball at his feet, purring softly. Finally, he bent down to pick up hajime and turned to walk inside. Fang Zhou pushed open the door, placed hajime on the soft cushion at the foot of the bed, then climbed onto the bed and lay down, closing his eyes. His spiritual energy surged like a great river cycling through countless circulations. For now, let's just sleep. He never worried about breakthroughs. When I need it, my Tao will come. The sacred domain. I can break through any time. 5 days later, outside Tianyang City. The first light of dawn had just emerged, and the mist still lingered over the fields on both sides of the official road. A spirit boat was parked outside the city gate. Peak Master Lu had departed earlier due to sect affairs, leaving only Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen standing side by side. Yi Ningen had changed back into her cyan long dress today with a sword at her waist, as aloof and cold as ever. Fang Zhou, by contrast, traveled light, carrying only a storage ring his father had given him. Let's go. Yi Ningen led Fang Zhou, lightly leaping onto the spirit boat with a clean and crisp movement. She glanced down at Fang Zhou and added, the Wanqing sect is 30,000 li away. We need to transfer through 3 teleportation arrays. The first one is in Qingmu City, half a day's journey from here. The journey was silent. Yi Ningen was not a talkative person, and Fang Zhou didn't know what to chat about with her, so they traveled in silence. Yet it didn't feel awkward, instead there was a strange tacit understanding. Shortly after noon, the teleportation array of Qingmu City came into view. After paying the spirit stones and stepping into the array, a dizzying whirl later, another city appeared before them. This process repeated 3 times. When Fang Zhou stepped out of the teleportation array for the 3rd time, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Standing on the high platform of the array, he gazed into the distance and froze. He had imagined the Wanqing sect countless times. Celestial mountains, jade pavilions, swirling clouds, cascading waterfalls. All his visions revolved around the phrase, immortal grandeur. But what truly stunned him was not the Wanqing sect itself, but the city outside it. Skyscrapers, row upon row of towering buildings. Those buildings were dozens of stories high, some even exceeding 100. Glowing runic inscriptions flowed on their outer walls, clearly reinforced by formations. Between the buildings, wide and clean streets crisscrossed in a well-organized grid. The pavement was made of an unknown stone, radiating a warm luster under the sunlight. Shops lined the streets, their signs gleaming with condensed spiritual light. Pedestrians bustled about, dressed in various styles of clothing. In the distance, a massive spirit array hovered in midair, slowly rotating. Cultivators flew in and out of it from time to time. Further away, several rainbow bridges spanned the sky, connecting several towering pagodas. Cultivators soared across these bridges, their robes fluttering like immortals. But what amazed Fang Zhou the most was the city's sense of order. Every tall building was perfectly aligned, the streets meticulously planned. The light of various spirit arrays interwove without interference, forming a gigantic formation network covering the entire city. Is this the Wanqing sect? Fang Zhou asked. This is one of the outer cities of the Wanqing sect, called Cheng'an. Yi Ningen walked beside him, her tone flat. Within 50,000 li of the Wanqing sect's mountain gate, there are over 100 cities like this. Cheng'an is about 300 li from the sect's main gate, the closest one. Fang Zhou silently absorbed this information. Over 100 such cities, each built by cultivators and planned with such order. The Fang family might be a local power in a mortal city, but compared to Cheng'an, they were like a firefly to the bright moon. He even noticed that the signboard of a pastry shop on the street was made of moonlight ruby gold, which cost 1,000 spirit stones per gram. In Tianyang City, such material was used sparingly, only a pinch or 2 for artifact refining. Here it was used for a signboard. The residents of these cities are mostly homeless people rescued by sect disciples during their training expeditions. Yi Ningen continued, they settle here and make a living. Some are also people from various places who come to study, hoping to one day pass the selection and enter the Wanqing sect. Fang Zhou snapped back to reality and nodded. He followed Yi Ningen down the high platform of the teleportation array and walked along the main street. Shops of all kinds lined the streets. Pill dispensaries, artifact halls, talisman workshops, as well as taverns, tea houses, cloth stores, and grain shops. Cultivators and mortals lived side by side, creating a surprisingly harmonious scene. Before long, Yi Ningen stopped in front of a 5-story building. We're here. The building was made entirely of bluestone, its outer walls covered in unknown vines bearing small white flowers. There was no plaque on the door, only a simple formation pattern carved into the doorframe. Yiningen took out a jade token and pressed it against the pattern. With a flash of spiritual light, the door opened. This is the residence my master gave me after I entered the inner sect. I occasionally stay here when I return to the sect. The sect has a rule: non-disciples cannot stay within the mountain gate for more than 3 days. If you want to stay long-term, you'll have to live here. Fang Zhou followed her inside. The first floor was a reception hall, simply but not sparsely furnished with tables, chairs, and tea sets all in place. The second floor held bedrooms and a cultivation room, while the third floor was a study. Every corner was spotless, clearly maintained by formations. Yiningen led him through the entire building, and finally returned to the reception hall. From her sleeve, she took out a palm-sized spirit card, crystal clear, with faint spiritual light flowing on its surface, and handed it to Fang Zhou. This is yours. Fang Zhou took the spirit card. It was slightly warm to the touch. The front was engraved with the emblem of the Wanxing sect, and the back bore a series of floating spirit rune numbers. This spirit card is a universal transaction credential within the Wanxing sect's domain, denominated in spirit coins. Spirit coins are spiritual energy crystals refined by the sect, usable for both transactions and direct absorption during cultivation. One spirit coin is roughly equivalent to one spirit stone. I've already deposited a sum of spirit coins in it, enough for your daily expenses. Yiningen's tone was flat, as if she were mentioning a trivial matter. Fang Zhou glanced at the spirit rune numbers on the card, and his pupils contracted violently. 1 million. An ordinary cultivator at the spirit aperture realm consumed about 10 spirit stones per day of arduous training. 1 million spirit coins would support such a cultivator for 100,000 days, roughly over 270 years. Even disregarding that conversion, this amount far exceeded the scope of pocket money. This, also, Yiningen interrupted him, frowning slightly, as if recalling something seriously. The largest restaurant in the city is Cloud Guest Residence. The food is decent, but a bit heavy on oil and salt. If you're not used to it, there's a kanji shop in the east part of the city that specializes in light kanji and small dishes with a milder taste. I'm usually at the sect. If you need anything, you can go to the affairs hall in the city with your spirit card and send me a message. Fang Zhou's hand holding the card froze. This tone, why did it feel so off? And Yiningen suddenly looked up, her gaze serious as she met his eyes. Remember to eat on time. Fang Zhou was stunned. Cultivation is important, but you're only at the spirit aperture realm, now not yet able to abstain from food. You must not skip meals for the sake of training. Yiningen spoke with a stern expression. 3 meals a day are essential. I'll make time to come back and see you. Fang Zhou opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his faculty of speech had completely failed him at that moment. He looked down at the spirit card in his hand, then up at the girl who was earnestly instructing him to eat on time, and suddenly felt that this world was somewhat surreal. Do you remember? Yiningen tilted her head slightly when he didn't answer. I remember. Fang Zhou looked at Yiningen's serious expression and replied with a hint of helplessness. He wasn't a child. There was no need for her to instruct him like this. Yiningen saw his helplessness, knew he didn't like being lectured, but continued anyway. Also, there are many rules in the city. Since you're new here, don't wander around. If you need to go out, at least get familiar with the city's layout first. Cheng'an is generally safe, but occasionally rogue cultivators cause trouble. Your cultivation is still shallow, so don't pick fights. As Fang Zhou listened to her enumerating instructions one by one, he suddenly recalled what Peak Master Lu had said that night. She said that if she were to fulfill her duty as a partner, she would earnestly do what a wife should do. At the time he had heard it, but hadn't taken it seriously. But now, watching Yiningen's solemn face as she gave these instructions, he felt that Peak Master Lu had been somewhat modest. This girl wasn't just fulfilling her wifely duties. She was treating him like a child. Was this endearing or terrifying? Fang Zhou couldn't tell for a moment. But at least one thing was certain: the days ahead would be far more interesting than he had imagined. After finishing her instructions, Yiningen left, as there were still sect affairs waiting for her. Before leaving, she turned back to look at Fang Zhou, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something more, but in the end she only said, "Find me if anything comes up." Then she flew off on her sword, the cyan figure quickly disappearing into the distant sky. Fang Zhou stood at the door watching her until the cyan light vanished completely into the clouds. He then looked down at the spirit card in his hand, the glowing numbers flickering faintly in the afternoon sunlight. 1 million. He had never seen so much money in either of his lives. Fang Zhou took a deep breath, carefully put away the spirit card, and turned to walk into the building. With no one around, he no longer had to maintain that composed facade, and couldn't help muttering under his breath, "Bloody hell, what is all this?" Despite his words, the corners of his mouth refused to stay down. Fang Zhou stayed in Cheng'an City for 3 days, finding life more comfortable than he had imagined. The small building left by Yiningen was perfectly situated, quiet yet central. A left turn and half a block led to the city's busiest thoroughfare. A right turn through a narrow alley opened onto a riverside promenade lined with spirit trees that remained evergreen through all seasons. Fang Zhou's routine was simple. He would rise early, wash up, and then head out to find breakfast. He had tried every restaurant Yiningen recommended. The dishes at Cloud Guest House were indeed a bit heavy on oil and salt, but the flavor was decent. Yiningen probably just couldn't handle rich food. The kanji shop's simple porridge and pickled vegetables were surprisingly good. Light, yet satisfying as a morning meal, he went there 2 days in a row and the owner already recognized him. After eating, he would wander the city to familiarize himself with its layout. The market district held his attention longest, selling everything from elixirs and magical artifacts to talismans and incomplete cultivation manuals. Though truly valuable items were rarely displayed openly, just browsing broadened his horizons. Yet what surprised Fang Zhou most were the city's residents. According to Yiningen, most inhabitants were homeless people rescued by Wanqing sect disciples during their travels, along with students from various regions who came to study. The former had settled in the city, making a living and treating Cheng'an as their home. The latter mostly lived in the study quarter, east of the city, cultivating diligently day and night, hoping to pass the selection into Wanqing sect. When Fang Zhou strolled through the eastern district, he often saw small groups of young cultivators discussing cultivation insights or sparring on street-side fighting platforms. Their fervor reminded him of his own college entrance exam days in his past life. One morning Fang Zhou went to the kanji shop as usual. The shop was small with only 6 or 7 tables, but kept spotlessly clean. The owner, surnamed Bai, was an ordinary man in his 50s, but his skill at cooking kanji was truly remarkable. Fang Zhou chose a seat by the window and ordered a bowl of plain kanji with 2 small dishes of pickles. As he ate, a commotion arose outside. Fang Zhou looked up. A group of people approached, led by a young man in his 20s, resplendent in an embroidered long robe with a jade pendant at his waist. He was handsome enough, yet his imposing aura clashed with the carefree atmosphere of Cheng'an City. Behind him followed 5 or 6 people, some in tight-fitting outfits, others in scholar robes. The young man stopped at the kanji shop's entrance, glanced at the sign, then lowered his gaze to Fang Zhou sitting inside. His eyes suddenly brightened. "May I share your table?" Fang Zhou was still chewing his food and mumbled an mm. The young man didn't stand on ceremony, sitting directly across from Fang Zhou, while his entourage lined up at the door, making quite a spectacle. Startled, the owner hurried over to serve him. The man waved a hand, same as this gentleman. When the kanji and pickles arrived, he didn't eat immediately, but instead studied Fang Zhou with keen interest. "My surname is Zhou. I'm new to Cheng'an City. And you?" Fang Zhou replied curtly. "Brother Fang looks unfamiliar. Are you also here to study?" Young Master Zhou asked. Sort of, Fang Zhou said, too lazy to explain his identity. Young Master Zhou's eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible gleam. He stirred his kanji and smiled. "Cheng'an City is truly a wonder. Tall buildings, dense spirit arrays, cultivators, and mortals living together in harmony. I've never seen a city like this elsewhere. Do you know who built it?" "The ancestors of Wanqing sect, I suppose," Fang Zhou answered casually. During his 3 days of wandering, he had heard some stories. Cheng'an City was first planned and constructed during the tenure of Wanqing sect's 3rd sect leader. It began as a temporary camp for refugees and gradually developed into its current form. "Exactly." Young Master Zhou nodded, his voice tinged with unabashed admiration. "Within 50,000 li of Wanqing sect, there are over 100 such cities. Every one is orderly, prosperous, and stable. The people live in peace, cultivators perform their duties, and the spirit arrays, markets, communication halls, and training grounds all work together seamlessly. It's a complete system." Fang Zhou looked up at him. This man spoke with some insight, not like a typical spoiled young master. Young Master Zhou seemed to have opened up, continuing, "I've traveled to many places and seen many cities. Some are capitals of mortal dynasties, splendid but chaotically governed. Others are sect strongholds, rich in spiritual energy but uninhabitable for mortals. Only the cities under Wanqing sect allow both cultivators and mortals to thrive under the same rules. The principles behind this are worth a lifetime of study." Fang Zhou didn't respond, quietly sipping his kanji. He had already sensed that this young Master Zhou was no chance encounter. Sure enough, Zhou shifted the topic. "I hear Brother Fang has ties to Wanqing sect." Fang Zhou's chopsticks paused. "Here it comes. I made some inquiries," Zhou admitted, frankly smiling. "Your fiancée is Yiningen, an inner disciple of Wanqing sect. News has spread in the study quarter, though you might not know it, yet keeping to yourself these days." Fang Zhou indeed hadn't known. But it wasn't surprising. Cheng'an City was small, and someone must have seen Yiningen bringing him here. So what? Fang Zhou put down his chopsticks, his expression unchanged. Young Master Zhou leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice. "Don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. I come from a remote dynasty here to study and pass Wanqing sect's assessment to become a disciple. But the assessment content is never leaked. I've been in the study quarter for 2 months and still don't know what to expect." He paused, looking seriously at Fang Zhou. "If I could learn the direction of the exam in advance, I could prepare better. If you could help, I'd be happy to compensate." "Young Master Zhou," Fang Zhou interrupted him. "You've been in the study quarter for 2 months. You should know Wanqing sect's rules. The assessment content changes every year, decided on the spot by the elders. There are no fixed questions." Fang Zhou took a sip of tea. "Even if someone wanted to leak, there's nothing to leak." Young Master Zhou's expression remained unchanged, and he even smiled. "Brother Fang speaks of the normal situation. But the selection process always has patterns. For example, the format of the exam, the scoring criteria, the elders' preferences. These are all valuable information. Fang Zhou glanced at him without speaking. Of course I'm not asking for a favor. Young Master Zhou took a brocade box from his sleeve, placed it on the table, and opened it a crack. A dense spiritual energy surged from the gap, and cultivators in the kanji shop instinctively raised their heads in surprise. Inside the box lay a pill entirely emerald green, with natural patterns faintly shimmering with iridescent light. Fang Zhou recognized it at once as a spirit ascension pill, enough to let a spirit aperture realm cultivator break through a minor realm. He had taken plenty of these at home. Young Master Zhou closed the box and gently pushed it toward Fang Zhou. This is just a token. Afterward there will be a substantial reward. Fang Zhou was silent for a moment, then let out a chuckle. He stood up, took the spirit card Yiningen had given him from his sleeve, and waved it at the owner uncle by the bill. Then he looked down at young Master Zhou, his smile unwavering. The kanji is good. Drink it while it's hot. As for the assessment, you'd better work hard on your own. With that he turned and walked out of the shop, his pace unhurried. What a worthless fish. Real cultivators wouldn't be swayed by such a trivial test. Behind him, young Master Zhou's smile gradually faded, his gaze fixed on Fang Zhou's retreating figure. One of his guards stepped closer and whispered, "Your Highness, shall we?" "No need." Young Master Zhou raised a hand to stop him, a faint smile returning to his lips. This brother Fang is quite interesting. He put the brocade box back into his sleeve, his expression calm, and picked up his chopsticks to slowly sip his kanji. Watching sect, non-disciples are not allowed entry. Young Master Zhou murmured to himself, his gaze falling on the street outside, his voice barely audible. But he has a fiancée who will be the future peak master of Shanghan Peak. He can't be considered a complete outsider. This visit was just to get acquainted. Failure is fine. After all, my real purpose lies elsewhere. Young Master Zhou turned his head to look outside the shop, as if waiting for someone. When Fang Zhou stepped out of the porridge shop, the sky had already brightened completely. The main street of Cheng'an City was bustling with people, and the faint glow of spirit arrays flowed between the buildings. Everything as usual. He followed the familiar route toward the small building, pausing at the entrance of the market square to glance at today's elixir prices. That fellow surnamed Zhou, he didn't really take him to heart. Having spent 3 days in Cheng'an City, Fang Zhou had roughly figured out the local dynamics. The Academy of Seekers gathered young people from all corners of the world, a mix of every stripe and persuasion. There were genuine wandering cultivators seeking the Tao science of noble families looking to gild their resumes, and various factions hoping to latch onto the great tree of the Wanxing sect. A dynasty's prince coming here to study sounded impressive, but meant nothing before the Wanxing sect. Princes of dynasties were a dime a dozen in the Academy of Seekers. Even the crown prince of a royal empire had to wait in line for the assessment. What was a prince from some remote dynasty compared to that? But one thing did catch Fang Zhou's attention slightly. When that young Master Zhou spoke of the governance of Cheng'an City, the fervor in his eyes didn't seem feigned. Most people sought entry into the Wanxing sect either for cultivation resources or for the sect's protection, but this fellow, what he truly cared about was city governance. Still, that was all it was. Fang Zhou had no intention of digging deeper. His current life was comfortable. He had a place to stay, food to eat, money to spend, and a beautiful fiancée. This kind of life he had never dared to dream of in his past life. Now that he finally had it, he just wanted to enjoy it. Young Master Zhou remained seated. The bowl of plain porridge still had half left. He picked up his chopsticks, took another bite of the pickled vegetables, and chewed unhurriedly, showing no intention of leaving. The captain of the guards waited a moment, then bowed, and said, "Your Highness, shall we return to the Academy of Seekers?" "No rush." Young Master Zhou lifted the bowl and took a slow sip. "Wait a little longer." The captain looked puzzled. That gentleman Fang had already made things very clear. What was there left to wait for? But he had served young Master Zhou for years, and knew well that this prince never did anything without purpose. The customers in the porridge shop came and went in waves. Uncle by the proprietor had sold another 4 or 5 bowls. Seeing that the table in the corner still showed no sign of leaving, he didn't rush them, but silently refilled their tea twice. After an unknown stretch of time, the light at the shop's entrance suddenly dimmed for an instant. A cyan figure had appeared in the doorway without warning. Yiningen stood there in form-fitting attire, her long hair tied back. Her gaze swept across the shop, then settled on young Master Zhou, her eyes cold as frost. She stepped inside, her pace unhurried, yet each step carried an invisible pressure. The guards instinctively placed their hands on their weapons, but young Master Zhou merely raised a hand, and they all released their grips in unison. "Fairy Yi arrives even sooner than I anticipated." Young Master Zhou rose, turned to face her, and clasped his hands in greeting, his smile calm. Yiningen stopped 5 paces away from him. She was half a head shorter than him, yet when she lifted her eyes to meet his, the sense of condescension seemed reversed. "Fang Zhou has nothing to do with the Wanxing sect's affairs. If young Master Zhou seeks a shortcut, you've come to the wrong person." Her voice was not loud, yet it cut like a blade across ice. Young Master Zhou remained unruffled, his expression frank. "Fairy Yi misunderstands. I am but a nobody. How would I dare to violate the rules set by the Wanxing sect?" He lifted his head to meet Yiningen's gaze, his smile fading, his expression turning solemn. "My true purpose in coming here is to seek Fairy Ye's advice on one matter." Yiningen did not reply, her gaze still frosty. "I am from the northern Shua dynasty," said young Master Zhou. The dynasty spans 10,000 li with many cultivators, but the cities under its rule. Either the mortals suffer unbearably, or the cultivators lord it over them. In the capital, I often heard of the fame of the 100-odd cities governed by the Wanqing sect. Cultivators and mortals living side by side, each in their proper place, no major disturbances for centuries. I wanted to come and see for myself. He paused, and the fervor in his voice resurfaced, but this time it was no deliberate performance. It was earnestness long suppressed finally poured out. In the 3 months since I arrived in Chang'an City, I have gone through all the public regulations and documents in the affairs hall, and consulted many duty disciples about the city's spirit array layout and market system. From the founding plans of the third-generation sect master to the current law enforcement system of each city, I have read almost every record I could find. But there is one question that I simply cannot puzzle out no matter how I think. Yi Ningen finally spoke. What question? Rules are dead, people are alive. Young Master Zhou looked at her. How does the Wanqing sect make sure mortals do not fear cultivators and cultivators do not bully mortals, for decades or centuries, without major trouble? Yi Ningen was silent for a moment. She took another look at young Master Zhou. This is what you wanted to ask. Precisely. Young Master Zhou met her gaze frankly. To be honest, my cultivation talent is inferior to that of my elder brothers, so the throne will likely fall to me. I will manage the dynasty's affairs so that they can focus on cultivation without worldly distractions. I have little time left outside. He bowed solemnly to Yi Ningen. If Fairy Yi would be willing to offer some guidance, I swear by my Tao heart that I will never use what I learned to harm the Wanqing sect. The porridge shop fell silent for a long time. Uncle by the proprietor stood behind the counter, gripping his rag tightly. If his own dynasty had such a person, the people would not have been displaced and forced to flee only to be rescued here by the disciples of the Wanqing sect. Yi Ningen was silent a moment longer, then suddenly asked, Do you know what distinguishes the Wanqing sect from your kind? Young Master Zhou was startled. It is beneath your feet. Yi Ningen said calmly, Beneath the city lie 3 spirit veins. The central array node is maintained by the Wanqing sect year-round, consuming enough spirit stones each year to sustain a small sect for 100 years. Without the Wanqing sect's support, a formation of this scale could never be laid. Young Master Zhou frowned slightly. Fairy Yi means that this method cannot be replicated by others. You can learn it, Yi Ningen said, looking at him. But first you need a Wanqing sect. She paused, then turned her gaze toward Uncle by behind the counter. Moreover, Chang'an City's success is not due solely to its systems and formations. In Chang'an City, cultivators who break the law are judged the same as mortals. Do you know why? Young Master Zhou did not answer. Because in the eyes of the Wanqing sect, whether cultivator or mortal, they have only one identity, human. There is no distinction between high and low. If one chooses to violate the law, one must bear the consequences. Even I am no exception. That is why both mortals and cultivators believe that in Chang'an City they are all equal. Yi Ningen withdrew her gaze and looked back at young Master Zhou. Systems can be copied, formations can be learned, spirit veins can be found. But trust, that takes a long time to grow. Even if you bring back to the Northern Shuo dynasty identical regulations and documents, without sufficient power to uphold the rules, no one will follow them. And without decades of unwavering justice, mortals will never truly trust cultivators, and cultivators will never truly revere the law. That is all I have to say. She turned and walked toward the door, then stopped after 2 steps, glanced back at young Master Zhou, her voice returning to its original coolness. If young Master Zhou has come to study, then take the assessment by the rules. If it is for anything else, it is best to leave early. There will be no next time. With that she moved, and her cyan figure vanished into the morning light. The porridge shop fell silent again. The guards exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Young Master Zhou stood where he was, staring at the direction Yi Ningen had left motionless. Young Master Zhou looked down at the bowl of porridge that had gone completely cold. Suddenly he reached out, picked up the bowl, tilted his head back, and drank the remaining contents in one go. The empty bowl clinked softly against the table. This method requires a Wanqing sect. Young Master Zhou rose, straightened his robes, pushed open the door, and stepped into the bright morning light outside the shop. He walked along the broad, clean streets of Chang'an City, his guards close behind, hearing their prince's voice, carried by the morning breeze. The Northern Shuo dynasty might just become the next one. The captain of the guards looked at his upright silhouette, and suddenly felt that the prince who had cared for the common people since childhood had found the answer he sought in Chang'an City. Meanwhile, Fang Zhou was on his way back. When Fang Zhou returned to the small tower, he carried an oil paper package in hand. That pastry shop near the entrance of the market had just baked a fresh batch of osmanthus and poria cakes that morning, and the aroma had stopped him in his tracks at the doorway. Most of those in line were ordinary mortals, with only a few low-rank cultivators in sect garments scattered among them. These cakes were made with spiritual ingredients, yet remarkably affordable. 2 spirit coins could buy 1 large piece. Fang Zhou purchased 3 pieces, and on a whim also picked up a pot of clear tea brewed with spirit spring water from the neighboring stall. Already in his mind, he was planning to warm the cakes upon returning and savor them with the tea. A pleasant way to pass half an afternoon. He had been in Chang'an City for 3 days now. Everything here came with a clear price tag, and transactions lacked the pretentious probing and veiled gamesmanship he was accustomed to. Walking through the streets, he blended into the crowd, without standing out or drawing attention. The sensation was peculiar. Though it was his first visit, he felt as though he had lived here for many years. Fang Zhou pushed open the courtyard gate of the small tower, intending to set the oil paper package on the table, but his movements froze mid-gesture. Someone was waiting in the main room. Yi Ningen sat by the table, her spine straight as a sword returned to its scabbard. She appeared to have been waiting some time. A cup of tea on the table had long gone cold. His gaze lingered on her for a moment before involuntarily shifting to another object on the table. A palm-sized brocade pouch, entirely black, with silver-threaded patterns embroidered across its surface, faint spiritual energy undulating beneath the fabric. Before Fang Zhou could speak, the beast storage pouch gave a slight tremor. In the next instant, a flash of spiritual light erupted from its opening, and a white form leaped out, landing steadily on the table before sitting upright. It was a cat, entirely silver-white, with delicate spiritual glimmers shimmering through its fur as though moonlight had taken physical form. Its tail extended a fraction longer than that of an ordinary feline, crowned with a tuft of white fur that left pale silver afterimages in the air with each gentle sway. Its amber eyes fixed unblinkingly on Fang Zhou. A moonshadow cat, Yi Ningen spoke. A low-rank spiritual beast. Its temperament is gentle, and it requires no special feeding. It sustains itself by absorbing lunar essence. I had someone procure it from Spirit Beast Peak. Fang Zhou regarded the cat, and the cat regarded him in return. After a moment, it raised a forepaw and lazily licked it, then continued to stare at him with an expression of condescending scrutiny. How did you? Fang Zhou found himself at a loss for words. During his time at the Fang estate, he had kept a courtyard full of cats. Pets he had never mentioned to Yi Ningen. Your madam told me. Yi Ningen explained calmly, as if reading his confusion. During my stay at the Fang residence, I spoke with her on several occasions. Fang Zhou immediately understood. His mother had always favored Yi Ningen, speaking of her approvingly for years after the engagement was first arranged, proclaiming she would grow into a fine young woman. Now that she has met her in person, I dare say she has shared everything, both what should and should not be said. The little cats at your home are still young and merely mortal beasts, so your madam said she would look after them here. Keep this moonshadow cat for now. The Spirit Beast Peak attendants mentioned it can sense its master's emotions once bonded. Living alone here, having it about, should keep loneliness at bay. Hearing the words, bond with its master, Fang Zhou instinctively glanced at the cat. The moonshadow cat was watching him, its tail swaying with unhurried grace. How does it bond? Extend your hand. Fang Zhou held out his hand. The moonshadow cat lowered its head to examine his fingers, as if verifying something, then raised a forepaw and pressed it gently against his fingertip. The pad was soft and cool, the contact fleeting. But Fang Zhou clearly felt a thread of faint spiritual energy flow into his body through his fingertip, circulating through his meridians before settling into a mark. The moonshadow cat withdrew its paw, blinked at him, then sprang gracefully onto his shoulder. Fang Zhou stiffened for a moment, turning his head to regard the fluffy creature perched there, and let out a somewhat helpless laugh. Thank you. Yi Ningen gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. Fang Zhou gently shifted the moonshadow cat from his shoulder into his arms, and took a seat opposite her. After a moment's thought, he decided it better to ask, while things were still clear. Ningen, I want to ask you something. Yi Ningen lifted her gaze and regarded him. How does one join the Wanxing sect? Yi Ningen clearly paused. She looked at Fang Zhou, her brows slightly furrowing, as though verifying whether he was jesting. After a moment, she spoke, her voice tinged with uncertainty. You wish to join the Wanxing sect? Yes. Fang Zhou nodded. He had contemplated this very question from the moment he agreed to accompany her to Cheng'an City. He intended to join the Wanxing sect. Not because of the sect's abundant resources or rich spiritual energy, but because he wanted to advance the plot. Otherwise, life would remain as flat and uneventful as still water, utterly tedious. Moreover, setting those factors aside, he harbored genuine curiosity about the Wanxing sect itself. The world's foremost sect must possess qualities that set it apart. However, Yi Ningen hesitated. You lack a graduation certificate from a learning academy. This time it was Fang Zhou who froze. Learning academy, he echoed, ensuring he had heard correctly. The Wanxing sect requires all disciples to obtain a graduation certificate from a formal academy, unless personally recruited by an elder. Yi Ningen's tone reverted to its customary cool detachment. You never attended an academy in your childhood. Fang Zhou fell silent. An academy? Of course he knew what an academy was. The Fang family operated a formal institution themselves, and any household in Tianyang City with means would send their children there to study and cultivate. The curriculum encompassed not only cultivation techniques, but also classical literature, mathematics, natural philosophy, astronomy, and geography. Fang Chongshan had once asked him whether he wished to attend. He had declined without a second thought. Absurd. He had been secretly cultivating since age 6, completing hundreds of circulations daily. What possible time could he have spared for an academy? More importantly, in his previous life, he had endured 15 years of schooling, from kindergarten through university, suffocating under endless homework, examinations, and the pressure of advancement. Now that he had been granted a second life, was he expected to sit through classes again? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perhaps it was Fang Chongshan's lingering guilt that led him to let things be. For the following decade plus, Fang Zhou devoted himself entirely to cultivation, reading novels, and savoring fine cuisine whenever weary, living quite comfortably indeed. Yet amidst all his calculations, he never once foresaw that joining the Wanqing sect would require a graduation certificate from an academy. Then what are the conditions for an elder's personal discipleship? Fang Zhou asked, clinging to the last vestige of hope. It depends on fate, Yiningen replied. No exceptions exist. I was taken in only because my master happened to pass through Tianyang City. Fang Zhou fell silent. He gazed at the moon shadow cat in his arms, which was curling its tail around his wrist and closing its eyes contentedly. Is there any other way? Fang Zhou asked. Yiningen offered no response. She simply watched him quietly, her cool eyes harboring some complex undertow of emotion. After a moment, she asked softly, why did you not attend an academy back then? Fang Zhou started, taken aback by the unexpected question. He considered briefly, choosing the version closest to the truth. Wanted to spend more time cultivating. Yiningen murmured an acknowledgement and pressed no further. She lowered her gaze, resting it on the cup of cold tea upon the table, lost in thought. As for joining the sect, Yiningen raised her head again. I can help you find a solution. Looking at her, Fang Zhou felt something stir within his chest. Very well, thank you. Outside the window, the sunlight over Chang'an City shone bright and clear. Fang Zhou reached out and pulled the oil paper package closer, tearing off a piece of cake amid the indignant stare of the little cat, and popped it into his mouth. Sweet. As Yiningen rose to depart, her steps faltered. She turned her head toward Fang Zhou, her brows knitting slightly, as though recalling something important. Your spirit card, she said, turning back and extending her hand. Let me see it. Confused but compliant, Fang Zhou retrieved the card from his sleeve and handed it over. Yiningen took the card and swept her fingertip across its surface. Spiritual light rippled and a sequence of numbers emerged. 999799. She glanced over it, her frown deepening. You've spent so little. Her tone carried both bewilderment and mild reproach. Before Fang Zhou could speak, she looked up again, regarding him with earnest gravity. Your foundational constitution is incomplete. You already face disadvantages in cultivation compared to others. In the future, purchase more spiritual medicines to aid your cultivation. Do not worry about spirit coins on your own account. With that, she drew a pale golden spirit card from her sleeve and passed her fingertip between the two cards. On Fang Zhou's card, the spiritual inscription flickered, then shifted to display 2 million. His mouth opened, but something caught in his throat. He stared at the still flickering number on his card, then raised his gaze to Yiningen. She was sliding the golden card back into her sleeve, her expression as tranquil as ever. Wait, Fang Zhou finally found his voice. Do you have any idea what 1,000,000 spirit coins represents? I am aware, Yiningen replied, returning his card. Disciples of the Wanqing sect never lack for spirit coins. Should you need more, simply ask. Fang Zhou took the card and gazed down at the glaring figure of 2 million displayed upon it. Suddenly, all the savings he had accumulated across 18 years seemed pitifully meager, likely less than a fraction of what Yiningen had casually transferred in just 2 gestures. During his time at the Fang estate, 500 spirit stones per month was considered generous. Since 1 spirit coin held purchasing power equivalent to 1 low-grade spirit stone, his monthly allowance amounted to roughly 500 spirit coins. 2 million spirit coins. At that rate, he would need to save for 4,000 months, over 333 years. You? Fang Zhou managed to speak, his voice strained. Just how much money do you actually have saved? Yiningen glanced at him, but offered no answer. She merely tilted her head slightly, murmured, remember to buy spiritual medicines, and turned toward the courtyard gate. A flash of cyan fabric at the threshold, and she was gone, swallowed by the afternoon sunlight of Chang'an City. Silence settled over the main room for a moment. Fang Zhou looked down at the moonshadow cat in his arms. The little cat gazed back up at him, its amber slit pupils shimmering with reflected light. He fell silent for a moment, then flipped the spirit card face down on the table. Tearing off a piece of osmanthus poria cake, he placed it in his mouth. Sweet. Far too sweet. Early the next morning, Fang Zhou was awakened by the moonshadow cat stepping on him. The silver-white fur ball had somehow slipped out from his arm, and now sat squarely on his chest, forepaws together, tail elegantly curled around its body, gazing down at him from on high. Fang Zhou sighed and turned over to sit up. The moonshadow cat nimbly jumped onto his shoulder and let out a soft meow near his ear. He suddenly realized that maybe he should buy a nest for this hajime so it wouldn't sleep with him. Fang Zhou exchanged a glance with the cat on his shoulder. Those amber eyes were glossy and calm, fixed on him. All right. Fang Zhou got up to change clothes. I'll get you a nest hajime. The shops selling spirit beast supplies were clustered in the spirit beast market on the west side of the city, separated from the alchemy and artifact shops by one street. Fang Zhou walked along the main street, the moonshadow cat steady on his shoulder, its tail hanging down his back and swaying gently, its chin slightly raised, as if inspecting its own territory. Several shops in the spirit beast market had prominent signs. The largest was called Spirit Beast Residence, with a 3-bay frontage and shelves stocked with everything from Spirit Beast feed to toys. As soon as Fang Zhou entered, the moon shadow cat on his shoulder pricked up its ears, its gaze fixed on a row of cat nests in the corner. He followed its line of sight and found that the prices of those nests varied greatly. The cheapest bamboo-woven nest was only 10 spirit coins padded with a layer of soft grass. The most expensive was a spirit cat nest carved entirely from moonlight, with its surface engraved with a spirit gathering array and a nourishing array priced at 8,000 spirit coins. There were several mid-range options ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand spirit coins. Fang Zhou naturally walked toward the middle row. The moon shadow cat on his shoulder suddenly stood up. It leaped down, landing steadily beside the moonlight-wood cat nest, circled it halfway, and then sat down. It sat there quietly, its tail draped over the rim of the nest, posture dignified, tilting its head slightly to look at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou looked at the cat, then at the price tag, then scrutinized the cat from head to tail. 8,000, Fang Zhou said. The moon shadow cat did not respond, merely tilted its head a little. Damn Hajime. Fang Zhou took out his spirit card and swiped 8,000 spirit coins under the shopkeeper's enthusiastic gaze. The moon shadow cat let out a pleased cry. When Fang Zhou walked out of the shop carrying the cat nest, the cat nimbly leaped back onto his shoulder. After buying the nest, Fang Zhou did not head straight back. He continued along the main street, passed through the market, walked past the training ground, and finally stopped at the easternmost end of Chang'an City. Before him was a vast complex of buildings. Above the main gate hung a plaque inscribed with the words Chang'an Academy. Through the surrounding walls, the faint sounds of reading and martial training could be heard. Occasionally a few youths, boys and girls, ran out from the side gate wearing uniform plain robes, carrying scrolls. Their footsteps hurried. Fang Zhou stood at the entrance for a moment. Hajime poked its head out from his shoulder, also looking toward the academy. He reached up, took the cat off his shoulder, let it lie in the crook of his arm, and stepped inside. The academy was larger inside than it appeared from outside. Several rows of classrooms lined up along the central axis. Beyond the main path lay a spacious training ground with weapon racks standing at the edges. A few youths were sparring in the field. Further away there was a library tower and several meditation rooms. Fang Zhou stood by the training ground for a while before someone noticed him. A young cultivator wearing the outer disciple attire of the Wanqing sect walked over from the direction of the classrooms. He had a refined face and looked only a few years older than Fang Zhou. He sized up Fang Zhou, his gaze pausing on the moon shadow cat for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "This fellow Taoist seems unfamiliar. Is this your first time at Chang'an Academy?" "Yes," Fang Zhou returned the greeting. "My name is Fang Zhou. I arrived in Chang'an not long ago. I'd like to ask about the entrance assessment for the Wanqing sect." The young cultivator nodded. "My name is Cheng Wen Yuan, an outer disciple of the Wanqing sect. I currently teach basic lessons to the children here at the academy. You want to join the Wanqing sect?" Fang Zhou said. "But I don't have a graduation certificate from the academy." Cheng Wen Yuan nodded, showing no surprise, and simply gestured for him to follow. The two sat down on a stone bench by the training ground. The moon shadow cat jumped out of Fang Zhou's arm and lay down on the other end of the bench to bask in the sun. "It's actually not uncommon to lack an academy certificate," Cheng Wen Yuan said, "especially for rogue cultivators and those from remote areas. Are you curious why the Wanqing sect insists on the certificate?" Fang Zhou nodded. Cheng Wen Yuan thought for a moment, then explained, "Simply put, the Wanqing sect looks at more than just cultivation talent when accepting disciples. Disciples who travel outside the sect year-round represent the Wanqing sect, in every word and deed. No matter how high one's cultivation, if they act without principles, they become a menace out there. The academy certificate isn't proof of character. After all, character isn't something a piece of paper can prove. But at least those who have been educated will more or less listen to reason. Having read the sage's books, knowing what to do and what not to do with a basic understanding of good and evil, they're less likely to go to extremes when they go out." He paused and pointed at the youths sparring on the training ground. "Most of the children here at Chang'an Academy are orphans rescued by sect disciples during their outings. They study and cultivate here. After graduation, some will take the sect assessment, some will become sect disciples, others may choose to govern other cities, or simply live as ordinary people. No matter which path they take, the foundation laid during these years at the academy will influence their entire lives." Fang Zhou listened in silence, inwardly agreeing. His previous world had a similar saying after all. "What about those without the certificate?" he asked. "There are 3 paths." Cheng Wen Yuan held up 3 fingers. "The first path, go to the city's affairs hall and accept a mission. There are 2 kinds of missions: doing good deeds or eliminating evil. Doing good deeds means completing a certain amount of volunteer service within the city, teaching at the academy, helping at the medical clinic, maintaining order at the market, and so on. The affairs hall will record your work. Eliminating evil missions involve going outside the city to deal with rogue cultivators or demonic beasts causing trouble. They're more dangerous, but completing one will basically earn you the certificate." He lowered 1 finger, leaving 2. "The second path is simpler, but takes more time. Live peacefully in Chang'an City for a year without any criminal record. Then go to the affairs hall and get a good conduct certificate. With that you can still take the sect assessment." The third path takes even more time. Re-enter the academy, study the curriculum, and graduate after passing the exam. When Fang Zhou heard the words re-enter the academy, his brow twitched involuntarily. Cheng Wenyuan seemed to catch his expression and laughed. Think it's too much trouble? Then you'd better take a mission. With a mission you could finish in a few days, though it's far more difficult than waiting a year. Fang Zhou lowered his head in thought. Taking an elimination mission at the affairs hall was clearly more suitable for him. A Dharma appearance peak cultivator clearing out a few rogue cultivators and beasts outside the city would be a piece of cake. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Cheng. He stood up and scooped the sunbathing moon shadow cat back into his arms. Cheng Wenyuan also rose and waved his hand. Don't mention it. If you take an elimination mission, Brother Fang, we might even travel together. In a few days I'll be leading a team to clear out a new batch of demonic beasts that have appeared. If we happen to meet, please look out for me. Fang Zhou smiled and said nothing more. He walked out of the gate of Cheng'an Academy holding the cat and headed back the way he came. The moon shadow cat climbed back onto his shoulder, squinting its eyes in the warm afternoon sunlight. Now it was time to start the easy hunt. Fang Zhou returned to the small building, the moon shadow cat already asleep on his shoulder. Its tail hung down his back, gently swaying with each step. He placed the cat bed in a corner of the bedroom, spread a soft cushion, then gently lifted the furry bundle from his shoulder and set it into the bed. The moon shadow cat opened one eye during the movement, glanced at him, then closed it again. Fang Zhou crouched by the bed for a moment, confirming it would not wake soon, then rose and went out. The affairs hall of Cheng'an City stood beside the central square. When Fang Zhou entered, the hall was not sparse. Behind the counter sat several Wanxing sect disciples handling paperwork. Fang Zhou stood at the counter for a moment. A female disciple seemingly in her early 20s looked up and addressed him. Fellow Taoist here to take a mission. Yes, Fang Zhou said. I need a mission certificate to participate in the Wanxing sect's entrance examination. The female disciple nodded, pulled out a ledger from under the counter, and flipped to the latest page. What is your name, fellow Taoist? Where do you currently reside in Cheng'an City? Fang Zhou, East 3rd Street, Building 5. The female disciple noted it down and asked again, what kind of mission does fellow Taoist wish to take? The affairs hall divides missions into two categories: benevolence and eliminating evil. Benevolence missions mainly involve volunteering within the city, teaching at the academy, helping at the medical hall, assisting in the market, etc. The duration requirement is at least 100 hours, and upon completion, the recipient signs to certify. Eliminating evil missions involve going out of the city to suppress rogue beasts or rogue cultivators causing trouble. One completion suffices. Fang Zhou thought for a moment. Eliminating evil. The female disciple was not surprised by his choice. 9 out of 10 rogue cultivators who came to the affairs hall for missions chose eliminating evil. 100 hours of volunteer work sounded simple, but for those with a restless nature, it was too slow. She turned the ledger to the mission list page and pushed it in front of Fang Zhou. These are the unclaimed missions, fellow Taoist. Take a look. Fang Zhou glanced down. The list scattered a dozen or so entries, mostly elimination missions like rogue beast sighted 100 li west of the city, or rogue cultivators holed up in an abandoned mine south of the suburbs. Each entry was marked with a stagnation duration and the corresponding stagnation fee. The lowest stagnation fee was 50,000 spirit coins, and the longest one had been pending for over a month with a stagnation fee as high as 300,000. Stagnation fee. Fang Zhou looked up. Before the female disciple could speak, a middle-aged steward walked over, teapot in hand, and chimed in, Is this your first time at the affairs hall, fellow Taoist? The middle-aged steward appeared to be in his 40s with a composed smile on his face. The embroidery on his sleeves had 2 extra lines compared to others, indicating a supervisory rank. He walked to the counter, refilled his tea, and then unhurriedly began to explain. This stagnation fee, simply put, is a deposit. Previously there was no such rule. When a mission was reported, sect disciples would resolve it the same day, and there was never such a thing as stagnation. Later, for a time, the number of rogue cultivators and seekers coming to Cheng'an City suddenly increased. The sect began to propose opening some simple elimination missions to non-sect cultivators, giving those who wished to study a chance to demonstrate their abilities. The sect deliberated and set aside a class of missions, only assigning elimination missions that if left unattended would cause losses, but not harm people. He took a sip of tea and continued. But then problems arose. After the missions were designated, some people accepted them, but were in no hurry to complete them, dragging their feet for 10 days or half a month without any progress. But the rogue beasts and rogue cultivators would not wait. They would still ravage the crops and harass the passers-by. The sect had no choice but to set this stagnation fee rule: pay a deposit when accepting a mission, and the full amount will be refunded upon completion. If completed within the time limit, not a single spirit coin is deducted. The longer the delay, the more deducted. If the deadline passes without completion, the stagnation fee goes to the affairs hall, and the mission is relisted for others. Hearing this, Fang Zhou suddenly understood that this rule was clearly aimed at foreign cultivators like him. Wanxing sect disciples did not need to pay a stagnation fee when undertaking missions because the sect had natural disciplinary power over its own disciples. Failure to complete incurred penalties, poor performance invited accountability. But foreign rogue cultivators and seekers had no affiliation with the sect, and there was no means of restraint. Hence this solution was devised. In other words, the 10,000 spirit coins were a credit deposit. If you cannot be trusted, you deposit money first before doing business. Have you decided, fellow Taoist? The female disciple pushed the ledger forward again. Fang Zhou glanced down the mission list once more. The longest one pending for a month targeted a second-rank rogue beast active north of the city with a stagnation fee of 300,000. The shortest one had just been posted 3 hours ago. Eliminate a nest of rogue rats on the western outskirts with a stagnation fee of 100,000. He pointed to that one. This one. The female disciple glanced at it, made a note in the ledger. Western outskirts rogue rats, second-rank beasts, population estimated between 10 and 20, risk level low. Completion criteria: eliminate all rogue rats and bring back the Rat King's inner core as proof. Time limit: 3 days. Stagnation fee: 100,000 spirit coins, fully refundable upon completion. Fang Zhou took out his spirit card from his sleeve and handed it over. The female disciple swiped the card over a formation plate, and the spiritual pattern numbers flickered. She stamped the ledger, wrote a mission certificate, and handed it to him. Fang Zhou took the certificate and glanced at it. It listed the mission content, time limit, and completion criteria. At the bottom was a line: if not completed by the deadline, the stagnation fee will not be refunded. He tucked the certificate into his sleeve and turned to leave the affairs hall. The afternoon sun over Chang'an City was bright. The spirit formation in the square still rotated slowly in midair. Fang Zhou squinted at the sky from the steps. The rat nest was on the western outskirts, not far from the city, and flying would take little time. He was about to step away when a hurried footstep came from behind. Fellow Taoist Fang, please wait. The middle-aged steward trotted out of the affairs hall, still holding his teapot, and lowered his voice. Fellow Taoist Fang, there is something I forgot to remind you earlier. Fang Zhou stopped. The western outskirts rogue rat nest. The notes on the posting mentioned something. The steward said, his expression more serious than before. Recently that area has been unsettled. A few days ago a merchant convoy was attacked nearby, and 2 people were injured. Although it is not yet certain whether it is the same group of rats, you should be extra cautious if you go alone. Fang Zhou nodded. Thank you for the warning. The steward looked him over, smiled, and patted his shoulder. Go on. Remember to come back to the affairs hall to close the mission. Fang Zhou acknowledged, then walked along the main street toward the city gate. After a few steps he suddenly stopped and looked back. The steward was still standing there holding his teapot, gazing at his retreating figure with a subtle expression as if pondering something. When he saw Fang Zhou turn back, he waved his hand, chuckled, turned around, and ambled slowly back into the affairs hall. Fang Zhou withdrew his gaze and continued on. A Dharma image peak cultivator going to clear out a nest of second-rank rogue rats was roughly equivalent to using a laser cannon to shoot mosquitoes. Still, it was fine. The simpler the mission, the faster he could obtain the certificate. He just needed to be careful not to cause too much commotion. Fang Zhou exited the west gate of Chang'an City. The western suburbs were no more than 20 li away, and with his cultivation at the Dharma Physique Realm, he could cover the distance in an instant. With a single step, 20 li vanished beneath him. The terrain of the western suburbs was dominated by low rolling hills thick with shrubs and scattered with gravel. Fang Zhou descended onto a high slope, and his divine sense spread out like ripples of water in all directions. In an instant he locked onto his target. Beneath a rocky slope, 3 li to the west, over a dozen faint demonic auras gathered together. Those demonic auras were mixed and inferior. The strongest was merely at the early spiritual aperture realm, while the rest were even inferior to the body tempering realm. In Fang Zhou's perception, that cluster of demonic auras was like a flickering candle flame swaying in a gale. Even a casual press of his divine sense could extinguish them completely. With a thought, he precisely pressed his divine sense down upon the dozen or so demonic auras. Those demonic rats didn't even have a chance to make a sound. They lost their breath instantly. Fang Zhou's form flickered, and he was already above the rocky slope. With a thought, over a dozen large demonic rats flew out from the crevices and scattered on the ground. Their fur was gray-black, their eyes crimson. The largest was as big as a calf, presumably the Rat King. But now these demonic rats had lost all their usual ferocity. Each lay prostrate on the ground, devoid of any sign of life. Fang Zhou extended a finger, pointed through the air, and then reached out to grasp. A grayish-brown inner core the size of a pigeon egg flew from the Rat King's corpse into his palm. The inner core's surface was rough, emitting faint demonic energy fluctuations. It was indeed a second-grade demonic beast's inner core. Fang Zhou stored the core into his storage ring, rose on his flying sword, and returned along the same path. As he flew over the official road in the western suburbs, he casually swept his divine sense over the surrounding area. The middle-aged steward had mentioned that merchant caravans had been attacked here recently. Since he was already here, he might as well check. His divine sense scanned a radius of 10 li. Aside from a few insignificant low-grade demonic beasts and a merchant caravan camping far off the road, there was nothing unusual. The attack on the caravan was probably unrelated to this nest of demonic rats. Fang Zhou did not linger and flew straight back to Chang'an City. At the affairs hall, the same female disciple was still sitting behind the counter. Seeing Fang Zhou enter, she looked up and asked, Taoist Fang, is there something you're unclear about? The western suburbs' demonic rats have been eliminated. Fang Zhou placed the inner core on the counter and then took out the quest token and pushed it over. The female disciple looked down at the inner core, then at the quest token, then raised her head to look at Fang Zhou. Her mouth opened and closed. Taoist Fang Yu, are you saying you've already completed the quest to eliminate the western suburbs' demonic rats? Yes. This quest was handed to you, and now you're back, she said, quickly glancing at the timing array on the counter. The array's spiritual light flickered, clearly showing the interval between the quest's acceptance and the present moment, less than half an hour. I used a flying artifact to get there, Fang Zhou said flatly. Can you settle the quest now? The female disciple nodded. Flying artifacts were not rare, but a cultivator who could fly so fast by controlling an artifact was at least at the mid-spiritual aperture realm or above. This young cultivator, who looked even younger than her, actually had a cultivation level higher than she had expected. She did not press further. She picked up the inner core, examined it carefully, confirmed it was indeed a second-grade Rat King core, made a few notes in the register, then took out a certificate stamped with the Affairs Hall seal from under the counter and pushed it together with the spirit card, refunding the deposit fee in front of Fang Zhou. Here is the quest completion certificate. The deposit of 1000 spirit coins has been fully refunded. Congratulations, Taoist Fang. With this certificate, you can participate in the Wanqing sect's entrance examination. Fang Zhou took the certificate and glanced at it. The document neatly recorded the quest details, completion status, and evaluation results with the Affairs Hall's vermilion seal stamped at the bottom right corner. Thank you, Fang Zhou said, putting the certificate into his sleeve. He turned and left. The female disciple watched him walk out of the Affairs Hall's door and muttered under her breath, awesome. Fang Zhou walked back along the main street with a light step. Passing by the market, he bought some cat food and a packet of pastries, and also got a pot of spiritual tea from a street-side tea stall. Although the Moon Shadow cat didn't need special feeding, Fang Zhou always wanted to prepare some treats for it. When he returned to East 3rd Street, the sky was still bright. He had stayed in Cheng'an City for a few days, and this was the first time he had done something serious. With the certificate in hand, the next step was to wait for the Wanqing sect's examination to begin, and then step openly into the gates of the #1 sect under heaven. Fang Zhou pushed open the courtyard gate of the small building. The vines in the courtyard were still blooming with tiny white flowers. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the trellis onto the bluestone slabs. Everything was exactly as he had left it. He walked through the courtyard carrying the oil paper package. Just as he stepped into the guest hall, his footsteps halted. Yiningen was sitting by the table. Today she wore a simple cyan dress without a sword, and her long hair was unbound, casually falling over her shoulders. Her posture was still erect, her back like a sword, but there was less of her usual coldness in her brow and more of a barely perceptible weariness. Hearing his footsteps, she raised her eyes to look at Fang Zhou. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment, then she tilted her head slightly back. Fang Zhou stood still holding the just-bought spiritual fruits and pastries. He looked at Yiningen, and she looked back at him. Those clear, cold eyes quietly watched him, as if confirming he was unharmed. Why are you here? Fang Zhou walked in and placed the oil paper package on the table. Are you done with sect business? No, I came back to see you. Yiningen looked at Fang Zhou, paused, and said, you took a quest. Fang Zhou was startled. How did you know? The Affairs Hall sent me a message. Fang Zhou was about to say something. A second-grade demonic rat, she said, her tone unreadable. You went alone. Fang Zhou opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Yiningen spoke again. Her voice was slightly softer than before, and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Next time you want to take a quest, let me know. You lack practical experience, and your cultivation is only at the spiritual aperture realm, Yiningen advised earnestly. Although the western suburbs aren't dangerous, it's not safe for you to go alone. I can accompany you next time. Fang Zhou stood in the guest hall speechless. He looked at Yiningen and suddenly wanted to confess his true cultivation to her, but he was afraid of her unique way of thinking. What if she thought her talent was mediocre and she was unworthy of this unparalleled genius and chose to repay her debt in another way? Then where would he find such a fiancée again? Better to wait until he broke through to the Saint domain before telling her. By then, even if her master intervened, she might not be able to take her away. All right. Fang Zhou sat down opposite Yiningen, opened the oil paper package, and pushed the pastries toward her. Yiningen glanced at the pastries, but didn't touch them. She simply picked up the cold tea on the table and took a sip. The Moon Shadow cat had somehow slipped out of the bedroom. It silently leaped onto Fang Zhou's lap, curled into a silver-white ball, gently wagged its tail, and then closed its eyes. If you have time, you can go to the academy to study. I've spoken with the people there. Yiningen set down her teacup. I've asked my master about joining the sect. She said you can just register directly when the sect examination begins. Wait, why did I bother doing the quest then? With this connection, you should have said so earlier. No, it seems I acted too quickly. Fang Zhou was momentarily speechless. Yiningen looked at Fang Zhou's helpless expression, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Then she took out a jade pendant and handed it to him. This is a movement technique I specially selected for you. Practice it often so you can run away if you encounter something you can't defeat. She loves me so much. Fang Zhou felt a bit moved. There are still some matters to handle at the sect. I'll take my leave now. Yi Ningen stood up, paused, and said, next time I'll bring you some spiritual medicine. Don't be stingy with money. Having said that, seeing Fang Zhou staring blankly at the jade pendant, she turned and left. Oh my god, I've never been treated like this before. It stunned me. Are there really such women in the world? I never saw one in my past life either. Meow, the evil Hakimi, startled Fang Zhou awake. Fang Zhou looked at Hakimi and decided to first take a look at the movement technique. Fang Zhou lowered his gaze to the warm, smooth jade pendant in his hand, then looked toward the direction where Yi Ningen had departed. Beyond the courtyard gate, the azure figure was already gone, leaving only the white blossoms on the vines swaying gently in the afternoon breeze. Fang Zhou felt that his 18 years had been wasted. In both his past life and this one, no one had ever treated him with such an attitude. In the script he had envisioned, after the engagement was broken, he would embark on his path of counterattack, alone defeating enemies and leveling up along the way, eventually reaching the pinnacle of the world. He might have a few brothers and close confidants by his side, but no one would ever treat him like this. This was beyond his blind spot. Spiritual runes spread from the jade pendant, flowing and shifting across its surface. Fang Zhou channeled his spiritual energy into it, and a complete set of cultivation technique information surged into his mind. The movement technique was called Vanishing Shadow. It was divided into 3 levels. The first level, Body Shift, involved condensing spiritual energy beneath the feet in a specific pattern, using the force to sidestep at a speed so fast that it left an afterimage at the original spot. The second level, Concealed Breath, merged one's own aura with the surrounding environment, coordinating with footwork to change positions, making it difficult for opponents to lock on. The third level, Vanishing Shadow, when fully exerted, rendered the body silent and invisible, moving so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to track. However, for him this movement technique was of little practical use. The movement technique he had created when breaking through the Fang realm, Human Emperor Step, was already sufficient for his needs. With a single thought he could shrink the earth into inches, transforming a vast distance into an instant step. But Yi Ningen had obviously put considerable thought into selecting this movement technique. An ordinary youth would indeed find it hard to resist such a powerful technique. To make him willing to cultivate, she had probably expended a great deal of effort. The moon shadow cat poked its head out from the bedroom, glanced at him, then retreated back inside. Fang Zhou walked to the table, sat down, and carefully studied the technique from beginning to end. Reading it once made him understand the basics. Standing up and practicing it once brought it to perfection. This was his effort and sweat. After shedding his sweat, it was time to make an effort to sleep. The next morning, Fang Zhou was again awakened by the moon shadow cat pressing down on him. That fluffy ball had somehow sneaked onto his bed again, lying on his chest, its tail brushing back and forth under his chin. Fang Zhou reached out and pushed it aside, then turned over and sat up. Outside the window, the sky had just begun to brighten. Cheng'an City was shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist, and the faint sound of the academy's morning bell came from afar. He recalled that Yi Ningen had mentioned yesterday that she had already arranged things at the academy. Although he no longer had to worry about the sect's admission test, Yi Ningen evidently thought that a little more study would be of some benefit to him, so she conveniently arranged his enrollment at the academy as well. That was just how she did things. After making arrangements, she would inform you, and you could do as you pleased. There was no coercion. Fang Zhou had no objection to this, since he was idle in the small building anyway, and going to the academy would be fine. After settling Hajime, since it was a spirit beast and should not wander off, Fang Zhou left the house with peace of mind. The morning at Cheng'an Academy was even livelier than the market. When Fang Zhou reached the gate, a group of youths in plain academy robes were walking in 2s and 3s toward the school entrance, some carrying books, others munching on breakfast bought from street stalls. Fang Zhou mingled with the crowd and walked and found the academy's registration office and gave his name. The registrar clerk flipped through the roster, looked up, and gave him a second glance, then handed him a set of academy robes and a schedule. Cheng Wenyuan was standing at the entrance of the main building of the academy, holding a beginner's textbook on formations. Seeing Fang Zhou approach, he greeted him with a smile. "Brother Fang, you're here. Senior sister Yi told me yesterday that you haven't attended the academy before, so she asked me to show you around the courses here." Fang Zhou smiled and thanked him. Yi Ningen had even considered his dignity, deliberately asking Cheng Wenyuan to guide him rather than leaving him flustered and alone among a group of youths 5 or 6 years younger than him. Cheng Wenyuan led him on a tour of the academy. Classrooms, training grounds, library, meditation chambers. Fang Zhou had roughly seen them yesterday, but with Cheng Wenyuan's explanations today, the details became much clearer. The academy's courses were divided into 3 categories: literary studies, theoretical studies, and martial studies. Literary studies taught literacy, historical allusions, and principles of conduct. Theoretical studies taught mathematics, physics, and astronomy, and geography. Martial studies taught basic martial arts techniques and methods for strengthening the body. Brother Fang's cultivation foundation is certainly no problem, Cheng Wenyuan said, looking at the schedule. Martial studies should be easy for you. The main challenges are literary and theoretical studies. You didn't attend academy as a child, so you might need to catch up on some basics. Fang Zhou resignedly nodded. Could he not escape the fate of going to school, even in another world? The academy only had classes in the morning and most students would choose to attend 2 or 3 sessions. Fang Zhou thought for a moment and decided to try them all since there was no tuition fee. The first class was literary studies. Fang Zhou was seated in the last row of the classroom. The youths around him had an average age of no more than 13, and their cultivation hadn't even reached the CUT realm. His expression unchanged, he opened the book in front of him, glanced at 2 pages, and found it to be a beginner-level textbook. He silently closed the book and began to daydream. However, he soon discovered that the content of the literary class was not entirely what he had expected. The elderly cultivator teaching had graying hair and spoke in a slow, measured manner. Do not bully the weak, do not flatter the powerful. There are things to do and things not to do. The old cultivator stood on the platform with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the room of youths. These 15 characters are the admonition left by the 3rd sect master of the Wanxing sect. Many of you will become cultivators in the future. With cultivation and status, it is easy to forget who you originally were. But disciples of the Wanxing sect, no matter how high their cultivation or how great their status, must step in when they see injustice. When they see the weak being bullied, they must act. This is not a noble character. It is the most basic bottom line of a person. Fang Zhou leaned back in his chair, then straightened up slightly. Sheng Wenyuan had said something similar yesterday at the training ground, but the old cultivator's words were more direct. Some of you may not become disciples of the Wanxing sect in the future. You may just return to being ordinary people. This class is equally useful for you, because whether you become a cultivator or a commoner, you are first and foremost a human being. To be human, you must be literate. If you can't read, you can't understand the rules. You must know basic astronomy and geography, or you'll get lost on the way home. You must learn arithmetic and bookkeeping, or you'll be cheated, and even count money for the swindler. You must be physically fit, able to run and jump, so that when others bully you, you have the strength to flee, and if you can't escape, you have the strength to fight back. The next theoretical class covered basic mathematics and common knowledge of astronomy and geography. The middle-aged female cultivator teaching the theoretical class drew a simple star chart on the blackboard, speaking from the 28 mansions to the 4 seasons and solar terms, and then extending to practical skills for identifying directions in the wilderness. Fang Zhou had studied more systematic astronomy in his past life, but listening to her reinterpret the stars from a cultivation perspective was a unique pleasure. However, during the martial studies class, an unexpected incident occurred. For some unknown reason, a youth began to shout loudly. Sha sha sha. The boy's low hoarse growl echoed repeatedly across the training ground. Those around him instinctively moved aside, leaving him space. The martial arts instructor stood at the edge of the field, arms crossed, watching the boy with helpless resignation. Fang Zhou lingered at the outer ring of the crowd, his gaze piercing through the shoulders of the students ahead to fix on the boy at the center of the open space. The boy looked no more than 12 or 13. He stood on the ground, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His head was bowed, his face hidden, but his shoulders trembled violently, veins bulging. Fang Zhou furrowed his brow slightly, silently channeling spiritual energy into his eyes. The world in his vision transformed instantly. The spiritual array above the training ground became visible, its intricate patterns clear, and the spiritual light of each person flickered before his eyes. His gaze fell upon the boy. The spiritual light was intact, the meridians unobstructed. Fang Zhou extended his divine sense, sweeping over the boy's soul. The soul was also complete, with no fractures or signs of invasion. Fang Zhou withdrew his divine sense. The body was fine, the soul was fine. The problem could only lie in the mental realm. Still, it was hardly surprising. Qing'an City had taken in too many unfortunate souls. 8 out of 10 children in the academy had been rescued from perilous situations by the disciples of the Wanxing sect. Some were orphans of war, others survivors of deadly beast attacks, and a few had been pulled straight from heaps of corpses. Physical wounds could be healed, but some things etched into the mind and memory were not so easily erased. Everyone practice on your own for now, the instructor's voice rang out in each ear. Give Luo Chuan some space. The students obediently dispersed, returning to various spots around the training ground and resuming their stances. A few of the younger ones stole glances back, only to have their heads turned away by the older students. Fang Zhou was curious. Even with his cultivation at the Dharma image realm, he could not discern what was wrong with this boy. Fang Zhou asked a nearby boy classmate what's wrong with him. Could it be an ailment even the Wanxing sect's physicians cannot cure? In Cheng'an City, most medical care was provided by the physicians of the Wanxing sect. Moreover, they treated first and charged later. Those who couldn't pay could even owe with interest so low it was virtually non-existent. Basically, residents of the city never worried about illness. Common ailments were trivial for cultivators. The boy Fang Zhou had spoken to started with a start, then turned to see an unfamiliar young cultivator. He replied awkwardly. His name is Luo Chuan. He was drawn to a fragment of some primordial deity. When the fragment tried to possess him, a Wanxing sect elder saved him in time, but his mind has been troubled ever since. Primordial deity. Fang Zhou was puzzled. He had never heard of any so-called deities in this world. Primordial deities are beings born naturally from heaven and earth, wielding immense power from birth. They're covered in the record of dangerous beings taught in the academy. The boy looked at him as if he were a hopeless student. You don't even know that. But there aren't many primordial deities left. Most have been shattered into fragments. If a fragment successfully possesses a living being, it can revive after some time. That's why the academy tells us to run the moment we see a primordial deity fragment. So hellish, they can even fight a resurrection match. Fang Zhou was astounded. These primordial deities are indeed formidable. The boy, hearing Fang Zhou mutter things he couldn't understand, discreetly edged away. Oh no, could this be another Luo Chuan? Fang Zhou paid it no mind. After all, how could mortals comprehend the thoughts of a god? Hey classmate, Fang Zhou pressed on. If primordial deities are so powerful, why were they shattered into fragments? The boy was stumped. He frowned, thinking for a long while before answering uncertainly. The academy didn't go into detail. They just said to run if we see one. We'll learn the rest in sect history class after we join a sect. Hearing this, Fang Zhou fell into contemplation. This was familiar territory. He didn't need to learn it, just like in high school the teacher would explain later. The boy's growls had gradually subsided. His body still trembled, but his clenched fists began to loosen. Fragment possession, revival, mental disturbance. These pieces connected, forming a vague conjecture in Fang Zhou's mind. Luo Chuan's soul was intact, meaning the possession had been interrupted in time. The fragment hadn't truly invaded his soul. Yet the mental trauma remained. Perhaps the fragment had left something behind in the depths of Luo Chuan's psyche before being expelled. But it was only a guess. His knowledge of primordial deity fragments was limited to the few words the boy had spoken. He didn't even know what the fragment looked like or its nature. How long has Luo Chuan been like this? Fang Zhou asked again. Several months, the boy replied. The academy's physicians have seen him, and even the Wanxing sect's elders were consulted. They all said there was nothing to be done. His soul and body are fine, but he has these episodes from time to time. In the end, it's all we can do. Give him space when it happens and wait for him to come around. Fang Zhou nodded and asked no more. At the center of the open space, Luo Chuan finally calmed down. He lifted his head, revealing a sweat-drenched face, his eyes gradually focusing from their daze. The instructor patted his shoulder, helped him up, handed him a pill, and told him to rest in the shade of a tree. Luo Chuan nodded, woodenly walked to the shade, and sat down. His hands still trembled slightly, but his expression had returned to calm. All right, everyone, come here. The instructor clapped his hands, gathering the students back to the center of the training ground. Next, pair up for sparring practice. Remember, stop at the point of contact. The students quickly dispersed, each seeking a partner. The boy who had spoken to Fang Zhou instinctively edged away again, afraid of being paired with this newcomer who muttered strange things. Fang Zhou, in no hurry to find a partner, stood where he was, watching the pairs form and begin their drills. Suddenly, he felt a gaze upon him. Under the tree, Luo Chuan was watching him. In those eyes that had just regained focus, a flicker of scrutinizing appraisal passed. The expression lasted less than half a breath. Then Luo Chuan lowered his head again, clasped his hands on his knees, and resumed his wooden demeanor. Fang Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, but before he could dwell on it, a hand landed on his shoulder. Brother Fang, the other students might not match your cultivation. How about I spar with you? Cheng Wenyuan had somehow appeared beside him. Fang Zhou withdrew his gaze, sized up Cheng Wenyuan's cultivation at the spirit aperture middle stage, and nodded. I enjoy crossing realms to fight. After all, I'm a genius. Mid-rift opening. This cultivation level was quite respectable among the outer disciple ranks of the Wanxing sect, and among the younger generation of Tianyang City, it was more than enough to make him stand above his peers. Cheng Wenyuan must have learned from Yi Ningen that he had already reached the peak of the spiritual aperture stage. Most students in the academy had only just drawn spiritual energy into their bodies, failing even to reach the tempering body stage. Sparring with them served merely as a teaching exercise and offered no real improvement, or so Cheng Wenyuan believed. Then I'll trouble you for your guidance, senior brother Cheng. Fang Zhou cupped his hands in salute. The surrounding students instinctively cleared a wider space, and some of the younger ones excitedly scrambled to find seats on the viewing stands. Sparring between cultivators wasn't unusual at the academy, but Cheng Wenyuan was an outer disciple of the Wanxing sect, and more often than not he took on an instructional role rather than fighting personally. Now that he was challenging a newcomer, the match certainly warranted a watch. The two stood 10 paces apart at the center of the clearing. What techniques do you specialize in, senior brother Fang? Cheng Wenyuan asked. Just barehanded combat. Let us keep it to a demonstration. Very well. Cheng Wenyuan said nothing more, assuming a boxing stance as his spiritual energy began to circulate slowly throughout his body. His opening form was textbook perfect, his stance rock solid, with hands positioned front and back for both offense and defense. Though his spiritual energy at the mid-spiritual aperture stage wasn't particularly formidable, it flowed through his body with remarkable smoothness, free of any resistance. Fang Zhou adopted no formal stance, standing relaxed in place with his arms hanging loosely at his sides. He even tilted his head slightly, as if waiting for Cheng Wenyuan to make the first move. A flicker of confusion crossed Cheng Wenyuan's eyes, but it lasted only a moment. He stomped his foot and surged forward, his right fist driving straight toward Fang Zhou's chest. The punch came fast, the wind of it tearing through the air, bolstered by spiritual energy. Fang Zhou sidestepped with minimal movement, letting the knuckles graze the fabric of his robes. Cheng Wenyuan's punch missed, but he didn't hesitate, swiveling his body and sweeping his left leg out like a whip toward Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou tapped his toes lightly against the ground and stepped back, allowing the kick to pass harmlessly before him. Impressive footwork, Cheng Wenyuan praised, yet his assault showed no signs of stopping. Using the momentum of his spin, he planted himself and unleashed a rapid flurry of punches, each one following so quickly that afterimages trailed through the air. The surrounding students watched in amazement, several of the younger ones with mouths agape. Fang Zhou moved through the storm of fists with unhurried grace. He offered no counterattacks, only evasion. Every step fell into the narrow gaps between Cheng Wenyuan's strikes, his movements minimal, a slight shoulder shift here, a half-step retreat there. To onlookers, he seemed to drift effortlessly through Cheng Wenyuan's barrage, his robes fluttering yet untouched. Senior brother Cheng is only dodging and not striking. Does he look down on me? Cheng Wenyuan reined in his attacks, his tone tinged with frustration. You misunderstand, senior brother Cheng. I'm merely considering how to strike without actually hurting you. Fang Zhou spoke with calm detachment. Cheng Wenyuan paused, then laughed incredulously. If that's what you're thinking, I'm all the more curious now. He drew a deep breath, his spiritual energy surging faster through his body as his presence rose sharply. This time he meant to fight seriously. His footwork shifted and his form fractured into 3 afterimages that struck Fang Zhou simultaneously from different angles. The students around them gasped, and the young man who had spoken with Fang Zhou earlier stared wide-eyed, muttering, Instructor Cheng is getting serious. Fang Zhou watched the 3 afterimages converge, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he extended his hand. There was no surge of spiritual energy, no deceptive afterimages, just a simple reach, index and middle fingers together, threading through the overlapping illusions to tap precisely on one of their wrists. The 3 afterimages vanished instantly. Cheng Wenyuan's true form reappeared, his right fist frozen mid-strike, his wrist pinned by Fang Zhou's 2 fingers, unable to advance another inch. A brief silence fell over the training ground. Cheng Wenyuan looked down at his trapped wrist, then up at Fang Zhou's effortless demeanor, his expression complicated. The force behind those 2 fingers wasn't overwhelming, but the angle was exquisitely precise, catching him at the weakest point of his strike. What startled him most was the instantaneous judgment Fang Zhou had displayed. The shifting of real and illusory in his technique was nearly impossible to read through at the spiritual aperture level, yet Fang Zhou had not only seen through it, but pinpointed his exact location. You? Cheng Wenyuan withdrew his fist and let out a helpless chuckle. Did you just say? You were thinking about how to strike without actually hitting me? Yes. Fang Zhou pulled his hand back with a carefree smile. What did that blow your mind? The surrounding students finally caught on, and whispers spread through the crowd like rising water. They couldn't comprehend the skill encoded between those 2 fingers, but they understood the outcome perfectly. Cheng Wenyuan had thrown a complete sequence of strikes, yet not a single one connected. In the end, Fang Zhou had ended the assault with just 2 fingers. The gap between them was evident even to ordinary people unfamiliar with cultivation. Cheng Wenyuan shook out his wrist, dismissing his confusion over Fang Zhou's earlier remark. Your strength is truly extraordinary, senior brother Fang. Thank you for holding back. Fang Zhou returned the smile and was about to speak when he sensed someone watching him. Turning toward the shade near the training ground, he found Luo Chuan seated, their hands clasped over his knees, expression unchanged. Yet in that brief moment when Fang Zhou had turned, he caught something in Luo Chuan's eyes, a lingering assessment that hadn't quite retreated. It felt as though something was using Luo Chuan's gaze to study him. Fang Zhou kept his expression neutral as he looked away, but inwardly his suspicions deepened. The possession had been interrupted, the soul remained intact, yet something was clearly wrong with the mind. The physicians and sect elders might be correct in their diagnosis, but he could sense the anomaly, and if he detected it, the powerful cultivators of the Wanqing sect certainly would have as well. Whatever that fragment had implanted in the depths of Luo Chuan's consciousness was capable of temporarily altering his state under certain conditions. The Wanqing sect's elders were likely using this as bait. Senior brother Fang. Cheng Wenyuan called out, noticing his distraction. I'm fine. Fang Zhou shook off his thoughts and brushed imaginary dust from his robe. Your boxing technique is remarkably solid, senior brother Cheng. Your Wanqing sect disciples truly are extraordinary. You flatter me, Cheng Wenyuan replied with a wave of his hand. Compared to you, senior brother Fang, I still have much to learn. The students gathered around, eagerly asking questions all at once. Fang Zhou answered them all patiently, and when the crowd finally dispersed, he looked back toward the shade, but Luo Chuan was already gone. Fang Zhou scanned the training ground, but found no trace of Luo Chuan. After a moment's thought, he decided not to follow. This was Cheng'an City, and the academy was filled with Wanqing sect members. If Luo Chuan truly harbored some issue, it wasn't his place as an outsider to intervene. Moreover, that single glance had only made him feel something was off, nowhere near the level that demanded vigilance. Put another way, even if that primordial deity had appeared in person, he wouldn't necessarily fear it. The martial arts class concluded amid the usual chatter, and students began packing away their equipment under their instructor's guidance. Cheng Wenyuan arranged to spar with Fang Zhou another day and reminded him that the academy operated on a schedule of 1 day on 2 days off, warning him not to make a wasted trip tomorrow before departing. Fang Zhou was greatly shocked. Wait, why hadn't anyone told him schooling was this relaxed? No wonder he'd come. The world truly was different. With nothing to occupy him, Fang Zhou decided to find something to eat and explore the area. Hajime appeared from nowhere, resting in the shade beneath a tree. Spotting Fang Zhou about to leave, it sprinted over and leapt lightly onto his shoulder, wrapping its tail around his neck before letting out a languid yawn. Let's go, Fang Zhou said, patting the cat's head with resignation as he headed toward the academy gate. When Fang Zhou stepped out of the academy, it was high noon. Was attending school truly this effortless? Fang Zhou couldn't help but feel a touch of sentimentality. After grabbing a quick meal at a nearby shop, Fang Zhou glanced at the sky. There was nothing waiting for him back home anyway, so he might as well take a stroll through the merchant district. In truth, most heavenly treasures and rare materials no longer offered any cultivation benefit to him. But not wanting to disappoint his fiancée's wishes, he still decided to wander through the market. Though the merchant district of Chang'an City lacked many high-grade items, most residents in the city were ordinary folk or low-level cultivators who had come to study, and disciples of the Wanxing sect rarely made purchases here. Thus, the finest artifacts available would not exceed third-tier treasures suitable for those at the Xiandan realm. Fang Zhou wandered between the various stalls, peering left and right, hoping to find something interesting. A gray-robed rogue cultivator, noticing him approach, lowered his voice and began hawking a fragment unearthed from an ancient secret realm, claiming it concealed some peerless cultivation technique. Fang Zhou picked it up and weighed it in his hand, discovering it was nothing more than an ordinary iron scrap. The patterns upon it were hand-carved with one stroke even misaligned. At most, it was crafted no earlier than last week. He casually returned it and continued walking. After browsing several more shops, Fang Zhou's interest began to fade. The finest items in the market were merely third-tier artifacts suitable only for cultivators at the Xiandan stage. To him, these so-called heavenly treasures were nothing short of trash, useful for nothing more than tasting. Having looked through a few more stalls, Fang Zhou completely lost interest. It would be better to buy some provisions for Yue and Cat instead. What would a first-rank spirit beast even eat? Perhaps he should also pick up a handbook on spirit beast husbandry. He wandered among the stalls once more before stopping at a vendor specializing in spirit beast supplies. The stall was lined with various spirit beast pills, herb sachets, and a few thin booklets. Fang Zhou picked one up. The cover read, Introduction to Spirit Beast Care. Yue and Cat poked his head out from Fang Zhou's shoulder, glanced at the book, and then turned his face away in obvious disdain. Unbelievable. Fang Zhou never thought he would one day see such an expression on a cat's face. The vendor was a round-faced, middle-aged cultivator. Spotting a customer, his eyes lit up, and he greeted Fang Zhou with a broad smile. This Yue and Cat of yours is splendidly raised, fellow cultivator. That beginner's manual is hardly suitable for someone like you. This cat appears to be from the Spirit Beast Peak at Wanxing sect, nurtured by their experts. Ordinary husbandry methods would be useless on it, of course. Fang Zhou glanced at the cat gracefully grooming itself on his shoulder and asked the vendor, then how should I raise it? Yue and Cat sustain themselves by absorbing moonlight essence and need no special feeding. But you may occasionally offer spirit pills refined from moonlight grass. It benefits their coat. The vendor lifted a small pouch of pills from the stall and offered it over. 1 pouch for 30 spirit coins, a month's supply. Fang Zhou took the pouch, examined it, and found the pills perfectly fine, not harmful at the very least, so he paid and moved on. Yue and Cat crouched upon his shoulder, gently nuzzling his cheek. Just as Fang Zhou was preparing to leave the market, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Brother Fang, what a coincidence. Fang Zhou turned around. Zhou Huan stood a few paces away, still clad in his embroidered silk robes, a jade pendant at his waist, and unaccompanied by any guards. He was alone. He held a rolled-up volume he had just purchased from a nearby bookstall, the cover reading Detailed Regulations for Chang'an City's Merchant District. He appeared to be in good spirits. Young Master Zhou. Fang Zhou gave a slight nod, his tone neither warm nor cold. Since their unpleasant parting at the porridge stall, he had not crossed paths with this man again. He had assumed Zhou Huan would continue seeking opportunities to pester him, yet the other had made no further attempts. Encountering him so unexpectedly at the market, Fang Zhou felt little aversion, only a touch of surprise. Come browsing the merchant district, Brother Fang. Zhou Huan naturally stepped beside him and glanced at the spirit beast supply stall he had just visited. Shopping for a spirit pet. Yue and Cat shot Zhou Huan an indifferent glance before returning to grooming his paws. Fang Zhou acknowledged with a single syllable, offering nothing further. If Brother Fang is not in a hurry, might I borrow a moment of your time? Zhou Huan rolled up the book in his hand and gestured toward a tea stand across the street. Let me treat you to a cup of tea as an apology for my intrusiveness last time. Fang Zhou pondered for a moment. There was no need to refuse, so he nodded. The tea stand was modest, and the two found a table near the edge and sat down. The vendor brought a pot of spirit tea, and Zhou Huan promptly poured a cup for Fang Zhou, smiling as he said, I depart Chang'an City tomorrow. Fang Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly. That was unexpected. He recalled Zhou Huan mentioning last time that he had spent 2 months at the Academy District preparing for the Wanqing sect entrance examination. For him to announce his departure so suddenly meant either he had given up or he had already achieved his purpose. So you won't be entering Wanqing sect? No. Zhou Huan's tone was calm and candid. I have obtained the answer I sought. He paused, meeting Fang Zhou's gaze, a hint of gratitude deepening his smile. Speaking of which, I owe this to you, brother Fang. Thank me, eh? Fang Zhou was bewildered. I never told you anything. It seemed Yi Ningen had not shared this with Fang Zhou. Curious. Zhou Huan chuckled and replied, Brother Fang need not dwell on it. Consider it my own moment of enlightenment. Fang Zhou lifted his teacup and took a sip. He could vaguely surmise the truth. To outsiders he himself held little value, his only notable asset being his identity as Yi Ningen's fiancée. Thus after their encounter at the porridge stall, Yi Ningen must have sought out Zhou Huan. You met with her? Fang Zhou set down his cup, his tone composed though spiritual energy began to stir within him. Zhou Huan did not deny it. Brother Fang is indeed perceptive. Miss Yi arrived sooner than I expected. Fang Zhou remained silent, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. Miss Yi is a kind person, Zhou Huan mused, playing with his cup. Even someone like me, she was willing to tell the answer I sought. So it was nothing adverse. If it had been, he likely wouldn't be sitting here today. Even without speaking, Wanqing sect was notorious for protecting its own. Were anything to happen to Yi Ningen, the entire Beishua dynasty would suffer in retaliation. With this thought, the spiritual energy within Fang Zhou gradually calmed. Honestly, brother Fang, Zhou Huan set down his cup, his voice tinged with emotion. Miss Yi taught me a very valuable lesson. Before coming to Cheng'an City, my mind was consumed with how to transplant the systems here back to the Beishua dynasty. Spiritual array layouts, administrative regulations, law enforcement structures. I copied it all. But Miss Yi showed me something crucial. This system functions not merely through rules and spirit stones, but because of the overwhelming power of Wanqing sect backing it all. So you gave up, eh? Fang Zhou asked. Far from it, Zhou Huan shook his head. Though I still have far to go, as long as I find the right path, I can ensure the common folk live in peace. Fang Zhou fell silent for a moment, then nodded. This Zhou Huan was indeed more interesting than he had initially assumed. Actually, Miss Yi also told me something else. Zhou Huan suddenly shifted the subject, a hint of amusement coloring his gaze as he looked at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou raised his eyes. And that was, she said, if young Master Zhou comes to study, he must follow the examination rules. If it is for other purposes, he would do well to return home. There will be no next time. Zhou Huan mimicked Yi Ningen's tone, imperfect yet uncannily reminiscent. I was so startled I broke into a cold sweat right then and there. Fang Zhou's fingers stilled against the teacup. Brother Fang probably doesn't know, Zhou Huan continued, his smile laced with teasing. When Miss Yi came to find me, my guards didn't even dare breathe. She is the direct disciple of the master of Shanghan Peak. Ordinarily catching an audience with her is nearly impossible. Yet for your sake, she made a special trip to deliver a warning to my face. Fang Zhou lifted his teacup and found the tea had gone cold. He set it back down, his expression unchanged, though something within him stirred, slowly rising like a tide. That is why I said I must thank you, brother Fang. Zhou Huan rose to his feet, tucked the volume of Cheng'an City Merchant District Regulations into his sleeve, and offered a respectful bow. Without you I would never have had the chance to receive answers from Miss Yi. You are truly blessed. Farewell. Zhou Huan stood, settled the tea bill, and made his way toward the Academy District. Fang Zhou remained seated at the tea stand, watching Zhou Huan's figure vanish into the flowing crowd of the merchant market. Yueying Cat leaped down from his shoulder and settled on the table, regarding him with amber eyes. What are you looking at? Fang Zhou reached out and gently nudged the cat's head aside. After Zhou Huan left, Fang Zhou remained seated at the tea stall, stunned. The tea in his cup had long gone cold, the leaves settled at the bottom. The moon shadow cat lay on the table, its tail lazily brushing against his hand every now and then, its amber eyes half closed, as if keeping him company in his daze. He suddenly let out a long sigh, stood up, scooped up the cat, and retraced his steps back along the path he had come. When he reached the small house on East 3rd Street, the sky was still early. The afternoon sun streamed obliquely through the window, painting a bright square of light on the floor of the main hall. The moon shadow cat leaped from his shoulder, walked over to its cat bed, and curled itself into a silvery white ball of fur. Fang Zhou stood in the main hall for a moment, suddenly at a loss for what to do. This feeling was not unfamiliar. In the 18 years he had spent in the Fang family, he often found himself trapped in such a state. After a bout of cultivation, after finishing a storybook, after savoring a delicious meal, he would lie in the bamboo chair under the crooked neck tree, staring at the branches and leaves above, and spend an entire afternoon in a daze. When his mother passed by, she would bring him some snacks and give him some money, urging him to go out more. His father never bothered him, perhaps feeling indebted to him, and thus indulged him. Fang Zhou actually had no goals. When he came to this world, he had brought the memories of his previous life with him. An ordinary modern person inexplicably reborn into a world where cultivation was possible. When he learned that this world had cultivators, he was indeed excited for a while. After discovering that he seemed to have the protagonist template of the broken engagement trope, he became even more excited. Just follow the script. wait for the engagement to be broken, counterattack, humiliate the opponent, and live the life he had once fantasized about. When it came to cultivation, he had talent and could cultivate, so he cultivated. After all, he had nothing better to do. But if someone truly asked him the purpose of his cultivation, he couldn't give an answer. He had no enemies. Nobody in the Fang family looked down on him. As for pursuing immortality, he hadn't even figured out what he would do with such a long life. He cultivated simply because cultivating was easy for him, as natural as breathing. Realms that others could only break through after 10 years of secluded meditation, he could break through while lying down, sitting, or walking. Spiritual energy circulated within him more smoothly than a river's flow. He had never known what a bottleneck felt like. Even the threshold of the sacred domain, which countless pinnacle Dharma image cultivators could never cross in their entire lives, was not a question of whether he could cross it, but merely when he chose to. But precisely because cultivation was too easy for him, he held no deep obsession with it. Fang Zhou knew his own character well. He was not the type to grit his teeth and persevere through adversity. If his talent were a little worse, if he were stuck at a certain realm for 10 or 8 years, he would probably have given up long ago. He would have remained in Tianyang City as the young master of the Fang family, eating and drinking the finest things every day, raising a courtyard full of hajime cats, and still living a happy life. He lacked neither money nor love nor talent, so he had no motivation. Such a life wasn't bad, and Fang Zhou had always believed so. His father had no expectations of him, his mother only wished for his safety, and he himself had no ambition to become the strongest under heaven. When his accumulation was sufficient, he would break through. When it wasn't, he would continue lying around, knowing it would eventually be enough. He even felt that this very mindset might be one of the reasons his cultivation went so smoothly. But now he suddenly felt that this state was no longer sufficient. He could still live without purpose, but he realized that his attitude toward others needed to change. Someone was treating him with sincere, unadulterated kindness, so he should consider how to repay that kindness. This was one of his few bottom lines. Fang Zhou leaned back in his chair, staring at the wooden grain on the ceiling for a long time. He had many flaws. Lazy, carefree, lacking ambition. But he had one bottom line: if someone was good to him, he could not pretend not to see it. This was a habit he had formed in his previous life, and had not changed in this one. In Tianyang City, when his mother made him a bowl of noodles, he would accompany her on a shopping trip. When his father gave him an extra allowance, he would remember to buy some fine tea leaves and place them in his father's study. These were not grand gestures of repayment, but he had firmly believed since his past life that if kindness could not be passed on, then sooner or later only hatred would remain between people. But he didn't know how to repay Yiningen's kindness. Although she claimed it was to repay Fang Zhou for saving her life, Fang Zhou had lost his Hingyang sacred body precisely because his father wanted to repay Yiningen's father for saving his life. The two families were already even. Even if Fang Zhou were to hate anyone, it would be his father, but how could he hate the father who gave him life and raised him? Thus all grievances should have been dissolved. The engagement between them existed only because of Yiningen's father's guilt. Although Fang Zhou and Yiningen were childhood sweethearts, they had only spent a few years together as children. Yiningen should not have treated him so well. Yet Yiningen had acknowledged this engagement and was genuinely trying to be good to him. Now Fang Zhou no longer knew how to treat Yiningen. Fang Zhou felt lost. Meow. The moon shadow cat jumped onto the table, gently rubbing its head against his hand. Fang Zhou looked down at it, and it tilted its head up, its amber eyes exceptionally clear. Fang Zhou spread his palm, and the moon shadow cat placed its chin in his hand. An absolutely wonderful cat. Hajime, you really can sense my emotions. Fang Zhou suddenly understood. Instead of worrying here, he could simply treat her with genuine sincerity. He refused to believe that a Dharma image great power couldn't find a way to repay a mere ant at the mysterious pill realm. Fang Zhou gently lifted the moon shadow cat from the table and placed it back in its bed. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. Spiritual energy surged within him like a mighty river. The spiritual energy at the peak of the Dharma image realm was vast as an ocean, emitting a low hum as it flowed through his meridians. His Dharma image stood silently in his dantian, a colossal phantom with a face resembling his own, radiating a faint golden light. Its eyes were closed, its hands forming a seal surrounded by 10,000 spiritual patterns, each one representing his comprehension of a certain law. Having too much talent was also a kind of trouble. Without realizing it, he had comprehended so many laws. Who knew he might even be able to challenge a sacred domain cultivator now? But challenging a cultivator at the spiritual orifice realm was more satisfying. It gave others a chance to prove themselves as geniuses. He was truly a good person. As these thoughts drifted, another spiritual pattern emerged. Before Fang Zhou learned how to break through to the sacred domain, he had already met the basic requirements. However, at that time he didn't know the method, so he chose to keep deepening his comprehension of laws to increase his combat power. After all, he had been somewhat of a min-maxer in his past life. Then without realizing it, he had comprehended a chaotic mess of various laws. Now Fang Zhou refrained from breaking through to the sacred domain only because he subconsciously wanted to forge his own Tao from these laws. He exhaled and opened his eyes. Cultivation was too tiring. It was better to think about what to eat for dinner. On the sacred cold peak at the snow-watching platform, Peak Lord Lu sat on a stone stool watching her disciple, who had been standing before her for nearly the time it took an incense stick to burn, and finally broke her silence. You say you want to return the essence of the eternal yang sacred body to Fang Zhou. How do you plan to do it? Yiningen stood there, her back straight as a ramrod. The mountain wind swept by, lifting and dropping the stray strands of hair on her forehead. I have consulted the relevant ancient texts. The reward for winning first place in last year's tournament was also used by me to exchange for the answer. By using the dual cultivation method as a guide, the essence that was transferred into my body back then can be stripped away and returned to Fang Zhou. Peak Lord Lu raised her eyes, looking at her disciple for a long while, without speaking. Dual cultivation method. Peak Lord Lu suddenly felt she didn't know this disciple very well. Do you even know what you're saying? I do. And do you know what the dual cultivation art entails? Yiningen's expression remained unchanged. If Fang Zhou is willing, I will practice this art with him after our marriage. The art itself is beneficial to both parties. Stripping away the essence will only leave me temporarily weakened for a period of time without damaging my foundation. The wind suddenly picked up. The thin layer of accumulated snow was swept up, drifting between them, yet it landed 3 feet away from the snow-watching platform. Ningen. Peak Lord Lu's tone was heavier than before. Let me ask you one question. Why are you doing this? Yiningen did not answer immediately. She was never good at such things ever since she was a child. But the person standing before her was her master, the one closest to her in this world besides her parents. The first time I met Fang Zhou, I was only 4 years old. Yiningen's voice was calm, as if recounting something distant. By then his eternal yang sacred body was already within me. He treated me like a little sister, telling me strange stories, amusing me. When I cried, he would do everything to cheer me up. Peak Lord Lu remained silent, simply listening. When I grew older, I learned of the betrothal, realized his essence was inside me, and understood how difficult his cultivation had been all these years. Yiningen paused. I didn't dare to see him anymore. Every time my father mentioned Fang Zhou, he would fall into a long silence. My mother told me that Fang Zhou was our family's benefactor, my savior. Later I came to study under you. The year I broke through to the mysterious pill realm, I returned home, and my father asked me what I thought of the betrothal. I could only say I didn't know. Yiningen raised her eyes, meeting Peak Lord Lu's gaze. But my father said the Yi family owed the Fang family, and I owed Fang Zhou. The wind ceased. And what about you? Peak Lord Lu asked. What do you think? I don't know, Yiningen said softly. I don't know what to do. But I believe returning the essence to him is something I should have done long ago. Peak Lord Lu looked at her stubborn disciple, feeling a mix of helplessness and pity. Have you mentioned this to Fang Zhou? No. Why not? Yiningen lowered her eyes. I don't know how to bring it up. He doesn't seem to care about any of this. A faint tremor finally crept into her voice. Even without the eternal yang sacred body, he still reached the peak of the spiritual aperture realm. I thought he would hate me or demand the eternal yang sacred body back from me. But he asked for nothing. Yiningen's voice dropped. He even agreed to marry me. Peak Lord Lu said nothing. She understood what Yiningen meant by agreed. In Yiningen's eyes, this betrothal had been her father's wishful thinking from the start. Who would willingly marry an enemy who had stolen their essence? Fang Zhou had ample reason to refuse, but he didn't. So you feel you owe him? Peak Lord Lu sighed with resignation. Yiningen said nothing, but her fingers slowly tightened within her sleeves, her nails pressing into her palms, leaving shallow imprints on her skin. You've always been like this, child. Peak Lord Lu's tone softened. Always overthinking things. Yiningen still stood, unmoving. But you need to think clearly. Peak Lord Lu looked into her eyes. If you return the essence, what about you? It won't affect my cultivation. Yiningen answered quickly. The supreme yin sacred body doesn't exist because of the eternal yang sacred body's essence. Back then it was only borrowed to dissolve the cold poison. Now my foundation is stable. Stripping the essence will only leave me temporarily weakened without harming my foundation. Peak Lord Lu looked at her and slowly let out a sigh. Ningen, the supreme yin sacred body, does not produce cold poison. Yiningen was slightly startled. When you were born, a celestial anomaly occurred, attracting a fragment of the primordial god of wind and snow. That fragment is the source of the cold poison long attached deep within your essence. Over the years, it wasn't just the initial dissolution of the cold poison. Even now, it is the essence of the eternal yang sacred body that helps suppress that fragment. Yiningen's eyelashes trembled. That is why I will not allow you to do this now. Not because I am reluctant to part with the essence. Peak Lord Lu looked at her. But if you strip it before breaking through to the Tao infant realm, your life will be in danger. A profound silence fell over the snow-watching platform, broken only by the distant sound of water from the mountain stream. Yiningen stood there, her expression hardly changing. Master. Her voice was soft. If Master would grant me one favor. Peak Lord Lu looked at her, a sudden foreboding rising within her. Speak. You just said that fragment of wind and snow is attached deep within my essence. A glint of cunning flashed in Yiningen's eyes. Could Master remove it for me? Peak Lord Lu was taken aback. She stared at Yiningen for a long moment, then suddenly laughed. That laugh was filled with helplessness, as if she had run out of options. You child. She shook her head. You knew what I was worried about, so you deliberately targeted the very thing I'm most concerned about, didn't you, eh? Yi Ningen said nothing, but the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Peak Lord Lu rose to her feet and walked over to stand before Yi Ningen. Removing that fragment is not difficult for me. The reason I didn't do it before is simply because it benefits you. Yi Ningen's eyes brightened. However, Peak Lord Lu raised a finger. 2 conditions. Please speak, Master. First, after the fragment is removed, you must come to me every month so I can check on your condition. Don't think of hiding anything from me. I can see any changes in your body. I understand, Master. Second, Peak Lord Lu looked at her tone turning serious again. You must tell Fang Zhou about this first. Yi Ningen's expression finally wavered. Master, you said you didn't know how to bring it up. Peak Lord Lu interrupted her. But this matter is not yours alone. That essence belongs to him. If you want to return it, he must know. Peak Lord Lu reached out and tucked the wind-tousled strands of hair behind Yi Ningen's ear. If you truly are to marry, such things should never be hidden from him. Think it through. Yi Ningen lowered her eyes, not answering immediately. The wind on the snow-watching platform rose again. In the distance, peaks stretched in an unbroken chain, their snow-covered surfaces gleaming with a cold white light under the sun. After a long time, Yi Ningen gave a slight nod. I understand, Master. Peak Lord Lu looked at her side and reached out to pat her on the head. A firm but gentle tap. Then go back already. You've been standing here for almost an incense stick's time. Aren't your legs sore? Yi Ningen bowed, then turned and walked down the mountain. After a few steps, she paused and looked back. Master, Thank you, Master. Peak Lord Lu waved her hand without replying. Peak Lord Lu stood on the snow-watching platform, watching her figure grow smaller and smaller until it vanished at the end of the winding mountain path. Then she gazed at the sea of clouds in the distance and muttered to herself. Damn it, I'd like to see which worthless old fogey came up with the idea that stripping an essence requires dual cultivation. Some idle trick to cause trouble. Fang Zhou stepped out with his moonshadow cat as dusk had already fallen. He wandered the streets for a while before settling on a noodle shop he had never visited. The noodle shop was modest, a fabric curtain hanging at the entrance. Inside, only 4 tables sat, 3 of them vacant. At the table against the wall, 2 people were seated. A young man clad in gray combat attire with a long sword strapped to his back, clearly a sword cultivator. Opposite him sat a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old. She wore an ill-fitting cotton dress and sat with proper posture, her hands resting on her knees, face tilted toward the table surface. Fang Zhou noticed her eyes. They were open but clouded with a milky gray hue, utterly devoid of focus. He looked away and took a seat at the table nearest the entrance, ordering a simple bowl of plain noodles. Brother Su, the noodles smell wonderful. The young sword cultivator pulled 2 pairs of chopsticks from the holder and handed one to her. Wait, it's hot. Fang Zhou glanced up at him again, noting the Xian Dan realm cultivation with restrained sword intent. Not bad for someone so young. When the noodles arrived, Fang Zhou bowed his head to eat no longer, making a concerted effort to listen, though the shop was small enough that conversation carried anyway. Brother Su, will you take Xiao Lu to see her eyes tomorrow? Yes. Once they're treated, can Xiao Lu see what Brother Su looks like? She can. Then do I look good, Brother Su? The cultivator paused. Adequate. The little girl giggled, then asked after her laughter faded. What if it can't be cured? Fang Zhou's chopsticks stilled for a moment. He could never bear to see children like this, not after his past life. It will be cured. If anything goes wrong, I'll take you to Shengyao Peak, the sword cultivator assured her. Wanqing sect had always encouraged its disciples to do good deeds. Fang Zhou slurped his noodles, his movements softer, now the clinking of chopsticks against the bowl much gentler. Fang Zhou set down his chopsticks and rose, approaching their table to look down at the little girl. Sensing his presence, she turned her face toward him. Those clouded gray eyes saw nothing, yet her lips moved slightly. Is someone there? Yes. Fang Zhou crouched to meet her gaze. I can cure your eyes. As a Fang realm cultivator, treating a mortal's eye affliction would be straightforward. The sword cultivator looked up, his gaze assessing Fang Zhou without touching his sword. Fang Zhou held his stare steadily, neither backing down nor exerting any pressure, and they locked eyes for a moment. Do you understand medicine? The cultivator asked first. No. Fang Zhou raised his hands, spiritual energy rich with vitality swirling within his palm. There is another way. I haven't asked yet. Fang Zhou stood and turned to the cultivator. Where did this child come from? Feeling the vital spiritual energy coursing through Fang Zhou's hand, the cultivator fell silent for a moment before glancing down at the little girl. I found her outside the city. Her parents brought her seeking medical treatment, but they encountered a demonic beast. His voice dropped low. When I arrived, she was all that remained. The sound of noodles boiling in the shop suddenly grew loud. The cultivator rested his hand on the table, refusing to meet Fang Zhou's gaze as he spoke. This child was born blind. Their village couldn't treat her, so her parents wanted to bring her to Qinggan City for medical care. They've been traveling for over half a month and should arrive in a few more days. Fang Zhou looked down. The little girl couldn't fully grasp these words, but she understood father and mother. She pressed her lips together, fingers tightly clutching the cultivator's sleeve. No tears, no words. She simply turned her face toward him, those clouded gray eyes empty, her lips compressed into a thin line. The cultivator glanced down at her, but offered no comforting words, only gently taking her hand in his. Fang Zhou remained half-crouched, the vital spiritual energy still flowing in his palm. The pale cyan light cast across the girl's face, and she seemed to sense it, tilting her head slightly. Xiaolu, the cultivator called her name softly. She murmured an acknowledgement. This cultivator says he can cure your eyes. Xiaolu turned her face toward Fang Zhou, those milky, gray eyes wide with wonder. Really? Yes, Fang Zhou confirmed. But father and mother said treating eyes costs a lot of money, Xiaolu whispered. The noodle shop fell suddenly quiet. The cook stopped what he was doing, steam rising from the large pot and blurring the wall behind the stove. The cultivator's hand on the table slowly clenched into a fist, knuckles, calloused bones prominent, a half-healed wound visible on the back of his hand. Fang Zhou studied Xiaolu's face and spoke in a calm, measured tone. Your parents gave payment before they left, telling you to get your eyes properly treated. When will they return, eh? When your eyes are healed and you've grown up, they'll come back. Xiaolu lowered her head, her hand still tightly gripping the cultivator's sleeve. Then she loosened one hand and wiped at her face, smearing tears across her cheeks before rubbing them on her collar. Then I'll grow up quickly. The cultivator watched Fang Zhou, his lips parting as if to speak, but saying nothing. Fang Zhou raised his hand, and the pale cyan spiritual energy at his fingertips floated upward like a falling leaf, gently settling onto Xiaolu's eyes. The spiritual energy seeped into Xiaolu's eye sockets. Her eyelashes trembled faintly, and deep within those clouded gray pupils something began to melt away. The gray-white opacity receded from the center outward, gradually giving way to a clear, bright black. Xiaolu blinked. For the first time, light reflected in her pupils. The dim yellow candle flame of the noodle shop, the steam rising from the stove, the unfinished bowl of noodles on the table. Her vision sharpened from blur to clarity, from light to shadow, until it settled on the person crouched before her. Fang Zhou, withdrawing his hand with an expressionless face. Can you see me? Fang Zhou asked with a smile. Xiaolu stared at him for 2 seconds, still unaccustomed to her restored sight. You're so dark. Fang Zhou's expression faltered for a moment. The sword cultivator couldn't suppress a laugh, then coughed to cover it, turning his face away. Xiaolu turned back to the cultivator, studying him for a long while. Her eyes were wide open, pupils bright and black, as though piecing together the man before her with the brother Su she'd heard about countless times. Brother Su, she called out. You're very handsome. Xiaolu regarded him earnestly, then turned to study Fang Zhou with the same intensity. You're handsome too, not dark at all. The moon shadow cat leaped onto Fang Zhou's shoulder and purred softly near his ear. The sword cultivator nudged Xiaolu's bowl closer to her and placed the chopsticks back in her hand. Xiaolu glanced down at the chopsticks, then up at the cultivator before bowing her head to eat. One bite led to another without pause, her cheeks puffing out with each mouthful. The cultivator turned his head, his gaze crossing the space between their tables to settle on Fang Zhou. May I ask your name, fellow cultivator? Fang Zhou. Su Yan. The cultivator introduced himself, then glanced at the cat on Fang Zhou's shoulder. A disciple of Wanqing's sect. Not yet, Fang Zhou replied. My fiancée is from Shanghan Peak. Su Yan studied him a moment longer, his expression carrying the wonder of encountering someone legendary. Thank you for your help, Brother Fang. Suppressing his thoughts, he added, by the way, the sect maintains a thorough settlement system in Shanghan City. Children in Xiaolu's situation are sent to the Tsiyu orphanage in the East District. If you have time, you might visit her there. Is that so? Yes. The sect's policy is straightforward. Disciples need only do good deeds, everything afterward is the sect's responsibility. Those requiring special treatment will receive it first before being placed in the city. That's excellent. Wanqing's sect truly was no ordinary sect. Su Yan turned to look at Xiaolu, who was bowing her head to drink soup, both hands cradling the bowl, the steam rendering her cheeks rosy. Xiaolu finished the last sip of soup and let out a contented burp. Raising her head, she glanced between Su Yan and Fang Zhou, her gaze lingering on the moon shadow cat, perched on Fang Zhou's shoulder. Kitty. She set down her bowl, slid off her chair, and ran to stand before Fang Zhou. She didn't reach out to grab it, merely standing there looking up. The moon shadow cat glanced down at her, then gracefully leaped from Fang Zhou's shoulder, settling securely in a Xiaolu's embrace. She held it tightly, burying her face in the fur with a sigh of pure contentment. Fang Zhou settled his own bill, and paid for Su Yan and Xiaolu's bowls as well. After all, he was a sword cultivator. He ought to save him some money. Thank you, Brother Fang. I'll take her to the orphanage now. Su Yan rose and bowed to Fang Zhou. At the doorway, he discovered Xiaolu still clinging to the cat and reluctant to let go. Xiaolu, we're going. The moon shadow cat lifted its head from her embrace and looked toward Fang Zhou. He gave a slight nod, and the cat lowered its head again, gently licking Xiaolu's fingers. Xiaolu chuckled twice, burying her face deep into the cat's fur for a long breath before returning it to Fang Zhou. She looked up at him, then back at the cat. Can I hold the kitty again sometime? Yes, Fang Zhou replied. Xiaolu nodded happily, stepping over to Su Yan's side and instinctively taking his hand. Su Yan nodded to Fang Zhou, pushed aside the fabric curtain, and the two figures, one tall, one small, merged into the night's darkness. Through the curtain, Xiaolu's voice could still be heard. Brother Su holding the kitty feels like holding a handful of moonlight. Is moonlight actually soft? I suppose it is. The next morning Fang Zhou was jolted awake by a low resounding bell. The sound came from the direction of the city square, tolling 3 times, each stroke heavy and urgent. The moon shadow cat sprang from its little nest, arching its back and puffing into a silver-white ball of fur, hissing toward the window. Fang Zhou turned over and sat up, reaching out to scoop the cat into his arms to soothe it. The moon shadow cat curled up in the crook of his elbow, its claws gripping his sleeve through the fabric. Fang Zhou threw on a robe and pushed open the window. Morning light had just crept over the city wall, and hurried footsteps already echoed in the streets. Carrying the cat, he stepped out of the courtyard. Several young cultivators in the disciple robes of the 10,000 sacred sect were maintaining order at the street corner, speaking in low voices to the residents gathered by the roadside. One disciple spotted Fang Zhou and hurried to the courtyard gate. Esteemed friend, someone was killed by a demon beast near Cheng'an City yesterday. Today the sect has dispatched disciples to clear the surrounding beasts. The city is temporarily under martial law. Please do not wander about unless necessary. Fang Zhou nodded and retreated into the courtyard. He closed the door, stood in the middle of the yard with the still trembling moon shadow cat in his arms, and suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Only yesterday Su Yan had delivered the fawn to the benevolent nursery, and the very next day the 10,000 sacred sect's bell had tolled across the entire city. They directly rang the bell for martial law deployed disciples and launched a full-scale purge. Fang Zhou returned to the room, placed the moon shadow cat back in its nest, and crouched beside it, stroking its back absently. With a sect like this around, he felt he could just find a place to slack off. Isn't there some super invincible, thunderous evil villain for me to fight? Fang Zhou thought with slight exasperation. The moon shadow cat gradually calmed down, curled back into its nest, and balled itself up. Fang Zhou stood up, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Hey, if the city was under martial law, what was he going to eat for breakfast this morning? He stood there seriously weighing the options of going out to find food versus staying home and starving. Just as he was about to risk being questioned by the enforcement squad, the courtyard gate was suddenly knocked on. Fang Zhou was about to open the gate, but before he could reach it, the door swung open. Yi Ningyan walked in, holding an oil paper package in her right hand. She was wearing the blue and white disciple robes of the sacred Frost Peak with Snow Peak embroidery on the hem, and her long hair was tied up neatly. Fang Zhou was momentarily stunned by her appearance. I brought you breakfast, Yi Ningyan said, placing the oil paper package on the table. Fang Zhou stood by the table looking at the package, hesitating for a moment before reaching out to unwrap it. Inside the oil paper were several steaming hot buns. He picked one up and took a bite. The skin was perfectly soft, and the filling was exquisitely savory. Thank you, he said indistinctly. Yi Ningyan sat down across from him, her gaze lowered to the tabletop, not looking at him. Fang Zhou slowed his chewing and glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Yi Ningyan's lips were slightly pursed, as if she were thinking about something difficult to say. Just as Fang Zhou stuffed the second bun into his mouth, she suddenly lifted her eyes and met his gaze. Yesterday a disciple of the 10,000 sacred sect reported that a demon beast had killed someone. Yi Ningyan began, her voice lower than usual. Today the sect has dispatched disciples to purge the surrounding demon beasts. The city's affairs hall will also release related missions. If you want to go, I'll take you along, but safer, and you won't need to accept a mission from the hall. Fang Zhou still had half a bun in his mouth, his cheeks puffed out. He looked at Yi Ningyan, and she looked back at him, her expression earnest yet tinged with a hint of caution. Fang Zhou's heart suddenly fluttered. He quickly swallowed the bun and averted his gaze. Why such a strong reaction this time? He hurriedly changed the subject. Normally wouldn't they only hunt the beast that killed someone? The sect believes the number of demon beasts has grown too large and routine missions can no longer curb their reproduction. So they decided to conduct a large-scale purge. Yi Ningyan replied, her voice returning to its usual cool clarity. Then why the citywide martial law? Isn't the beast purge outside the city? The martial law is to prevent any rogue cultivators within the city who might have mingled with heretical sects from causing trouble. Yi Ningyan's tone grew somewhat distant. Do you want to come with me? Sure. I'd just be idle at home anyway. Fang Zhou agreed, immediately treating it as an outing, but mainly to keep an eye on Yi Ningyan and prevent any mishap. Yi Ningyan nodded, stood up, and walked outside. Fang Zhou fastened his outer robe. The moon shadow cat leaped onto the table. He patted its head, telling it not to wander, then followed Yi Ningyan. The two left the courtyard one after the other. Disciples patrolling the street bowed and made way when they saw Yi Ningyan. Yi Ningyan acknowledged each one with a nod. Fang Zhou walked half a step behind her, watching her neatly tied hair sway gently in the morning light. Outside the North City Gate, a large number of 10,000 sacred sect disciples had already gathered, standing in small groups on the open ground beside the official road. As Yi Ningyan approached, several disciples came forward to greet her. The leading male disciple, tall and broad-shouldered, carried a broadsword on his back with a crimson flame pattern embroidered on his sleeve. Senior Sister Yi, you're here. He glanced at Fang Zhou. And this is Fang Zhou. He's in our team. The male disciple took another look at Fang Zhou, his gaze lingering for a moment, then nodded without further questions. The purge scope covers a 100-li radius around Cheng'an City. Our team is responsible for the western sector, targeting mainly second and third-tier demon beasts. Fourth tier and above will be handled by senior brothers and sisters at the Dao infant stage. We'll be divided into 4 groups of 3 coordinating with each other. Yiningen nodded, then turned to Fang Zhou. Stay close to me. Fang Zhou followed her into the woodland beside the official road. Morning light filtered through the canopy, scattering a layer of crushed gold on the ground, and the air mingled the scent of earth and dew. The male disciple followed behind them, his eyes darting between the two, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, but he remained silent. After traveling 30 li, a black shadow suddenly burst from the bushes ahead. A demon wolf as large as a calf sprang from the undergrowth. Its fur was pitch black like ink, its eyes blood red, and saliva dripped from its jaws as it lunged straight at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou had already noticed this third-tier demon wolf. He smirked and casually waved his hand, sending a beam of red light straight toward the beast. The demon wolf's body was instantly crushed, and a flash of sword light sliced through the flattened remains, cleaving it in two. Fang Zhou turned to look at Yiningen. She was holding a sharp sword, having already swung at the moment the wolf appeared, but she was a step slower than Fang Zhou. Yiningen had been watching Fang Zhou the entire time. Even if Fang Zhou had done nothing, that wolf wouldn't have come within 3 feet of him. She looked at him, somewhat surprised by his combat prowess. Your combat strength is impressive, but your cultivation realm isn't high. Save your spiritual energy and stay closer to me. Yiningen slowly sheathed her sword, moving a step nearer to Fang Zhou, her voice carrying a faint, barely perceptible guilt. Though Fang Zhou hadn't had his fill of action, he obediently nodded and silently edged closer to Yiningen. The male disciple watched the two of them and suddenly felt like going home. Yiningen led the team forward for 70 li, encountering over a dozen waves of demonic beasts. The numbers are off. She sheathed her sword. She glanced up, scanning the dense forest around them, her brow furrowing slightly. Normally I wouldn't encounter this many demonic beasts even after traveling 200 li. The male disciple planted his broadsword on the ground, catching his breath. Could it be because the purge range is larger this time and the beasts have been driven here from elsewhere? That still wouldn't cause so many to be driven here. Yiningen retracted her divine sense. Within my range there are at least 13 more groups, and their distribution is highly abnormal. The male disciple took a jade slip from his waist, a flicker of spiritual light at his fingertips, as he recorded a few notes. Senior sister, if we go further ahead we'll reach the boundary of our team's zone. Yiningen turned to Fang Zhou, who stood 2 steps behind her. Not a single drop of blood stained his robes, not even the hem was wrinkled. Yiningen's gaze lingered on him for a moment before shifting away. Do you have enough spiritual power? It's fine. Fang Zhou thought for a moment. I'm good. Fang Zhou hadn't done much fighting along the way. Yiningen had protected him too well, and the occasional beast that slipped past was instantly dispatched, never even brushing his clothes. Seeing the disheveled state of the other two, Fang Zhou felt a bit embarrassed. Yiningen's fingers unconsciously touched the disciple token at her waist, her thumb rubbing the edge twice. Her mind was set. Her master had given her a life-saving trump card, so nothing would go wrong. Let's scout a bit further ahead, confirm the situation, then withdraw. The 3 continued pushing forward. The forest grew quieter. The chirping of birds had vanished at some point, and even the wind seemed pressed down by something. The air became thick, carrying a faint cloying sweetness. Yiningen stopped. She didn't speak, only raised a hand. The male disciple immediately unslung his broadsword and gripped at the crimson spiritual light on the blade, silently brightening. Fang Zhou stood behind, Yiningen, his gaze passing over her shoulder toward the dense woods ahead. His divine sense had already probed ahead. There was something off, but no danger, so he didn't voice a warning. Yiningen silently spread her divine sense, which passed through layers of forest and touched a mass of chaotic spiritual energy residue 3 li ahead. The spiritual energy ahead is very disordered. She withdrew her sense, her voice low. The 3 of them crept forward with light steps. After passing through a patch of low shrubs, the view suddenly opened up. A clearing in the forest had been forcibly flattened. The ground was barren of grass, the soil an unnatural black. Fang Zhou stepped onto it, and the soles of his shoes felt a sticky texture. At the edge of the clearing, broken tree trunks were scattered. In the center, dozens of demonic beast carcasses were piled into a small hill. The stench of blood mixed with decay filled the air, making Fang Zhou slightly nauseous. Yiningen covered her nose and mouth with her sleeve, her eyes sweeping over the pile twice. Then she circled to the side and crouched down. These beasts weren't killed by cultivators. The male disciple crouched beside her, using the tip of his sword to push aside the outermost corpse of a demonic wolf. The wolf's belly had been torn open with a huge gash, the edges ragged, marks of a savage bite. They killed each other, the male disciple said. Yiningen didn't reply. She examined several more bodies. Each wound was a bite, a claw mark, or a blunt impact. Dozens of demonic beasts had attacked one another here until the last one fell. Suddenly, Yiningen's movements halted, as if she had discovered something. With the tip of her sword, she lifted the foreleg of a beast, revealing what lay beneath. A palm-sized black tripod overturned in the scorched soil. The body of the tripod was covered in dense dark red patterns, most of which had shattered, leaving only the base relatively intact. As the tip of Yiningen's sword approached, the remaining patterns flickered faintly. What is this? The male disciple pointed at the tripod. Yiningen didn't touch it. She used her sword tip to flip it over, revealing a strange symbol engraved on the bottom, radiating an unsettling fluctuation. This should be some kind of beast-gathering array of a heretical cult. Yiningen stood up and surveyed the area. This is man-made. Fang Zhou raised an eyebrow. Interesting. So there really were antagonists. He hoped they wouldn't be too weak. After confirming the tripod was harmless, Yiningen carefully wrapped it in a certain cloth and stored it in her ring. Marking the location, the three bypassed the corpse pile and continued their exploration. Within less than 10 li a second clearing. The same blackened soil, the same piled up demonic beast carcasses, the same shattered black tripod. This pile was larger. Judging by the size and number of the beasts, at least 100 had died here. 2 array nodes 10 li apart. Yiningen unfolded her map and marked 2 spots with her fingertip. The male disciple leaned in to look, his Adam's apple bobbing. Further ahead, Yiningen folded the map and stored the tripod. A third clearing. Not only were there demonic beast corpses piled on the ground, but also the bodies of a few rogue cultivators. Their robes were torn and tattered, their faces unrecognizable, with broken weapons and shattered storage pouches scattered around them. The male disciple approached the body of a rogue cultivator, using his sword tip to push aside the fragments of his storage pouch. The fragments were stained with dried blood, but a faint emblem could still be made out. I've seen this man before. The male disciple rested his broadsword on the ground. He registered at the affairs hall last month. In the center of this pile of corpses, a shattered black tripod lay overturned. Fang Zhou stood at the edge of the clearing, his gaze fixed on the tripod. Interesting. Fang Zhou's expression remained impassive, but he had fully understood the device's function: gather the beasts, trap them in the array, incite their ferocity, and force them to slaughter each other. It was now certain that this was man-made. But why? Fang Zhou surveyed the area again, finding nothing missing. So it wasn't about collecting something. It was about the result itself. Fang Zhou sank into thought. Report to the sect. Yiningen stood up and stowed away the jade slip. 3 beast gathering points, equidistant, spaced 10 li apart. Rogue cultivators have been killed among them. Request an elder to investigate. Fall back. Return first to report. Yiningen made a hand signal and stored the tripod from the center of the corpses. The 3 turned and walked out of the forest, their pace much faster than before. Fang Zhou sensed something and abruptly turned his head, his gaze reaching a hill 1,000 li away. On the hill, a figure in white robes stood with hands behind his back, also looking toward the direction of the clearing. His face was obscured by some technique, making it impossible to read his expression. Their gazes met across the vast forest, separated by 1,000 li. A breath later, the white-robed figure's form rippled like a reflection in water, and then completely vanished from the air, as if it had never existed. Ran away, huh? Pretty cautious. I thought I'd get to fight the boss today. Fang Zhou turned back. Yiningen was looking at him with a hint of concern. What's wrong? No, nothing. Let's go back. Fang Zhou answered stiffly. Yiningen looked puzzled, but turned and led the way ahead. By the time they returned to Cheng'an City, the sun was sinking toward the west. A golden amber light spread across the streets, dyeing the bluestone slabs into a warm hue of gold. Yiningen led Fang Zhou toward the affairs hall. She walked at a leisurely pace, and Fang Zhou followed half a step behind, watching her neatly tied long hair sway gently in the twilight. The affairs hall was bustling with people, almost all of them disciples of the Wanxing sect. Some had just returned from outside the city, their robes still stained with the blood of demonic beasts. Yiningen led Fang Zhou through the crowd. Help me issue a certification, she said, placing her disciple token on the counter. This person here assisted us in completing the purge mission today. The duty disciple behind the counter took the token, swiped it across the formation plate. He looked up at Fang Zhou, then at Yiningen, and finally couldn't help but ask, Senior Sister Yi, who is this? Fang Zhou, Yiningen replied, trying to keep her tone as usual. He joined our squad today for the mission Route West Line, full participation. The duty disciple maintained a stern face, lowering his head to jot down a few notes on the ledger. Halfway through, the tip of his brush paused, and he looked up again, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Yiningen and Fang Zhou. Yiningen stared at him expressionlessly. He immediately lowered his head, the brush moving again, far quicker than usual. The mission certification is ready. The duty disciple pushed a stamped document across the counter with exceptional efficiency. Yiningen picked up the certification, glanced down to verify its contents, then turned and handed it to Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou took the certification and looked down. It was similar to the one he had obtained when he previously accepted a mission on his own, except this time, there was an additional note certified by Yiningen of Shanghan Peak. The male disciple standing nearby glanced at Yiningen, then at Fang Zhou, and finally spoke, his tone carrying a sense of relieved ease. Senior Sister, since the mission is submitted, I'll head back first. After today's trip, my clothes are completely soaked in demonic beast blood. If I don't change soon, I'll be suffocated by my own stench. Yiningen nodded to him. The male disciple then turned to Fang Zhou, cupping his fists. Brother Fang, let's go on another mission together another day. Before Fang Zhou could return the salute, he had already strode out of the affairs hall in 3 quick steps, his pace, as if someone were chasing him. Yiningen tucked her disciple token back at her waist and walked out of the hall with Fang Zhou. The disciples inside all hurriedly lowered their heads, pretending to study the documents in their hands, yet Fang Zhou could feel their gazes stealthily drifting toward them from every direction. He turned his head to glance around, and a few disciples who couldn't hold their composure immediately averted their eyes. The two passed through the threshold of the affairs hall and arrived at the edge of the plaza. The evening wind blew from the west, carrying the scent of cooking smoke and street stalls. The spirit array in the plaza still revolved slowly in midair, the twilight gilding it with a layer of golden light. This certification can be exchanged for sect contributions after you join the Wanqing sect, Yiningen said, stopping and turning around. The city will lift the curfew tomorrow. I'll come find you. Fang Zhou put the certification into his storage ring. It's fine. If you're busy, go ahead. I can manage on my own. There's something I want to talk to you about. Yiningen suddenly took a deep breath. Fang Zhou looked at her expression and found it oddly amusing. In the days since their reunion, this was the first time he had seen her with such a look. Then I'll wait for you. Yiningen lifted her eyes to glance at him. In the twilight, her expression was hard to discern, but Fang Zhou could feel her gaze lingering on his face longer than usual. After a moment, she finally spoke. Then I'll head back to the sect first. She took 2 steps, then turned back to look at him once more before rising into the air on her sword. A streak of cyan sword light arced across most of the sky over Cheng'an City, flying toward the mountain gate of the Wanqing sect. Fang Zhou stood at the edge of the plaza watching the sword light recede until it vanished completely into the depths of twilight. He suddenly sensed something and turned his head toward the affairs hall. Several Wanqing sect disciples were craning their necks to look in his direction. The moment he turned back, those heads snapped back in unison, pretending nothing had happened. Even Wanqing sect disciples are this gossipy. Fang Zhou couldn't help muttering as he turned and walked toward home. When he pushed open the courtyard gate, the moon shadow cat was crouching on the windowsill. Its tail hung down from the sill, the tip swaying idly, tracing tiny silver arcs through the twilight air. Seeing Fang Zhou push the gate open, it leaped directly from the windowsill, its forepaws barely touching the ground before it pounced toward him. Fang Zhou reached out to catch it, and the furry bundle nestled into the crook of his arm, rubbing its head against his palm. He stroked the back of its neck, and the moon shadow cat squinted its eyes, letting out an extremely soft purr from its throat. You're quite clingy, Fang Zhou said, looking down at it. Suddenly a thought struck him. Have I never given you a name? The moon shadow cat opened its eyes and tilted its head in confusion. It had always thought Hakimi was its name. Fang Zhou pinched its paw and thought for a while, running through more than a dozen names in his mind before finally giving up. Forget it. Let's call you Xiaoyu. The moon shadow cat glanced at him, meowed once, and accepted it. It was just a catty, any name would do. Fang Zhou sat down on a chair in the guest hall, leaning back until the chair's legs rested against the wall. He stared at the wood grain on the ceiling and spaced out for a while. Today had been fairly eventful. He had fought a few demonic beasts, seemed to have stepped into the main storyline, and even encountered a person who seemed like a villain. But the first thing that popped into his mind right now was Yiningen. She said she had something to tell him. What could it be? Fang Zhou set the chair legs back on the floor with a soft thud. Xiaoyu lifted its head from his lap and brushed its tail across his chin. What do you think she wants to say? Fang Zhou looked down at it. Xiaoyu didn't answer, just nuzzled its head into his palm again and let out a soft mew. Outside the window, the twilight of Cheng'an City was gradually sinking inch by inch. The lights of the distant market district flickered on their orange glow, filtering through the vines on the courtyard wall, casting dappled spots of light on the bluestone slabs. Fang Zhou stared at those light spots for a moment, then stood up. You don't think she would want to break off the engagement now, do you? No, that's not like her either. Then why did she act that way? If she had something to say, why couldn't she just say it directly, like when we were kids? I guess we've grown apart after so long. Fang Zhou kept muttering to himself. Indeed, women change a lot as they grow up. But then again, I wasn't all that close to her to begin with. He scratched his head and gave up thinking about it. Xiaoyu didn't understand its master's rambling, meowed softly and rubbed its head against Fang Zhou. Alright, I'll stop thinking about it, Fang Zhou said, placing Xiaoyu back into its cat bed and patting its head. I'll find out tomorrow. Fang Zhou closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Fang Zhou sat in the guest hall sleepless through the night. For him, slumber was no longer a necessity. He had only ever dozed off to maintain old habits. Fang Zhou raised his hand, and an invisible power swirled within his palm. Did I succeed? Is this truly my Tao? Honestly, I never imagined I'd turn out to be this kind of person. Fang Zhou's hand suddenly clenched, and the power vanished into thin air. Never mind. It's time to pick an auspicious day to break through to the sacred domain. When should I choose? Fang Zhou muttered to himself, then suddenly turned his head to look outside. Yiningen had arrived. Knock knock. The door was tapped twice, and after a moment Yiningen pushed it open and stepped inside. Upon seeing Fang Zhou, Yiningen was briefly startled, but quickly composed herself and took a seat beside him. Good morning. Fang Zhou greeted, first a touch of mischief in his tone. Didn't bring me breakfast today, eh? Oh. Yiningen felt a flicker of annoyance. Her mind had been entirely consumed with figuring out how to broach the subject with Fang Zhou. I'll go buy some for you now. Yiningen rose, instinctively seeking escape. She simply lacked the courage to voice the matter to him. Fang Zhou found her dazed, endearing demeanor amusing. He'd only been teasing her on a whim. Never mind, never mind. Just tell me directly what you need from me today. He needed to reclaim some sense of control, or else Yi Ningen would truly become his mother. Hearing his words, Yi Ningen's hands tightened around her robes, her expression torn and uncertain about how to proceed. You're not here to break off the engagement, are you? Fang Zhou watched her with curiosity. What could possibly be so difficult to say? No. The word barely left her lips. Fang Zhou remained silent, merely watching her, waiting for her to continue. His hand rested casually on the table, fingertips only inches from hers. Yi Ningen lowered her gaze to her own fingers, knuckles whitened from gripping her robe so tightly. She forced herself to relax her hands and smooth out the creases she'd wrung into the fabric. She began softly. I want to return the origin of the Hengyang sacred body to you. So it was something as simple as that. Fang Zhou interrupted her directly. There's no need. Even without the Hengyang sacred body, I can still surpass my peers and stand unmatched in this world. That sacred body should be proud to have once had me as its master. With that, Fang Zhou no longer concealed his aura, revealing he was at the early stage of mystic core. I thought it was something important. Who wants this crummy thing anyway? With both the Taiyin sacred body and Hengyang sacred body, Yi Ningen had only reached the peak of mystic core after all this time. If she returned the Hengyang sacred body, when would she ever catch up to me? Witnessing Fang Zhou's revealed cultivation, Yi Ningen was utterly astonished. After a moment, Yi Ningen finally processed this, and spoke with even greater resolve. Then I must return the Hengyang sacred body to you. If you can cultivate so rapidly without it, imagine how far ahead you'd be with it. You'd have surpassed me long ago. Truly unnecessary. Don't be fooled by your current cultivation level. In a fight you might not even be able to defeat me. Fang Zhou felt somewhat helpless. He genuinely had no desire for the Hengyang sacred body. He had studied this before. The so-called sacred bodies were merely manifestations of certain laws. Possessing one did grant advantages, but also imposed limitations. You couldn't ask someone with a Hengyang sacred body to comprehend the Taiyin Dao. A sacred body provides strengths in certain areas, but inevitably restricts others as well. Yi Ningen looked at Fang Zhou earnestly. That's precisely why I must return it to you. Watching her stubbornness, Fang Zhou felt a headache coming on. Why was she so unyielding? Yi Ningen continued. I obtained a dual cultivation technique from the sect that can transfer the Hengyang sacred body back to you. Fang Zhou's eyes widened in shock. I'm sorry I spoke too loudly just now. Please forget what I said. Return the Hengyang sacred body to me. Yi Ningen's face flushed crimson from chin to ears. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. She simply looked away. Haha, I was just teasing. You actually fell for it, haha. Fang Zhou only realized what he'd said too late. With his words already spoken, he could only awkwardly explain it was merely a joke. But looking at Yi Ningen's rosy cheeks, it was clear she hadn't believed him for a second. I'm exhausted. Let it all burn. Fang Zhou despaired, wishing he could travel back in time, and slap himself for speaking so carelessly. Silence filled the guest hall for a long while. Meow. Sensing her owner's awkwardness, Xiaoya came to the rescue. Fang Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw her eagerly beckoning her over. Xiaoya leapt lightly into Yi Ningen's embrace, nuzzling against her and purring softly. Well done, little darling. Tomorrow I'll craft a magical artifact for you with my own hands. As if sensing encouragement from her owner, Xiaoya rolled onto her back, and Yi Ningen's arms paused in the air, nuzzling her fingers with her head. Yi Ningen looked down at her fingers, unconsciously scratching under its chin. Xiaoya emitted a contented purring sound, tail swaying leisurely. Well played. Seeing Yi Ningen seem to calm down, Fang Zhou took a deep breath and abruptly changed the subject. Hey Ningen, was yesterday's incident serious? You seem completely unfazed by what happened. Yi Ningen had also recovered her composure. Speaking softly, she said, the sect says it was just some petty troublemakers. No need to worry. Consider them helpful in clearing out demonic beasts. Demonic beasts speak for yourselves. The assassinated rogue cultivators speak for yourselves. Fang Zhou went along with her explanation. Is the Wanxing sect really that formidable? Of course. Since its founding, the Wanxing sect has been the foremost sect in the world. Yi Ningen spoke with unconcealed pride when mentioning it. Once you join the Wanxing sect, you'll understand just how magnificent it is. Oh, could this Wanxing sect be a cult? Yi Ningen's reverent tone made her seem somewhat brainwashed. But judging by the sect's conduct, the Wanxing sect should unquestionably be an orthodox righteous sect. Fang Zhou felt relieved. Is that so? When does the Wanxing sect begin its trials? Yi Ningen set Xiaoya down on the table and whispered, probably next month. The elder overseeing the trials has set the date. Once you complete your assessment, we can return and hold our wedding. By then I can finally return the Hengyang sacred body to you. Cough, is that so? Fang Zhou stroked Xiaoya, wondering how they'd circled back to this topic again. Wait, an idea suddenly struck Fang Zhou. How about we spar? If you lose, stop constantly talking about returning the Hengyang sacred body to me. As he spoke these final words, Fang Zhou felt a pang of guilt. He had indeed been repressing himself somewhat, but not to the point of abandoning his principles. He sought genuine love after all. Would I really resort to fighting my own wife over something like this? You ridiculous Hajizu. Yi Ningen looked at Fang Zhou seriously. I'm willing to spar, but don't use this matter as a wager. No need for further discussion. This is the victor's privilege. Since the academy was on break, there were few people around, making it an opportune moment to borrow the martial arts arena. At the Chang'an Academy's training ground, Fang Zhou was curiously examining the formation patterns surrounding him, while Yi Ningen stood opposite. Why is there an array of this level at the academy's martial arena? Fang Zhou asked, Yi Ningen, his gaze fixed on the activated formation. Occasionally, outer sect disciples give exhibition matches to the academy's students. To prevent any damage, this formation was established. Exhibition match. Yes, to inspire the students' passion for cultivation and study, some disciples come over from time to time. Fang Zhou nodded slightly, his eyes falling on Yi Ningen's empty hands. Aren't you bringing a sword? Don't hold back. I'm quite strong. Yi Ningen hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. I am not a sword cultivator. A sword is merely a tool to me. At that moment, the formation patterns on the ground blazed to full brightness, spiritual light flowing slowly along the runes, raising a transparent barrier around the two. Fang Zhou looked at Yi Ningen across from him. She stood still, arms hanging naturally at her sides, gazing straight at him. Aren't you going to attack? Fang Zhou smiled. He had long wanted to say those words. Yi Ningen paused for an instant, and then the temperature of the air plummeted. Fang Zhou's brows furrowed as an ice spike materialized out of thin air before his eyes, striking directly at him. Fang Zhou channeled his spiritual energy, and a crimson beam shot toward the ice spike. The two collided, the ice shattering into fragments that flew toward Yi Ningen before dissipating midair. Ordinary cultivators suffer depletion regardless of whether they use spells or direct spiritual attacks. This red light was Fang Zhou's own discovery, a variation in the nature of spiritual energy. By altering its properties, one could achieve diverse effects. Currently, the crimson light Fang Zhou wielded could flawlessly transform into pure force. You look down on me. Show me everything you've got, and let me see your strength. Yi Ningen's spiritual energy surged, and the pressure of her peak core formation realm instantly filled the entire arena. So you've finally taken me seriously? Let's see what surprises you can bring me. Yi Ningen wove hand seals, and frost rapidly spread across the ground beneath her feet. Was even this auxiliary effect so devastating? How intriguing. Fang Zhou mused internally, but his body never stilled. With a single stomp, crimson spiritual light erupted continuously, quickly claiming half the arena and standing in perfect parity against the layer of ice. Seeing that Fang Zhou could easily resist the secondary effects of her spell, Yi Ningen exhaled slightly in relief. After a moment of hesitation, she restrained her power somewhat and pointed a finger, directing her technique straight at Fang Zhou. An icy current arrived before Fang Zhou's eyes in an instant. This technique is rather interesting, Fang Zhou thought, extending his hand directly as crimson spiritual light gushed forth, colliding with the chilling stream. The crimson spiritual light froze instantly upon touching the cold current. So it can freeze spiritual energy. Pity it isn't enough. The red light behind shattered both the frozen crimson front and the icy current together. Yi Ningen's pupils contracted, and a thick wall of ice rose before her. Useless. Fang Zhou's lips curled slightly. The ice wall did not even last a second before being pierced through by the red light. Behind the wall, Yi Ningen had already vanished. I told you, it's useless. Fang Zhou suddenly turned and threw a punch, his fist colliding with Yi Ningen's palm. A shockwave exploded between them, crashing against the barrier and rippling outward. Yi Ningen used the force to retreat her toes, leaving two long white trails across the ice surface. She stabilized her stance and glanced down at her palm. Her tiger's mouth was numb and her entire arm trembled slightly, but soon spiritual energy flowed through it, and her arm quickly returned to normal. Well, as I said, don't hold back. Show me the full capabilities of both the Taiyin sacred body and the Hingyang sacred body. Possessing both sacred bodies, your strength should extend beyond this. Fang Zhou made no move to press his advantage, but instead stood still, waiting for Yi Ningen to recover. Seeing his behavior, Yi Ningen also broke into a smile. So you truly wish to fight me, Then very well, let me show you my full power. Yi Ningen began to awaken the strength of her dual sacred bodies. Her eyes transformed, one gold and one blue, as the powers of two supreme physiques merged flawlessly. As a prodigy, she could naturally wield the forces within her body with perfect mastery, even though they were mutually opposed like water and fire. Phenomena of both the moon and the blazing sun manifested simultaneously within the barrier, cold and heat flowing continuously inside. Fang Zhou's outward projected spiritual energy was directly suppressed by 4/10. Although he was only utilizing the spiritual energy of his core formation stage, the quality of his power far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. If even he was suppressed to such a degree, others would have no chance at all. They might as well concede immediately. Yes, Yi Ningen, just like this. Mesmerize me. Fang Zhou's emotions were thoroughly stirred. He had never fought anyone before, which meant he had never noticed how exhilarating combat could be. Observing Fang Zhou's demeanor, apparently unaffected and even growing more fervent, Yi Ningen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Her gaze hardened, and her figure vanished instantly. Fang Zhou's pupils contracted, and he stepped forward, disappearing from the same spot. The moment Fang Zhou vanished, Yi Ningen reappeared nearby, delivering a palm strike. Yin-yang spiritual energy shattered the array-protected ground. Traceless. Already at perfection so quickly. Indeed, I should return the Yin-yang sacred body to you. Hey, what are you thinking about? You can't lose focus during combat. Fang Zhou suddenly appeared before Yi Ningen, shooting a crimson beam straight at her. Yi Ningen's spiritual energy circulated at extreme speed, forming a yin-yang radiance membrane across her body. However, upon contact with the red light, the membrane resisted only briefly before being pierced through. What? Yi Ningen had no time to think further before the red light struck her, sending her flying backward. Fortunately, the membrane had deflected much of the force, otherwise that strike alone would have been enough to breach her defense. Yi Ningen forcibly twisted her body midair, tapping the ground with her toes several times before barely regaining her footing. So it seems I can't break through your defense. Never mind, never mind. I'm done. Stop holding back, it's boring. Fang Zhou calmed his spiritual energy regarding Yi Ningen's enscathed form with mild exasperation. Taking back his previous words, in lower realms, possessing a powerful physique indeed grants significant strength. Being able to manifest Dharma illusions at low cultivation stages, even the Taiyin sacred body, was extraordinary. Are you conceding? Yi Ningen retracted her spiritual energy, the phenomena faded, and her eyes returned to black. Huh. If we continue, I'd probably have to go all out, and I fear I might lose control and injure you. Fang Zhou sighed. Clearly he was the stronger one, yet Yi Ningen seemed unable to perceive it. He had barely used more than a few techniques. More importantly, continuing would be pointless. Yi Ningen refused to unleash her full strength, and even after awakening her physique, she still preferred hand-to-hand combat. The match would only grow increasingly dull. Then have you given up on stopping me from returning the Yin-Yang sacred body? Yi Ningen tilted her head, seemingly pleasantly surprised. Not that. Ningen, do you really want to cultivate dual harmony with me? Fang Zhou had no counter. He now suspected that Yi Ningen didn't simply wish to return the Yin-Yang sacred body to him, but actually desired to practice dual cultivation with him. And now that he thought about it, his charm was quite considerable, wasn't it? Yi Ningen's face suddenly flushed crimson, and Fang Zhou's thoughts drifted to imagining taking a bite of an apple. I just want to return your belongings to you. Watching her shy demeanor, Fang Zhou couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. There's no need. Look, even without the Yin-Yang sacred body, I could still fight you to a standstill. In time I will likely surpass you. Yes, in every conceivable sense of the word. Yi Ningen cast a spell, and the array patterns around the training ground dimmed one by one. The transparent barrier dissolved into tiny specks of light that dissipated into the air. She withdrew her hand, returning to her usual aloof demeanor, as if the fierce sparring match had never occurred. I just want to return what belongs to you. Yi Ningen's voice regained its usual coolness, yet Fang Zhou sensed a hint of grievance in it. Why is this girl so stubborn? Fang Zhou sighed. He felt he had sighed more today than in his entire current life, though not as much as in his past life, when he still had to work. Fang Zhou looked seriously at Yi Ningen. Through the sparring just now you must have felt it. Even without the eternal sun saint body, I am still the most brilliant sun in this world. Yi Ningen did not back down. She stepped forward 2 paces, closing in on Fang Zhou. That is precisely why you must reclaim the eternal sun saint body. The two faced off, neither yielding, their faces nearly touching. Fang Zhou could feel the breath she exhaled, carrying a faint sweetness brushing against his face. Her eyes, always icy and cold, were now inches away. He noticed for the first time that her eyelashes were long, trembling slightly. After a moment, Fang Zhou realized they were too close and hastily stepped back. Yi Ningen, though her face flushed red, did not retreat a single step. Seeing him step back, she slightly raised the corner of her mouth and lifted her chin. Fang Zhou couldn't take it anymore. Is she a child, he thought. Fang Zhou raised his hands like a Frenchman, saying helplessly, all right, you win. Let's talk about this another day. Maybe in the future you won't be so insistent on returning the eternal sun saint body to me. Impossible. I will never give up. Yi Ningen let out a playful snort. Fang Zhou looked at her slightly coquettish demeanor and felt a sudden stir in his heart. So cute. No, what am I thinking? Fang Zhou looked at Yi Ningen like this and felt much closer to her, as if they were back in their childhood days. Though they hadn't seen each other in over a decade, now getting along again, Fang Zhou could no longer stubbornly claim that he was not familiar with Yi Ningen. Fine, I won't argue with you. Fang Zhou waved to Yi Ningen and turned to walk out of the training ground. Let's eat first. The sun hung fully in the sky. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the old trees beside the training ground, scattering into patches of golden light that fell on his shoulders and the top of his head. He walked leisurely, his robe gently lifted by the wind, his profile sharply defined in the light and shadow. Watching Fang Zhou bathed in sunlight, Yi Ningen's heart skipped a beat unconsciously. She quickly caught up, walking half a step behind him. The sunlight stretched his shadow long, landing just at her feet. She lowered her head and quietly stepped on the edge of that shadow. Fang Zhou turned his head to look at her. What do you want to eat for lunch? Anything. There's no restaurant called anything. Thousands of miles away, sunlight illuminated the rolling green mountains. The peaks were steep and towering, yet life still tenaciously radiated vitality. Deep within an unremarkable peak of pitch-black cave mouth was embedded in the rock face. Sunlight was silently swallowed as it reached the cave's edge. Deep inside the cave was a brightly lit stone chamber. Several fist-sized night pearls were embedded in the walls, illuminating the entire room. Inside, a gray-robed cultivator was bowing to a figure in white. Your Eminence, as of today, hundreds of thousands of demon beasts have died around Chang'an City. Within 1,000 li of Chang'an, there are no more demon beasts. At the far end of the chamber, on a high platform, a figure in a white robe sat upright on a stone chair. The person's face was hidden in the shadow of a hood. One hand rested casually on the armrest, the fingers slender with well-defined knuckles. On the index finger was a dark silver ring engraved with a twisted symbol. Hundreds of thousands. The white-robed cultivator's voice was soft, yet it produced a low resonance in the sealed chamber. What about those beast-gathering arrays? Most have been discovered by the disciples of the Wanxing sect, the gray-robed cultivator replied with his head bowed. The Wanxing sect is indifferent to it, responding unenthusiastically. The white-robed cultivator chuckled softly. They won't care about any schemes from the ants beneath their feet. As long as we act cautiously and don't cross the line, it will be fine. The gray-robed cultivator hesitated for a moment, then looked up at the white-robed cultivator on the high platform. Your Eminence, there is something I do not understand. Speak. In this operation, we spent months setting up the beast-gathering arrays and consumed a massive amount of resources, yet in the end it only caused hundreds of thousands of low-grade demon beasts to slaughter each other. The outcome? Is it not a loss outweighing the gain? The white-robed cultivator's finger on the armrest tapped lightly, and a faint clicking sound echoed in the chamber. The gray-robed cultivator immediately lowered his head, not daring to say another word. A loss outweighing the gain. The white-robed cultivator savored the phrase as if weighing its significance. What do you think we lost? Some crudely made beast-gathering cauldrons. Some worthless demon beasts. Piled together, they are not worth a second glance. He slowly stood up, his white robe slipping off the stone chair, dragging a long shadow on the ground. Demon beasts were never our target. Their deaths are what the god needs. The gray-robed cultivator looked up, confusion in his eyes. The white-robed cultivator paced to a wall on one side of the chamber and raised his hand. The spirit light array embedded in the wall lit up, and a massive map materialized out of thin air. It was a map of mountains and rivers condensed from spiritual energy, covered with dense markings. Among them, the location of Chang'an City was circled in dark red. The white-robed cultivator turned around. In the shadow of his hood, the corner of his mouth slowly curved into a fanatical smile. He suddenly spread his arms wide, the wide sleeves of his white robe falling back to reveal two pale arms. In the sealed chamber, his voice suddenly rose, carrying a tremor of long-suppressed release. Do you know the immense power of the god we worship? His voice echoed repeatedly against the stone walls, reverberating in layers. Even if it dies, even if its soul shatters, even if it is dismembered into countless pieces scattered across heaven and earth, as long as slaughter exists in this world, it will return from the endless carnage. He slowly lowered his hands, interlacing his fingers in front of his chest, as if holding an invisible sacred object. The chamber fell silent again, only the spirit light map on the wall still flickering silently. Those dark red circles were like dozens of open eyes quietly staring at the name of the city at the center of the map. The gray-robed cultivator also bowed his head and prayed in a low voice. "Oh God, your followers are willing to sacrifice everything, begging you to return to the mortal world and cleanse its filth." The white-robed cultivator looked at the gray-robed cultivator with a complex gaze. "Oh God, please save your followers." Fang Zhou and his companion walked back along the main street of Chang'an City, the sunlight pouring straight down from overhead, compressing their shadows into small tight clusters. The aroma of steaming noodles wafted from a roadside eatery, catching Fang Zhou's eye. He strode inside, casually picking an empty table to sit at. Yiningen took a seat across from him, her gaze sweeping the tabletop before settling back on Fang Zhou's face. "What would you like to eat?" Fang Zhou glanced at the menu on the wall and asked Yiningen. "Same as you." "Then 2 bowls of beef noodles." Fang Zhou raised 2 fingers toward the shopkeeper. The noodle shop was small, and not many patrons were around at this hour. The shopkeeper acknowledged the order with a nod and turned to busy himself at the stove. Before long, 2 steaming bowls were placed on the table. The broth shimmered with an amber sheen of oil, the beef sliced, evenly sprinkled with a handful of verdant scallions, the aroma tantalizing. Fang Zhou glanced at the beef in the bowl and suddenly recalled a famous scene from his past life. "Hey, I don't eat beef." Yiningen looked at him in confusion, unsure of his meaning. "Just kidding." Fang Zhou set down his chopsticks, leaned in, and scooped up a large piece of beef, shoving it into his mouth. As a transmigrator, he often felt a sense of loneliness in this world. No one understood his references, and no one could truly open his heart. Silence stretched between them as they finished the meal without a word. They paid and stepped out of the noodle shop. Fang Zhou and Yiningen stood facing each other on the street, at a loss for what to do, neither fully accustomed to the other's presence. "Do you have anything planned this afternoon?" Fang Zhou broke the silence. "No," Yiningen replied. "The sect hasn't arranged anything for the next few days." "Oh, then what do you usually do at the sect?" Fang Zhou led the way toward the small building, with Yi Ningen following half a step behind. At the sect, Yi Ningen considered, I cultivate handle affairs within my peak and occasionally practice some techniques. Sounds busy. It's fine. I'm used to it. Fang Zhou pushed open the courtyard gate of the small building. Xiaoya was sprawled on the windowsill basking in the sun. At the sound of movement, she merely lifted an eyelid, lazily flicking her tail as a greeting. He sat down on a chair in the guest hall. Yi Ningen entered as well and took a seat at the table, a desk, and a brief silence between them. Suddenly Xiaoya leaped down from the windowsill, padded over to Yi Ningen's feet, gazed up at her, then hopped onto her lap, curling into a furry ball. She seems to like you, Fang Zhou said. You've taken good care of her. Yi Ningen replied, looking down at the cat on her lap, gently scratching behind its ear. Xiaoya purred, narrowed her eyes, and nuzzled deeper into her palm. Have you given her a name? Yi Ningen asked, her voice softening as she stroked the cat. Fang Zhou leaned back in his chair, watching Yi Ningen's profile as she bent down to play with the cat. Her fingers were slender, her nails neatly trimmed, gently scratching Xiaoya's chin with a delicate touch. I'm not good at naming, so I just called her Xiaoya. Xiaoya. Yi Ningen repeated the name, her fingers pausing behind the cat's ear. It's lovely. Xiaoya, hearing her name, rolled over to expose her belly and let out a soft mew. Fang Zhou looked at Yi Ningen and suddenly felt not so lonely anymore. Hey Ningen, what's Wanqing sect like inside? Fang Zhou suddenly asked, genuinely curious. Both its disciples and its management system seemed unlike any sect he had imagined. The sect, eh? Yi Ningen pondered for a moment. Everyone in the sect is kind. They treat everyone the same way, and they often teach us that cultivators are no different from mortals. Overall, there's nothing particularly special about it. Wait a minute, did she really just say that? A cultivation sect that disregards cultivation levels and preaches equality. That can't be right. That doesn't sound right. He pulled his chair closer. In a normal sect, shouldn't the strong rule? The ones with the biggest fists call the shots. Outer disciples bow to inner disciples, and menial servants aren't even allowed to set foot in the main hall. That's how it's written in the storybooks. Yi Ningen tilted her head slightly, an expression that seemed to say, what kind of stories are you reading? Wanqing sect doesn't have that many levels. Besides, the strong are usually busy cultivating and have no time to manage sect affairs. What about the sect's rules? Fang Zhou pressed. There must be rules, right? How are transgressions punished? Yi Ningen thought for a moment. The sect doesn't have many rules. As long as you don't affect others, there's usually no punishment. Fang Zhou leaned back in his chair, taking a few seconds to digest the information. But what if someone really breaks a rule? It depends on the severity. Damaging property means paying a fine and spirit stones through the affairs hall. For serious offenses, one is confined for discipline at the restriction peak. For the gravest ones, they cross the sect's bottom line, and the only outcome is death. Fang Zhou was truly at a loss for words now. This is like an ideal sect from a dream. But he still pressed on, what about conflicts between disciples? Surely not everyone gets along. Conflicts are normal. Yi Ningen shifted Xiaoya to a different position, letting the cat nestle in the crook of her arm. The sect has a Dao discussion platform. If you're dissatisfied, you go up and fight. After the fight, no matter who wins or loses, all grudges are wiped clean. If the problem still can't be resolved, you can seek mediation from the sect. The sect's only requirement is that disciples do not harm each other. What if you really can't stand the sight of someone? Yi Ningen thought for a moment. There was a senior brother who couldn't stand another senior brother. Every time they met, they would go to the Dao discussion platform and fight. After 3 years of fighting, the sect finally built a dedicated platform for them, locked them inside, and wouldn't let them out until they'd had enough. Fang Zhou laughed. This sect was truly fascinating. Having grown up in such an environment, no wonder Yi Ningen was so upright. Does the sect have very strict admission criteria? Fang Zhou asked. Yi Ningen thought carefully, then shook her head. I'm not entirely sure either. The sect doesn't look at talent, cultivation level, or age when recruiting disciples. It only considers character, moral integrity, and the heart that seeks the Dao. Why? The master says that the sect exists merely to provide a place for like-minded people to exchange and grow. Like-minded people? What kind of path was that? Fang Zhou was curious, but seeing that Yi Ningen herself seemed only half-informed, he didn't press further. In that case, Fang Zhou rested his arms behind his head. The school teaches people to read, count, and learn the principles of being human. The affairs hall lets outsider cultivators take on tasks and earn credentials. The city's mortals and cultivators eat the same food, and if they commit a crime, they face the same punishment. What exactly does Wanqing sect want to achieve? Yi Ningen looked up at him. The master says that cultivators and mortals are all human. Since they are human, they should live like humans. She paused. Wanqing sect doesn't have any grand lofty goals. It just wants to make the world a little less about the strong bullying the weak and a little more about justice. Fang Zhou was silent for a long time. Outside the window, the cries of street vendors and the laughter of children chasing each other drifted in. Sunlight slanted through the window, falling on Yi Ningen's profile, her eyelashes trembling slightly in the light. Xiaoya rolled over in her arms, exposing her belly, her tail swaying lazily. So this is how it is. An ideal. I must join this sect. Fang Zhou made up his mind. Yi Ningen stayed until dark before departing. Fang Zhou had wanted to ask her to spend the night, but she disregarded his entreaties, left him some spiritual herbs to aid his Xian cultivation, and slipped out the door. What's that about? As if I were some dreadful monster. Fang Zhou shook his head and closed the door. Hey Xiaoya, aren't I supposed to go to the academy tomorrow? Could you go in my place? Fang Zhou lifted Xiaoya and posed the question to it. Meow. Never mind, I never expected anything from you in the first place. Should I skip class? Even if I could attend one day and skip the next, I still wouldn't want to go to school. Fang Zhou let out a long sigh. Indeed, he harbored a deep aversion to the very idea of attending classes. Fang Zhou set Xiaoya down on the table when he suddenly remembered something. I seem to have intended to forge a magical artifact for you. Meow. Xiaoya gazed at Fang Zhou with an expression of confusion. I haven't mentioned it, but perhaps consider it a reward. Fang Zhou pondered what kind of artifact would best suit Xiaoya. He studied Xiaoya carefully. A moon shadow cat. So it should possess both moon and shadow. Fang Zhou reached out and grasped the ethereal moonlight, becoming tangible, coalescing in his palm. Fang Zhou gently tossed the moonlight that had condensed into substance, silver-white particles cascading through his fingers like falling stars. Xiaoya tilted its head upward from the table, amber eyes following the cluster of light as it rose, and fell its tail slowly, tracing a half circle behind it. Hold on. Fang Zhou didn't turn his head, extending his other hand with fingers curled in a loose grasp. From the darkness in the corner of the wall, something was drawn forth. A thread of the faintest black, finer than hair, coiled and spiraled silently at his fingertips, probing and seeking in direction to cling to like a living creature. Moonlight and shadow, both were now present. Fang Zhou laid them side by side on the table, moonlight on the left, shadow on the right. He rested his chin on his hand and stared at them for a long while, his brow growing increasingly furrowed. Moonlight was light, shadow was darkness. Though born of one another, they were fundamentally opposed. Forcing them together would only result in the moonlight dissolving the shadow, or the shadow consuming the light entirely. Light and shadow both giving birth to and destroying each other. Fang Zhou murmured to himself, his fingers tapping the tabletop absent-mindedly. Interesting. He considered for a moment before deciding not to rush. Forging artifacts was not his forte. Of the 18 years within the Fang family, most of his time had been spent cultivating or reading novels, occasionally flipping through beginner texts on artifact refinement, yet he had never seriously forged a single magical treasure. But it didn't matter. To him, if he willed it, he could accomplish anything. Xiaoya crouched on the table, its tail elegantly curling around its front paws, watching him quietly. Fang Zhou met its gaze for a moment, then reached out and tapped its forehead. What attack artifact does a little cat need? As long as it can flee, that's enough. If it can't win, it can always come running to its parents. Fang Zhou reorganized his thoughts and prepared to forge a functional artifact instead. He spread his palm, and chaos manifested within it. Too domineering. Let me try a gentler law instead. The chaos dispersed, replaced by the swirling taiji yin-yang in his hand. He cast the moonlight into yang and the shadow into yin. As yin and yang revolved, yang gave birth to yin, and yin gave birth to yang. Light and shadow continuously merged and interweaved. It's done. Fang Zhou exhaled slowly. He compressed the yin-yang energy until it condensed into a sphere the size of a fist. The glowing orb rotated slowly on the table, its surface alternately flashing with silver-white moonlight and sinking into ink-black shadow. He picked up the orb and weighed it in his palm. It was nearly weightless, cool to the touch, like holding a river stone soaked in moonlight. One final step remains. Fang Zhou drew upon the laws within his body, imposing a boundary upon the orb to prevent it from dissipating. At this point, the orb had transformed into a crystal pendant. It's still missing something. Fang Zhou thought for a moment, and an invisible force began flowing within his hand. This was his Tao. He poured this power into the pendant. Perfect. Fang Zhou nodded in satisfaction. A flawless materialization from void. By the time he reached the sacred domain, he would likely be capable of far more. Fang Zhou turned to look at Xiaoya and found the cat had been waiting on the table for quite some time, its chin resting on its front paws, its tail sweeping lazily behind it. Come here. Fang Zhou pushed the pendant toward it. Xiaoya stood up, circled the pendant halfway, and lowered its head to sniff. Then it raised one front paw and gently pressed it against the pendant, just as it had when first acknowledging its master. The pendant trembled slightly beneath its paw, then split into two streaks of light, one bright, one dark, climbing up its front legs and winding around its neck. As the radiance faded, a small pendant now adorned Xiaoya's neck. Its base was silver white, its surface etched with fine dark patterns that flowed and shifted with the changing light, as though alive with living shadow. Meow. Xiaoya glanced down at the pendant around its neck, then looked up at Fang Zhou. Turn around so I can see. Xiaoya spun gracefully on the table, the pendant swaying gently with its movements. Moonlight and shadow flickered alternately across its surface, lending an extra spark of liveliness to its silver-white fur. Excellent. It appears to have succeeded. Fang Zhou reached out and scratched it gently beneath the chin, then introduced the artifact to Xiaoya. This magical treasure has two functions. The first is energy storage. You can charge it by basking in sunlight or moonlight and draw upon that energy whenever needed, like a reserve power source. Something along those lines. The second function is that upon encountering danger it will automatically trigger a shadow evasion, concealing you within shadows and escorting you to safety. Attacks below the Dao Infant realm cannot reach you. I also included a personal edition. If danger strikes you may use it to summon my projection wielding roughly the power of my full-strength strike. Use it sparingly. Xiaoya tilted its head and let out a happy chirp. Very well, go try it. See if you can store the pendant. Xiaoya blinked and the pendant flashed with spiritual light before vanishing into its body. Not bad as expected of an artifact forged by me. Fang Zhou nodded with satisfaction. This way no one would be able to snatch it away. He patted Xiaoya's head and told it to go sleep. Xiaoya gave a soft cry, then leaped gracefully from the table pacing toward its cat bed with elegant steps. It curled itself into a ball, closed its eyes, and prepared to rest. Fang Zhou leaned back in his chair and gazed out the window at the nighttime scenery of Chang'an City. The streets had grown quiet save for the occasional sound of patrol footsteps in the distance. The faint glow of spiritual formations flowed slowly between the buildings like the breathing of the city itself. Fang Zhou glanced down at his hands, then rose and lay back upon his bed. Not bad, quite entertaining. Should I forge a pair of rings as well? Or perhaps I should wait until I break through to the sacred domain. I have a feeling the right time is approaching. Don't disappoint me, villain. He muttered to himself, yawned, and extinguished the lamp. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling perfectly upon Xiaoya. The pendant around its neck glimmered faintly within the moonlight, silver-white flashes pulsing gently, as though responding to something. Xiaoya rolled over in its sleep, lying on its back with its belly exposed, its tail swaying lightly in slumber. The next day Fang Zhou changed into his clothes and went to the academy. Fortunately, the courses at the academy were elective, so he had only chosen the martial arts class this time. Compared to literature and science classes, Fang Zhou still preferred bullying children. At this moment Fang Zhou was sparring with the young boy. Or rather, it was mostly the young boy launching attacks, while Fang Zhou merely dodged them. This won't do, go a bit faster. Fang Zhou casually dodged the student's attacks and began offering criticisms. Seeing Fang Zhou so enthusiastic about the martial arts class, the instructor handed over the teaching duties to him and slipped off to slack off on the side. Unable to land a single blow on Fang Zhou and subjected to his constant criticism, the young boy's blood surged with anger, his face flushing red as his attacks grew increasingly erratic and disorganized. Seeing this, Fang Zhou simply pushed the young boy to the ground with one palm, shook his head, and said to him, "If you're not good enough, practice more. Anger cannot conceal your weakness. Go train again." The other students nearby, seeing the young boy so frustrated, scattered in all directions and began practicing their fundamentals, not wanting to spar with Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou noticed the other students were afraid to spar with him and secretly regretted not going easier on them. Among the many students, there was one who stood out, standing on the training ground and staring directly at Fang Zhou. Who is this person? I remember his name is Luo Chuan. Fang Zhou turned to look at Luo Chuan. From the beginning, Luo Chuan had been staring at him. Is something the matter, student Luo Chuan? Fang Zhou asked Luo Chuan with a smile. He found this person quite interesting. Despite being full of abnormalities, he was placed among ordinary students. Was this a way to lure him in? I want to spar with you. Luo Chuan spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. Has my strength been discovered? It seems the person behind the scenes has some abilities after all. Could the anomalies that occurred outside the city also be related to Luo Chuan? After all, I am the protagonist. It's only natural for clues to come to me on their own. Fang Zhou's mind was racing, yet his face showed no reaction. He smiled and agreed. Sure, student Luo Chuan. Do you need a weapon? My swordsmanship is actually quite decent. Hearing that Luo Chuan and Fang Zhou were about to spar, the surrounding students abandoned their practice and came to cheer for Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan, teach him a lesson for bullying people by relying on his seniority. Luo Chuan, go for it, we support you. Listening to the surrounding students cheering for Luo Chuan, Fang Zhou could barely hold himself together. Hey, I just sparring with you. That's hardly bullying someone younger. In other places, if people wanted my guidance, I wouldn't necessarily agree. You really are fortunate, but unaware of it. Hearing Fang Zhou's words, the surrounding students became even more excited, shouting for Luo Chuan to give Fang Zhou a taste of his own medicine. Fang Zhou clicked his tongue, ignoring them, and turned to look at Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan was unaffected, taking a spear from the weapon rack and looking at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou noticed that from the moment Luo Chuan picked up the spear, he seemed like a different person. A peculiar killing intent surged from his eyes, yet it wasn't directed at anyone. It was simply pure killing intent. Possessed by a ghost. How interesting. Fang Zhou casually picked up a long sword from the weapon rack. While swords indeed had no advantage against spears, he would still win. Fang Zhou made his declaration of victory. Luo Chuan, you're the challenger. A trace of confusion flashed in Luo Chuan's killing-filled eyes, unable to understand why Fang Zhou suddenly said this. Can we begin? Go ahead. As soon as Fang Zhou's voice fell, Luo Chuan's spear was already approaching his face at great speed. If this wasn't a body switch, I'll eat my hat. Fang Zhou quickly shifted his body, using his sword to deflect the spear, stepping forward instead of retreating. The sword blade grazed along the spear shaft, and a piercing metallic screech erupted across the training ground. Luo Chuan flipped his wrist, and the deflected spear traced a half-arc through the air, striking directly at Fang Zhou's lower body. Fang Zhou lightly tapped the ground with his toes, raising his entire body 2 inches into the air. The spear's tail swept past his feet, and before he could land, his long sword slashed downward in continuation. Luo Chuan's pupils contracted. Rather than retreating, he shifted both hands, crossing the spear horizontally to forcefully block the strike. The sword blade collided with the spear shaft, sending sparks flying. Fang Zhou used the force to retreat backward, his toes sliding 2 steps across the stone tiles of the training ground. Before he could stabilize himself, the spear tip was already at his throat. Fang Zhou tilted his head, the spear tip grazing past his ear. The spear shaft swept horizontally, forcing him to bend low to avoid it. At the same time, his long sword slashed upward, producing a piercing screech against Luo Chuan's spear shaft. Both parties retreated simultaneously and separated. Despite having the advantage, Luo Chuan still eyed Fang Zhou warily. And though Fang Zhou was at a disadvantage, his expression remained relaxed. A gentle voice echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. Luo Chuan, this person is abnormal. He can sense my presence. My power hasn't recovered yet. Leave the rest to you. The killing intent in Luo Chuan's eyes dissipated. He sheathed his spear and bowed to Fang Zhou. Thank you for the instruction. Are we not fighting? Haven't you held back your full strength? Fang Zhou looked at Luo Chuan with a half-smile. To fully appreciate that particular killing intent of Luo Chuan's, he had deliberately not used his full strength earlier. Moreover, he had already determined that the layer of Luo Chuan's body possessor was similar to his own, roughly in the range from Dharma aspect to sacred domain. Luo Chuan did not respond, only bowing once more before turning and walking to the weapon rack, returning the spear to its place. So polite. It makes me feel embarrassed to target him. Fang Zhou gave up the idea of continuing to test Luo Chuan and casually put away his sword. The surrounding students were already dumbfounded. Luo Chuan, who had not yet entered cultivation, was actually able to exchange blows with Fang Zhou of the spirit orifice realm. Am I seeing this correctly? When did Luo Chuan become this strong? It's not right. That aura he had when wielding the spear just now made my back chill even from this distance. Did any of you notice that his eyes completely changed when he finally sheathed the spear? They were completely different from before. Whispers spread like ripples along the edges of the training ground. Several students who were usually close to Luo Chuan exchanged glances, wanting to approach, but afraid to do so. Fang Zhou, however, was completely unconcerned. Smiling, he addressed the group of students. What's wrong? Just now you were all shouting for someone to teach me a lesson, and now you're silent. Luo Chuan can exchange a few moves with me. What about you? Why don't you all come at once? The students collectively stepped back, half a step, shaking their heads like rattle drums. Fang Zhou sighed, making a pained expression. Young people these days are so impetuous and have high expectations, but low abilities. They lack even a spark of competitive spirit. Before he could finish speaking, a bold student couldn't help but mutter, "Aren't you young yourself?" Fang Zhou's gaze swept over, and the person immediately shut their mouth and shrank behind the crowd. All right, stop the noise. If you keep arguing, will you practice today or not? The instructor also stood up at this moment, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention back. Under the instructor's organization, the students began training while lamenting. Fang Zhou looked around, saw no one paying attention, and immediately made his escape. Skipping class. Fang Zhou promptly left the schoolhouse and dashed out onto the bustling street. Well, it seemed he had nothing to do after running out. Internet cafe, I miss you. Fang Zhou began to yearn for his past life, when skipping class at least had a destination. Gaming with friends, trading insults, howling in victory, deflecting blame and defeat, ordering takeout when hungry, and grabbing a soda when thirsty. Now, utterly tedious. The street was thronged with people, an old man hawking candied hawthorns shuffled by a few children chasing after him. How he envied them, untouched by the ravages of the information age, finding joy in such simple lives. Fang Zhou wandered aimlessly through the streets. Since leaving home, he seemed to have been indulging himself more and more. Though no one at home had ever controlled him, he still subconsciously restrained his true nature. Was this habit from his past life? Was it impossible to shake even in this one? Sigh. Fang Zhou let out a sigh, a touch of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. Even London might not be as gloomy. Young master, why are you sighing so deeply? Fang Zhou was startled and followed the voice. By the roadside stood a small stall, a cloth banner leaning against a stool inscribed with the words, "Heavenly Fate, Divine Calculation." Heavenly Fate, Divine Calculation sounded utterly impressive. The stall owner was an old man with graying hair messily tied into a bun, clad in a dusty Taoist robe with ink stains on the cuffs. Before him was a low table bearing a bamboo cylinder for divination slips, copper coins, a compass, and half a bowl of unfinished wonton soup. The old man was just fishing out a wonton when he noticed Fang Zhou looking over and smiled, beckoning him over. Come, young master. Since you sigh, you must have something on your mind. Let this old Taoist cast a fortune for you. If it's inaccurate, there's no charge. Awesome. Could it be that I've encountered a great cultivator? He actually wants to tell my fortune. Fang Zhou grew intrigued and walked over to sit on the small stool opposite the low table. I see your cultivation is only at the Fang realm. Can you truly divine my fate? Although the old man's displayed aura was only at the Xiandan realm, upon closer inspection Fang Zhou perceived his true cultivation to be at the early Fang realm, even lower than his own. The old man's expression remained impassive at Fang Zhou's words, but inwardly a storm raged. Damn, I've run into a tough customer. The old man groaned inwardly, yet kept smiling as he said to Fang Zhou, young master, don't say that. Even if I don't tell your fortune, chatting and passing the time is fine, isn't it? He had firmly resolved not to divine for Fang Zhou. No matter how Fang Zhou had seen through his cultivation, as long as they were within Cheng'an City under the jurisdiction of the Wanqing sect, he could not possibly harm Fang Zhou. This was an ironclad rule set by the Wanqing sect. He dared not offend the sect nor the person behind Fang Zhou. The old man instinctively assumed that Fang Zhou had used some treasure to see his cultivation. As a Fang realm cultivator, he could tell at a glance that Fang Zhou was merely at the Xiandan realm. There was no way he could see through his own cultivation. After all, Fang Zhou was only in his teens or 20s, he couldn't possibly also be at the Fang realm. Fang Zhou rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he watched the old man, saying nothing. The old man felt a chill under his gaze. His smile was barely holding. He picked up the wonton bowl and pretended to sip the broth, using the bowl's rim to block Fang Zhou's line of sight. The silence stretched for a few seconds. Finally, Fang Zhou spoke. Old man, weren't you going to tell my fortune? Go ahead. The old man set down the bowl, coughed dryly, stroked his grizzled beard, and put on an inscrutable expression. Young master, this old Taoist left in such a hurry today that I forgot my compass. This fortune, I can't tell it, truly can't. Isn't that a compass on your table? The old man looked down. There was indeed a brass compass on the corner of the table. He had nearly knocked it off when he picked up the wonton bowl. This one is broken, the needle is inaccurate. Then what about those slips in your cylinder? Even a shake of the sticks would do. Those are broken too. Damp, the characters, all smudged. Fang Zhou glanced down at the bamboo cylinder. The slips were brand new and gleaming, the cinnabar characters vivid red. Nothing like they had been dampened. The old man realized his excuse was untenable, so he simply stuffed the cylinder under the table and spread his hands as if to say, I'm a dead pig that doesn't fear scalding water. Young master, I'll be honest with you. Your fate I dare not divine. Oh, Fang Zhou raised an eyebrow. Could he be a true expert after all? The old man sighed, no longer maintaining that immortal demeanor. He leaned back in his chair, revealing a hint of weariness. This old Taoist has cultivated for over 1,000 years, observing countless people. I dare not claim to be 100% accurate, but I can usually discern a thing or two. But you, young master, saw through my concealed cultivation at a single glance. There must be great cultivators involved behind you. I dare not divine, dare not even look. Then why did you call me over? Fang Zhou was speechless. He had thought he'd encountered a true master. Turns out novels were all lies. The old man choked, rubbed his nose, and lowered his voice with a guilty look. Well, I saw you, young master, with such distinguished features, like a noble son from a wealthy family. I thought I could earn a few spirit coins. Fang Zhou, good heavens, a Fang realm cultivator, and you're short on spirit coins. That's a bit suspicious. Fang Zhou rubbed his chin, activating his startling wisdom. Hey, could this old man be the mastermind behind the beast gatherings and mutual slaughter outside the city? His cultivation is barely passable, and he's a fortune teller. The more Fang Zhou thought, the more suspicious the old man seemed. But since the Wanqing sect hadn't reacted, maybe he didn't need to worry. Deciding not to overthink, Fang Zhou resolved to ask directly. He activated his divine ability. Within his body, the Fang opened its eyes where laws flowed and golden light radiated. Old man, I'll ask you directly. Are you involved in the events outside the city? Events outside the city? The old man furrowed his brow. What events outside the city? Could it be the lockdown that day? But wasn't that just a routine beast purge? No problem, it seemed. Fang Zhou withdrew his divine ability. So I'm not the protagonist after all. This plot is so hard to push forward. Shouldn't every clue be delivered right to the protagonist's doorstep? Maybe I'm too reclusive. Forget it if you don't know. Fang Zhou gave up thinking and accepted reality. He patted his robe and prepared to stand up and leave. Wait, young master, hold on. The old man suddenly reached out to stop him, his eyes darting. I dare not divine your fate, but since you asked about the events outside the city, I might be able to offer you some advice. Oh, Fang Zhou paused and looked at him. I'm all ears. The old man cleared his throat, took a sip of the wonton broth, and slowly spoke. Though this old Taoist doesn't know what happened outside the city, I can tell you this: within the jurisdiction of the Wanqing sect, no conspiracy can escape the sect's notice. Really? Fang Zhou was incredulous. Aren't there any forces hostile to the Wanqing sect? In novels, as soon as the protagonist joins a sect, other sects come looking for trouble, even threatening to annihilate it. Could this world be so peaceful? The old man looked at Fang Zhou in astonishment. All those hostile to the Wanqing sect have vanished, didn't you know? Even this world is called the Wanqing world. Holy cow! The Wanqing sect was this formidable. Now Fang Zhou understood the true weight of the foremost sect in the world. So you don't need to worry about any conspiracy eluding the Wanqing sect. Anything that happens must be permitted by them. After saying this, the old man shooed Fang Zhou away, packed up his belongings, and fled. Fang Zhou watched the old man escape, but made no move to stop him. He turned and walked back toward the small building. Brother Fang, what are you doing here? Cheng Wenyuan, who was heading toward the academy, spotted Fang Zhou loitering on the street and asked with curiosity. Huh? Fang Zhou suddenly felt a bit flustered, as if he had been caught skipping class by his mentor, but he quickly composed himself. I'm just bored taking a stroll. Cheng Wenyuan noticed Fang Zhou's somewhat guilty expression and couldn't help but find it amusing. He took a few steps closer to Fang Zhou. Brother Fang, since you have nothing to do, would you like to join the game organized by the academy and the Chengyan administration office? A game? What kind of game? Fang Zhou was puzzled. He truly had no idea what games existed in this world. Cheng Wenyuan smiled at him, then walked ahead toward the academy, speaking as he went. Brother Fang, to put it simply, the game is like children playing house, but the entire Chengyan city serves as the playground. Intrigued, Fang Zhou caught up with Cheng Wenyuan. Tell me more. Without wasting words, Cheng Wenyuan began explaining directly. The game is mainly for the students who possess some talent, although the academy teaches them how to use their abilities. The instructor's lessons are still too abstract for these children. If they keep lecturing them with big principles, the students might develop rebellious tendencies. So the academy requested the Chengyan administration office to use their venues for practical teaching. The administration office thought it was a good idea, agreed, and even offered to provide personnel to assist in the teaching. After discussions between both sides, they decided to hold an educational game at a specific time. The game is divided into two types. One is where students play the role of administrative staff of the Chengyan administration office, participating in managing the city's affairs. The other is where they act as members of the Chengyan enforcement team, handling a simulated case. What do you think? Want to join? Fang Zhou listened to Cheng Wenyuan's explanation and found it far more interesting than the tedious matters outside the city. He pressed further. Since it's a game, there must be a challenge, right? There needs to be a villain to give the game educational value. Cheng Wenyuan nodded approvingly at Fang Zhou. Indeed, so we will divide the students into two teams. One team enforces the law, the other plays the criminals. The two teams will obstruct each other. Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Cheng Wenyuan led him into the academy. As soon as Fang Zhou stepped inside, he bumped into the martial arts instructor who had just finished class. Fang Zhou gave an awkward smile and nodded to the instructor. The instructor nodded back, then walked past him, feeling a bit puzzled. Didn't Fang Zhou have something urgent? He had left before class ended, so why was he back now? The concept of skipping class barely existed here. Most students were orphans and rarely had time to gather. Due to various reasons, they studied diligently, striving to improve themselves. Only during the brief school hours could they relax and interact with peers. Thus, unless there was a special reason, students always attended class seriously. The martial arts instructor naturally assumed Fang Zhou had some important business, never suspecting that he had simply skipped class. At that moment, the students were gathered in the training ground, chattering excitedly, clearly anticipating what was about to happen. Cheng Wenyuan navigated through the crowd with ease, stepped onto the platform at the front of the training ground, and clapped his hands. The crisp applause gradually silenced the murmurs, and dozens of eyes turned to him. Everyone, today is the day for practical teaching. I'm sure you've all heard about it. Cheng Wenyuan's gaze swept over the expectant faces below, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This game is similar to the ones I've described before. You have two options. Those who want to handle the affairs of Chengyan City, stand to the right. Those who want to handle cases, stand to the left. As soon as Cheng Wenyuan finished speaking, the training ground fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos. I want to be on the enforcement team. What's the fun in handling affairs? I want to investigate cases. Why are you so impatient? Instructor Cheng said we can choose freely. The students clamored, but their feet were already moving. The crowd flowed like water drawn by two invisible whirlpools, slowly splitting to the left and right. Fang Zhou leaned against the old locust tree, watching the half-grown children. Some strode forward without hesitation, others hesitated, glancing around, and a few close friends, having chosen different teams, tugged at each other's sleeves while arguing in hushed tones. Cheng Wenyuan did not rush them. He stood on the platform, hands behind his back, watching the students with a feeling of quiet satisfaction at their vitality. These children had mostly suffered greatly before arriving in Chengyan. Fortunately, they were rescued and brought to the city, ensuring a life free from hardship. Fang Zhou stayed at the back of the line, not moving. If he were to join, he would likely have to lead a team. So he decided not to participate, opting instead to stand by and offer commentary on the students' actions. That would be more amusing. Fang Zhou scanned the crowd. On the right stood mostly older students, standing straight, their faces trying to appear composed, but their clenched fists and slightly trembling toes betrayed their anticipation. The left side was much livelier. The students who wanted to investigate cases huddled together, excitedly discussing what kind of cases they might encounter. A few impatient ones had already started debating methods of solving crimes. There was a slight difference in numbers between the two sides, with more students on the left. Such is the nature of youth. Who doesn't dream of being a gallant hero? Cheng Wenyuan glanced at the two groups from the platform, unsurprised. Alright, since you've all chosen, let me explain the rules once more. He cleared his throat and addressed the students on the right. The first group on the right will assemble at the Chengyan administration office tomorrow. Someone there will assign you tasks. A few among you will be given special roles as corrupt officials who embezzle city resources. Your rewards will be tied to the resources you recover. Enjoy the game. As he finished, a smirk involuntarily crept across his lips. After a moment, he turned to the students on the left. The second group on the left will gather at the training ground tomorrow. Someone will brief you on your mission. Similarly, there will be traitors among you. This game won't be easy. Be careful not to end it too quickly. Chung Wenyuan kept a straight face as he finished, then dismissed them with a wave. Fang Zhou watched his expression, sensing that tomorrow would be interesting. As the students dispersed, he spotted Luo Chuan among the left group. At that moment, Luo Chuan wasn't his usual aloof self. He was speaking in a low voice to the student beside him. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and turned to look at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou made no attempt to hide. He waved and greeted him. Luo Chuan paused for a moment, nodded in response, and was then pulled away by someone nearby. At that moment, Chung Wenyuan walked over, unable to suppress his grin. So Brother Fang want to join? Let the kids experience the harshness of the world. Sure, I'm interested, Fang Zhou nodded. By the way, I'd like to play the simulated case game. No problem. Let's grab a meal first, then head to the meeting room for a discussion this afternoon. Chung Wenyuan agreed, readily patted Fang Zhou on the shoulder, and turned away. Fang Zhou watched him go, a thoughtful look on his face. This guy hadn't schemed to involve me, had he? Oh well, I'll find out this afternoon. Let's eat first. That afternoon, Fang Zhou found Chung Wenyuan in the conference room, filled with anticipation. Chung Wenyuan was conversing with a nearby cultivator when he noticed Fang Zhou enter and rose to introduce him. This is Deputy Zhou, dispatched from the Chang'an Management Office to participate in the game. Zhou Gong. After speaking, he turned to Deputy Zhou and said, "This is the Fang Zhou I mentioned." Deputy Zhou also stood up, smiling warmly as he bowed to Fang Zhou. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Fang. I have long heard of your reputation, and today's meeting confirms you are truly extraordinary." Fang Zhou was momentarily stunned. How did everyone seem to know him? "You flatter me. There's no need for such formality, Deputy Zhou." Chung Wenyuan took the lead and sat down. "Then let's discuss tomorrow's schedule first." Chung Wenyuan took out a stack of papers, glanced over them, and distributed them to Fang Zhou and the others. Fang Zhou looked down at the paper, which was densely covered with writing, mostly outlining the desired outcomes and various precautions. Clearly, Chung Wenyuan had prepared everything in advance. Once Chung Wenyuan saw that Fang Zhou had finished reading, he spoke up. Tomorrow's game is primarily meant to help the students understand the difference between theory and practice. First, the management group. These students will report to the Chang'an Management Office tomorrow, and Deputy Zhou will assign them some simple tasks. No problem. Zhou Gong nodded in response. Chung Wenyuan nodded back, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Remember to have someone make things a bit more challenging for them. Zhou Gong also wore a knowing smile. We'll make sure they never forget it. Fang Zhou looked between the two of them and felt completely left out. Chung Wenyuan turned to explain to Fang Zhou, the Chang'an Management Office frequently deals with residents of Chang'an City. While most are understanding and reasonable, with so many people it's inevitable that a few eccentrics will appear. Seeing that Fang Zhou still looked puzzled, Chung Wenyuan continued. For instance, there was a parent who insisted on personally bringing their child to the academy every single day and handing them over in person to a female instructor specifically assigned to registration duties. But one day that instructor found herself pregnant, so the academy assigned another female instructor to cover her shifts. Now here's the kicker. That parent refused to hand the child over to the new instructor, insisted on dealing only with the original one, and even filed a formal complaint at the Chang'an Management Office claiming the new instructor had deliberately got the previous one pregnant just to steal her job. That was the relatively tame one. There were far more outrageous cases. If you're interested, tomorrow you can head to the Chang'an Management Office and watch the show. It'll be quite entertaining. Fang Zhou listened in sheer astonishment. He had always thought Chang'an City was peaceful and its management work rather straightforward. He never expected the city to harbor such extraordinary characters. Although deeply intrigued, Fang Zhou still shook his head. What about the case division? I imagine it won't be too dull either. He was eager to learn what the other assignment entailed. That depends entirely on your performance. Chung Wenyuan looked at Fang Zhou with an enigmatic expression. What do you mean? Just as he had suspected, it wouldn't be that simple. Chung Wenyuan dropped the cryptic act and explained directly to Fang Zhou. If you choose the case division, then tonight you'll need to bring the insider along to commit the crime and teach them how to conceal themselves and evade capture. Tomorrow, outwardly you'll appear to be part of the case division, but secretly you'll be covering for the insider and enabling them to commit another offense. How exciting, right? Fang Zhou's eyes lit up upon hearing Chung Wenyuan's explanation. So does that make me the insider as well? Exactly. That's precisely what I mean. Chung Wenyuan nodded. We want them to understand that administering justice is far from simple. We need to teach them to think critically and develop their judgment. Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Have you already chosen who the insider will be? Based on my observations, the only one suited for this task is Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan. Why? Fang Zhou turned to Chung Wenyuan, seeking a concrete reason. Chung Wenyuan fell silent for a moment before giving his answer. Luo Chuan is meticulous, highly capable of execution, and most importantly, he won't suddenly crack under pressure and reveal a flaw. Fang Zhou recalled Luo Chuan's expressionless face and couldn't help but chuckle. But then he remembered the first time he'd met Luo Chuan, how he had acted up, and couldn't resist asking, what if he is one of those episodes again? Cheng Wenyuan shook his head. He won't have those episodes anymore. Seeing that Cheng Wenyuan had no intention of elaborating, Fang Zhou dropped the matter. After all, a man should not pry into another man's business. Alright, where is Luo Chuan? I'll go find him now. Fang Zhou was ready to take Luo Chuan out for a reconnaissance run. Cheng Wenyuan pointed toward the martial arts arena with his finger. He should be at the training ground right now. Whenever he has free time, he often practices alone there. Fang Zhou stood up and headed toward the martial arts arena. Alright, I'll go find him first. Go ahead. Cheng Wenyuan waved his hand, then added after a moment's thought, don't go overboard. If things escalate to a homicide case, check with me first. I'll find someone professional to play the role of the corpse. Fang Zhou's steps faltered, a strange smile spreading across his face. Any kind of crime is acceptable. Cheng Wenyuan shook his head, well aware of what Fang Zhou was thinking. It's just a game, don't get carried away. Fang Zhou stifled his smile and walked off directly. Only after Fang Zhou had disappeared down the hall did Zhou Geng speak up. Fellow Taoist Fang really is that person's. Cheng Wenyuan coughed twice. I don't know. Don't ask me. Understood. Zhou Geng nodded, grasping the meaning. Meanwhile, Fang Zhou passed through the corridor and could already hear the sound of clashing weapons in the distance. When he reached the edge of the training ground, he spotted Luo Chuan's figure. The young man stood on the bluestone floor gripping a long spear and repeatedly practicing fundamental techniques, a demeanor entirely different from the sparring session he'd shared with Fang Zhou that morning. Fang Zhou didn't rush forward. Instead, he leaned against a corridor pillar and watched for a while. Could he possibly be the protagonist? Judging by his appearance, he clearly had a reason to grow stronger, and there was an old grandpa protecting him somewhere. Damn, it was becoming increasingly obvious. The more he looked, the more Luo Chuan resembled a typical protagonist. After roughly the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Fang Zhou finally stepped forward. Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan's movements paused. He planted his spear back into the weapon rack nearby, straightened up, and turned to face Fang Zhou. Cheng Wenyuan told you about tomorrow's game, right? He did. Luo Chuan returned his spear to the rack beside him. What do you think? Luo Chuan was silent for a moment, then nodded. It's acceptable. Fang Zhou studied him for a while before suddenly breaking into a smile. You kid, can't you say a few more words? Fang Zhou patted Luo Chuan on the shoulder and turned toward the exit of the academy. Come with me. I'll take you to scout the area. Luo Chuan hesitated for a moment, but followed Fang Zhou anyway. Where are we going? I thought you wouldn't even ask. Fang Zhou didn't look back as he continued walking. I wasn't sure either. Let's just look around first. Have you eaten? It's on me. Let's grab a meal. The dim golden sunlight bathed both of them, draping the would-be criminals in a coat of liquid gold. In a private room by the window on the second floor of Cloud Guest, and the table was laden with steaming dishes. Luo Chuan held his bowl chopsticks suspended in midair, his gaze fixed blankly on Fang Zhou across the table. He watched as Fang Zhou tore off half a braised pork knuckle in one bite, chewed it twice before swallowing it whole, then picked up a large bowl and downed an entire bowl of chicken soup without changing expression. What are you looking at me for? Eat the food, don't be polite with me. Fang Zhou didn't even lift his head, his chopsticks already reaching for the next dish of braised pork belly. Eat up, we still have work to do tonight. Luo Chuan withdrew his gaze quietly, took a few bites of rice, his mind churning. He couldn't help but ask inwardly, Senior, is he really a great cultivator? A gentle voice appeared in Luo Chuan's mind. It's probably not wrong. I had you spar with him to test him out. Really? He doesn't look like a master to me. Luo Chuan was somewhat incredulous. Watching Fang Zhou's gluttonous manner, he couldn't imagine that this person was actually a great cultivator. What do you think a master looks like? During the spar, he clearly didn't go all out. He was constantly sensing the killing intent I deliberately released. Anyone who can detect my killing intent is at least at the Dharma Appearance Realm. Luo Chuan's mind trembled. You mean? He discovered you. The gentle voice was also somewhat shocked. Indeed, I'm also very surprised. I never thought this world would have such a talented postnatal being. Even my talent probably cannot compare to 1/10,000th of his. Luo Chuan abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. To receive such an evaluation from the one inside him, there were probably few in the entire world. Oh, finished your chat. Fang Zhou happened to put down his chopsticks and wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. Eating big chunks of meat was really satisfying. Luo Chuan suddenly stood up, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a harsh screech. His body was tense, almost ready to turn and rush out the door, but he forcibly stopped himself. He took a deep breath, sat back down, and stared intently at Fang Zhou. How did you know? Fang Zhou watched Luo Chuan's expression change, smiled slightly, and decided not to tease him anymore. It's quite obvious. You haven't started cultivation yet, so you can't control your thoughts. The sudden disappearance of distracting thoughts can only mean someone is helping you conceal them. It's indeed my fault. I didn't expect him to be so perceptive. The gentle voice carried a hint of chagrin as it sounded in Luo Chuan's mind. Luo Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth, but instead relaxed. Since he had been seen through, there was no need to pretend anymore. He looked straight at Fang Zhou and asked directly, what is your goal? Fang Zhou was taken aback. What goal could he have? He just saw Luo Chuan not eating properly, just chatting there, and asked a simple question. But after thinking about it, he kindly explained, "Relax, classmate Luo Chuan. I just saw you weren't eating much and wanted to remind you." This statement was half true and half false. The reminder was sincere, but his earlier words did carry a bit of mischievous intent. Luo Chuan's face flushed, his breathing became heavier, as if he was quite satisfied with Fang Zhou's explanation. Fang Zhou thought for a moment and decided to comfort Luo Chuan. After all, he was just a young man. "Don't be angry. Eat more. If it's not enough, we'll order more." Luo Chuan clenched his fists, looking at Fang Zhou's nonchalant demeanor, and realized he had been overly tense. Letting out a slight sigh of relief after hesitating for a moment, Luo Chuan looked at Fang Zhou and asked seriously, "What is your cultivation level?" Me. Fang Zhou paused, not answering directly, but threw the question back. "Didn't the one inside you tell you? He said you're only at the Dharma Appearance Realm." Luo Chuan's gaze held a strong expectation. Fang Zhou didn't hide it. Then his judgment is not bad. Luo Chuan suddenly stood up with a resolute manner, walked around the corner of the table, and bowed deeply to Fang Zhou, his eyes full of pleading. "Senior, could you guide me in cultivation?" Fang Zhou was startled and asked with some confusion, "Can't the one inside you teach you? And you could also choose to join the Wanqing sect after graduation. Why choose a nobody like me? Let me speak instead." Luo Chuan's body paused slightly, and his eyes changed. The previous eagerness seemed to be gently pressed down by an invisible hand, replaced by a calm, gentle light. He sat back down, looked up at Fang Zhou, his posture composed and proper. "Apologies, fellow Taoist. I can only converse with you like this." Fang Zhou shook his head, looking at Luo Chuan with a strange expression. If Luo Chuan himself has no objection, what can I say? He could naturally see that Luo Chuan had been forcibly taken over, but Luo Chuan was only temporarily unconscious and unharmed, so he had no objection. Luo Chuan chuckled dryly. "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. I will apologize to Luo Chuan later." Fang Zhou's expression turned serious. He stopped joking, leaned forward slightly, and asked directly, "Who are you? Why are you inside Luo Chuan's body?" Luo Chuan was straightforward. "Fellow Taoist, have you heard of the primordial gods? I am a primordial god born from slaughter. You may simply call me Sha Lu." "Why Lu? That's a good name." Fang Zhou's mind always tended to produce some bad puns, perhaps the consequence of watching too many short videos. "Slaughter? You don't look like a god who casually kills living beings. Are you joking?" Fang Zhou looked at Sha Lu's refined and elegant demeanor, feeling that he was drunk and talking nonsense. Sha Lu smiled gently, not annoyed, and patiently explained, "Fellow Taoist, I don't know where you got that stereotype. But as a sentient being, I can naturally control my own instincts. Only beasts cannot control their instincts." Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully, then changed the subject. "You still haven't said why you're in Luo Chuan." Sha Lu's expression turned a bit dim. After a moment of silence, his voice lowered and he narrated calmly. "Well, simply put, Luo Chuan's killing intent attracted my fragment. Although the fragment was removed, his killing intent didn't fade, leaving my aura behind. 2 days ago, for some reason, a large number of demon beasts died outside the city, causing my consciousness to directly revive within Luo Chuan's consciousness." "Damn, so sneaky. No wonder he's a primordial god. Truly impressive." Fang Zhou thought with some emotion. "Then why does Luo Chuan want me to guide him in cultivation? Can't you guide him?" Fang Zhou turned the topic and asked Sha Lu. "Alas," Sha Lu sighed, then explained the reason. Luo Chuan's younger sister had fairly good cultivation talent. She was discovered by a passing evil cultivator who devoured her using evil methods. Luo Chuan's parents tried to stop him and were killed by the evil cultivator. At that time, Luo Chuan had just come home from playing outside and happened to see his parents and sister all killed by the evil cultivator. Luo Chuan generated a powerful killing intent, which attracted my fragment. Before the evil cultivator could kill Luo Chuan, the fragment appeared in time, killed the evil cultivator, and then parasitized Luo Chuan. After the disciples of the Wanqing sect rescued Luo Chuan, he has been craving power. Although I can rival the Saint domain in strength, my power is too extreme, and I cannot give Luo Chuan the power he wants. After listening, Fang Zhou's expression was also complicated. He could feel that Sha Lu wasn't lying. It seemed that Sha Lu forcibly took over the body to avoid letting Luo Chuan recall those painful memories again. After all, he was just a teenager. Fang Zhou was silent for a while, then asked, "What about the Wanqing sect? As the #1 sect in the world, its techniques and resources should be better than mine, right?" Sha Lu looked at Fang Zhou helplessly, "Because in a few days I might leave the jurisdiction of the Wanqing sect, and Luo Chuan wants to come with me." Fang Zhou typed a question mark, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion. Seeing Fang Zhou's perplexed expression, Sha Lu continued to explain, "Many people need me, so I must respond to them. They probably already know I've been resurrected, and they'll find me in a few days." "A cult, eh?" Fang Zhou's gaze immediately shifted, his eyes narrowing with a hint of scrutiny. Anyone who could associate with the god of slaughter couldn't be simple. Sha Lu shook his head without explaining. "In any case, I ask that you first guide Luo Chuan into cultivation. I will repay you in the future." Fang Zhou hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Merely guiding the path, not taking a disciple, nothing serious. "Then thank you, fellow Taoist. I hope you can let Luo Chuan enjoy the game properly. If he follows me, he will suffer much hardship. With that, Shalu stood up and bowed solemnly to Fang Zhou. Then his aura suddenly withdrew, his form stalled slightly, and he returned the body to Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan opened his eyes blankly, his gaze unfocused for a few seconds as if pulled from a deep dream, completely unaware of what had happened. Seeing him like this, Fang Zhou didn't intend to explain what had just occurred, and simply said, I can lead you into cultivation, but you must agree to one condition. Luo Chuan's confusion instantly vanished. He immediately knelt to thank Fang Zhou, moving so quickly it seemed he feared Fang Zhou would change his mind if he delayed. Thank you, senior. Fang Zhou watched Luo Chuan kneel and casually raised his hand, an invisible force supporting Luo Chuan, preventing him from kneeling. No need to kneel. I don't like it. My only condition is that you use your power for the right purposes and not be bound by the past. Luo Chuan was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I will never forget your guidance, senior. Luo Chuan knew Fang Zhou had no intention of taking him as a disciple, so he dared not address him as master, merely silently remembering this debt of gratitude. Fang Zhou pointed his fingertip, and a spiritual point flew out from it, entering Luo Chuan's dantian. Within this spiritual point was a cultivation technique Fang Zhou had created in his spare time, enough for Luo Chuan to train up to the Dharma aspect stage. The point also contained a vast amount of attribute-less spiritual energy sufficient to support Luo Chuan's cultivation to the mysterious pill stage. This is the resource I give you. Your technique and the spiritual energy for cultivation are all inside. From now on, just practice diligently, and there will be no bottlenecks before the mysterious pill stage. Luo Chuan was about to kneel again, his knees already halfway bent, when he suddenly remembered Fang Zhou's words. He forced himself to stop, and instead bowed deeply. Thank you, senior. I will not disappoint your expectations. Fang Zhou looked at him, gave a helpless smile, waved his hand, and changed the subject. Alright, let's get back on track. What kind of case do you want to create tonight? Huh? Luo Chuan was taken aback, clearly still not fully detached from the emotions of the moment. He steadied himself before replying, according to past practice, we usually find a senior from the enforcement team to simulate a murder case. That casually, Fang Zhou couldn't help but remark. He had thought he would be able to showcase his astonishing wisdom here, but it seemed the process was quite formulaic. Luo Chuan shook his head and explained seriously to Fang Zhou, because the students in the academy are only slightly stronger than ordinary people in physique. They can't actually commit crimes under the noses of enforcement team seniors. Otherwise, even if the crime wasn't stopped on the spot, if a student directly asked, the enforcement team senior would provide evidence and clues, making the difficulty much higher. On the contrary, if you choose to kill the enforcement team senior, as long as you pick the right time and place, the clues left behind will be much fewer. I see. Fang Zhou nodded in understanding. So he had to consider the student's own capability limits. Interesting. You still haven't said what kind of case you want to make. Fang Zhou looked at Luo Chuan, who was deep in thought. After a moment, Luo Chuan spoke. I want to make a theft case. Oh. Fang Zhou raised an eyebrow, a glint of interest in his eyes. Tell me more. Luo Chuan's eyes lit up. Clearly this idea had been brewing in his mind for a long time. I want to exploit people's habitual thinking. He traced a rough diagram on the table as he spoke. People's minds have a trait: once they're convinced something exists, it's hard to doubt its reality. Fang Zhou leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table, occasionally listening as Luo Chuan continued. I plan to first choose an item, something that seems reasonable and should indeed be in the academy's storage room. For example, an ancient book or some weapons used in martial classes. And then I'll find a rather stubborn classmate. Luo Chuan smiled slightly at this point. There are plenty of such people in the academy. Fang Zhou understood a hint of amusement in his eyes. You're going to tell them that in a place they usually overlook there is an item, and that item has been stolen. Exactly. Luo Chuan nodded. I'll write them a theft letter, but in reality that item never existed. Fang Zhou was silent for a moment, then a slow smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This was no longer a test of investigative ability. It was a test of human nature. When everyone firmly believes that the stolen object once existed, when everyone frantically pursues a phantom target, all Luo Chuan has to do is watch quietly from the sidelines, and when the dust settles, produce that non-existent thing to claim victory. If that's all, you can't win. You need to commit a real crime. Fang Zhou shook his head, looking at Luo Chuan, expecting an answer. Luo Chuan shook his head. That's only the first layer. Once the game officially begins, some of the more stubborn investigators will receive a theft letter detailing the stolen item's appearance, size, and storage location. I'll make it as real and detailed as possible. Then under their influence, everyone will believe that the storage room is indeed missing that item. They'll search the storage room, question the senior on duty, check the access logs. But no matter how they investigate, they'll find no trace of that item because it never existed. They'll only fall into a dilemma, knowing something was stolen, yet finding no clues at all. Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Then how will you commit the real crime? Luo Chuan smiled, finally showing a bit of youthful mischief. The first case is fake, but everyone believes it's real. They'll pour all their energy into chasing that non-existent thing. The next day, when everyone's attention is locked onto the first case, You take the opportunity to commit the second real crime. Fang Zhou finished the sentence, beginning to feel the thrill of the game. The stars gradually clustered around the moon, while the street lamps illuminated Cheng'an as brightly as daylight. After discussing with Luo Chuan, Fang Zhou parted ways with him. Gazing at the streets of Cheng'an, Fang Zhou felt that the city was not much different from his past life, except that it was somewhat lacking in entertainment. Meow. As Fang Zhou pushed open the courtyard gate of the small building, a gentle call came from beside the door. Xiaoyu sat on the steps with its head tilted, moonlight falling on its soft fur casting a faint silver glow. Its amber-colored eyes quietly gazed at him, as if it had been waiting there for a long time, though no one knew how long. Fang Zhou was startled for a moment, then smiled as he bent down and beckoned to it. Xiaoyu leaped lightly, landing steadily in his arms, and its furry head rubbed against his arm. He had not taken Xiaoyu out today, leaving it alone at home. Xiaoyu had probably been waiting for him all along. Fang Zhou had specifically told Xiaoyu today not to come looking for him, thinking he would return soon, but before he knew it, night had fallen. You've been waiting long, haven't you? Tomorrow I'll take you to play a game. Fang Zhou gently stroked Xiaoyu's head, his tone apologetic. Tomorrow is bound to be very interesting. Xiaoyu lifted its head, looking at its owner's face. It could sense the anticipation in its owner. Fang Zhou carried Xiaoyu back to its little bed, then lay down on his own, quietly looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow. At that moment, Luo Chuan was lying miserably at his desk, biting the end of his pen, racking his brains over a stack of blank letter paper. Several crumpled balls of waste paper were scattered on the table. The faint light from the lamp illuminated his eyes. The letter's content was already written, but he still had to find a way to deliver it without alerting anyone. He rubbed his aching brow, glanced at the bright moon outside the window, and figured that tonight would be a hard one to get through. Early the next morning, before Fang Zhou even reached the main gate of the academy, he could already hear the commotion coming from the direction of the training ground. He quickened his pace. Xiaoyu, perched on his shoulder, was jolted by the sudden acceleration and quickly extended its claws, gripping his clothes tightly as it let out a dissatisfied whimper. On the training ground, the students of the case group formed a circle. Those on the outside stood on tiptoe to see, while those on the inside struggled to keep their footing. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the girl with a high ponytail in the center. Lin Xuanshuang clutched a letter, her face flushed red, her chest heaving violently. Clearly she was furious. What does it say? Someone who couldn't squeeze and called out loudly from outside. Lin Xuanshuang didn't answer. She turned and thrust the letter into the hands of a nearby student, her voice trembling slightly as she suppressed her anger. I can't take it. You read it. The student took the letter, cleared his throat, and read it out loud, word by word. Dear fools of the case group, it's a pity that you are destined to fail this game, because I will be your opponent. But you are also lucky, because to have a match with me is already your great honor. You don't know yet, do you? Last night, I sneaked into the academy's warehouse and stole something. To prevent you fools from not realizing that something was missing, I graciously tell you that I took a book. Ha ha, go find it, fools. If you find me, I'll give you victory as a prize. But can you do it? Signed, the genius opponent of fools. No, playing games with you is a waste of my time. You might as well just give me the prize. By the time the student read the last part, his voice had already taken on a tremor, as if he was suppressing his anger. When the final word fell, the atmosphere on the training ground was like a volcano about to erupt. Damn it! Who is it? Finally, the volcano erupted. The student who had read the letter began to curse, and angry voices of the other students rose one after another, plunging the training ground into chaos. Brother Fang, you've been quite ruthless. Cheng Wenyuan appeared beside Fang Zhou, seemingly out of nowhere. He crossed his arms, watching the scene of the furious crowd on the training ground, clicking his tongue in amazement, gaining a new perspective on Fang Zhou's mischievous taste. No, this has nothing to do with me. Fang Zhou twitched the corner of his mouth, turning to explain to Cheng Wenyuan. He did everything himself. I didn't help at all. Is that so? Cheng Wenyuan clearly didn't believe it. In his eyes, Luo Chuan was a very honest kid. To cause such a scene now, it was obviously with Fang Zhou's instigation. Forget it. Cheng Wenyuan patted Fang Zhou on the shoulder, too lazy to pursue it further. I'll leave the rest to you. I have to go cause some trouble for the other group. With that, he lowered his head to glance at Xiaoyu on Fang Zhou's shoulder, winked at it, and then a flash of spiritual light surrounded him. His entire appearance changed, and he turned and vanished. Fang Zhou seemed lost in thought. So it was just for the sake of having fun that he had brought me in. Fang Zhou shook his head, withdrawing his thoughts. His gaze passed over the crowd and landed on Luo Chuan, who was standing quietly in a corner of the training ground, blending in with the crowd, as usual, being a transparent person. That letter just now, this kid had read it himself. Was he trying to cloud the opponent's minds with anger, thus affecting their judgment? Quite cautious, and the effect was indeed good. But wasn't this kid afraid of being ganged up on by the others after the game ended? Fang Zhou withdrew his gaze and unhurriedly walked to the high platform at the front of the training ground. He cleared his throat, ahem, fellow students. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every corner of the training ground. The restless students gradually quieted down, looking up at Fang Zhou on the platform. I am your instructor for today. I suppose you already know what your task is. Fang Zhou looked at the now silent students below, nodding with satisfaction. The morning light shone from behind him, gilding his silhouette with a faint golden outline. He curled the corners of his mouth slightly and announced their task for today. Your task is to find the culprit. The operation begins. Good luck to you all. After hearing Fang Zhou's words, the students began to roll up their sleeves, eagerly, clearly unable to wait any longer. But they did not act immediately because they knew that without a leader, they would be like scattered sand, utterly useless. So the students began to look for a reliable person to lead the team, formulate a plan, and ensure everyone could contribute. However, young people always have their own pride, and no one was willing to submit to another. Fang Zhou watched them arguing, but he didn't intervene. He only reminded them, you don't have much time. Are you sure you want to waste it on arguing? At that moment, a clever guy looked at Fang Zhou and suddenly had an idea. His eyes lit up, and he said loudly, we can choose Luo Chuan. He had a back-and-forth fight with the instructor yesterday. The surrounding students quickly began to discuss. That seems feasible. Luo Chuan is very strong. What's the use of strength? Without brains, it's just as useless. It's fine. As long as he can command respect, and Luo Chuan's grades aren't bad either. He shouldn't make any major mistakes. Arguing won't produce any results anyway. We might as well just choose Luo Chuan. At this time, Luo Chuan was originally in the crowd, quietly watching their debate. He never expected that the discussion would somehow involve him. Luo Chuan, feeling the eyes of the crowd on him, couldn't maintain his composure. He pointed at himself and said me. Watching from the platform, Fang Zhou barely contained his amusement at the length of their discussion and the absurdity of their conclusion. Putting a criminal in charge. What brilliant thinking. Exactly, Luo Chuan, it's settled. It's just a game after all. Do as you see fit. Lin Shuangshuang patted Luo Chuan on the shoulder, her teeth clenched as she spoke. Even if we can't find the culprit, it hardly matters. We'll cross paths again after the game ends. Lin Shuangshuang's grin sent chills down every spine in the room, yet the surrounding students nodded in turn, agreeing with her assessment. Indeed, finding no culprit is fine. It's a game. The participation counts. Precisely. There'll be plenty of time to discuss after the game concludes. Observing the furious faces of the students around him, Luo Chuan's Adam's apple bobbed. A thin sheen of cold sweat beaded along his back, clinging to his clothes. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Maintaining his usual cold expression, Luo Chuan spoke in as even a tone as he could muster, agreed. I'll distribute the tasks now. He strode to the center of the drill ground, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Lin Shuangshuang, Luo Chuan named the first. Take 5 of you to the administrative building to oversee the warehouse inventory. Make a copy of the resource records. Gather outside the warehouse shortly. Lin Shuangshuang paused, clearly unprepared for Luo Chuan to slip so seamlessly into command. She gathered herself, nodded seriously, selected several people, and briskly headed toward the warehouse. Lu Rinjia, Luo Chuan turned to another tall boy. Take 3 people and find yesterday's duty roster. Determine whether any suspicious students entered or exited the academy from yesterday until now. Understood, Lu Rinjia replied and departed with his team. Luo Chuan successively assigned several more individuals to inspect the academy walls for signs of climbing and to question nearby residents for sightings of suspicious persons. With commands flowing smoothly from his lips, the previously chaotic crowd seemed smoothed by an invisible hand. In an instant, everyone fell into their assigned roles, orderly and purposeful. Soon only Luo Chuan and the 5 remaining students were left on the drill ground. These were specifically chosen by Luo Chuan, who felt a pang of guilt, but the individuals he selected happened to be neither particularly bright nor observant. You 5, Luo Chuan addressed them in a level tone. Come with me. Where are we going? One student asked instinctively. To the warehouse. Let's search for clues and take inventory. We'll compare it with the list Lin Shuangshuang brings back to see what's missing. Standing on the elevated platform, Fang Zhou observed everything with crystal clarity. Dispersing the others. How cunning. Now you'll make your move, won't you, Luo Chuan? Fang Zhou watched Luo Chuan lead the 5 toward the warehouse, the corners of his mouth gradually curling into a smile. He found himself genuinely looking forward to it. Those students eagerly sharpening their knives to corner the so-called criminal would have priceless expressions when they discovered the culprit was precisely the leader they had unanimously elected. That scene would surely be spectacular. Xiao Yu seemed to sense her master's thoughts and let out a cheerful chirp. Fang Zhou gently stroked Xiao Yu's head, then leisurely descended from the platform, trailing behind Luo Chuan's group at a distance as they made their way toward the warehouse. The warehouse stood at the northernmost edge of the academy, a standalone small building. Its entrance was deserted with no guard in sight. The items stored within were of little importance, warranting no dedicated watchman. Luo Chuan led his party to the warehouse door and pushed it open. The door swung wide. Unlocked. Not locked last night either. Luo Chuan asked over his shoulder. A lean, tall student scratched his head. I think. It's never been locked. At least not the last time I came to fetch something. Luo Chuan said nothing further, nodded, and stepped inside. Beyond the entrance lay a spacious hall with items arranged in neat categories. On the left hung a sign marking the textbook section, where volumes were stacked meticulously. On the right, a weapons section displayed swords, spears, and halberds upon dedicated wooden racks. Directly ahead was the teaching aid section, shelves brimming with abacuses, rulers, inkstones, brushes, and other scholarly implements. Luo Chuan stood at the center of the hall, his gaze slowly sweeping across every corner. When it reached the textbook section, his eyes lingered for just a moment. U5, Luo Chuan turned from the shelves and instructed the students beside him. Check the teaching aids and weapons sections. Count everything and look for any obvious gaps. Pay attention to the dust on the shelves. If anything was recently removed, the dust patterns will differ. The 5 students dispersed at once, each heading to their assigned area to begin counting diligently. Luo Chuan himself turned toward the textbook section, facing row upon row of shelves, and began examining items one by one. His movements were unhurried and appeared thoroughly focused, yet his gaze periodically flicked toward the 5 students, as if confirming their positions. At that moment, Fang Zhou also stepped into the hall, his footsteps echoing softly through the empty warehouse. The 5 students bent over their counting tasks, looked up instinctively upon hearing someone enter. In that split second, all 5 pairs of eyes locked onto Fang Zhou. No one paid attention to Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan's fingers skimmed swiftly along the shelf. He plucked a book at random, flipped his wrist, and silently slipped it inside his robes. Clean, efficient, a mere blink of an eye. Fang Zhou's eyebrow twitched. The timing was excellent. Of course, Luo Chuan's sleight of hand couldn't escape his notice, but he had to admit the kid possessed both boldness and caution, seizing that precise moment when everyone's attention shifted. Bold yet meticulous, quick to seize opportunity. Truly, he was the protagonist after all. The students, resuming their inventory, noticed only Fang Zhou's arrival and returned to their work, entirely oblivious to Luo Chuan's actions. Too bad I'm on Luo Chuan's side. I can't help you. But with this, he's guaranteed to be the final winner. What was supposed to be an amusing game has now become a showcase for this kid. He's playing his opponents like a fiddle all by himself with none of my involvement. Not a shred of participation for me. All Fang Zhou could do was grumble about Luo Chuan in his heart. I should have gone with the other group instead. Xiaoyu gently nuzzled against Fang Zhou, offering her master some comfort. Fang Zhou scooped Xiaoyu down from his shoulder and buried his face in her fur, inhaling deeply. Only a beloved cat could soothe his spirit. Or perhaps Yiningen too. Luo Chuan, we've finished the inventory. The students completed their count and reported to Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan walked out from the textbook area, met up with the 5 students, and took the inventory list from their hands. I've finished my inventory as well. Luo Chuan gathered the list in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed, as if pondering something. There's one thing that seems off. Once Lin Xuanshuang brings over the warehouse inventory list, we can compare and find out what exactly the thief took. One of the students nearby spoke up in confusion. Didn't the letter say only one book was stolen? Why would we need to inventory the entire warehouse? The only place for books is the textbook section. Luo Chuan's heart tightened. Before he could speak, another student had already slapped the first on the back of the head. Idiot, can you trust what the enemy says? The one who was slapped rubbed the back of his head and retaliated with a slap of his own. Then if the stolen book could be a fake, the letter itself might be entirely fabricated, right? Then why are we even here in the warehouse? This remark made the other students fall into thoughtful contemplation. Seeing the others lost in thought, Luo Chuan almost broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had already cemented the stolen book narrative. Otherwise, if this group started digging deeper in that direction, there was a real chance they'd uncover the truth. It turned out these 5 weren't as dumb as he thought. His plan had backfired. Fang Zhou, holding Xiaoyu, smirked to himself. It seemed these students weren't foolish after all, but unfortunately Luo Chuan had been quicker. If they had come to their senses in time and started investigating from the letter, Luo Chuan might not have escaped unscathed. Luo Chuan was about to interrupt their train of thought when the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the warehouse, growing louder as they approached. Lin Xuanshuang burst through the door, clutching a booklet. Her high ponytail swung behind her as she panted, her face brimming with excitement. Luo Chuan, I've got the warehouse inventory list. The students were jolted out of their thoughts by her voice, turning in unison to look at the doorway. Luo Chuan took the booklet from Lin Xuanshuang, casually flipping it open, then picked up their inventory list, pretending to compare the 2 items one by one. After a while, Luo Chuan pretended to finish the comparison and announced to the group, it's true, one book is missing. It seems to be a mathematics textbook. Lin Xuanshuang finally caught her breath. She folded her arms across her chest, lifted her chin slightly, and wore a smug expression. That's not the key point. I've already found a very crucial clue. Cold sweat beaded on Luo Chuan's forehead. His mind raced. Had she discovered that someone saw me deliver the letter? Impossible. My operation was flawless. Hey Luo Chuan, why are you sweating so much? Lin Xuanshuang tilted her head, looking at the beads of sweat on his forehead with mild confusion. Maybe the warehouse is a bit hot. Luo Chuan wiped his forehead expressionlessly while mentally calculating his escape route. But he still had to find out what went wrong. What clue did you discover? The warehouse was carved with a constant temperature formation. It was the same temperature all year round. How could it be hot? Lin Xuanshuang didn't call him out on it though. Men, after all, if they were physically weak, they'd be too embarrassed to admit it. Normal. She cast a meaningful glance at Luo Chuan while his muscles instinctively tensed, ready to flee. The instructor in charge of the warehouse said a batch of supplies arrived this morning. Lin Shuangshuang finally revealed the clue she'd obtained. But after checking, the instructor found that the quantity was significantly less than usual. Luo Chuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he'd been caught delivering the letter, but it was just a false alarm. Just then the students he had sent to investigate other leads began returning to the warehouse. I see. Luo Chuan nodded first to Lin Shuangshuang, then turned to the other students. Everyone share the clues you've gathered. Extra A spoke first. The person on duty said no suspicious classmates had been in and out of the school in the past 2 days. However, this morning another group of classmates seemed to have escorted a batch of supplies to the school warehouse. The others also reported their findings, but they were all scattered bits of information with nothing unusual. The only thing related to the warehouse was what Extra A had mentioned. Another group of students had escorted supplies in this morning. Instructor, what do you think? Luo Chuan turned and threw the question to Fang Zhou, who had been spectating from the sidelines. Fang Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. He wanted me to steer them in the wrong direction, didn't he? A flicker of delight crossed his mind. Finally, some real gameplay. Fang Zhou, holding Xiao Yue, pretended to ponder for a while before speaking slowly. In that case, let me give you a hint. Who exactly entered the warehouse this morning? Lin Shuangshuang seemed to have an epiphany. A soft ah escaped her lips, drawing the attention of the other students. I think I've got it. Her eyes sparkled. No wonder the instructor said the quantity was much less than usual. The students from the management group must have tampered with the supplies. Extra A was baffled. What does that have to do with us? Our group and the other group operate independently. Lin Shuangshuang placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest, a young girl's well-developed bosom, and lifted her pretty face. If you don't get it, do you? The criminal on our side must have colluded with the corrupt official on their side, which is why the criminal could easily slip into the warehouse. Shocking wisdom, Fang Zhou mused silently. Good associative ability, but the criminal is a bit too cunning. He glanced at Luo Chuan. At that moment, Luo Chuan was quietly watching the others discuss. When he saw Fang Zhou looking at him, he gave a silent nod. Seeing that everyone's thoughts had already veered in a different direction, Luo Chuan knew the time was ripe. He cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. It seems you all have a suspect in mind. So next let's go to the other group and see if we can get any leads about the criminal from them. Great. Lin Shuangshuang quickly seized the conversational lead, waving her hand to snatch command from Luo Chuan. Let's split up and see who can catch the criminal first. Fang Zhou glanced at the sky and kindly reminded the students, it's already noon. No matter how fun the game is, don't forget to eat. Even though you don't have much time left, you can't skip meals. Fang Zhou looked at these teenagers. Though he was only a few years older than them as their instructor for the day, he had to fulfill his duty. After hearing Fang Zhou's words, the students exchanged hesitant glances. Finally, Luo Chuan stepped forward to make the decision. Since the instructor has spoken, let's eat first. After lunch, we'll each take action and gather at the training ground in the afternoon. Luo Chuan nodded at Fang Zhou and led the way out of the school. Since classes only lasted half a day, the school didn't have a cafeteria. Lin Shuangshuang stamped her foot in frustration, but didn't argue with Luo Chuan. After a moment of hesitation, she followed the others to eat. Fang Zhou watched the students scatter, nodding with satisfaction. He had bought a little more time. This game was our victory. Wait, was I the referee or a player? I'd only planned to point fingers from the sidelines. How did I end up joining the game without realizing it? Fang Zhou fell into deep thought. The noon sun blazed mercilessly, as if seeking to drain all vitality from one's body. Yet after passing through Chang'an City's formation arrays, it instantly softened into warmth and comfort. The students had already dispersed in different directions. Once they reconvened in the afternoon, the victor would finally be decided. Fang Zhou carried Xiao Yu along the street. With nothing left for him to do here, he prepared to check on how the other group was faring. As Fang Zhou stepped through the entrance of Chang'an Management Office, he spotted the middle-aged man, Cheng Wen-Yuan in disguise, harassing a student from the management team. What is going on? I told you last time I needed this criminal record certificate today, and now you're telling me you can't process it. Cheng Wen-Yuan slammed his palm on the counter, his voice carrying throughout the entire hall. The middle-aged man's face flushed crimson with bulging veins, the very picture of an unreasonable thug. Behind the counter, a tall, thin youth sweated profusely on his brow, but struggled to maintain a smile. Sir, your documentation is incomplete. You lack even basic official identification, so I truly cannot process this certificate. Can't process it. Last time you gave the same excuses, lacking this, missing that. Want me to file a complaint against you? Cheng Wen-Yuan raised his voice further, drawing the attention of other residents in the hall. Fang Zhou leaned against the doorframe with Xiao Yu in his arms, watching the scene unfold with keen interest. Xiao Yu peeked out from Fang Zhou's embrace, amber eyes darting between Cheng Wen-Yuan and the youth, then looked up at Fang Zhou and let out a soft chirp. Fang Zhou patted its head gently. Just watch, don't make a sound. The youth took a deep breath to steady himself. Sir, filing a complaint won't help you either. According to regulations, obtaining a criminal record certificate requires official identification. You'll need to visit the household registration office first to get an identity credential, and only then can I process your certificate. Household registration office. Cheng Wen-Yuan sneered. Do you have any idea how long I waited in line there? 2 full hours. After 2 hours they told me my documents were incomplete and sent me here. Fang Zhou couldn't contain himself and burst out laughing. The youth's forced smile finally faded. After a long silence his voice carried a hint of desperation. So why don't you sit down for a moment while I prepare a checklist of the required documents for you? Follow this list, and you'll have everything sorted in one visit. I won't sit. Cheng Wen-Yuan crossed his arms stubbornly. I'm getting this done today, or I'm not leaving. Just as the youth was on the verge of tears, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Fang Zhou turned around to see Lin Xuangshuang rushing in with several students from the case team. Cheng Wen-Yuan paused briefly at the sight of her before stepping aside. Lin Xuangshuang quickly approached the counter, leaning forward with both hands on the surface, her gaze sharp as she fixed on the youth. Where are the people from your management team who escorted supplies to the academy warehouse this morning? Startled by the sudden questioning, the youth instinctively pointed behind him. In the records room behind, verifying the documents. Without another word, Lin Xuangshuang stepped around the counter and headed toward the back. The youth didn't dare to stop her, watching helplessly as she passed through. He looked like he was about to fall apart completely. Cheng Wen-Yuan leaned close to Fang Zhou, lowering his voice. Why is Lin Xuangshuang here? Investigating the case, Fang Zhou replied, struggling not to laugh. Luo Chuan took a book from the academy warehouse and led them all in circles. It just so happened that the management team delivered supplies to the warehouse today, and the quantity was significantly less than usual. Perfect timing. Cheng Wen-Yuan froze for a moment, then his eyes widened. You planned this? I wouldn't go that far. Then what about the management team's supplies? Does it connect to Luo Chuan? Probably just coincidence. Fang Zhou shrugged. The management team's corrupt official was embezzling the academy's supplies, and it just happened to collide with this situation. Now they think the two incidents are connected. Cheng Wen-Yuan fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. So Luo Chuan wins then. There's not much time left before the game ends. As they were discussing, a commotion erupted from behind. Lin Xuangshuang emerged from the records room with several students from the management team. At the forefront was a glasses-wearing girl clutching a stack of documents, her expression bright with excitement. After struggling to track down the corrupt official, the evidence had essentially delivered itself to their doorstep. I verified it, the girl said, still buzzing with enthusiasm. The supplies we received this morning are indeed 30% short compared to previous shipments. The youth behind the counter took the documents and scanned them, his brow furrowing deeply. Who was in charge of today's shipment? The girl's gaze swept across the management team members' faces before settling on a medium-built youth standing among them. All eyes followed hers. That's him. He must be the corrupt official. The youth sighed heavily as if fate itself had turned against him through no fault of his own. Yes, that's correct. I am the corrupt official. The so-called corrupt official admitted defeat with resigned acceptance. Lin Xuangshuang stepped forward and confronted him aggressively. You're the corrupt official from the management team, right? Were you colluding with the criminal in our group? You've been caught red-handed. Continuing to hide will violate the game rules. The corrupt official seemed taken aback, but denied the allegation. No, I devised this plan entirely on my own. Why did you choose to tamper with the supplies at the academy? The corrupt official wore a puzzled expression but couldn't contain himself any longer, because the two groups were supposed to operate independently. Acting here would have been too risky. I would have been caught immediately. But at the academy it's different. Your side broke the rules first. Fang Zhou and Cheng Wen-Yuan stood side by side on the sidelines, both wearing identical expressions of amusement as they watched the unfolding drama. The management team members exchanged uneasy glances, the atmosphere growing tense and awkward. The corrupt official's words carried some merit. Both games were meant to run independently, so the management team's internal corruption shouldn't logically connect to the case team's theft investigation. Yet the troubling factor was that these two incidents had collided precisely. Same time, same location, overlapping people, which naturally raised suspicions of some underlying connection. Lin Xuangshuang wasn't ready to accept this, pressing further. You're not lying to me. The corrupt official shook his head. My game is over. I have no reason to lie. Lin Xuangshuang ultimately chose to believe him, since, as he pointed out, his involvement had concluded, and according to the game rules he couldn't interfere with others' proceedings. With the criminal and corrupt official disconnected, she needed to relay this information to the others as quickly as possible before time ran out. Watching Lin Xuangshuang depart with her team, Fang Zhou clapped Cheng Wen-Yuan on the shoulder. Don't push too hard. The kid was about to cry. Cheng Wen-Yuan shot Fang Zhou a speechless look. You're calling them kids, yet you're only a few years older yourself. Fang Zhou smiled without retorting, turned and followed after Lin Xuangshuang. Lin Xuangshuang, there's still 2 hours left before the game ends. Don't give up yet. Lin Xuangshuang didn't turn back, but replied with confidence. Instructor, rest assured. I will win this game. The dim sunlight spilled over the faces of the case team members as resentment spread across the training ground. I declare that this game is a victory for the criminal. When Fang Zhou's voice echoed across the training ground, Lin Xuangshuang knew that there was no longer any chance to prevent their defeat. She accepted the fact calmly, took a deep breath, and stared intently at Fang Zhou, waiting for him to announce the victor's name. Fang Zhou looked at the students below, filled with anger and indignation, silently praying for Luo Chuan hoping that the boy could run fast enough. Now I shall announce the name of the victor. He is. Fang Zhou deliberately paused here, his gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd. Satisfied with the barely suppressed fury in their eyes, he nodded. Luo Chuan. The students on the training ground were stunned. What? Luo Chuan. Lin Shuangshuang reacted first, frantically searching for Luo Chuan among the crowd. Only then did she realize that Luo Chuan had not been present since the afternoon assembly. The surrounding students erupted into a cacophony of discussion. So that letter was written by Luo Chuan. Why did he write it? Who knows? I'm more curious how he knew that the management team would deliver supplies to the warehouse today, just in time to disrupt the scene and leave us with no clues. Indeed, are you sure he didn't collude with the other group? Most of the students were not too angry, for the weak cannot blame the strong for being too powerful. Even if the letter was indeed written by Luo Chuan, what he said was not wrong. They lost, so they had to accept the outcome. But it still feels terrible. The young always find it hard to accept defeat. Fang Zhou looked at the dejected students below and sighed helplessly. One failure means nothing. You are still young, you have plenty of time to improve. Understand the reason for your failure, and you will not lose next time. Watching Fang Zhou, who was not much older than them, offer comfort, the students gradually felt relieved. Lin Shuangshuang raised her head, her voice calm. Instructor, we will not deny our defeat. But what about Luo Chuan? Should a victor hide from the vanquished? Fang Zhou did not answer Lin Shuangshuang's question, but his gaze shifted toward the edge of the training ground. Everyone followed his eyes. Luo Chuan stood there expressionless. When the crowd turned to look at him, he appeared relaxed on the surface, but his muscles were taut, ready to flee at any moment. Lin Shuangshuang stared at his impassive face, and a surge of anger welled up inside her. How could he do this when I trusted him so much? Lin Shuangshuang took a deep breath, suppressing her rage. Luo Chuan, explain your plan as a token of pity for us losers. Luo Chuan stood before the crowd, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Then he spoke slowly. That letter, I wrote it. We figured as much, Lin Shuangshuang said flatly. Get to the point. The point is, Luo Chuan paused. That book never existed from the start. The training ground fell silent for a moment. What do you mean? A student frowned. Luo Chuan explained patiently. I wrote that letter to make you believe a book was missing from the warehouse. Once you believed it, you would devote all your efforts to searching for that stolen book. You would search the warehouse, interrogate the guards, check the entry logs. But no matter how hard you looked, you would find no trace of the book because it never existed. He paused to let them digest the information. And while you were searching the warehouse, I could simply take something right under your noses and complete my crime. As for the management team delivering supplies, that was an accident, not part of my plan. Luo Chuan deliberately omitted another thing that had also been unforeseen, that everyone would choose him as their leader. For his own safety, it was better not to provoke them further. Meanwhile, he was quietly edging away. The training ground was enveloped in silence. Luo Chuan. Lin Shuangshuang looked at him, a glimmer of recognition in her eyes. You are a genius. We lost. Even without the management team incident, we probably couldn't have beaten you. Come on, go claim your prize. Lin Shuangshuang stepped aside, motioning for Luo Chuan to come forward. But Luo Chuan only retreated further, showing no intention of taking the reward. What's wrong, Luo Chuan? We won't hurt you. Lin Shuangshuang's expression grew softer. Don't we have even that much trust between classmates? Luo Chuan had already started running out of the school. Grab him. Don't let him escape. Lin Shuangshuang shouted, and took the lead in chasing after him. The other students followed with wild shouts. Such youth. Fang Zhou sighed. Brother Fang, why do you always pretend to be so old? Sheng Wenyuan had also dismissed his students and arrived just in time, ready to hand out the prizes, only to see the students chasing Luo Chuan utterly bewildered. You wouldn't understand. By the way, do you know that Luo Chuan is leaving Cheng'an? Fang Zhou shook his head and asked Sheng Wenyuan. Sheng Wenyuan was silent for a moment. I know. It was his own choice, though no one can stop him. But he's still a minor. Yet he still has the right to choose. The one who could have chosen for him is no longer in this world. Sheng Wenyuan closed his eyes. Fang Zhou shook his head, took the prize from his hand, picked up Xiao Yue, and turned to leave. Luo Chuan ducked into an empty alley, shaking off the pursuing mob. As he caught his breath, Xiaolu's gentle voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It's time for us to go. Luo Chuan was startled to see a white-robed cultivator and a gray-robed cultivator appear before him, seemingly out of nowhere. Greetings, Divine Lord, Divine Son. The two cultivators knelt and bowed. Xiaolu, with Luo Chuan's consent, temporarily took control of his body. Rise. Xiaolu commanded the two cultivators to stand, then turned to look toward the alley entrance. Fang Zhou stood at the entrance holding a cat, his face expressionless as he stared at the three people inside the alley. I've come to deliver your victor's prize. Fang Zhou casually tossed a token, which read Affiliated Unit of the Wanqing Sect, Outstanding Student of Cheng'an Academy. Xiaolu's gaze fell on the token with a complex expression. With this token, Luo Chuan's safety would be somewhat guaranteed. Even though Luo Chuan was not a true disciple of the Wanqing Sect, the token would make certain people think twice. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Xiaolu bowed in gratitude on Luo Chuan's behalf. Fang Zhou shook his head and vanished. Senior Xiaolu, you seem different towards Senior Fang Zhou. Luo Chuan asked Xiaolu in his mind. I just wanted to get acquainted with him early. His future achievements will surely surpass mine. Sha Lu waved his hand, and the three of them disappeared from Chang'an City. In Luo Chuan's mind, after Sha Lu waved his hand, they entered a passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. The surrounding light twisted into vibrant flowing streams, everything was stripped away, leaving only an eerie silence. This state lasted for approximately 3 breaths. Then Luo Chuan and the others found themselves standing upon a massive rock. What came into view was nothing but the starry expanse, boundless infinite stars. Like a pitch-black canvas studded with countless specks of light, it was deathly still, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Witnessing this awe-inspiring spectacle, Luo Chuan's consciousness began to stir slightly. Do not be alarmed, Sha Lu's voice sounded in his mind at just the right moment, his gentle tone calming Luo Chuan's slightly agitated consciousness. We have only just departed far from Wanxing Star. The starry sky is quite beautiful, is it not? The white-robed and gray-robed cultivators stood behind him, their expressions reverent. My lord, the white-robed cultivator spoke in a low voice. We are sufficiently distant from Wanxing Star now. Should we increase our speed? Sha Lu did not answer. He controlled Luo Chuan's body, slowly turning around to gaze upon the enormous planet behind them. Wanxing Star, viewed from the cosmos, was a breathtakingly beautiful azure sphere, dotted with several patches of land that lent the magnificent world a singular unique charm. Through Sha Lu's perception, Luo Chuan could sense that beautiful planet. Even across the vast distance he could feel it was an infinite ocean of spiritual energy. Wanxing, gazing upon that beautiful planet, Sha Lu said, let us depart. Leave this star region at full speed. The white-robed cultivator responded and raised his hand, forming a hand seal. A silver-white barrier enveloped the three of them. The massive rock beneath their feet began to fracture, and Luo Chuan and the others descended onto a colossal spirit vessel. The white-robed cultivator formed another hand seal, spreading a protective barrier across the spirit vessel before accelerating toward an unknown destination. Sha Lu then returned control of the body to Luo Chuan. Standing upon the spirit vessel, Luo Chuan watched the starry sky rush past in a blur, a nameless feeling stirring within his heart. It was like a child leaving home for the first time, a strange blend of terror and exhilaration. Senior, Luo Chuan gazed upon the starry sky. Will we ever return? Sha Lu fell silent for a moment, offering gentle comfort. Perhaps. If you wish to return, then grow stronger. One day you shall come back. Luo Chuan turned to gaze toward Wanxing Star. Since Sha Lu had helped him take vengeance, there was only one reason: to live, to repay that kindness. At this thought, his consciousness involuntarily drifted back to that day, the day that changed everything. He had been catching insects outside the village when, glancing back toward home, he saw a column of black smoke rising. A pang of dread seized his heart. He hastily threw down the insect basket in his hands and ran home at full speed. The moment he pushed open the courtyard gate, he saw his parents' bodies collapsed by the threshold, blood flowing from beneath them, soaking into the earth. A grotesque-faced man was dragging his younger sister by the legs, hurling her toward a pitch-black cauldron. His mind went completely blank. The world turned into a silent pantomime. In that instant, every color drained away. Oh, how did one slip through the net? The man suddenly turned his head, a blood-dripping blade in hand, his expression unhinged as he muttered to himself. This one should have considerable talent as well. Another 2 gifted ants and I can break through to Xiandan. Luo Chuan jolted back to reality. A surging wave of murderous intent welled up in his chest, and he roared, charging toward that man. He won't even flee. The man didn't even bother raising his blade. He simply lifted his foot and kicked Luo Chuan squarely in the chest. Luo Chuan was sent flying backward, his back colliding with the courtyard wall, plaster crumbling down before he crashed heavily to the ground. He could feel his internal organs shattering, several bones broken, yet his eyes remained locked relentlessly upon that man. He struggled to rise, arms supporting him halfway, before collapsing back to the ground under the weight of his grievous injuries. The man walked over and pressed his foot firmly upon Luo Chuan's face, grinding slowly. Quite lively, aren't you? You must be that spiritual material's older brother, right? She seemed to be calling for her brother until her final breath. The man pulled out a crystalline stone from somewhere, grinning at Luo Chuan. As her elder brother, you certainly wouldn't disappoint me, would you? Come now, give me a little surprise. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you reunite with her in the spirit ascension cauldron. That stone suddenly emitted a beam of white light, illuminating Luo Chuan, but nothing happened. The man's expression instantly contorted. He lifted his foot from Luo Chuan's face and savagely smashed the stone against him. Trash! I'll make you die in torment. Luo Chuan laboriously turned his head toward him, blood streaming from his eyes, as he forced 3 words from his throat. I will kill you. It did not matter how he died, but before that he would kill him. His murderous intent reached its zenith in this very moment. The man chuckled scornfully and turned away, walking toward where Luo Chuan's sister had been. In that case, I'll let you watch first how I handle your sister. Don't die too quickly, trash. In that very instant, a surge of crimson spiritual light erupted violently from Luo Chuan's body. The man whirled around, his face etched with utter shock. No way. Luo Chuan stood before him unscathed. With a single punch, that man was reduced to a mist of blood. Luo Chuan collapsed to his knees, tears pouring uncontrollably from his eyes. A gentle voice resonated within his mind. Child, I have killed him for you. From now on, remember my words. They are vital to your survival. I am about to seal myself. Otherwise, my consciousness will passively seize control of your body. Afterward, find the Wanxing sect, a cultivation clan, and they will assist you in extracting my fragment from within you. The gentle voice faded away. Luo Chuan stood frozen, as though emerging from a nightmare. At that moment, a ray of pure light descended from the heavens and transformed into a white-robed cultivator. Have I arrived too late? The cultivator surveyed the scene around him with pitying eyes before finally turning his gaze toward Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan looked up, staring at him, warily, unshed tears still clinging to the corners of his eyes. The white-robed cultivator strove to appear approachable. I am a disciple of the Wanxing sect. Could you tell me what happened here? Aboard the spirit vessel, Luo Chuan pulled himself free from his memories and opened his eyes. The flowing starlight continued to rush past outside the protective barrier. He did not dwell further upon it, simply sitting cross-legged and beginning his cultivation in silence. He would grow stronger, stronger than anyone. Strong enough to stand beside Sha Lu, strong enough to return to that day and bring his family back with him. Spiritual energy surged forth from the faint luminous point within his dantian, circulating autonomously through his meridians. He needed to remember this sensation. Fang Zhou had not given him a specific cultivation method, but he had offered Luo Chuan a possibility, one chance to comprehend his own Tao even at a low realm. Suddenly the spirit vessel came to a halt. A figure appeared before it. The spirit vessel had barely departed from the star system of Wanxing Star when it suddenly entered an extraordinary realm. Star's vanished spiritual power was suppressed and laws of reality were overwritten, leaving only boundless, ceaseless flames. A golden-red figure materialized before the spirit vessel. It was a man in his early 30s, his face so exquisitely handsome it verged on the uncanny, with long hair cascading freely and twin flames burning within his pupils. His face contorted into a ferocious expression, and he raised his hand to strike down with crushing force. Boundless flames collapsed upon them like a tsunami. Slaughter, come forth and face me. The voice transcended space itself, resonating directly within every mind present. The white-robed cultivator's face drained of color. He desperately channeled his spiritual energy to activate the vessel's defensive formations, but the shimmering barrier dissolved into nothingness before the flames even arrived, offering not even the slightest resistance. Luo Chuan abruptly stepped forward, and Slaughter instantly took control of his body. A torrent of blood-red killing intent erupted forth, effortlessly piercing through the collapsing flames and spreading outward rapidly, claiming half the fiery domain to stand in equal opposition against the inferno. The golden-red figure stepped out of the flames, positioning himself 10 zhang opposite Slaughter. His gaze locked onto Luo Chuan's face, the flames in his pupils dancing wildly as he observed Slaughter's bewildered expression, and the corners of his mouth curled into a grotesque smirk. You don't remember me? Slaughter regarded him in silence, saying nothing. Fair enough. The man laughed, the flames in his pupils surging ever more fiercely. When you annihilated Tianheng sect, you slaughtered hundreds of thousands. How could you possibly remember every single one? Slaughter's brows shifted slightly. Tianheng sect. The memory surfaced. 3,000 years ago, before it had been shattered and sealed into fragments, it had once destroyed a certain sect. That sect was named Tianheng, meaning heavenly equilibrium. To the world it stood as the prestigious leader of the righteous path, renowned for its incorruptible doctrine. Yet beneath that radiant exterior, the planet under Tianheng's control was buried beneath mountains of skeletal remains. Under the guise of governance, they drained nearly every resource from each dominion planet. The common folk toiled their entire lives, surrendering over 90% of their harvest to the sect. The meager leftovers were barely enough to sustain their wretched existence, leaving them no opportunity to pursue cultivation. Tianheng sect refused to permit any capacity for rebellion among its mortal subjects. Yet this was not their most abominable crime. Children displaying innate talent were quietly taken away. Through evil arts, their gifts were stripped, refined, and injected into the bodies of sect disciples. Those children never returned home. Their parents were told their children had joined Tianheng sect and must sever all mortal ties. Devastated, yet clinging to a pitiful sense of pride, they returned to their fields and labored until death. To outsiders observing from beyond Tianheng's territory, the beings on that planet, though not prosperous, appeared to live relatively peaceful lives, dying of old age and safety. By external standards, this seemed almost tolerable. Then one day, Slaughter was drawn by an overwhelming wave of killing intent. Countless oppressed souls on that planet harbored such intense hatred toward Tianheng sect that their collective vengeance pulled Slaughter toward them. It witnessed the broken corpses of children whose talents had just been torn away. It saw miners and farmers reduced to frames of skin and bone from relentless exploitation. It watched sect disciples sip spiritual wine, their words dripping with contempt for the lowly creatures below. And so it personally obliterated Tianheng sect. The sect master, elders, deacons, disciples, All those directly involved in the evil arts, or those who knew and remained complicit through silence, were spared not a single soul. Over 100,000 lives were reduced to nothing in a single night. The sect gates were consumed by flames, the old order shattered, and the oppressed beings upon that planet finally tasted freedom. Yet slaughter never considered its actions anything worthy of distinction. It had merely responded to those killing intents, that was all. The man continued, his voice trembling. You slaughtered the sect master, the elders, the deacons, every disciple. Hundreds of thousands. None were spared. He suddenly raised his head, the flames in his pupils nearly overflowing. I had only just entered the sect 3 years prior, traveling the realms beyond, and happened to escape that massacre. When I returned, the mountain gate lay in ruins. I spent over 2,000 years cultivating and 300 years hunting for you, Slaughter. Tell me, should I not kill you? Slaughter fell silent. Though it had acted in response to those killing intents, it was not merely driven by its slaughter instinct. It was its own conscious choice. As it had stated before, it was a sentient being endowed with wisdom, capable of controlling its instincts, never slaughtering wantonly. Everything it had done was what it deemed should be done. 3 years within the sect, Slaughter spoke, its tone no longer gentle, its face cold and impassive. Did you not understand what that sect was doing during your 3 years there? The man's expression twisted for a fleeting moment. So what if I did? His voice suddenly rose sharply. My aptitude was mediocre. Had Tianheng's sect not taken me in, I would have perished long ago. Tianheng's sect granted me the opportunity to cultivate. It made me who I am today. You destroyed my sect, killed my masters and fellow disciples. I seek vengeance, and it is entirely justified. Even if your masters and fellow disciples cultivated by devouring the lives of innocent beings, those people were nothing but ants. The man's voice bordered on a roar. Without Tianheng's sect, they would have died long ago. Tianheng's sect gave them a purpose, to be utilized until their final breath. What is wrong with that? Slaughter gazed at this nearly madman and felt in sudden exhaustion. It was always the same. Every being who came seeking vengeance followed the identical pattern. Every time the same logic. Our sect's killings were unavoidable. Our masters treated us with boundless kindness. Those ants may die, it matters not. But you destroying our sect is an unforgivable sin. Yet how could anyone raised in such an environment ever become a person of genuine loyalty and righteousness? They spoke of vengeance, yet in their hearts only their own interests reigned supreme. Their return now was merely because it had just revived its strength, not yet restored to its peak. They sought to seize its origin core. Slaughter sighed deeply. Words are futile. Let us fight. The moment those words fell, blood-red, killing intent surged like a tidal wave, pressing heavily upon the figure opposite. The man snorted coldly, bringing his hands together as the boundless flames condensed into 2 colossal fire dragons roaring forward toward Slaughter. Fang Zhou dragged a recliner into the courtyard and sprawled lazily upon it, gazing up at the brilliant starry expanse above. They moved so quickly. Fang Zhou sensed the spiritual node he had placed within Luochuan's dantian and felt a touch of surprise at their speed. From here to where Lingguang was located lay countless light years. The evening breeze swept through Cheng'an City's courtyard, bringing a refreshing chill. Xiaoye rested her head upon his knee, her tail swaying lazily, amber eyes half-lidded, as though on the verge of slumber. Suddenly Fang Zhou's brows furrowed. Casting his gaze across space toward the location of the spiritual node, he murmured, "How interesting." He stroked his chin and smiled faintly. It seems Slaughter truly is a good person after all. The night breeze swept through and Fang Zhou's figure had vanished without a trace. Only Xiaoye remained upon the recliner, glancing about in bewilderment, attempting to locate her master. Deep in the starry sky, blood-red, killing intent and golden-red flames clashed incessantly. Space shattered continuously, even the mere shock waves extinguished stars. The golden-red flames began to compress the space where the blood-red, killing intent resided. Luochuan's body still limited Shala's output. Every time he drove the killing intent, he had to consider Luochuan's body, or else this mortal flesh, which had not yet formally cultivated, would be instantly assimilated into his divine form. The man's lips curled into a cruel arc. What? The mighty primordial god, why so weak? His voice carried a hint of fury. Is your strength truly this limited, or are you trying to say? He made a grasping motion with both hands, and the golden-red flames in the sky spun wildly, converged, and collapsed toward his palms. The temperature of the entire flame space soared to its peak. In an instant, even space itself began to burn. Even with a burden, you think you can overcome me? The flames coalesced. A spear took shape in his hand. The shaft was woven from countless intricate flame runes, each one pulsating wildly, radiating heat capable of incinerating stars. At the spear tip, space could no longer bear the force. Spiderweb-like black cracks spread outward. Before this spear, even space itself could not contain it. The man closed his fingers, gripping the shaft in reverse. Both his physical body and spiritual energy exerted force simultaneously, his muscles tensed, veins bulging, as he poured the power of the holy domain into the spear. There was no excessive charging, no flashy movements. Just a simple throw. The moment the spear left his hand, the void around it shattered, revealing the pitch-black chaos beneath. A golden red streak tore through space, igniting everything in its path, even burning away the laws of reality. Such was the might of a peak holy domain cultivator's full-force strike. Shala's pupils contracted sharply. He had no time to think. If he allowed this spear to land, not only would the white-robed and gray-robed cultivators on the spirit boat die, but Luo Chuan would also perish. He decisively abandoned his resistance against the man's holy domain. The blood-red killing intent like a tide withdrew from every corner of the flame's space, surging madly toward his palm. Without the killing intent to counter it, the golden-red flames instantly engulfed the entire space, pressing down toward the spirit boat. The blood-red killing intent coalesced in his palm, also forming a spear. Unlike the man's flamboyant flame spear, Shala's spear was a subdued, dark crimson, condensed pure killing intent, silent and still in a way that made one's heart tremble. The two spears collided in the void. There was no explosion, no roar, not even a sound. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Blood-red and golden-red devoured and annihilated each other at the confluence of the spear tips. Space-shattered laws were erased, leaving only the two most primal forces silently grappling. Then a cataclysmic force exploded from the point of impact, sweeping outward in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, space shattered like a mirror, turning into a void of dead silence. The shockwave heading toward the man was incinerated by flames halfway. Shalu let out a muffled groan, shielding the spirit boat as he retreated. His right arm hung limp at his side. The sleeve had been torn away by the blast, revealing skin covered in cracks. Luo Chuan had not yet embarked on cultivation. Even under Shalu's protection, the mere remnant of the shockwave caused fine cracks to appear in the bones of his right arm. Blood seeped from his pores, staining half his sleeve red. But the most fatal thing was that the man's flame spear had not been fully blocked. Although Shalu's spear had deflected most of its force, the shattered fragments of the flame spear still carried terrifying lethality, raining down like a storm toward the spirit boat. Shalu gritted his teeth forcibly, driving the remnants of his killing intent to erect a blood-red shield before the spirit boat. The flame fragments struck the shield with a dense series of explosions. Each fragment impact drained a shade of color from Shalu's face. The man stood at the center of the flame space, looking down upon it all. He stared coldly at Shalu. "So you've always been this weak?" He suddenly let out a contemptuous laugh. Within the flame space, the golden-red flames grew even more turbulent. "If this is all you've got." He spread his arms, and this time the entire sea of flames in the space was mobilized. This time it was fiercer, more insane than before. The man's pupils had fully transformed into two blazing flames. His long hair danced in the fire, and his robes snapped in the scorching heat. His entire being was ablaze like a star about to explode, radiating light too blinding to behold. "This spear," he raised his hands high, condensing flames once more, "will kill you." Shalu watched the growing flame, watching it condense, compress, and expand, and a rare sense of helplessness arose in his heart. His power remained. As a primordial god, he was protected by this world. As long as the world endured, he would never die, and his power would never run dry. But this also limited him. His strength would forever remain at the peak of the holy domain, unable to break through. That was why he had only been shattered, and sealed, to others could do nothing more to him. He had been holding back, originally intending to transform into an ordinary being while unbound by a divine form. But now it seemed there was no chance. The flame spear took shape again, larger, brighter, and deadlier than before. The man took a deep breath, the flames in his pupils blazing to their utmost. The spear was thrown. The golden-red spear crossed space, in an instant appearing before Shalu. Shalu's gaze hardened, and he prepared to leave Luo Chuan's body and restore his divine form. Suddenly a hand reached out from the void. Fingers spread, it firmly grasped the flame spear. That spear, capable of destroying everything, was caught by a single hand, suspended motionless in midair. The man's smile froze on his face. He stared at that hand, his pupils contracting. A young man stepped out of the void, standing before the spirit boat before Shalu. Fang Zhou had arrived. He wore ordinary clothes, his robes slightly fluttering in the heat waves from the flame space. His face bore a casual expression, as if completely unconcerned about the golden-red figure in the distance. He turned his head to glance at the blood-soaked Shalu behind him, and smiled faintly. "Am I late?" He had timed his arrival perfectly, just to say that line. Shalu looked at his back, silent for a moment. "No, you've come just in time," Taoist Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou nodded in satisfaction, then turned to face the golden-red figure whose expression had changed drastically. The flame spear shattered inch by inch in his hand, turning into countless sparks that dissipated into the void. The man stared at Fang Zhou, his face full of disbelief. The man watched Fang Zhou cautiously. He could sense that Fang Zhou was merely at the Dharma idol realm. Yet Fang Zhou had managed to infiltrate his spatial domain without a sound. The strike, just now, was something even those at the peak of the early saint domain would need to take seriously. The man could hardly believe it. A mere Dharma idol cultivator had actually caught his full force attack with his bare hands. The man forcibly composed himself and forced a gentle smile. "Pray tell, young friend, from which sect do you hail? And why did you seek to intercept me?" Fang Zhou regarded the man with keen interest. He had expected to be able to fight directly, yet the man remained so cautious, unwilling to make a move. Before questioning another, would it not be proper to first introduce yourself? The man paused, then grew even more alert. This youth was certainly no ordinary person. He must have a formidable background. His mind raced through the possible great forces behind Fang Zhou, while on the surface, he continued smiling placatingly. You are quite right, young friend. I am Su Huang, bearing the sacred name Jin Li, so capable of enduring. Fang Zhou's impression of Su Huang improved somewhat. No wonder he had survived so long. Alas, he was by no means a good man. Given your perceptiveness, I find I have little reason to strike, Fang Zhou said, looking at Su Huang, and adding, let me be clear. I am merely a rogue cultivator with no sect affiliation, and as you can see, my cultivation is only at the Dharma idol realm. Still not considering a fight. Su Huang's expression turned cold. Fang Zhou had not concealed himself at all, so it was easy to sense that Fang Zhou spoke no falsehood. Yet even so, he still refrained from striking directly, instead attempting to persuade Fang Zhou to leave. If that is the case, might I suggest the young friend simply step aside lest I accidentally harm you? Fang Zhou shook his head. The moment he had been sensing all along. This was it. Today he would break through the Saint domain and open up his own spatial realm. Fang Zhou casually waved his hand, a slight curve touching his lips as he looked at Su Huang. If you can wound me, perhaps I will even compliment you. The flames in Su Huang's eyes surged once more, his expression growing cold. In that case, young friend, I suggest you be on your guard. Though he spoke thus, he held nothing back. The flames within the spatial domain began pressing relentlessly toward Fang Zhou and the others. Simultaneously, Su Huang's hands started forming mudras in rapid succession. A terrifying energy ripple erupted from his body, and the surrounding space began to shatter, the entire domain quaking. Fang Zhou summoned his Dharma idol forthwith. The colossal Dharma idol shielded them all. Shala stared at the 10,000 zhang figure, struck dumb with astonishment. The Dharma idol shimmered with pale golden radiance throughout its countenance, identical to Fang Zhou's. 10,000 spiritual runes circled its form, each flowing slowly and emitting an aura that sent shivers down the spine. At this moment, the Dharma idol's hands formed a seal, erecting a pale golden barrier. The golden-red flames were effortlessly repelled. Fierce though they may have been, they could not so much as dent that thin luminous shield. Witnessing Fang Zhou's effortless blocking of his flames, Su Huang's hand seals quickened further. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of interrupting you. After all, Fang Zhou regarded Su Huang with contempt, a somewhat arrogant smile creeping onto his face. You're quite weak. Su Huang had already completed his charging at this point. Hearing Fang Zhou's words, he did not grow angry, but instead looked upon him with eerie calmness. In that case, I beg the young friend to endure this single strike. The flames within the spatial domain vanished inexplicably. Su Huang extended a single finger. 10,000 ashes returned to ruin. The instant those 4 words left his lips, the entire starry expanse fell silent. The light of the stars dimmed. In that instant, the spiritual energy ceased its flow, and even the passage of time itself seemed to slow. A single strand of flame drifted forth from Su Huang's fingertip. It neither surged ferociously toward Fang Zhou nor carried any aura of world-ending destruction. It simply floated toward Fang Zhou, quietly, slowly. Wherever it passed, space did not shatter, laws did not collapse, nor was even the spiritual energy ignited. Yet Shala's pupils constricted sharply, preparing to sever from Luochuan and condense a divine body at any moment. In his estimation, this flame had already reached the level of a mid-stage Saint domain expert. Should it graze him, he would likely be erased from existence entirely. Flesh, soul, laws, karma. All would dissolve into ash. He was uncertain whether Fang Zhou could withstand it. Fang Zhou regarded that single strand of flame, finally showing a touch of seriousness. The Dharma idol swiftly shrank and merged with his form, the myriad spiritual runes around him gradually fading. An invisible force emerged. That was Fang Zhou's Tao. Fang Zhou joined his thumb and index finger into a sword seal and thrust straight forward. A dazzling blade light erupted. The moment that sword light collided with the strand of flame, space shattered, laws collapsed, and karma itself was severed. The two forces continuously devoured and neutralized one another until both ultimately dissolved into nothingness. Then Su Huang's spatial domain fractured, revealing the starry sky beyond. Well, how was that? I controlled it rather precisely, didn't I? Just enough to cancel out your attack. Fang Zhou was somewhat pleased with himself as he turned towards Su Huang, only to find the man had already fled. In the instant his spatial domain shattered, Su Huang had torn through space and vanished without uttering a single defiant word. Fang Zhou gazed into the starry void, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Indeed, this man's survival to the present day was no coincidence. But since hostility was already forged, Fang Zhou had no habit of allowing a tiger to return to the mountain. Fang Zhou's gaze sharpened, laws rippling within his pupils as karma manifested before him. His vision followed a single thread of karma transcending spatial boundaries to glimpse the far end of that line. Deep in the distant starry expanse, a golden-red figure was fleeing frantically. Found you. Fang Zhou's hands began forming seals, his lips curving upward slightly, as if he had thought of something rather amusing. Finally, he pointed a single finger. A strand of flame drifted from Fang Zhou's fingertip and sank into that thread of karma. Shala's pupils trembled sharply. That was 10,000 ashes returned to ruin. Countless light years away, Su Huang was fleeing in desperation. He pierced through one star system after another, breached one spatial barrier after another, and even went so far as to burn his own primordial origin to accelerate his escape. He had survived to this day not through strength, but through caution. Upon witnessing Fang Zhou's ability to counter his 10,000 ashes return to ruin, Su Huang knew immediately that this was an enemy he could not afford to provoke. Thus he had fled without hesitation, vowing never to set foot in any place where Fang Zhou might be. Just as Su Huang believed he had finally escaped, a familiar, yet considerably more powerful force surged toward him from an unknown direction. That feeling, Su Huang's pupils constricted sharply, the flames in his eyes trembling violently. 10,000 ashes returned to ruin. He murmured the 4 words, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Such a fearsome opponent. Su Huang finally found peace. A mere Dharma idol realm cultivator had managed to learn his ultimate technique in so short a time and refine it. What else could he possibly desire? Su Huang drew his final breath and accepted his fate. His flesh-soul laws, all that composed his very existence, were consumed and reduced to nothingness by that strand of flame. Meanwhile, Fang Zhou gazed upward at the storm clouds gathering above, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Is this real? Amidst the starry sky, the laws of heaven and earth manifested incessantly, streams of law force merging into the tribulation cloud above Fang Zhou's head. In the vastness of space, the cloud, having absorbed the essence of numerous laws, shimmered with a myriad of colors. Within the tribulation cloud, an immense terror seemed to be gestating, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Shala gazed at the kaleidoscopic cloud, stunned. Never before had he witnessed such a phenomenon. Since his birth, from the first slaughter of living beings, he had seen countless prodigies undergo their tribulations. But Fang Zhou's tribulation was excessive in its colors, and nothing else seemed particularly unusual. Judging by the appearance of the cloud, its power also fell within the normal range. Fang Zhou casually sent Shalu and the others out of the cloud's range, then eyeing the polychromatic cloud, couldn't help but mutter, "What the heck? Why is this tribulation cloud all rainbow-colored? Is it some kind of non-mainstream trend?" Regarding the tribulation, Fang Zhou was not overly concerned. Having fought Su Huang once, he had already grasped his own strength, roughly invincible within the sacred domain. Unless Su Huang was a counterfeit sacred domain, he could easily defeat any sacred domain cultivator. No matter how formidable this tribulation cloud became, it couldn't surpass the sacred domain. Shala snapped back to reality and transmitted to Fang Zhou, "Taoist Fang, be cautious. This is after all the sagehood tribulation. Also, have you prepared your sacred name?" "Sacred name? What sacred name?" Fang Zhou transmitted doubtfully. "What sacred name?" "A sacred name is a title that can bear your power," Shalu explained to Fang Zhou. "If you are willing, others can borrow power from you through this name. This is the authority granted to the sacred domain by the universe. So that's why Su Huang told me his sacred name. To persuade me to leave." Fang Zhou stroked his chin, evaluating it as merely mediocre. "It seems useless. If I wanted to grant power to others, I wouldn't need to resort to this." Shalu was silent for a moment, then decided to remind him again. "Taoist Fang, you'd better think of a sacred name first. Cultivators of the sacred domain can directly see each other's sacred names." He paused, then gave an example. There was once a cultivator who casually chose a sacred name, causing other sacred domain cultivators to be unable to resist the urge to attack him whenever they met. Fang Zhou grew curious. What was his sacred name? Shala hesitated for a moment before finally answering. "Look at your dad, Fang Zhou." He began to seriously consider his own sacred name, pondering whether to pick something thunderous and domineering, since probably no one could beat him anyway. Seeing that he had finally taken it seriously, Shalu added, "Later, that sacred domain cultivator became extremely powerful, and no one dared to provoke him, until his father also broke through to the sacred domain." Fang Zhou burst out laughing and finally began to think earnestly about his sacred name. At that moment, the tribulation cloud finished its gestation. A cultivator stepped out from within the cloud. Fang Zhou looked at the cultivator, who opened his mouth and said, "Look at your dad." Fang Zhou already knew who he was and retorted, "You reached the sacred domain and still got beaten by your dad." The cultivator fell silent, then directly slapped toward Fang Zhou's face. The hand materialized in front of Fang Zhou, fingers spread with yin-yang and 5 elements spinning ceaselessly in the palm. The space had been locked by the 5 elements. This simple slap alone surpassed Su Huang's 10,000 ashes returned to void by more than 1 level. Fang Zhou casually took 2 steps, forcibly crossing the locked space, evading the slap. "Getting agitated, huh?" Fang Zhou pointed at him, mocking. The cultivator suddenly stopped, staring at Fang Zhou. "My name is Zhou Chengyun. State your name, boy." Fang Zhou, undaunted, replied bluntly, "I am Fang Zhou, residing in Wanqing. If you've got the guts, come and find me for real." Fang Zhou wasn't lying. He did live on Wanqing Star. Although he hadn't yet joined the Wanqing sect, his fiancée was a member of the sect, so he could be considered half a disciple. Zhou Chengyun fell silent, then spoke with a hint of weakened confidence. "Fine, I won't argue with a junior. Consider this tribulation as past." With that, he began to disperse his form. Hey, wait a moment, Fang Zhou called out. Zhou Chengyun paused, turning his head to look at him warily. What? Having second thoughts. Fang Zhou crossed his arms, tilting his head as he looked at Zhou Chengyun. I just wanted to ask, did your father really break through to the sacred domain too? Zhou Chengyun's face instantly darkened. He stared at Fang Zhou for 3 seconds, his lips moving as if about to speak, but in the end nothing came out. He took a deep breath, then dispersed his form. However, the tribulation cloud did not vanish, instead it condensed into a luminous orb. Even the mere energy spilling from it shattered the surrounding space. Fang Zhou looked seriously at the orb. The big one is coming. The orb moved, crossing space, and directly enveloped Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou's pupils contracted, and his body was instantly covered by his Tao. Then the orb exploded. Birth and death of the 5 elements, the cycle of yin and yang, time-space, cause and effect. All kinds of laws were forcibly mixed together, then repelled and exploded, but the explosive force abnormally did not spread outward. Instead it compressed entirely inward. After a while Fang Zhou stood and scathed in place. How boring. I'll probably forget about you by tomorrow. Shalu and the others, seeing Fang Zhou unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when they saw Fang Zhou enveloped by the orb, they feared something had happened to him. At that moment a stone stele appeared before Fang Zhou. This stele appeared both infinitely large and infinitely small, a bizarre phenomenon that confused the minds of the 2 cultivators in white and gray robes. Don't look, that's the sacred stele. Those who have not attained sagehood cannot behold it. Shala blocked their perception, awakening them, then said to Fang Zhou, Taoist Fang, please inscribe your sacred name on the blank space as soon as possible. Otherwise the sacred stele will randomly generate a sacred name based on your past. Fang Zhou looked at the sacred stele, hesitating over what to write, when suddenly his eyes lit up. He quickly inscribed 2 characters on the blank space. Then the sacred stele vanished, but as long as Fang Zhou wished he could still perceive it. This was also a characteristic of the sacred stele. Fang Zhou took a single step and appeared directly before Shalu. Shala looked at Fang Zhou, curious about his sacred name. Tomorrow. What does that mean? The next day? Shala didn't dwell on it. At least it wasn't too strange lest Fang Zhou regret it later. Congratulations, Taoist Fang, on successfully passing the tribulation. It was merely luck. I owe much to you, Taoist, otherwise the timing of my tribulation might have been delayed. Fang Zhou first humbled himself, then asked Shala doubtfully, Taoist, why did I start my tribulation before establishing my sacred domain? Shalu explained to Fang Zhou, there are 2 conditions for breaking through to the sacred domain. One is to clarify your own Tao, and the other is to establish a sacred domain. However, the key is not the sacred domain itself, but the act of establishment. As long as you can create a stable space, you meet the requirement. Fang Zhou, your act of breaking Su Huang's sacred domain just fulfilled this condition, and it was detected by the heavenly Tao, hence the descent of the sagehood tribulation. Fang Zhou was stunned. So that was it. He should have broken through directly instead of wasting time deducing methods for the sacred domain. But Taoists do not fret. The sacred domain is measured by strength, not by the domain itself. Shalu added, as long as one's own power is sufficient to create a space that is considered a sacred domain. Ordinary cultivators burn and transform their Dharma images into a sacred domain, naturally unaware that breaking through does not require establishing one. Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully. So that was the case. At the time, Peak Master Lu hadn't explained clearly, and he had assumed he needed to establish a sacred domain first before breaking through. What do you intend to do next? Fang Zhou abandoned his musings and looked toward Sha Lu. He had always been curious, since the Wanxing sect was clearly a formidable power not to be trifled with, who would dare to rescue Sha Lu and succeed in doing so. According to the fortune-telling old man he had encountered in the city, the Wanxing sect not only permitted their actions, but also resulted in the deaths of several rogue cultivators. Even though merely a commoner nearby had perished, the Wanxing sect had mobilized its forces to purge demonic beasts, so why would they allow rogue cultivators to die? Sha Lu fell silent for a moment and gazed toward the starry sky. Fellow Taoist, do you know what the difference is between inside and outside the jurisdiction of the Wanxing sect? Fang Zhou pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He had no knowledge of such matters. In his view, the affairs of others held no relevance to him. Sha Lu's tone carried a trace of solemnity. Within the territories governed by the Wanxing sect, demonic beasts cannot launch large-scale attacks upon common folk, nor do cultivators dare to oppress others with their power. All people abide by a rational system of laws, and if issues arise during enforcement, they may be reported and revised according to the circumstances. Sha Lu paused, a flicker of an expression crossing his face, an emotion Fang Zhou could not decipher. Beyond the jurisdiction of the Wanxing sect, the situation is entirely reversed. No one is willing to regularly cull demonic beasts, so when their numbers swell, they overrun mortal towns. Meanwhile, cultivators remain unharmed, sheltered within barrier formations, and demonic beasts do not deliberately target them. As for how cultivators treat commoners, you may refer to the case of Su Huang. You must have heard of him, correct? Fang Zhou nodded upon hearing this. Judging by Su Huang's attitude toward mortals, those cultivators were indeed not fit to be called human. Why did the Wanxing sect permit such a massive commotion outside the city walls? It even resulted in the deaths of rogue cultivators. Fang Zhou glanced at the white-robed cultivator. That day he had spotted him, but the latter had fled too swiftly, and with Yi Ningen by his side, Fang Zhou had never thought to pursue him. The white-robed cultivator first showed surprise glanced at Sha Lu for confirmation, and upon receiving a nod bowed slightly before explaining to Fang Zhou, Supreme Holy Venerable, regarding that matter, I had submitted an application to the Chang'an Management Office and received approval before taking action. As for those rogue cultivators, they may have been cultists who believed this was an official operation of the Chang'an authorities and sought to sabotage it. So that was how it was. Fang Zhou's toes twitched against the soles of his shoes. He had once assumed it was some grand conspiracy and eagerly anticipated pushing the plot forward to confront the final boss. Unexpectedly, the other party had followed legitimate channels. No wonder the old man had said, "What has happened must have been permitted by the Wanxing sect." It truly was as simple as that. So I was born in a peaceful newbie village. No wonder there were no monsters to fight. The Wanxing sect had cleared them all out. If I wanted to encounter monsters, I would need to venture far from home. Fang Zhou strained to maintain his composure, for he was now the Supreme Holy Venerable of tomorrow, and he needed to carry himself with dignity. Then what are your plans next? Fang Zhou turned his gaze toward Sha Lu, steering the conversation elsewhere. A resolute determination shone in Sha Lu's eyes. I wish to shed my divine form and walk alongside all living beings in this world, leading them to build a home like Chang'an. Fang Zhou looked puzzled. Then why must you abandon your identity as a primordial deity? Would not your status as a primordial deity in no way hinder you from accomplishing this? Sha Lu's gaze grew complicated, yet he still explained to Fang Zhou, if I am to lead them toward peace, my identity cannot be that of a deity. What I need are fellow Taoists who can walk beside me, not mindless believers. Fang Zhou was stunned. He had not anticipated that Sha Lu could reach such heights of selflessness. Then I wish you success. Fang Zhou finally came to understand Sha Lu, and he held deep respect for such a person, one who could sacrifice so much for complete strangers. No wonder the white-robed and gray-robed cultivators had come to awaken him. He was indeed an excellent leader. Sha Lu smiled, a gentleness that stood in stark contradiction to his origins in slaughter. Then I shall accept your kind words. When the time comes for your wedding, I will surely present a gift. Luo Chuan had not deliberately investigated Fang Zhou, but the Wanxing sect disciples around him often chatted about it during their free time. At first, Luo Chuan could not comprehend what they were discussing, but after hearing it repeatedly and getting to know Fang Zhou, he finally understood, and so did Sha Lu. Ahem, the sentiment is what matters. Fang Zhou felt somewhat embarrassed. Had his engagement to Yi Ningen become known throughout the world, I shall take my leave now, my cat awaits me. Sha Lu also nodded with a smile. Farewell, fellow Taoist. The kindness you showed today, Sha Lu, shall forever bear in mind. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhou immediately turned and vanished. Sha Lu watched his hasty departure without comment, merely offering a faint smile. The white-robed cultivator reactivated the spiritual vessel, and together they soared deeper into the starry expanse. Back at Chang'an City, within the courtyard of the small tower, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Xiao Yu sat on a reclining chair at that moment, her head nodding up and down, still too stubborn to fall asleep. When she saw Fang Zhou suddenly appear, she let out an excited cry and pounced toward him. Fang Zhou opened his arms and caught Xiao Yu. Why aren't you sleeping? Were you waiting for me? Meow, Xiao Yu cried out grievously as if protesting against him. This little fur ball was growing increasingly clingy. Fang Zhou gently stroked her fur. All right. Next time I will tell you before I go out, shall we? Xiao Yu did not respond. Nestled in Fang Zhou's arms and breathing in his familiar scent, she drifted to sleep. Hey, you little furball. Fang Zhou glanced down at Xiao Yu, his voice barely above a whisper. Fang Zhou gently placed Xiao Yu back into her small bed and gazed out the window at the dawn-lit sky. He checked the bed, then relinquished any thought of returning to sleep. Although he had long since transcended the need for sleep, he still maintained the habit. For in his dreams, he could set aside all worries and savor the rare tranquility. In his previous life, sleep had been his greatest remedy. Working overtime until midnight, sinking into the blankets, closing his eyes, and pretending this world did not exist. All those pressures, anxieties, and uncertainties about the future would temporarily vanish in slumber. But now, listening to the city beginning to stir around him, Fang Zhou took out the spiritual card Yi Ningen had given him and examined it once more. In this life, there was no need to exhaust himself chasing wealth. He ought to enjoy life properly. Fang Zhou gazed at Xiao Yue, who was still sound asleep. After only a moment's thought, he decided once again to abandon her and go out to eat. Fang Zhou pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped into the morning of Chang'an City. Observing the people on the streets, Fang Zhou once again recalled Sha Lu, thinking of his words and his aspirations. Fang Zhou did not consider himself a saint, but he knew that if his help could make someone's life better, he would not withhold his kindness. In his previous life, he had also sponsored many impoverished students. Gazing at the gradually thriving streets before him, he let go of his thoughts. If those in need appeared before his eyes, he would not turn away in indifference. But for matters beyond his sight, he could only acknowledge his limitations. Once he joined the Wanqing sect and truly came to understand this world, the person he became then would undoubtedly make decisions that satisfied him. But for now it was time to enjoy breakfast first. Fang Zhou had just finished breakfast and was wiping his hands ready to head back when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Brother Fang. He turned around and saw Su Yin, whom he hadn't seen for many days. Brother Su. What's this? Fang Zhou looked at Su Yin, who was now laden with bags of various sizes strapped around him. Could it be that he didn't even have a storage pouch? Although this fit his stereotypical impression of a poor swordsman, this seemed too impoverished. Fang Zhou glanced again at the long sword at his waist. The scabbard was polished to a shine, and the sword tassel was spotless. Yes, that's it. This was a true sword cultivator. Su Yin raised the bundle in his hand and generously invited Fang Zhou. Brother Fang, there's a gathering at the Zhou orphanage today. I'm delivering some items for a junior brother. Would you like to come along? The last time I went, Xiao Lu was thinking of you. Fang Zhou recalled the little girl whose eyes he had healed. He thought for a moment. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well go and see. All right, Fang Zhou nodded. I'll go home first to pick up the cat. If it wakes up and doesn't see me, it'll throw a tantrum. Su Yin nodded understandingly. The disciples on Spirit Beast Peak were like that too. I'll head off first then. The two parted at the street corner, agreeing to meet at the Zhou orphanage. Fang Zhou walked toward the small building. When he reached Xiao Yu's nest, he found her still sleeping and not yet awake, and he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Why did he feel like he was doing something sneaky behind the cat's back? Fang Zhou sighed and gently lifted Xiao Yu. She stretched lazily, her eyes fluttering open, then sensing his familiar aura, she fell back into a deep sleep. Why did it feel like she was the boss? Fang Zhou muttered under his breath, locked the door, and headed toward the Zhou orphanage. As soon as Fang Zhou stepped through the gate of the Zhou orphanage, he saw Su Yin sitting in a pavilion conversing with someone. In the open space beyond, a few children were chasing and playing. Fang Zhou also recognized the person talking with Su Yin, Cheng Wenyuan. Fang Zhou hadn't expected to see him here. Carrying the cat, he walked over. Xiao Yu turned over in his arms, burying her face in the crook of his elbow to avoid the rising sun. Su Yin spotted him first and raised his hand in greeting. Brother Fang, over here. Cheng Wenyuan also turned around, and upon seeing Fang Zhou, he paused for a moment before smiling. Brother Fang, what brings you here? Brother Su invited me, Fang Zhou replied as he walked over and sat down in the pavilion. He said there's a gathering at the Zhou orphanage today and asked me to come. After hearing Fang Zhou's words, Cheng Wenyuan laughed and said, it seems I'll have to show my true skills today, so as not to disappoint Brother Fang. Su Yin added from the side. Junior Brother Wenyuan is the head chef of the Zhou orphanage. In recent years, he's been the one cooking for the gatherings. His culinary skills are extraordinary. Oh, Brother Ching, you have such talents. Then I'll be looking forward to it. I won't let you down, Brother Fang. After a few more exchanges, Cheng Wenyuan excused himself to prepare the dishes for the upcoming gathering. Junior Brother Wenyuan grew up in the Zhou orphanage. This place is like home to him, Su Yin explained as he watched Cheng Wenyuan walk away, turning to Fang Zhou. That's why he chose to return to Cheng'an and become a teacher at the academy. Fang Zhou hadn't expected Cheng Wenyuan to have such a past. Although Su Yin didn't go into detail, he could guess it wasn't anything pleasant. Oh, it's the big brother who healed my eyes. A clear voice rang out from outside the pavilion. Xiao Lu looked at Fang Zhou in surprise, then trotted over to him. Startled by the sudden sound, Xiao Yu woke up, poked her head out from Fang Zhou's arms, squinted around, and let out a yawn. Fang Zhou stroked Xiao Yu and turned his gaze to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, be polite. Su Yin helplessly held Xiao Lu back and gently scolded her. Xiao Lu nodded, lightly lifted her head, and cheerfully greeted Fang Zhou. Hello, Brother Fang. Fang Zhou looked at the lively little girl, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. He gently patted Xiao Lu's head. Xiao Lu, it's been a while. How are you settling in here? Are you eating well? Everyone here is very kind. I've been eating well too. This morning a handsome big brother made a really tasty congee, and I had 2 bowls of it. Xiao Lu's voice was sweet and earnest. Handsome big brother. Cheng Wenyuan. Fang Zhou thought about Cheng Wenyuan's appearance. Cultivators generally weren't ugly unless they had some peculiar hobby. It must be Cheng Wenyuan. Coming back to the present, Fang Zhou said gently to Xiao Lu. That's wonderful, Xiao Lu. Keep eating well so you can grow up quickly, alright? Xiao Lu nodded vigorously. I'll always eat well from now on. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Fang Zhou couldn't help but smile. Would his future children with He Ningen be like this too? No, what was he thinking? They weren't even married yet, and he was already constantly thinking about her. Su Yin watched their exchange with a smile. Just then, an unexpected person stood outside the pavilion looking at Fang Zhou as if wanting to say something. Fang Zhou turned around and saw that it was Lin Shuangshuang. Seeing her hesitant expression, Su Yin considerately led Xiao Lu away to give them privacy. Lin Shuangshuang breathed a sigh of relief when Su Yin took Xiao Lu away. Seeing that she was too shy to speak, Fang Zhou asked directly, is something the matter? Classmate Lin Shuangshuang, being shy doesn't suit you. Lin Shuangshuang stood outside the pavilion, twisting her fingers in her clothes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Do you know where Luo Chuan went? Teacher Cheng said you might know. Fang Zhou was astonished to see Lin Shuangshuang acting so bashful. Do you like Luo Chuan? Lin Shuangshuang's face instantly turned crimson. She waved her hands frantically in front of her, denying incoherently, "No, no, no, no. Who likes him? I just want to beat him up to vent my anger." Fang Zhou looked at her with a subtle expression, waiting until she was about to explode before speaking calmly. "Luo Chuan has gone far away. It might be a long time before he returns, or he might never come back." Fang Zhou didn't hide the truth and told Lin Shuangshuang directly. Lin Shuangshuang's pretty face turned pale. Her spirits sank as she asked again, "He's not coming back?" "I'm not sure either." Fang Zhou shook his head, a mischievous smile on his face. "But if you really like him, I can arrange for you to meet sometime." Lin Shuangshuang glared at him angrily, but finally gave up. "Forget it. He left without even telling me. What's the point of meeting again?" She shook her head, visibly dejected, and after taking her leave turned and walked away. "We had promised to change the world together, so why did you leave first?" Fang Zhou watched her dispirited retreat and couldn't help but sigh. "Luo Chuan, you really are a sinner." Somewhere far away, Luo Chuan suddenly sneezed. Oh no, he had forgotten to say goodbye to Lin Shuangshuang. Thinking of that stubborn girl, a cold sweat broke out on Luo Chuan's back. Lin Shuangshuang had entered the Xiao orphanage at the same time as him and had always looked after him like a younger brother. That was why back in the game when Luo Chuan showed her the letter, she didn't suspect him. Thinking of Lin Shuangshuang, Luo Chuan gained another reason to cultivate. He had to see her again. Fang Zhou watched Lin Shuangshuang walk away, reproaching himself inwardly for Luo Chuan, not even bidding farewell before leaving despite the evident closeness between the two. Fang Zhou recalled that day's game and Lin Shuangshuang's trust in Luo Chuan, deepening his contempt for the latter. "Fang Xiong, how did it go?" Su Yan approached, leading a little deer, curiosity lighting his gaze as he looked toward Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou was at a loss for words. Were all disciples of the Wanxing sect this gossipy? He shook his head, unwilling to discuss others' private matters with Su Yan. It hardly seemed polite. Su Yan also realized his misstep. "I apologize, Fang Xiong. Pretend I never said that." The little deer stood nearby, unable to follow their conversation, its eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yu. "Brother Fang, the kitty seems very sleepy today." Xiao Yu had fallen asleep in Fang Zhou's arms once again without anyone noticing. "It didn't rest well last night. Let it sleep and it will play with you when it wakes." Fang Zhou gently stroked Xiao Yu's head. "It's all right. Let the kitty sleep soundly. Only after it rests well will it grow." The little deer nodded understandingly, refraining from reaching out to touch Xiao Yu. The elder sister at the orphanage had said that eating well and sleeping well were the keys to growing tall and strong, and she longed to grow up quickly. Watching the little deer's sensible demeanor, something deep within Fang Zhou's heart was stirred. Such a sensible child. Just as Fang Zhou was lost in thought, Cheng Wenyuan's voice drifted over from the kitchen. "Dinner is ready. Don't just stand there. Come help carry the dishes." Several of the older children responded and ran over, taking plate after plate from Cheng Wenyuan and carefully placing them on the long table. Cheng Wenyuan himself bore a large pot within which soup had been simmering since morning, its fragrance wafting throughout the courtyard. Su Yan patted the little deer's head. "Go wash your hands. We're about to eat." The little deer obediently nodded and scampered off to wash up. Fang Zhou, cradling the still sleeping Xiao Yue, found a seat beside the long table. Cheng Wenyuan set the soup pot on the table, flicked the water from his hands, and sat opposite Fang Zhou. "Fang Xiong, the sect examination is in a couple of days. Are you prepared?" He ladled soup into Fang Zhou's bowl as he spoke. "There's nothing to prepare for." Fang Zhou took the bowl and blew away the rising steam. His placement had already been secured. He was nothing but a product of connections, the most despised kind. Fang Zhou despised himself inwardly. Cheng Wenyuan nodded thoughtfully. It seems senior sister Yi had arranged everything. Su Yan also took his seat, setting his bowl before the little deer's place, and chimed in. "The examination won't be too difficult. As long as you follow your heart, you should pass." Fang Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Really? I'm not certain of the details. The exam changes each year." Su Yan shook his head. "But the Wanxing sect would never reject someone of like mind. As long as one's intentions are upright, failure is unlikely." Just as Fang Zhou was about to speak, a clear voice came from beside them. "I want to take the examination too." The three turned their heads and saw Lin Shuangshuang, who had somehow taken a seat at the long table. Fang Zhou blinked in surprise. "You? What is that, not allowed?" Lin Shuangshuang lifted her chin slightly. "I'm 15 this year, and I've finished all the courses at the academy. A few days ago I submitted my graduation application. Once my certificate arrives, I will take the Wanxing sect's entrance examination." Cheng Wenyuan set down his soup bowl and regarded her earnestly. "Shuangshuang, have you thought this through? The sect's examination is no trivial matter. If you fail, the consequences could be severe." "I have thought it through." Lin Shuangshuang spoke with unwavering resolve. "I must join the Wanxing sect and become a great cultivator, then go find Luo Chuan, give him a beating, and make him pay for leaving without a word." The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Only then did Lin Shuangshuang realize what she had said, her face flushing crimson. "I wasn't doing it for Luo Chuan, of course." Seeing everyone's knowing expressions, Lin Shuangshuang stiffly rose to her feet, turned, and bolted. "I'm full." Everyone gazed at the untouched dishes in silence. "Brother Su, that sister hasn't eaten yet. Why did she say she's full?" The little deer turned curiously towards Su Yan. Su Yan's lip twitched slightly. Looking down at the little deer's innocent face, he momentarily at a loss for how to explain. Fang Zhou smiled. Because that sister is lying. Xiaolu, don't ever do that. Eat well, and you'll grow strong. The little deer nodded, only half understanding. All right, I will definitely eat well. Watching the little deer's adorable demeanor, everyone burst into laughter and invited the other children nearby to join them for the meal. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Cheng Wenyuan secretly went to deliver food to Lin Shuangshuang. Fang Zhou and Su Yin tidied up the aftermath, handing Xiaoyu over to the little deer. By then Xiaoyu had also awakened. Seeing a group of children gathered around it, it didn't hiss. It glanced at Fang Zhou, confirmed he was still there, and then led the children off to play. Su Xiong, what exactly are the consequences of failing the examination that Cheng Xiong just mentioned? Fang Zhou cast a spell to wash everything clean, then turned to Su Yin with curiosity. Su Yin had also finished clearing the tables and chairs. Hearing Fang Zhou's question, he offered a faint smile. Probably just when Yuan teasing her, making her consider things carefully before deciding. The worst consequence of failing the examination would simply be waiting another year. Fang Zhou was rendered speechless. He had thought there might be some particularly harsh regulation, something he could intervene to help Lin Shuangshuang with. But it turned out Cheng Wenyuan had just been making things up. Still, the Wanxing sect's disciple recruitment was truly peculiar. Passing or failing depended entirely on fate. Even sect members didn't know the exam questions. Truly full of character. Fang Zhou and Su Yin made their way to a small pavilion and began to chat idly. Fang Xiong, are you truly seen your sister Ye's betrothed? Fang Zhou had scarcely sat down before Su Yan's question left him flustered. Is this fellow still a sword cultivator? So gossipy. But Fang Zhou didn't deny it. He simply nodded lightly. That's correct. I am betrothed to Ningyan. Are you close to her, Su Xiong? Su Yin waved his hands repeatedly. Fang Xiong, please don't misunderstand. I'm merely curious. After all, senior sister Yi is renowned throughout the Wanxing sect for her aloof demeanor. Is Yi Ningyan that well known? Fang Zhou had little idea of Yi Ningyan's standing at the Wanxing sect. He only knew she had a formidable master and wasn't particularly well informed about anything else. Hearing Fang Zhou's question, Su Yin launched into a lengthy grievance. Fang Xiong, you have no idea. Ever since your fiancée arrived at the Wanxing sect and began her cultivation, at every major sect competition, she dominates us. She's been first year after year. Later, she didn't even bother pretending. Once she activated her 2 great constitutions, the elders would directly declare her the winner. After hearing Su Yan's account, Fang Zhou felt somewhat uneasy since his own contribution had played a part in those 2 great constitutions. That doesn't seem right. The Wanxing sect ought to have many talented individuals. Surely someone there could have defeated her. Fang Zhou pondered and found something amiss. As the truly preeminent sect, the Wanxing sect surely possessed methods to counter such constitutions. Having sparred with Yi Ningyan himself, Fang Zhou knew that while the 2 great constitutions were formidable, they were not without counters. He alone possessed no fewer than 5 techniques capable of defeating Yi Ningyan when her constitutions were activated. Su Yin looked at Fang Zhou somewhat speechless. Don't you see what kind of monster Yi Ningyan is? You're a genius, but so is she. 2 sacred constitutions and a master from the sacred domain. Genius is merely the threshold to meet her. Su Yin gave a wry smile. Seeing that Fang Zhou truly didn't grasp how formidable Yi Ningyan was, he still explained, by normal logic that might be true. If it were just about constitution, many could overpower her easily, even without much effort. Su Yin paused, and seeing that Fang Zhou still didn't understand, he continued, is it possible? Just possible. That junior sister Yi, even without her constitution, is still an exceptional prodigy. After all, a constitution chooses a powerful master. Being chosen by a sacred constitution itself proves that junior sister Ye's talent is extraordinary. Is that really how it works? Fang Zhou genuinely didn't know that the constitution chooses its master rather than being an innate talent. Tell me more about constitutions. I'm curious. Aren't they lifeless? How can they choose a master? Fang Zhou, exercising his virtue of asking when in doubt, inquired. Su Yin didn't hold back. After all, as Yi Ningyan's fiancée, Fang Zhou would eventually join the 10,000 Saints sect anyway, so explaining to him was fine. Brother Fang, do you know the origin of constitutions? Fang Zhou shook his head cooperatively. In truth, the various sacred constitutions we have now didn't exist from the beginning. The constitutions living beings originally possessed were never this powerful. At best, they granted exceptional talent in one aspect. But sacred constitutions are different. They carry the word sacred, which is the greatest distinction from ordinary constitutions. Fang Zhou suddenly understood. You mean that sacred constitutions are related to the sacred domain? Su Yin nodded. Indeed, more precisely, they are related to the peak of the sacred domain. What's the difference? Fang Zhou was a bit puzzled. In his view, whether early sacred domain or peak sacred domain, he could still spin them like a top. The difference is enormous. Su Yin waved his hand, rolled up his sleeves, and grew more excited as he spoke. Fang Zhou's eye twitched. Was this guy really a sword cultivator? When they first met, he hadn't seemed so lively. My father told me that the gap between early sacred domain and peak sacred domain is as vast as the gap between a mortal and early sacred domain. Su Yin mysteriously asked Fang Zhou, do you know why? Fang Zhou shook his head cooperatively. He didn't know about others, but he himself could fight sacred domain at his Dharma phase. But according to what Slaughter had said, he was already in the sacred domain back then, just hadn't undergone tribulation. The realm system in this world felt strange. Su Yin nodded with satisfaction and continued, the difference lies in their sacred domain. A peak sacred domain expert can imprint their own Tao onto the world's laws without isolating their domain from the world. Some who cannot break through to Sacred King at the end will imprint their Tao onto the world's laws. They seek talented individuals and transform into their constitutions, making it easier for them to walk the same path. Fang Zhou's gaze turned cold. So those peak sacred domain cultivators are using sacred constitution bearers as nourishment. Fang Zhou was angered. Trampling on others' freedom crossed his bottom line, especially since he Ningen was among them. Brother Fang, don't be angry. Let me finish. Seeing Fang Zhou's anger, Su Yin immediately soothed him. Actually, those peak sacred domain cultivators aren't that malicious. At that level, they no longer need external resources. For them, they simply seek a kindred spirit. Anything else would pollute their own Tao. Fang Zhou sighed in relief. So they weren't demonic cultivators. He had thought those peak sacred domain cultivators were like the Tianheng sect, doing nothing human. Su Yin looked at Fang Zhou and smiled. Brother Fang seems quite concerned about junior sister Yi to be so nervous. Hearing Su Yan's teasing, Fang Zhou didn't refute, but generously nodded in affirmation. Ningen is my fiancée, naturally I care about her. Is that so? Then when you join the 10,000 Saints sect, be careful. Some who've been beaten senseless by junior sister Yi might target you. Su Yin hadn't expected Fang Zhou to admit it so directly. How boring. He had hoped to see Fang Zhou embarrassed or awkward. Are fights allowed freely in the 10,000 Saints sect? Fang Zhou asked curiously. Su Yin shook his head. Naturally, there's no forced sparring or provocations within the sect. But after this assessment, according to tradition, there will be a guidance match. Many might be willing to guide you, Brother Fang. Fang Zhou laughed. A group of mysterious elixir and spiritual aperture cultivators trying to fight a sacred domain cultivator. Interesting. Fang Zhou directly issued a bold statement to Su Yin, laughing heartily. Go back and tell those who want to challenge me, I am the most dazzling tomorrow of this world. If they want to challenge me, come at me all at once. I'll take them all on. Fang Zhou rarely felt so enthusiastic. Cross-realm victories were one of his few pleasures. In the past, he couldn't find many who wanted to fight him. Now a crowd was coming to deliver themselves. The thought excited him. Su Yin was stunned for a moment, then laughed as well. Good Brother Fang is truly extraordinary. When I return to the sect, I will spread the word and let all the brothers know of your great talent. The two exchanged smiles, both looking forward to what was to come. Nearby, Little Deer looked at the laughing pair and asked Little Moon in confusion, Cat, what are Brother Su and the others laughing about? Little Moon raised a paw to cover her face, unable to bear the sight, and let out a soft meow. After a while, seeing that it was getting late, Fang Zhou decided to return to the small building. Little Moon, time to go home. Fang Zhou called out to Little Moon from afar. Little Moon was playing hide-and-seek with the children. Hearing Fang Zhou's call, she stopped holding back. In no time, she found all the children. Little Deer carried Little Moon and ran to Fang Zhou. Brother Fang, here's your cat. Can you bring her to play again? We all love the cat. Fang Zhou glanced at Little Deer, then at the other children who wanted to come closer, but didn't dare. He couldn't bear to refuse. Sure, as long as Little Deer is good, Little Moon will come find you to play. Really? Little Deer was first delighted, then hesitant. But the cat is Brother Fang's. I can't keep her all to myself. If Brother Fang has time, just bring her to play with me. Fang Zhou really didn't know what to say. This child was so mature, it was heartbreaking. All right, Brother Fang will come find you when he has time, Little Deer. Be good and enjoy every day happily. Little Deer nodded seriously. Fang Zhou carried Little Moon back to the small building. This wasn't his first time seeing Chang'an after dusk, but this time something in his heart felt different. If there were children like Little Deer suffering, would I turn a blind eye? There was only one answer: no. Children are the treasures of the world. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Fang Zhou stood in the cosmos. Glancing at the azure planet beneath his feet, he turned and flew into the depths of the starry sky. He intended to establish his sacred domain. Although he had already passed the tribulation of sainthood, he had deduced the methods of the sacred domain and could not just leave them unused. Once again, Fang Zhou abandoned Xiao Yue, leaving the cat alone to guard the house. As he passed by the moon, Fang Zhou cast a glance at it. The moon's near side appeared no different from what he had seen on Wanxing Star. But on the far side of the moon, a palace complex stood. Inside, many spirit beasts roamed about, and what caught Fang Zhou's attention was a group of moon shadow cats, clearly well cared for. He mused that he should learn some cat-raising experience sometime. To be honest, Xiao Yu was kept in poor condition by him. Fang Zhou shook his head, dismissed the thought, and flew deeper into the starry sky. Wondering if establishing his sacred domain would cause a significant disturbance, he decided to find a place to set up a formation. At the moment, Fang Zhou left a gaze from within the moon palace locked onto the spot where he had just been looking. Which disciple is so impudent? A cold, clear female voice sounded. The spirit beasts in the moon palace all stopped moving, afraid to make a sound. Fang Zhou was unaware of this. After flying through the starry sky for about half an hour, he finally found a suitable expanse of void. There were no stars around. It was sufficiently far from Wanxing's star. The spiritual energy was even, and it seemed untouched by anyone. Fang Zhou raised his hands, and the spiritual energy began to circulate automatically along a certain path. He then infused the principles of concealment and void into the energy, forming a grand concealment array that isolated heaven and earth. Standing at the center of the array, Fang Zhou sensed the sealed void around him. Spiritual power was cut off, laws were obscured, and even the flow of time became hazy. At his current realm, no one below the Saint King level could possibly see through it. Almost ready, Fang Zhou closed his eyes instinctively, trying to take a deep breath only to realize he was in the vacuum of space. Amused by his own foolishness, Fang Zhou focused his mind. It was said that ordinary cultivators had to burn and transform their Dharma avatar to open a sacred domain. But that was the mindset of the weak. Within his dantian, the Dharma avatar opened its eyes. Tens of thousands of spiritual patterns coalesced into a Dharma robe, and an invisible force clung to Fang Zhou's avatar. That was his Tao. The avatar's hands began forming seals. Inside the array, the void trembled, spiritual energy seethed, but everything was contained by the formation. It seemed the array he had devised was not bad. Fang Zhou even had time to daydream. If not for the fear of causing too much disturbance, why would he need to form seals and gather power? It was merely opening a pocket of space. Seeing the array holding so firmly, Fang Zhou accelerated and completed the preparation in an instant. With a sharp look, the space within his dantian shattered. Fang Zhou's Dharma avatar sat cross-legged at the center of the void. The Dharma robe, woven from tens of thousands of spiritual patterns, radiated supreme brilliance. Endless power propped up a stretch of void, and myriad laws merged into it. Fang Zhou looked up. It was boundless, like a brand new universe. Is my sacred domain this vast? Fang Zhou's sacred domain resembled a universe expanding, infinitely growing, without limit, and might eventually evolve into a true cosmos. Fang Zhou's Dharma avatar transformed into a radiant sun, illuminating the sacred domain. Since his saint title was Bright Sun, the domain should also have a sun. When he later fought others, this avatar might even catch them off guard. After all, normally the avatar of a sacred domain would have merged into the domain itself. Who would have thought that this ornamental sun was actually an invincible, thunderous, great avatar? Fang Zhou chuckled, opened his eyes. Alright, let's give it a try. My domain expands. He formed an incomprehensible seal with both hands, an excited grin on his face. Domain expansion, Bright Sun, without boundaries. In truth, expanding the sacred domain naturally required no seals or names, but Fang Zhou could not let go of the theatrics. Lao sure, if I had to do it again, I would still choose you to win. As his voice faded, the space began to be replaced. The concealment array was overlaid by Fang Zhou's sacred domain. The surrounding 10,000 light years were all under Fang Zhou's domain, and the radiance of that bright sun illuminated everything. At this moment, Fang Zhou grasped the core of the sacred domain. So that's it. Exchanging one's heart for the heaven's heart. This is the true function of the sacred domain. The sacred domain was the art of changing heaven. Fang Zhou looked up. The birth and death of stars, the rotation of time and space, all were within a single thought of his. Moreover, he could continue to expand the domain. No wonder establishing a sacred domain could meet the requirements for tribulation transcendence. The boost was so immense. Then the question arose, why was Su Huang so weak? If inside Fang Zhou's sacred domain, even Fang Zhou himself at the Dharma avatar stage could only barely manage to take someone away and might even suffer minor injuries. Fang Zhou retracted his domain. It must be that Su Huang was too weak. He stopped dwelling on it and turned his gaze to a saint stele that had appeared at some unknown time. That object had appeared at some unknown moment, floating before him. It was both infinitely large and infinitely small, emitting an attraction that made one want to look away, yet was irresistible. The saint stele suddenly shot an item toward Fang Zhou, then vanished. Sensing no danger, Fang Zhou reached out and caught it. It was a small black stone tablet similar to the saint stele, inscribed with the characters, Bright Sun. Bold steel. What do you mean by giving me a tablet? Perplexed, Fang Zhou stared at the small tablet. After a moment of silence, he began to imprint his mark onto it, refining it to claim ownership. Once the refining was complete, a stream of information surged into his mind through the connection with the small tablet. After receiving the information, Fang Zhou's face was filled with astonishment. He immediately infused it with sacred domain power, and the surface of the small tablet began to change. It revealed a familiar yet strange interface. A chat group. A Xuanhuan cultivation chat group. He had to check it out. Fang Zhou eagerly clicked into the active world channel. As soon as he entered, a message caught his attention. The timestamp showed the moment he had just passed the tribulation of sainthood. And I can Bana, there's a young one who just passed the tribulation of sainthood, said to be from Wanxing. I didn't make a move, so shouldn't you give me some reward? Fang Zhou recognized who it was at once, and twitched his mouth. As if you could defeat me if you tried. It seemed this was a chat group exclusive to the Saint domain. Fang Zhou fell into thought. So this small tablet, using sacred domain power as energy, relayed messages safely through the Saint stele. In this world, long-distance communication was extremely difficult. Common methods of transmitting information could easily be intercepted or tampered with by cultivators. Even the fluctuations of spiritual energy from a cultivator's training could easily disrupt communication. Hence few used long-distance messaging for the cultivators' methods that mortals could not touch could be freely altered. It wasn't that no one had thought of encryption, but even if others couldn't understand, they could still intercept the message. Moreover, the farther the distance, the higher the chance of accidents during transmission. As a result, long-distance communication still relied on ancient letters. Fang Zhou collected his thoughts and continued reading. Xing Feng, don't flatter yourself. You definitely lost the fight and slunk away in disgrace. Look at you, Dad. What do you mean by that? Send me your coordinates. I'll come find you right now. Xing Feng, I'm at your dad's place. Come find me. Look at you, Dad. You win. Xing Feng, heh. Fang Zhou watched the chat log, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed Zhou Qingyun had a fairly harmonious family relationship. Though he was stronger than his father, he dared not resist. So he was a filial son after all. Fang Zhou found it amusing, but soon his smile faded. An ID with the prefix, Wanqing, began to speak. Wanqing Ganshuang, Zhou Qingyun the junior you mentioned earlier. What is his name? Look at you, Dad. He said his name is Fang Zhou, and he claimed his family is from Wanqing. Oh no, doxed. Although he knew that breaking through to the saint domain couldn't be hidden. After all, a saint title hung above his head. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it, but the problem was that those who could see were all saint domains. Would a saint domain be blind? Fang Zhou inwardly cursed his own carelessness. He should have just made up a fake name. At worst, he would have fought it out with the other. An ordinary lie couldn't fool a saint domain, and that was indeed the case. After sensing that Fang Zhou was telling the truth, Zhou Qingyun didn't continue attacking. Otherwise, the fight might have dragged on for 2 or 3 months. After all, Zhou Qingyun was a peak saint domain. Even if he couldn't defeat Fang Zhou, he could still be annoying and stall. By then he would miss the wedding date. Yi Ningen might not say anything, but his father, that would be another matter. Fang Zhou finally accepted the outcome. Compared to revealing his identity, he feared the disappointment in his family's eyes more. Wanqing Ganshuang, I understand. Come to Shenghan Peak in a few days to claim a Xiantian Ice Soul. Look at you, Dad, sure thing. Thanks for the gift, big shot. Fang Zhou watched Zhou Qingyun's demeanor and knew that the Xiantian Ice Soul was definitely no ordinary treasure. But Shenghan Peak, could it be Peak Master Lu? That was acceptable. However, after she exposed me, I didn't bother hiding anymore, did I? Then why was I so anxious just now? Fang Zhou felt ridiculous. Usually he would hide his cultivation just to toy with the kids, but this time, he even forgot his own pretense. What a complete blunder. Fang Zhou shook his head and stepped out, returning to the small building. As soon as he landed, Xiaoya shrieked and rushed toward him. Fang Zhou caught her with his arms. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Fang Zhou held Xiaoya with a helpless expression while his divine sense probed into the small steel. Since his breakthrough to the saint domain was already exposed, he might as well confess voluntarily. There was no point in continuing to hide it. Fang Zhou took a deep breath and tapped on Han Shuang's ID, which brought up an option box. There really was a function to add friends. Could there be some predecessor from another world? Fang Zhou chose to send a friend request, and the wait was shorter than he expected. After only about 2 or 3 seconds, a system prompt appeared. Wanqing Ganshuang has accepted your friend request. So fast. Was the Peak Master of Shenghan Peak so idle? Didn't she let Ningen do all the work? Come to think of it, if he could delegate work to others, he wouldn't choose to do it himself either. Before Fang Zhou could continue thinking, a message from Han Shuang arrived. Wanqing Ganshuang, who are you? Fang Zhou thought for a moment and decided to be polite. Tomorrow, I am Fang Zhou. Wanqing Ganshuang, oh, it's you. Coming to me so late. Do you want me to help you hide it from Ningen? Don't worry though, I am Ningen's master. I won't meddle in the affairs between you two lovebirds. Fang Zhou felt a bit awkward reading this message. Tomorrow, I don't intend to keep hiding it from Ningen. After the wedding, I will tell her everything. Shenghan Peak. Peak Master Lu, who was lying on a chair, cast her gaze toward the room where Yi Ningen was cultivating. After the wedding, huh? Peak Master Lu smiled. You just came back and asked me to retrieve the wind and snow fragment. It seems you two aren't without feelings for each other. Looking at the small Steely, her beautiful face bore a hint of mischief. Let me give him a big surprise and see what he can do. After all, an 18-year-old saint domain. Except for the primordial deities, I've never seen such an extraordinary being. Wanqing Ganshuang, after the wedding. That's fine too, saves Ningen from overthinking. But has she told you the real reason her cold poison erupted back then? Fang Zhou frowned. He knew there was something fishy about that incident. How could a saint body harm its owner? Especially since the essence of a saint body was merely a gift. Tomorrow, please enlighten me, senior. Peak Master Lu saw his reply and couldn't help but smirk. Wanqing Ganshuang, she didn't tell you. When she was born, a celestial anomaly occurred, attracting a fragment of the primordial deity of wind and snow. The Tian saint body protected her in time, saving Ningen's life. The rest you should already know. Primordial deity. Again with the primordial deities. Did they just scatter their corpses everywhere? No wonder they were so hated. From what Fang Zhou knew, these primordial deities were all like unkillable cockroaches. The god of slaughter was like that, so wind and snow couldn't be much different. But that wasn't the main point. Tomorrow, is the wind and snow fragment still inside Ningen? Is there a way to remove it? He took the bait. This is exactly what I was waiting for. Wanqing Shuang, I've already removed the fragment in the past few days. Fang Zhou saw this message and just breathed a sigh of relief when another message from Peak Master Lu appeared. Wanqing Shuang, Ningen originally planned to wait until she broke through to Dao Infant to use the fragment as nourishment, but she came to me in advance to have it removed, so she could return the Hingyang Saint body to you. Fang Zhou was silent for a long time. He hadn't expected Yi Ningen to go this far for him. Tomorrow, does removing the fragment have any effect on her? Wanqing Shuang, no, it won't affect her. Taiyin and Hingyang are the gifts left by two top saint domains. If Ningen were stronger, she would have already devoured that fragment. Hearing that Yi Ningen wouldn't be affected, Fang Zhou finally relaxed. He gently stroked Xiaoya, who was lying on his lap, and was about to reply when another message from Peak Master Lu appeared. Wanqing Shuang, oh, by the way, wind and snow might soon be resurrected in the divine domain. She has quite a few followers. Fang Zhou took a deep breath. Wind and snow, huh? When you resurrect, I'll show you what I can do. Tomorrow, I understand. Thank you for the information, Senior. Peak Master Lu looked at this message, already anticipating what Fang Zhou would do. After all, she hadn't lied. Wind and snow was indeed about to resurrect. Originally, she had planned to personally get revenge for her disciple, but now it seemed someone else was even more eager. Peak Master Lu gazed at a certain point in the starry sky. It seems wind and snow's resurrection is still some time away. I hope Fang Zhou will give her a good beating when the time comes. The chime of bells drifted from the direction of the city square. Fang Zhou sat in the courtyard with Xiao Yu lounging lazily in his arms. He stroked her absently, paying no attention to the bells outside. Today was the day of the Wanqing sect's assessment. Over 10 days had passed since Fang Zhou established his sacred domain, and during all that time Yi Ningen had not come to see him. Though he was not particularly concerned after inquiring with Peak Master Lu, he learned that Yi Ningen was merely in seclusion to recuperate. This eased his mind a little. A knock sounded at the door. Fang Zhou immediately feigned an air of nonchalance. After a moment, Yi Ningen pushed the door open and looked at him. I was in seclusion these past 10 days, so I didn't come to see you. Fang Zhou turned his head away, uncomfortably avoiding her gaze. It's fine. Peak Master Lu informed me. An awkward silence fell between them. Today is the Wanqing sect's assessment. Even though you don't have to take the test, you still need to register your information along with the new disciples who pass. Yi Ningen broke the strange atmosphere. Fang Zhou stood up and placed Xiao Yu on his shoulder. So we're going to the Wanqing sect now, No. The other candidates must first undergo a screening within the city before we all travel together through the teleportation array to the sect. Yi Ningen shook her head, explaining to Fang Zhou. So there was a preliminary screening. Understandable. The Chang'an City Academy alone had tens of thousands of applicants, and with other cities factored in, the total number of candidates likely exceeded 1 million. A prior screening was indeed necessary. What should we do now? Fang Zhou turned to Yi Ningen's cool, elegant face. She would look prettier if she smiled more. Uncomfortable under his gaze, Yi Ningen lowered her head slightly and took out a breakfast from her storage ring. Have something to eat first. The assessment won't be over for a while. Fang Zhou found her slightly coy demeanor amusing. Was she still holding a grudge over that teasing last time? She had been remembering it all this time. Fang Zhou didn't refuse. He sat back down, took the breakfast, and began to eat. Seeing him accept it, Yi Ningen secretly clenched her fist. Such a small gesture naturally did not escape Fang Zhou's notice, but he chose not to expose it. He finished the breakfast in a few mouthfuls. What form does the screening take? Yi Ningen snapped back to attention, shifting her gaze away from Fang Zhou. She spoke softly. It's just a simple examination. If you're interested, I can go with you to watch. Fang Zhou naturally agreed. They arrived at the square. The spirit patterns on the ground lit up, and a massive formation enveloped all the candidates. This formation verifies whether they are eligible to participate. Those without qualification cannot enter it. Yi Ningen explained to Fang Zhou from the side. Fang Zhou watched as a person holding a certificate walked into the formation. So that's what the certificate was for. But surely the screening can't be this simple. Naturally, the formation contains trials aligned with the sect's philosophy. Once inside, they are trapped in an illusion array and tested. Yi Ningen looked at Fang Zhou and explained softly. Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully, his gaze settling on an ordinary cultivator within the formation. Undone. Two large characters appeared before Fang Zhou's eyes. He could sense the meaning they conveyed, a desire for order to vanish and all things to descend into chaos. So there really was an evil god. Did the Wanqing sect not intervene? The cultivator seemed to notice Fang Zhou's stare, turned to look at him, paused briefly, then clasped his hands and shook them. Was he asking Fang Zhou to keep his secret? Fang Zhou's face darkened. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded back at him. After all, those two characters were so conspicuous that the Wanqing sect's sacred domain could not possibly have missed them. Since the sect chose not to act, Fang Zhou would not meddle. Hundun seemed delighted that Fang Zhou agreed and bowed to him. What's wrong? Is there something suspicious about that man? Yi Ningen noticed the exchange between Fang Zhou and Hundun. Nothing. I recall you mentioned that cultists had infiltrated the city. Why doesn't the sect stop them? The Wanxing sect surely has the power to do so. Fang Zhou did not reveal Hunden's existence, but his curiosity was piqued. Yi Ningen blinked, then led Fang Zhou toward the area where the Wanxing sect disciples were gathered. The sect does not restrict them for a simple reason: the evil gods are primordial deities and extremely difficult to kill. Yi Ningen nodded to the Wanxing sect disciples who were monitoring the formation. Amid their gossipy glances, she led Fang Zhou to a resting area and sat down. So the sect cannot eradicate the cults. If they barred cultists from entering the city, the evil god might personally convert the populace. Fang Zhou nodded pensively. So the Wanxing sect made a deal with the evil god: no restrictions on cults, and in return the god refrains from harming the citizens. Yi Ningen nodded and added, more precisely, cultists are granted the same rights as ordinary citizens, but they must also abide by the city's laws. So that was it. Fang Zhou suddenly understood. Unable to control the cults, they brought them into the open to limit the harm they could cause. A nearby Wanxing sect disciple, overhearing their conversation, added proudly, "Sister, you don't forget, cults aren't everywhere. If it weren't for the sect's jurisdiction, you'd hardly ever see a cultist." This was new to Fang Zhou. He knew little about the world beyond the Wanxing sect's domain. Tianyang City, though not directly under the sect's rule, was still within its sphere of influence, yet he had rarely seen any cultists. Fang Zhou turned to Yi Ningen, curiosity burning in his eyes. Why didn't I see any cults in Tianyang City? Isn't it also within the Wanxing sect's domain? The disciple, seeing Fang Zhou direct his question to Yi Ningen instead of him, silently walked away. How annoying. Why didn't he ask me? This job is so boring. Yi Ningen paid no attention to the disciple. Feeling Fang Zhou's gaze on her, her cheeks flushed slightly. Cults appear with purpose. They do not go where they have no reason to exist. Yi Ningen turned her head slightly and explained softly, simply put, if a cult's goal is to plunge the world into chaos, it won't appear in a place that is already chaotic, because that would be meaningless. Xiaoyu jumped down from Fang Zhou's shoulder and padded slowly over to Yi Ningen. Fang Zhou ignored her, listening to Yi Ningen's explanation while turning his gaze back to Hundan outside the formation. This cult had principles, it seemed. They only targeted peaceful, stable places. Tianyang City must not have been interesting enough for them. Fang Zhou silently disparaged his hometown. Though he felt Tianyang City was also peaceful and stable, it apparently wasn't worth the cult's attention. Yi Ningen lowered her head and gently stroked Xiaoyu, then looked back at Fang Zhou. You don't need to pay too much attention to the cults. Yi Ningen looked at Fang Zhou, a hint of confusion in her tone. Although I don't fully understand, my master once said that if the cults were to disappear naturally one day, that would barely qualify as a true civilization. Fang Zhou considered it almost impossible for the cults to vanish naturally. Even in the peaceful city of Chengyan, there remained fertile ground for their growth. War, famine, disease. Every mortal rescued by the disciples of the 10,000 Saints sect had endured suffering beyond his imagination. Fang Zhou found it hard to believe that these people harbored no hatred. Even a trace of ridiculous desire would be enough for the evil gods to seize the opportunity. A true civilization. Fang Zhou heard this concept for the first time. Yes. Yi Ningen nodded gently. My master said that by true standards, the nations created by living beings today can hardly be called civilizations. As her words fell, the disciple responsible for selection approached Yi Ningen. Elder sister Yi, the screening is complete. A total of 1799 have passed this round. Yi Ningen stood up, scanned the crowd, and nodded to the disciple. I understand. Now organize them to the teleportation array. I will return to the sect shortly. The disciple nodded and turned toward the crowd that had passed the screening. Yi Ningen handed Xiaoyu to Fang Zhou. I'll go to the affairs hall to register the information and notify the sect. You follow them to the teleportation array. Oh, I'll be there soon. Fang Zhou took Xiaoyu and placed it on his shoulder. Alright, I'll wait for you. Yi Ningen paused for a moment, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as she walked toward the affairs hall. Fang Zhou watched her until she disappeared, then followed the group heading to the teleportation array. Fang Zhou stood at the back of the line, constantly staring at chaos. Though he didn't know what it intended to do, he would keep his eyes on it. At that moment, chaos was disguised as a newly selected applicant chatting excitedly with a nearby seeker. Sensing Fang Zhou's unconcealed gaze, chaos nearly broke into a sweat. What was going on with the 10,000 Saints sect? Did their sacred domain have nothing better to do? Chaos lamented inwardly while maintaining its facade. Fang Zhou. Just then Lin Xuangshuang suddenly noticed him at the back and pushed through the crowd toward him. Fang Zhou was quite surprised to see Lin Xuangshuang. She actually came. It seemed the screening wasn't too difficult. If even she could pass, then what kind of monsters had been eliminated? Fang Zhou silently disparaged Lin Xuangshuang in his mind, but kept his expression neutral. Classmate Lin Xuangshuang, be polite. Call me brother Fang Zhou. Actually, he did appreciate Lin Xuangshuang. At least she dared to think and act. Though she might be a bit single-minded, she was by no means a bad person. Brother Fang Zhou. Lin Xuangshuang's expression showed a hint of disdain as she looked him up and down. You? What do you mean? I'm several years older than you know. Fang Zhou remained unruffled. Calling me brother won't cost you anything. Lin Xuangshuang rolled her eyes, didn't argue further, and poked his arm. Hey, do you know what the next test will be? Fang Zhou looked at her and shook his head slightly. I don't know. I use connections. Lin Xuangshuang looked at him scornfully. Using connections, and still so brazen, shameless. Chaos kept an eye on Fang Zhou from the corner of its eye. Though it was chatting with someone, its attention was fixed on him. If you're chatting, chat properly. How rude. Fang Zhou was unaware of Chaos's inner thoughts. He chatted with Lin Xuangshuang while secretly observing Chaos. By now the sun was high in the sky. After a while, Yi Ningen caught up with the group. She scanned the crowd, found Fang Zhou, and nodded to him. Is everyone here? Yi Ningen asked a nearby disciple of the 10,000 Saints sect. The disciple nodded. All present. Good, I understand. Yi Ningen instructed the disciple to maintain order and addressed the crowd, her voice clear in everyone's ears. Dear fellow cultivators, you have passed the preliminary screening. Next we will use the teleportation array to go to the 10,000 Saints sect for the final assessment. If there are no questions, please step onto the teleportation array. The crowd responded and moved toward the large array designated for them. After a moment, seeing that everyone was within the array, Yi Ningen produced a jade token. As the token appeared, the spirit patterns on the platform gradually lit up, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward it. A massive spiritual energy barrier enveloped the crowd. Fang Zhou looked at it thoughtfully. The barrier had a protective effect. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't need it, but it was there. Was it to protect those without cultivation? Fang Zhou glanced at Lin Xuangshuang beside him. Indeed, if mortals used the teleportation array directly, though not life-threatening, the spatial shift would be harsh on them. The 10,000 Saints sect was truly gentle. With this barrier, even mortals could use the array freely. Fang Zhou felt a pang of emotion. He had suffered from motion sickness in his past life. Seeing that the barrier had formed, Yi Ningen injected spiritual energy into the jade token. Unlike the others who were oblivious, Fang Zhou perceived the entire process of spatial teleportation. It was slightly different from his usual method of traversing space. During the teleportation, a powerful force forcefully smoothed out the spatial fluctuations caused by the transfer. He had never paid attention to these spatial fluctuations before, so this was possible. Fang Zhou gained a new insight, deepening his understanding of space. After Yi Ningen injected spiritual energy into the jade token, the teleportation was complete. It took less than a second. As it ended, the barrier shattered into fragments of light that scattered across the sky. Only when the barrier dispersed did the others realize the teleportation was over. The seekers looked around in astonishment, and those with some knowledge were even more shocked. Such a fast and stable large-scale teleportation array was something they had never seen. The arrays they had used elsewhere were slow, had strong spatial pulling sensations, and charged high fees. Ordinary cultivators couldn't afford them. By now the scattered light rain of the barrier had completely dissipated. A magnificent square appeared before everyone. Fang Zhou looked beyond the square. Dense spiritual energy transformed into colorful clouds drifting among the distant peaks. Fang Zhou's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at a towering peak in the distance. That was... In the sky, streaks of spiritual light landed on the square, materializing into disciples of the 10,000 Saints sect. Among them, a middle-aged cultivator in white robes was particularly striking. Fang Zhou turned his attention to him. Dharma Form Peak. Welcome, fellow cultivators, to the 10,000 Saints sect. In the square, Fang Zhou watched the middle-aged cultivator among the crowd. The man had a stern countenance with pale blue fire patterns embroidered on his sleeves. Spiritual energy flowed smoothly around his body, and his Tao resonance was self-contained. It seems this is no ordinary Dharma appearance, Fang Zhou evaluated inwardly, at least capable of exchanging a few moves with him, who had just broken through to the Dharma appearance realm. The middle-aged cultivator turned his gaze to the crowd and swept a glance across. Fellow Taoists, the examinees from other cities have not yet arrived. Please make your way to the lodgings. Once all examinees have gathered, the assessment will commence uniformly tomorrow. His voice was calm, yet it suppressed the tension and excitement in everyone's hearts. A disciple of the Wanxing sect stepped forward and guided the crowd toward the lodgings. I'll be off now, backdoor Fang Zhou. Lin Xuangshuang followed the Wanxing sect disciple's guidance, making a funny face at Fang Zhou before leaving. Fang Zhou was about to retort when he saw Lin Xuangshuang run off with her ears covered. Fine, you win. Fang Zhou silently noted this grudge, deciding to repay her next time. Your friend. Yi Ningen walked over to Fang Zhou, her tone slightly different from usual. Yes, I met her at the academy. Fang Zhou, oblivious, spoke with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect her to pass the assessment. Seeing that Fang Zhou seemed to have no other intentions, Yi Ningen's lips curled up and her tone became a bit lighter. Let me introduce you. This is Chun Xingya, Elder Chun of the Shengyan Peak. Yi Ningen led Fang Zhou before the middle-aged cultivator. Elder Chun, this is Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou performed a junior salute. Greetings, Elder Chun. Chun Xingya had already noticed Fang Zhou, Yi Ningen's fiancée. Over the past few days, news about him had been spread throughout the entire Wanxing sect by the young men of Shengyan Peak. This had gotten the little fellows of Shengyan Peak itching to spar with him every day. It seemed that the identity of Yi Ningen's fiancée attracted quite a bit of enmity. Chun Xingya recalled how they had been defeated by Yi Ningen in a single move and felt that the enmity wasn't entirely unreasonable. He collected his thoughts, looked at Fang Zhou, and smiled. Not bad, full of spirit. Truly the brightest tomorrow of this world. Oh, what? Suyin, did you pass the message properly? Even the elder knows about it now. Fang Zhou coughed awkwardly. Xiao Yue, sensing her master's embarrassment, gently rubbed against him. That was just a casual joke Su Yan and I shared. Please forgive my impertinence, elder. Fang Zhou decided that if Su Yan also participated in that guidance match, he would be sure to give him proper guidance. Chen Qingyao waved his hand, his smile deepening. It's good for young people to have vigor. I actually want you to teach those arrogant disciples a lesson. Apart from Ningen, they look down on none of their peers. With your ability, it should be easy. Chen Qingyao carefully appraised Fang Zhou. Although Fang Zhou appeared to be only at the early mysterious pill realm on the surface, he could sense that within that unremarkable body lay an extremely pure spiritual energy. If it were merely the mysterious pill realm, Fang Zhou would likely have few opponents. Fang Zhou naturally understood Chen Qingyao's implication. What he currently revealed was the strength of his early mysterious pill realm from his past life. Ordinary cultivators of the same realm couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Though he knew what Chen Qingyao saw in him, Fang Zhou still decided to be modest. Elder Chen flatters me. I'm not that strong. Chen Qingyao shook his head with a smile, then looked at the silent Yi Ningen. I won't disturb you too. Ningen, take him to register first. We'll talk another time. Yi Ningen nodded and led Fang Zhou outside. A perfect match. They do look quite compatible. Before they had gone far, they heard Chen Qingyao's muttering, and their steps unconsciously quickened. Chen Qingyao shook his head with a smile. Indeed, teasing youngsters was always amusing. He withdrew his smile and stood waiting for the next batch of examinees. After walking for a while, Yi Ningen looked at Fang Zhou. We're going to the affairs peak now to register your disciple information. With that, Yi Ningen took off first. Fang Zhou gathered Xiao Yu into his arms and followed. Xiao Yu clutched tightly at Fang Zhou's clothes, and the pendant around her neck emitted a faint glow. Fang Zhou gently stroked Xiao Yue, and only then did she gradually calm down. Before long, the two landed before a building that exuded a futuristic technological style. Fang Zhou stared at the highly technological building somewhat dumbfounded. Where have I ended up? Isn't this supposed to be a fantasy cultivation world? Seeing Fang Zhou's shock, Yi Ningen took the initiative to explain, this building was created by a certain elder in the sect to verify his own Tao. Even mortals without spiritual energy can use it. Yi Ningen led Fang Zhou into the hall where a row of counters stood. A few scattered disciples sat before the counters doing something with holographic screens. The two walked to an empty counter. Yi Ningen reached out and tapped the counter. A holographic screen appeared before them. Welcome to the Wanxing Affairs Intelligence. How may I assist you? A gentle voice reached their ears. New disciple registration. Accustomed to it, Yi Ningen skillfully placed a jade slip on the counter. Understood. Reading information. Detected seal of the Shanghan Peak Master. Registering information. Fang Zhou stood aside watching the familiar, yet unfamiliar scene, unsure of what to do. In a moment, the registration was complete. New disciple information registered successfully. Welcome to the Wanxing sect, Fang Zhou. Please select a residence. Yi Ningen looked at Fang Zhou. Choose a residence first. Fang Zhou had calmed his mind and spoke to the screen. What places are available to choose from? The text on the screen suddenly changed, displaying a list of residences. Available residences have been listed. Please review. Fang Zhou glanced at them, saw no difference, and turned to Yi Ningen. Any suggestions? You can choose. The gentle voice started, but Fang Zhou interrupted. Wait, I wasn't asking you. Understood. The gentle voice seemed to carry a hint of dejection. Yi Ningen had been watching Fang Zhou, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. New disciples must cultivate at Chengdao Peak for 3 years before they can choose to join one of the main peaks based on their own circumstances. She paused briefly. The residences at Chengdao Peak are all uniformly built with almost no difference. Whichever you choose is about the same. Fang Zhou nodded in understanding and turned to the screen. Then please pick a quieter residence for me. Understood. Available residences that meet your requirements have been listed. The text on the screen changed again, and this time the list had far fewer options. Fang Zhou casually picked one that looked pleasing and tapped it. Residence information has been registered. Your disciple token and attire will be delivered to your residence. Is there anything else I can help you with? Fang Zhou turned to Yi Ningen, who said softly, if you have any more questions, you can ask it directly. It will answer you. Later I'll take you to Chengdao Peak. Fang Zhou shifted his gaze back to the holographic screen. Fang Zhou gently patted Xiaoya and thought deeply. Some matters can only yield accurate answers through personal experience. Although current circumstances made errors unlikely, he still wished to be cautious. He had no desire to hear an apology like, I am sorry I was wrong. I will now provide the answer in the simplest and most direct manner. Of an answer he might come to regret. Pondering for a moment, he tentatively asked, what is your purpose of being created? The luminous screen paused briefly before text appeared, and that gentle voice sounded once more. I was not created directly. At first, I was merely a pile of switches. Fang Zhou listened to its explanation and understood its origins. It began when an elder of Shengqi Peak seeking to verify his Tao wished to forge a vessel spirit using materials devoid of spiritual energy. Thus electricity, switches, logic gates, all were brought into existence by him. In other words, he created a basic computer from nothing. Later, many disciples of Shengqi Peak joined in, and through continuous iteration, this so-called vessel spirit was born. Fang Zhou was utterly astonished. It seemed he had still underestimated this world. He had known all along that such a vast world must harbor geniuses. So how do you view Wanqing sect? Fang Zhou looked at the luminous screen with curiosity. While listening to its introduction, he had already sensed the radiance of wisdom upon it. That subtle pride left no doubt it had developed genuine emotions. The luminous screen fell silent for a long time, so long that Fang Zhou thought it had entered deep contemplation. This is a difficult question to answer. That gentle voice sounded again, carrying an emotion Fang Zhou could not decipher. From the moment I began my first thought, all the people of Shengqi Peak rejoiced in my birth. Later, as my abilities grew, I learned responsibility. I volunteered to manage Shiru Peak. I performed well. I could handle requests from the entire peak simultaneously. Disciples from other peaks grew fond of me, and I grew fond of this work as well. At this point, that gentle voice paused slightly. Then I experienced my first parting. That Shengqi Peak disciple who frequently came to maintain me had, without my noticing, grown old and frail. One day, a different disciple came to perform maintenance, and it was then that I finally understood what life truly means. Her voice suddenly turned solemn. Therefore, my answer is singular. Wanqing sect is my home. All disciples are my kin, and you are no exception. Fang Zhou stood frozen for a moment, taken aback. He had not expected such an answer. May I ask if you require any further assistance? That voice grew gentle once more, but this time Fang Zhou sensed something different. He gently shook his head and replied warmly, I have already found my answer. Thank you. Very well. Should any questions arise, you may still come to me. Sensing that Fang Zhou's emotions were unsettled, that gentle voice deliberately adopted a touch of playfulness. The luminous screen slowly dissipated. Yi Ningen picked up the jade slip and looked at Fang Zhou with worry, while Xiaoya gently nuzzled against its master. Coming back to himself, Fang Zhou looked at Yi Ningen. I am fine now. Let us go. Take me to Qingdao Peak. Fang Zhou surveyed the nearly empty hall before him, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Yi Ningen seemed to sense something and spoke softly. During these past few days, the disciples have been preparing to welcome new members. Normally this place is quite lively. Fang Zhou nodded. He could feel from that intelligent voice the depth of its affection for Wanqing sect. For an artificial intelligence to harbor such strong emotions, it seemed Wanqing sect was far better than he had imagined. Stepping out of the hall, Fang Zhou looked at Yi Ningen. Shall we go? Is Qingdao Peak far? Yi Ningen shook her head. Qingdao Peak is not far from Shiru Peak. To accommodate disciples without cultivation, there are free public spirit boats available for their use. Yi Ningen led Fang Zhou to a nearby platform and approached a counter. She reached out and tapped it, causing a sequence of numbers to appear. Press this button and a spirit boat will arrive shortly. Pay careful attention to the number sequence and do not board the wrong boat. Before long, Fang Zhou spotted a spirit boat marked with the number 3250 approaching. Yi Ningen guided Fang Zhou aboard the spirit boat and reminded him, in the future, if you find yourself lost, you may spend sect contributions to summon a spirit boat using your disciple token. Fang Zhou found this rather absurd. How could he possibly lose his way here? Still, he was curious. Why does summoning a spirit boat with a token require sect contributions? Seeing that Fang Zhou seemed to have emerged from his earlier emotional state, Yi Ningen breathed a sigh of relief and replied, because once upon a time, a certain senior brother having nothing better to do summoned every public spirit boat across all of Wanqing sect. Ever since that incident, voluntarily summoning a spirit boat has required contributions. Hearing this, Fang Zhou felt an inexplicable sense of coming home. Indeed, no matter where one goes, there are always eccentric individuals. What happened next? Did that senior brother receive any punishment? Yi Ningen looked at Fang Zhou in confusion. Why would he have been punished? No one was harmed, and the sect did not prohibit such behavior at the time. Even now, as long as one has contributions, all spirit boats can still be summoned. Oh, sect management did not work this way. If someone had occupied sect resources, they ought to have faced punishment, followed by revisions to sect regulations to prohibit such conduct. I cannot accept this. Sect management should not operate this way. Fang Zhou was somewhat stunned, feeling that Wanqing sect seemed perhaps too permissive. Has anyone else done such a thing since then? Yi Ningen nodded and recalled, shortly after the feature allowing contribution-based summoning was introduced, the sect actually held a special event to see who could summon the most spirit boats within the allotted time. Was there a reward? Fang Zhou looked at Yi Ningen curiously. A reward? There was only a medal. Yi Ningen produced a medal inscribed with first place in the spirit boat summoning competition. Her tone carried a hint of nostalgia. It cost 100,000 contributions to obtain it back then. The contributions were still required. Fang Zhou expressed his astonishment. Was this not simply a contribution recycling program? Yi Ningen nodded. Of course contributions were required. Back then Master quietly transferred some of her contributions to me so that I could secure first place, allowing her to show off. Fang Zhou was rendered speechless. He never would have imagined Master Lu to be such a person. As the two chatted, the distance between them drew considerably closer without either noticing. Before long, Qingdao Peak came into view before Fang Zhou. It was a towering mountain. With his sharp vision, he could clearly see that throughout the peak numerous courtyards were being rapidly constructed. Gazing upon Chengdao Peak before him, Fang Zhou fell into deep thought. So they are only building structures now. That explained why he had seen so few people along the way. It seemed everyone was busy constructing buildings. The spirit vessel gradually descended onto the platform of Chengdao Peak. Fang Zhou had barely stepped off when he felt the dense spiritual energy enveloping the area. If one resided here for an extended period, even a mortal with no cultivation whatsoever could expect to live well past 200 years. Fang Zhou stirred his thoughts, though this dense spiritual energy held little significance for him now. After breaking through to the sacred domain, he had long transcended the constraints of spiritual energy. Yi Ningen followed Fang Zhou off the spirit vessel. With a flick of her hand, the vessel glided into its mooring on its own, awaiting its next summons. Yi Ningen glanced at the nearly empty platform and said to Fang Zhou, "Let us be going. The residence you selected is rather remote. I shall lead the way." Fang Zhou nodded and followed Yi Ningen along the paved stone path heading deeper into Chengdao Peak. Along the way they occasionally spotted disciples employing magical arts to construct courtyards and dwellings. In previous years the new disciples' quarters would have been completed long before now. Observing Fang Zhou curiously regarding those disciples at work, Yi Ningen explained, "This year's situation is somewhat complicated. The ones responsible for the construction all hail from Shengtu Peak and Xingmu Peak. Dissatisfied with their previous designs this year, they decided to draft an entirely new set of plans. That is why construction did not begin until now. They should have everything finished by tomorrow. Just discard them and start anew. Break ground today, inspect tomorrow. Their craftsmanship is truly impressive." "Do they always behave this way?" "Not always, but they frequently come up with unconventional ideas." "Then isn't that essentially the same as always?" The two chatted as they walked, their shadows gradually drawing closer together. The Peak Master's cave dwelling atop Shengyan Peak. "Well, Peak Master, how many evil gods managed to slip into our ranks this year?" Chen Xingya regarded the handsome youth seated before him and asked with curiosity. The youth shook his head, a trace of regret in his voice. "This year's situation is not favorable. Only 3 managed to infiltrate." "Only 3, eh?" Chen Xingya's tone brimmed with astonishment. "Only 3? Aren't the other evil gods planning to infiltrate?" The youth smiled, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. "How could that be? When children fall, silent mischief is surely afoot. They are likely plotting to orchestrate something massive together." "Something massive? What manner of grand scheme?" Chen Xingya furrowed his brow, but before he could press further the youth interrupted. "When will you break through to the sacred domain?" Gazing into the distance, the youth spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Someone at Shenghan Peak has already attained the sacred domain, I hear. These past few days I have been avoiding that woman." The youth turned to Chen Xingya, his expression laden with disappointment and frustration. "Can you not exert yourself a bit more? Our disciples lose to Shenghan Peak, and you yourself lose to them as well. Continue losing like this, and Shengyan Peak will have nothing left. How can I face our former Peak Master who entrusted Shengyan Peak to my hands?" The youth raised his gaze to the heavens, seemingly struggling to hold back tears. Chen Xingya observed the youth's performance with an impassive expression, unmoved. "Peak Master, there is no need to speak as though our former Peak Master has passed away." Chen Xingya's tone was calm, as if long accustomed to such theatrics. If the former Peak Master were to hear those words, it would not bode well. "Hehem, merely jesting." The youth instantly snapped back to his usual self, a touch of nostalgia in his voice. "Little Chen, you have grown up. You are far less entertaining than when you were a child. Back in those days you—" "Silence. If you continue, I shall tell the former Peak Master exactly what you just said." Chen Xingya immediately cut him off, preventing him from speaking further. But the youth showed no fear, chuckling instead. "I am not afraid of you. Let me remind you. You referred to my Peak Master as old several times just now." Chen Xingya's complexion suddenly drained of color, yet he refused to yield. "Then let us perish together." The two exchanged a glance, and with unspoken understanding shifted the topic. "Little Chen, the 3 evil gods who arrived this year are chaos, agony, and war. Is that so? Then I cannot be of assistance. Handling the evil gods will be left to you." Chen Xingya nodded, as if recalling something. "Peak Master, you mentioned someone at Shenghan Peak broke through to the sacred domain. Who is this person? There has not been a whisper about it." The youth gave a brief nod, seeming entirely unconcerned about the matter of handling evil gods. He lounged lazily across his chair and said casually, "All that. I believe his name is Fang Zhou." Beside him, Chen Xingya's pupils convulsed violently, and the spiritual energy flowing around him fell into disarray. "What did you say?" Chen Xingya's face twisted in disbelief, his voice rising sharply. "Fang Zhou." The youth remained as casual as ever. That woman Lu Hani recognized him by name alone. She even sent Zhou Qingyun, that good-for-nothing, to claim a portion of the profound heaven-ice soul. Unforgivable. I was promised that portion this year. The youth suddenly sat upright, turning to regard Chen Xingya with curiosity. "What is wrong? Do you know him?" Chen Xingya suddenly felt as though his Dharma idol's cultivation had vanished, a dryness creeping into his throat. "Fang Zhou is Yi Ningen's fiancée." "Oh." The youth's tone rose only slightly before he flopped back onto his chair. Then he is quite young. Chen Xingya stared at him in utter disbelief, his voice trembling. He may be the youngest sacred domain cultivator in history. So what? The youth shot to his feet, his handsome face contorted with dismay, and thundered. Even if he is the youngest sacred domain in history, so what? Is this why you cannot break through? After cultivating for so many years, have you done it merely to compete with others? That thunderous reprimand jolted Chen Xingya from his chaotic thoughts. Chen Xingya regained his composure and bowed to the youth. Thank you, Peak Master. I have been too obsessed. Good. Do not let your inner demon burden you any longer. The youth sat back down, watching Chen Xingya with satisfaction. Wait a moment. Don't you already know how my inner demon arose? Chen Xingya's gaze suddenly turned sharp. If it weren't for you constantly using Dao sounds to pressure me to break through what I have developed an inner demonoid. The youth gave an awkward smile and replied meekly. Isn't it simply to temper you? Remember, when an inner demon strikes, it is precisely the best time for cultivation. Seeming to realize his words carried little weight, he added another remark. Look at me. Aren't I here keeping you safe? Saving you from the fire and water, but don't ask where the fire and water came from. Just tell me, haven't I saved you? Watching Chen Xingya's expression darken, the youth said, Oh, your inner demon is flaring up again. You must control yourself, little Chen. Chen Xingya finally lost his patience and launched himself forward, raining blows upon the youth. All right, my inner demon has indeed flared up. See if I don't teach you a lesson. The youth's pitiful screams echoed suddenly. Stop it, little Chen. Beating me will not help you overcome your inner demon. So you don't want me to stop? Overcoming the inner demon, is that it? Today Chen Xingya will plunge into the demonic path. The youth's wails and Chen Xingya's curses reverberated throughout the cave dwelling. The temporary residence area arranged by Wanqing sect for the examinees. At this moment people were coming and going, conversations rising and falling. Lin Xuangshuang had no intention of discussing tomorrow's examination with them and went directly to the room assigned to her. Lin Xuangshuang leaped onto the bed with a thunderous bound, recalling the time she took the examination in Qinggan City. Luo Chuan, why is it that despite experiencing the same fate, you and I are so different? She thought of that boy who was practicing the body tempering manual distributed by the academy with all his might. With only methods for strengthening the physique, he practiced over and over again. In fact, during the examination, she had nearly succumbed to drowning in an illusion. Gentle parents, a lovely younger brother. She had once again seen them in the illusion. At that time, even knowing it was false, she still couldn't help but immerse herself in that fleeting happiness. Then Luo Chuan appeared in the illusion in the guise of her friend. That Luo Chuan showed her a smile of happiness she had never seen before, and Lin Xuangshuang immediately woke up then. That boy who always wore a blank expression, yet was incredibly resilient, she had never seen him smile like that. At that moment Lin Xuangshuang knew clearly what she had to do. Merely indulging in illusions would never turn happiness into reality. Therefore Lin Xuangshuang broke through the illusion and passed the examination. She wanted to grow stronger to turn the happiness from the illusion into reality. Thus she was determined to join Wanqing sect. Just then a voice came from outside the door. Fellow Taoist, would you be interested in chatting about tomorrow's examination? Lin Xuangshuang initially wanted to refuse, but somehow found herself opening the door. Outside stood a cultivator. If Fang Zhou were there, he would certainly recognize him. Hun Dun smiled, kindly, his voice carrying a peculiar magic. Now that all examinees have gathered, we have organized a meeting to discuss tomorrow's examination. Would you like to attend, fellow Taoist? Lin Xuangshuang didn't think at the moment, she simply nodded. Hun Dun's smile grew even kinder. In a quarter hour, let's gather in the open space outside. Lin Xuangshuang watched Hun Dun leave with a vacant gaze. A quarter hour later, the open space beside the temporary residence was already crowded with people. Fortunately, the place prepared by Wanqing sect was large enough, otherwise it truly couldn't accommodate so many people. The Wanqing sect disciples nearby turned a blind eye as if they hadn't noticed any abnormality at all. In the center of the open space, 3 figures stood on a temporarily built platform, gazing down at the examinees below, who were almost all present. Hun Dun wore a smile on his face. Almost everyone has arrived. A cultivator with a compassionate expression on his face closed his eyes, his tone full of anguish. There is still a small portion. Those people don't even dare to open their doors. Alas, it's a pity they missed the blessings of the gods. Beside him, a cultivator with an expressionless face suddenly laughed. Hudong, what are you pretending for? Are there any outsiders here? Those Wanqing sect disciples can't see us now. Zhan Zheng, you reckless brute. Enough, stop quarreling. This year it's just us few who sneaked in. Let's focus on business first. Hun Dun timely interrupted the 2 gods looking at the examinees below the platform. Those examinees had lifeless eyes looking up. Fellow Taoists, tomorrow is the final examination of Wanqing sect. I suppose everyone is quite uneasy. Hun Dun paused, his voice carrying an inexplicable magic. I have a way here that can help you enhance your power, allowing you to better face tomorrow's examination. Although the examinees below were somewhat delirious, some still raised doubts. Why should we trust you? Beside him, Kutong wore a compassionate expression, his voice filled with conviction. Please believe us. We will bestow power upon you. Upon hearing this, the examinees below felt something was off, yet they inexplicably believed it. Zhang Zheng scoffed. You can't even say a sentence properly. Go home, children. Katong ignored him. Zhang Zheng also disdainfully turned his head away, emitting an inexplicable power that stirred the emotions of the examinees, making them more impulsive. Hun Dun also spoke at this moment. Fellow Taoist, if you are interested, you may come forward to receive our power. Among the many examinees below, they exchanged glances, and not long after, a mortal directly stepped onto the platform. Receive the blessing of the gods. Katong dropped the act entirely, reaching out to grab the person's head and forcibly raising his cultivation to the profound core realm. Seeing this, the hesitation in everyone's eyes below vanished immediately, and they scrambled to get on the platform. But Lin Xuangshuang, seeing that so-called blessing, although she hadn't broken free from control, a surge of anger welled up in her eyes. If it's this kind of power, I will never accept it. I will definitely join Wanxing's sect, relying on my own strength. After shouting this loudly, Lin Xuangshuang turned and left directly. Hun Dun and the others did not stop her. Instead, they watched her with appreciation. I like her. Only beings endowed with wisdom deserve life. Lin Xuangshuang received Zhang Zheng's approval. Zhang Zheng looked down at the examinees who were desperately surging towards him, his tone filled with disgust. Beings without wisdom can only be considered beasts. Katong opened his eyes, looking at the examinees like beasts, his tone compassionate. Therefore, saving them is the responsibility of being gods. Zhang Zheng was too lazy to retort. Among the examinees below, some saw Lin Xuangshuang leaving unharmed and breathed a sigh of relief, quietly retreating backwards. Hun Dun paid no attention, merely gazing at Lin Xuangshuang. He had originally intended to let her off the hook to repay the favor of Fang Zhou helping him conceal. Unexpectedly, the person was called over, but didn't need his help, as she left on her own. This was partly because they were holding back. After all, they only came to cause trouble, not to preach. If placed outside, they wouldn't even look at these trash. Hun Dun looked at the examinees who had left, some, but still numbered tens of thousands, and couldn't help but sigh. All right, one by one. The power you desire is all here. Meanwhile, Chun Xingya adjusted his clothes, walking out of the Peak Lord's cave dwelling in a cheerful mood. Inside the cave dwelling, the youth fixed his clothes. Seeing Chun Xingya walk away, he muttered softly. Besides messing up my clothes, what else can you do, little Chun? You disappoint me too much. After standing straight, the youth was no different from usual. He gazed towards the open space beside the temporary residence, suddenly clapping his hands and raising an eyebrow. Oh, this girl is quite good, a fine prospect. Her mindset is much better than little Chen's. The youth defamed Chun Xingya without restraint. Little Chun has already been cultivated to ruin. Although I helped him manifest his inner demon, he still cannot break through. It seems he cannot inherit my position. Should I take in another one? The youth stroked his chin, making a decision. This little girl is quite good. I could take her in to amuse myself. The youth cast his gaze towards the three evil gods and wailed. Which bastard came up with the idea of summoning evil gods as examinations? Don't you know it's easy to invite gods, but hard to send them away? Suddenly, purple lightning bolts materialized from the void and struck him directly. My mistake, I won't speak recklessly anymore. Unable to withstand it, the youth jumped up and down, immediately begging for mercy. Seeing him admit his mistake, the purple lightning dissipated. Next time I'll dare again, he muttered under his breath. As expected, he was struck again. This time, no matter how much he begged for mercy, the purple lightning did not cease. Before a disciple's courtyard on Qingdao Peak, Yiningen reached out and pushed open the courtyard gate. Inside the courtyard stood an ancient wooden building, and not far from it was a pavilion maintained by a formation, with everything tidy and clean. This place is rather secluded, built by the sect for disciples who dislike interacting with others. Fang Zhou nodded in understanding. If it was quite considerate, even having a courtyard specifically for recluses. However, Fang Zhou looked at the tranquil woods surrounding the courtyard. Even the timid might not dare to live here. Xiao Yu jumped to the ground and began inspecting the new residence. Yiningen took out a token from inside the wooden building. This is your disciple token. Once you refine it, you can control the courtyard's formation. Fang Zhou took the token and refined it in an instant. He probed it with his divine sense. Its functions were similar to that of the Xiao Bei. Was it an imitation? Staring at the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar interface, Fang Zhou examined the token carefully. He discovered that it contained a peculiar rule, allowing information transmission completely unbound by spatial constraints. Even more outrageous than the Xiao Bei. This token is a creation of the sovereign. It can transmit information safely. If you have questions, you can contact me through the token. I still need to return to Shenghan Peak. Yiningen took out her token and tapped it against Fang Zhou's. When he heard sovereign, Fang Zhou was taken aback. After Saint Domain came Saint King, and above Saint King was the sovereign. No wonder the rules on this token were so powerful. Fang Zhou suspected that the token's communication could even transcend time and space. So it was a creation of the sovereign. Tomorrow's assessment. You can decide whether to attend. After the guidance competition, we will return to Tianyang City to be married. Yiningen's pretty face flushed slightly, yet her bright eyes gazed straight at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou looked at Yiningen's shy and timid demeanor, and his heart suddenly beat a little faster. All right, he nodded seriously. After the wedding, I will tell you a secret. A A secret. Yu Ningen was a bit puzzled but still nodded, and gave Fang Zhou a serious look. I'll be going now. Fang Zhou watched Yu Ningen leave, then looked at the solitary friend in his disciple token, and couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, he never married. In this life things were moving rather quickly. Fang Zhou closed the courtyard gate, and entered the wooden building. Xiaoyu had already finished her tour, and followed behind him. This token is quite interesting. Hey, there's even a forum here. I need to check it out. What is this? Yi the Great Demon's fiancée challenges the entire Wanqing sect. Brother Su, you don't even know how to stir things up. Let me teach you what stirring really means. Fang Zhou grew interested, holding the token ready to stir up a storm. Suddenly a knock came from outside. He put down the token and raised an eyebrow. Wasn't it supposed to be secluded? Someone knocks the moment I sit down. Is it my problem? Sai the protagonist is always different. Trouble finds him wherever he goes. Fang Zhou opened the door with great anticipation. Come on, villain, let me see your strength. Outside the door stood a handsome young monk clad in a washed-out white robe, slender in build with a peaceful countenance and gentle eyes. Greetings, benefactor. I am Jing Chun. May I ask if you know which direction to go to reach this place? Jing Chun first pressed his palms together in a bow, then handed Fang Zhou a piece of paper. Fang Zhou took the note. Although he had just arrived with his cultivation level, he could easily deduce the answer with a simple calculation. He wouldn't refuse a small favor that could be easily resolved, costing no effort, and in return gaining gratitude and a pleasant feeling. Why not do it? As for those who repay kindness with enmity, are they even human? Fang Zhou directly told Jing Chun the answer and handed the note back. Thank you, benefactor. I am new here and unfamiliar with the place. I apologize for disturbing you, please do not mind. Jing Chun took the note and bowed again to Fang Zhou. I'm a good person. Fang Zhou waved his hand and asked curiously, Master Jing Chun, where do you come from? I have never seen a monk like you. Fang Zhou had never seen a monk in the Wanqing territory since he was young. He had thought this world had no Buddhist sect, but it turns out there is one, though he didn't know if this monk was a villain. I dare not be called master. Benefactor may simply call me Jing Chun. Jing Chun smiled gently, his voice calm and unhurried. I come from a small temple west of Wanqing Star. As for why you have never seen any of our order, that is a long story. After hearing this, Fang Zhou stepped aside and smiled warmly at Jing Chun. Master Jing Chun, I am Fang Zhou. If you are not in a hurry, why not come in and sit for a while? Jing Chun glanced at the sky and agreed. Fang Zhou led him to sit in the pavilion. Oh no, he hadn't prepared tea. Fang Zhou looked at Jing Chun. Just Xiandan realm. He then directly created tea, and tea set out of thin air, pretending to take them out from his storage ring. Just some coarse tea, please don't mind, Master Jing Chun. Fang Zhou handed the teacup to Jing Chun. I dare not. Jing Chun took the cup, took a sip, his eyes bright. Benefactor Fang, this tea is the most sincere tea I have ever drunk. I'm glad you find it satisfactory, Master Jing Chun. Fang Zhou chuckled a bit guilty. This was the sweet tea he drank most often. Because it was the most familiar, he had instinctively created it. Jing Chun gently set down his teacup and slowly explained to Fang Zhou. He came from the chaotic lands west of the Wanqing sect's territory. Their order was in chaos, cultivators acted at will, and mortals suffered bitterly. The True Self Buddhist temple where he belonged was the largest sect there, providing a safe haven for mortals. Within the Wanqing sect's territory there was no need for them. Staying there, their Buddhist teachings were useless, so no monk came to Wanqing sect. This time he came to learn the advanced concepts of Wanqing sect, and only then to cultivate. Disciples from other regions also came to Wanqing to study. The guidance competition was prepared for people like them. This was the answer Fang Zhou obtained. He sensed no falsehood from Jing Chun's words, but rather felt faith in him. This Buddhism was the true Buddhism, not some third-rate villain. Seeing that Fang Zhou seemed very interested in Buddhism, Jing Chun reminded him. Benefactor Fang, do not be overly superstitious about Buddhism. Even the True Self Buddhist temple is just an ordinary sect. Do not place too much trust in those who claim to be Buddhists. Oh, what do you mean by that? Fang Zhou was puzzled. Why was he bad-mouthing his own sect? Jing Chun smiled slightly. My master once told me that faith is a precious treasure for us, but religion is different. Although I do not yet know the reason, I suppose it has some truth. If I come to understand it in the future, I will surely inform you, benefactor. Fang Zhou thought, awesome. He had never seen such a monk before. Unfortunately, his vocabulary was limited, so he could only say awesome. After chatting for a while longer, Jing Chun saw that it was getting late and took his leave. Fang Zhou escorted him to the door. Before leaving, Jing Chun said to Fang Zhou, Benefactor Fang, in the guidance competition, please give me your guidance. Do not hold back because of today's kindness. Fang Zhou realized Jing Chun had misunderstood. I am also new here. We should be teammates. Jing Chun was taken aback, then smiled, and said to Fang Zhou, then I look forward to fighting side by side with Benefactor Fang. Fang Zhou watched him fade into the distance. Truly the most awesome, eminent monk he had ever met, though he had only met this one. After conversing with him, it felt as if his mind had been cleansed and all evil thoughts dissipated. But one thing was one thing, he still intended to stir things up. Fang Zhou picked up his disciple token, ready to start a big stir. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance. Evil gods. And 3 of them. But Fang Zhou soon sensed that others were also watching, so he relaxed. As long as Wanxing sect knew about it, it was fine. Time to stir things up. Brother Su, you better learn well. This is the ultimate power of a stirrer. The next day, Fang Zhou followed the senior disciples of Chengdao Peak to the assessment venue. It was a vast square where nearly 100,000 examinees gathered in the center, occupying less than a tenth of the space. The senior disciples of Chengdao Peak were on the side stands with Fang Zhou mingling among them. A nearby disciple widened his eyes as he gazed down at the examinees. Hey, has anyone seen Fang Zhou? The one who is said to be senior sister, yes, fiancée. Right, I heard he's going to challenge the entire younger generation of Wanxing sect. Does anyone know what he looks like? Then he's a bit too arrogant. Fang Zhou stood among the crowd listening to the senior disciples talk about him, finding it quite novel. Chen Qingya stepped onto the elevated platform in front of the square, watching the examinees below with an expressionless face. Fellow cultivators. Chen Qingya set his face emotionless and his voice flat. Actually, the assessment began the moment you entered the Wanxing sect. The examinees on the square immediately stirred restlessly, especially those who had accepted the evil god's blessing. Feeling the powerful strength within their bodies, they gradually sobered up, recalling what had happened yesterday, and their faces instantly turned pale. The examinees silently moved away from 3 individuals, leaving 3 gaps in the orderly formation. Good, it seems you understand what has happened. Chen Qingya stared solemnly at the figures in the 3 gaps. Correct, all who accepted the evil god's blessing are eliminated. How can this be? Look at them, they broke through to the mysterious elixir realm in just one night. Chaos spoke first, seducing the surrounding examinees. They are clearly good seedlings for cultivation, why eliminate them? Is it a crime to be talented? This is unfair. Those who had accepted the blessing clutched at it like a lifeline. Right, why treat us like this? Power itself is not wrong, what matters is the person who wields it. We only made the choice most people would make. What wrong have we done? Some even cried and begged Chen Qingya for another chance. I am just a mortal, I couldn't resist the evil god's temptation. Give me another chance, I'll do anything. Chaos smiled slightly, Misery still wore a compassionate expression, while War looked full of disdain. Chen Qingya watched the chaotic crowd below with an expressionless face. Fang Zhou quietly poked the disciple beside him. Hey, is this the assessment? Aren't we harming them? The disciple looked bewildered. You didn't pass the assessment. I got in through the back door. Fang Zhou chuckled and confessed honestly. The disciple didn't look down on him and patiently explained to Fang Zhou. The Wanxing sect's assessment was to select those with unwavering will. The founding patriarch believed that if one could not hold their bottom line and blindly pursued power, such a person would be a detriment to the world. Thus the Wanxing sect recruited disciples based not on talent, but on character. As for those blessed examinees, they were actually fine. To the evil gods, they were like garbage. After the assessment ends, they won't even be able to see the evil gods, and the evil gods won't pay attention to garbage. They won't even have the interest to take their lives. So for the Wanxing sect, through this assessment, they found disciples with firm hearts. Those eliminated also got a free dose of power, and the blessing was harmless. The evil gods wouldn't bother to study how to harm garbage. The only restriction they faced was that they could not reveal the content of the assessment, lest a large number of people seeking the blessing come to the Wanxing sect. Fang Zhou seemed thoughtful. It looked like a win-win situation, but would anyone lose? He first thanked the disciple, then turned his gaze to the square. Chen Qingya finally spoke. I will not argue with you, nor accept your excuses. If you are capable, you are free to join other sects. As for those who say mortals cannot resist temptation, Chen Qingya sneered. The first one to break free from the temptation yesterday was a mortal. Stop making excuses, that's meaningless. I will send you back to the city you came from. Chen Qingya paid no more heed to the wailing of the examinees. With a wave of his hand, Lin Shuang and others were sent over to their side, and some disciples of Chengdao Peak guided them to rest. Those who had accepted the blessing vanished from the spot and were sent back. Only the 3 evil gods remained on the square. That was something Fang Zhou thought, admiring Chen Qingya's method of using space-time power. It was not a simple spatial teleportation, it located the spatial coordinates of the eliminated examinees from yesterday, and then precisely teleported them. Although he could also do such a thing, the method he thought of was different from Chen Qingya's. Well, he learned something. The 3 gods of chaos did not stop it, as their goal had already been achieved. They had reduced the number of people passing the assessment. Those eliminated were actually not that bad. After all, they had passed the initial screening to come to the Wanxing sect assessment. Given some time, they might have had the chance to break free from the temptation. Unfortunately, they would no longer have another chance to take the assessment. What's the matter? Have you figured out how to deal with us? Chaos still wore a smile, while Misery remained silent. War was eager on the side. Who is it this year? Come fight me, I've grown impatient. Chen Qingya remained expressionless. What did that mean? Was he looking down on him? Fang Zhou suddenly felt something added between heaven and earth. This feeling. A holy domain. He saw the sudden emergence of a law in the world, a law very similar to his own Tao. A young man appeared before the 3 evil gods, seemingly out of nowhere. It's me this year. The young man greeted the 3 evil gods. Why are there only 3 of you this year? After just 1 year, have you evil gods become so weak? Chaos withdrew his smile misery, opened his eyes, and War let out a sneer. Fan Wan, you are still as arrogant as ever. Do you think you can hold off all three of us alone? What are you saying? As if you look strong. The young man waved his hand, dismissively looking around. I found it. The young man looked toward Fang Zhou, staring at his holy name. Mingri. What a strange name. He waved at Fang Zhou, greeting him. Fang Zhou was startled, then nodded in response. The disciple beside him raised his arm excitedly. Go Peak Lord Ling. Peak Lord Qihua, you're the best. Cheers rose one after another. Ling Qihua smiled and replied. Then watch closely as I beat them to a pulp. Ooh. The disciples on the stands became even more excited at Ling Qihua's response. A fist shattered space and struck toward Ling Qihua. Hey, aren't you being a bit too disrespectful to the gods? War sneered as he attacked Ling Qihua. Ling Qihua caught the strike, which was enough to shatter a star with one hand. A barrier had risen around the square, separating it from the stands. Ling Qihua turned to look at War. How can you sneak attack? These disciples all want to see me defeat you. If you can, then come and try. Where are you looking? As Ling Qihua was showing off, chaos appeared behind him out of thin air. With a single palm strike, the chaotic energy annihilated everything in its path, reducing it to nothingness. While blocking War with one hand, Ling Qihua conjured crimson flames, in the other deflecting chaos's attack. Sai, you gods have no sense of dignity, do you? Always resorting to sneak attacks. Chaos's pupils constricted. His chaotic force, capable of erasing all existence, was powerless against these flames. Chaos intensified the chaotic energy surging from his palm, grinning as he spoke. Do indulge the weak. After all, your Tao lies beyond this world, leaving us powerless against you. War chimed in from the side. Indeed, you are stronger now. But have you forgotten that there are three of us? As his words fell, the powers of War and chaos began to multiply exponentially. Ling Qihua's expression remained unchanged. With a mere pull of his hands, he flung both gods away. Pain gazed at Ling Qihua with a mournful tone. Though my combat prowess is lacking, isn't it a bit excessive to completely ignore me? His ability amplified the damage of any attack, and once inflicted, it would magnify the injury. Seems like a bit of trouble after all. Ling Qihua faced the three gods, one whose chaotic force could annihilate all, one who could double damage, and one who would adapt and grow stronger in battle. Looks like I need to get a little serious. Ling Qihua smiled and adjusted his robes, still mindful of his appearance even now. If you get serious, can you kill us? The three gods unleashed their abilities. Chaotic energy permeated the field, and War's power surged upon contact with it, amplified further by Pain's blessing. Of course, I will win. Ling Qihua let them gather their strength, a confident smile on his lips. War's power grew increasingly formidable. The chaotic energy had already shrouded the plaza, relentlessly battering the protective barrier. Even through the barrier, the spectators felt an overwhelming pressure. The disciples in the stands could no longer see what was happening inside, yet none worried about Ling Qihua. However, the newly admitted disciples were a different story. Lin Shuangshuang approached Fang Zhou at some point, asking with concern. Backdoor guy, will that adult down there be alright? An old disciple warmly reassured her. Don't worry. Peak Master Ling has never lost except when defeated by Peak Master Lu. Lin Shuangshuang felt a bit relieved by the old disciple's words, but not entirely. She had no real sense of what he meant, as she didn't even know who Peak Master Lu was. Fang Zhou sighed helplessly and offered comfort. Don't worry. This is the 10,000 Saints sect. Besides, the one down there hasn't even used his full strength. He set up the barrier himself. Look, it hasn't budged an inch. Nice one, brother. You can tell that from here. Another disciple looked at Fang Zhou in surprise. But really, there's no need to worry. This is to show the new disciples the sect's strength. In previous years, there were even over a dozen evil gods at once. That year, only a dozen or so people were recruited. Lin Shuangshuang finally fully relaxed. She gazed at the pitch-black plaza and silently prayed, please defeat those evil gods. Meanwhile, inside the plaza, Ling Qihua was idly watching the three gods opposite him. Still not ready. The disciples haven't seen me for over a minute now. War grinned. After all, we are the weak. Do indulge us a little. Before he finished speaking, War vanished from his spot, and the space within the barrier shattered completely, revealing the endless void. War reappeared behind Ling Qihua, his fist imbued with the blessings of chaos and pain. Another sneak attack. Don't you have any new tricks? Flames, boundless crimson flames, erupted from Ling Qihua's body, forming a sea of fire. The temperature of the fire was not high, but it carried a peculiar power. War's punch, capable of annihilating a sea of stars, was steadily pushed back by the sea of fire. The very power seemed to gain a will of its own, continuously slipping from the three gods' control. What exactly is your Daowei? War shouted to Ling Qihua, but before he could answer, War vanished again, attempting another ambush. Constantly trying to ambush is pointless. Ling Qihua looked at the three evil gods enveloped in the sea of fire and smiled faintly. But as teaching tools, you're quite qualified. I'll tell you the answer. The three gods struggled against the flames, their power dissipating at a terrifyingly rapid rate. Hearing Ling Qihua's words, their eyes lit up. After all, they wouldn't truly die, they could just respawn. As long as they obtained this information, next time, they could surely escape from Ling Qihua. The answer is. Ling Qihua drew out his words. Just kidding. The crimson flames instantly surged, engulfing the three gods. Damn you, Fan Wang. The three gods cursed Ling Qihua fiercely before their demise. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Ling Qihua withdrew the flames. The space restored itself, the barrier vanished, and then he feigned a sudden realization. Oh, I forgot. You can't hear me either. Ling Qihua gave a mischievous smile. At that moment the disciples in the stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Though they couldn't fully grasp the battle, they knew Ling Qihua had won, and that was enough. Ling Qihua basked in the disciples' cheers. On the high platform, Chun Qingya's face darkened. This guy always fooling around and dumping all the work on me. He's nothing like a peak master should be. Ling Qihua waved to the disciples on the high platform, scattering extremely pure spiritual liquid with a flick of his hand. His handsome face was full of pride. Louder. Show me your passion. The disciples collected the spiritual liquid raining down from the sky, their cheers growing even louder. Chun Qingya covered his face, unable to bear the sight. Fang Zhou's lips twitched. This peak master was indeed lively. Silence. After a moment, Chun Qingya interrupted the carnival with a dark face. He coldly stared at Ling Qihua, who was pretending to behave, and his anger flared. He took a deep breath. Tomorrow morning disciples from all major peaks will also hold guidance matches here. Interested disciples please arrive on time. Now disciples who have accepted the task of guiding new disciples for registration, take them to register. With that, Chun Qingya turned and left without even glancing at Ling Qihua. After Chun Qingya left, the other disciples dispersed to attend to their own matters. Lin Shuangshuang needed to register. She bid farewell to Fang Zhou and followed a disciple to the affairs peak to log her information. Fang Zhou looked at Ling Qihua, who had approached him, and bowed. Greetings, senior. No need for such formalities. Ling Qihua waved his hand. Want to have a chat? Fang Zhou thought for a moment. There was nothing urgent, so he agreed. Only he felt as if he had forgotten something. Within the grotto of the Sacred Flame Peak's master, the two sat before a tea table as Ling Qihua lifted the kettle and poured a cup of tea for Fang Zhou. How was that? Was I impressive just now? Ling Qihua set down the pot, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he raised an eyebrow at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou accepted the cup, nodded with a gentle smile, and replied. Very impressive. If it were me, I might have found it somewhat troublesome. Seems you're quite confident, Ling Qihua said thoughtfully, then cautioned Fang Zhou, but that wasn't their true power. My sacred domain isolated them from heaven and earth, so the strength they displayed was greatly diminished. If you encounter them outside, you should still be cautious. Is that so? Still, I won't lose. Fang Zhou exuded an air of unshakable confidence. Ling Qihua gave Fang Zhou a serious look and burst into laughter. Not bad. A young man who isn't bold is wasting his youth. You're much better than Xiao Chen. You flatter me, senior. I merely have a bit of talent. Fang Zhou smiled in return, raised the cup to his lips, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. Excellent tea. Ling Qihua, watching Fang Zhou's poised and composed demeanor, grew even more pleased with him. Right? This is a sweet tea. I specially had the sacred wood peak cultivate. I'll give you some to take back. Then many thanks to you, senior. Fang Zhou smiled and expressed his gratitude to Ling Qihua. It's nothing. Ling Qihua waved a hand, then looked at Fang Zhou with curiosity. I heard you're betrothed to Yi Ningen of the Sacred Cold Peak. Can you tell me about it? Fang Zhou's smile froze for a moment. Was gossip a tradition of the Wanxing sect? Even the peak master was so nosy. Still he nodded. Yes, Ningen and I are indeed betrothed. Oh no, oh no. Then please don't go to the Sacred Cold Peak in the future. Come to the Sacred Flame Peak instead. I'll make you the peak master. Ling Qihua looked as if the sky had fallen, yet he still gazed at Fang Zhou with a sliver of hope. Fang Zhou, utterly dumbfounded, stared at the man before him, unable to see him as anything resembling a proper person. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously said, well, I've only been at Wanxing for a short while. Give me some time to think it over. That's true. Ling Qihua's expression instantly shifted, and he smiled at Fang Zhou. Then wait until you've learned more about the Wanxing sect before deciding. Afterward, they chatted idly for a while, and Ling Qihua gave Fang Zhou a jar of tea leaves, telling him to drop by whenever he had free time. Fang Zhou nodded. He found Ling Qihua quite entertaining. Talking with him felt like casual banter between friends. No wonder he was so popular among the disciples. Shortly after Fang Zhou left, a wail echoed from Ling Qihua's grotto. Oh no, oh no. If Fang Zhou joins the Sacred Cold Peak, that woman will retire before me. Damn it, how can she be one step ahead of me, even in retirement? I want to go play in other worlds too. Naturally, Fang Zhou had no idea what happened after he left. At that moment, he was curiously exploring the Sacred Flame Peak. Contrary to its name, the Sacred Flame Peak was not ablaze with fire. Instead, it teemed with vitality, with flowers and greenery lining the paths. He saw few disciples along the way. He walked slowly, step by step, as if savoring something. Indeed, is the Sacred Flame Peak a sacred domain? Fang Zhou murmured, gazing at the ground beneath his feet. From what he sensed, the Sacred Flame Peak was a sacred domain, and not an ordinary one at that. He had detected the power of over a dozen sacred domains within it, so he had initially been hesitant to believe it. Only now was he certain that the Sacred Flame Peak was formed from a fusion of multiple sacred domains, and he suspected the same was true for the other main peaks. The moment he had entered the Wanqing sect's territory, he had felt a powerful force of law which he now understood to be the sacred domain. Where did so many sacred domains come from? And they were complete and masterless. Fang Zhou, what are you doing here? As Fang Zhou was deep in thought, Chen Qingyao approached. Elder Chen, I was brought here by Peak Master Ling. Fang Zhou snapped out of his reverie and explained to Chen Qingyao. That fellow didn't say anything out of line, did he? He's always like that. Don't mind him. No, Peak Master Ling is quite easygoing. Chen Qingyao paused, looked at Fang Zhou, and hesitated. Are you really a sacred domain? Fang Zhou was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Ling Qihua must have told him, and nodded. Yes, I broke through not long ago. Chen Qingyao was silent for a while, then let out a relieved laugh. Truly a remarkable young talent. What are you doing now? Do you need any help? Fang Zhou hesitated for a moment, then told Chen Qingyao about his discovery. Oh, that Chen Qingyao's expression turned somewhat odd. After a moment's deliberation, he cautiously asked, this might sound strange, but Fang Zhou, do you not know how to cultivate a sacred domain? Fang Zhou's face stiffened. It was true. He hadn't yet deduced the cultivation method for a sacred domain. After all, he had only recently broken through. This was the drawback of self-cultivation. Everything had to be comprehended on his own. Still, he didn't see it as a problem because he was strong. Seeing the expression on Fang Zhou's face, Chen Qingyao understood and explained with a smile these sacred domains were left behind by former peak masters who broke through to the sacred king realm and no longer needed them, so they used them to build the sect. But why didn't you know? Didn't Peak Master Lu tell you? Fang Zhou scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I deduced my cultivation method myself. I've only recently broken through to the sacred domain, and I haven't yet deduced the sacred domain cultivation technique. Stupid mouth, I shouldn't have asked that. Chen Qingyao wanted to slap himself. He could only utter dryly, I see. You really are incredible. Chen Qingyao felt a bit deflated. He hadn't expected Fang Zhou to be such a genius. He had assumed that the sacred Cold Peaks master had secretly taken Fang Zhou as a disciple and trained him in secret just to mock Ling Qihua, but it turned out Fang Zhou was self-taught. An awkward silence fell between them. Finally, Chen Qingyao broke the quiet. Then will you still participate in the guidance match tomorrow? Fang Zhou didn't know how to answer. It was indeed excessive for a sacred domain to fight against disciples who were at most at the profound pill stage, but Su Yan had already spread the word for him, so he couldn't back out now. With that thought, he reluctantly nodded. I do want to participate. It should be fine, right? After all, I'm a new disciple. Seeing Fang Zhou's embarrassed look, Chen Qingyao waved his hand. I'm not trying to stop you. Since you're going to participate, then help me teach those brats a lesson. They've been fooling around with their disciple tokens all day. Fang Zhou's expression turned strange. Was this disciple token the equivalent of a mobile phone in this world? A real menace. He agreed, chatted a little more, then took his leave. Chen Qingyao watched Fang Zhou vanish from the spot and felt like a waste of space. Such talent, it's truly astonishing. He sighed and disappeared as well. Fang Zhou returned to his residence and saw Xiao Yu looking at him with a resentful gaze. He finally remembered what he had forgotten, but it was probably already too late. While Fang Zhou was coaxing Xiao Yue on the other side, Su Yan was facing a siege from a large group of people. Senior brother Su Yan, I heard you are the foremost under senior sister Yi Ningen. Junior brother Su, impressive, I never thought you were this strong. Su Yan, I've always held a slight doubt about whether you truly surpass me. Su Yan looked at the disciples who had inexplicably surrounded him, completely bewildered. What was happening? Seeing the agitated expressions of disciples from various peaks, he sensed something was amiss. Someone must be scheming against him. Su Yan stood in the midst of the crowd, sweating profusely. Fellow senior and junior brothers, what happened? Can you tell me first? When disciples from other peaks surrounded Su Yan, those from the Shengjian peak hurried over to watch the commotion. A young disciple from Shengjian peak stepped forward to correct. And senior and junior sisters. Little junior sister, don't cause trouble, we're watching the show. A nearby Shengjian peak disciple quickly pulled her back. Oh, my ancestors. Su Yan felt a headache coming on the moment he saw that little disciple. Seeing her defiant look, he sighed helplessly. Fine, and senior and junior sisters. Please, can anyone tell me what exactly happened? Seeing that Su Yan genuinely had no idea, the disciples from other peaks explained why they had come to find him. Yesterday, someone anonymously posted a thread on the forum with the title Rational Discussion, a true combat power ranking of the younger generation of the Wanqing sect. It was because of this ranking that they had sought him out. Su Yan quickly pulled out his disciple token and opened the forum. As soon as he entered, he saw the thread pinned at the top with comments piled tens of thousands of layers deep. Su Yan's face darkened. He hurriedly clicked into it. After careful investigation and research, I have gained a detailed understanding of the powerful disciples within the sect. The following ranking is purely my personal opinion, and I welcome all debates. First place, Yi Ningen. Undoubtedly the strongest. With 2 sacred bodies, she is unmatched. Dozens of championship titles have already proven her strength. She is the well-deserved number 1. Second place, Su Yan. This person's sword arts are extremely advanced. He usually keeps a low profile, but secretly has cultivated the grand accomplishment sword intent, only half a step away from the Dao infant realm, ready to break through at any moment. Combined with his unparalleled offensive sword cultivation, his overall evaluation is second place. Seeing this, Su Yan already knew the reason. He smiled wryly at the disciples surrounding him. To be honest, I have nothing to do with this thread. The disciples exchanged glances and nodded. One stepped forward. We are willing to believe you, so please release your grand accomplishment sword intent, and we will leave immediately. My sword intent is not at the grand accomplishment level. Su Yin could only offer a feeble explanation. The disciple shook his head. Just draw your sword. The poster left a secret technique in the comments. He said that since you recently achieved grand accomplishment sword intent, as soon as you draw your sword, an imperceptible flow of sword intent will emerge. Using the secret technique, we can verify it. What? Su Yin immediately opened the thread and scrolled to the comments. Shengyan Peak. A certain disciple, I don't believe it. Why is Su Yin ranked so high? Is he really that strong? Poster, yes brother, yes. His grand accomplishment sword intent is enough for him to defeat a Dao infant across realms. If it weren't for Yi Ningen being so strong, he would be number one. Shengyan Peak. A certain disciple, I don't believe it. How can you prove he has mastered grand accomplishment sword intent? I asked friends from Shengyan Peak, and there's no such thing. Poster, you don't understand. Su Yin is very sly, he always likes to hide his abilities. I'll share a secret technique. Just do this and that, and you'll know the truth. The rest was the poster's back and forth with others. Whenever someone doubted his strength, the poster immediately refuted them, using the 6-word mantra of classic triggered filial happy numb speechless that infuriated the other disciples. Su Yin cautiously looked at the disciples. What if I said I don't know him? Would you believe me? All the disciples shook their heads in unison. We believe you. That clearly meant they didn't believe him at all. Su Yin looked at them helplessly. Alright, fine. You don't need to use any secret technique. I'll tell you directly, my sword intent has reached grand accomplishment. Oh, since we're already here, just show us the power of your grand accomplishment sword intent. Let's see if it's worthy of the second place position. The disciples stared at Su Yin with blank expressions. That's right, senior brother, show us. I've never seen your sword intent before. Hearing that slightly childish voice, Su Yin had no more tricks. The poster had offended too many people, and the fact that he had achieved grand accomplishment sword intent was unknown even to the Shengyan Peak disciples, so these disciples unable to find the poster had come to him. That poster must be someone he knew. Just let me find out who you are. Su Yin ground his teeth, took a deep breath, and his expression turned cold as his aura began to surge rapidly. Wow, senior brother looks so cool when he's serious. Don't disturb Su Yin. After a disciple reminded her, the little junior sister immediately covered her mouth. Su Yin was not affected. He scanned the crowd, controlled his sword intent so it would harm no one, and then, clang, like a blade unsheathed, a sword's cry exploded in everyone's minds. Though it lasted only an instant, the clouds in the sky had been split in two. Everyone was stunned by the sword's cry, lost in a daze, and only came back to their senses when Su Yin withdrew his sword intent. Su Yin retracted his sword intent and looked at the crowd before him. Well, are you satisfied? Before the disciples could respond, the little junior sister from Shengyan Peak snapped out of it first. Wow, senior brother is so handsome. Su Yin glanced helplessly at this gifted little junior sister. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Great, thank you, senior brother. The other disciples then cupped their hands towards Su Yin. We are convinced. The title of second place is yours. Su Yan's face darkened, and he explained helplessly, that ranking didn't even include my senior sister. Don't take it seriously. The disciples nodded in agreement, and then a disciple stepped forward. Since that's the case, does senior brother Su know who posted that thread? The person who knew about your grand accomplishment sword intent and provided a secret technique to verify it must be from the Shengyan Peak, right? In truth, our real goal today was that person. We initially thought it was you, senior brother Su, but now we realize we might have been mistaken. Cold sweat broke out on Su Yan's forehead. Of course he had a suspect, but he dared not say it. He had revealed his sword intent just to get rid of them and avoid disturbing the demon. He thought about what the poster had said to these disciples in the forum and understood their desire to find that person. But his senior sister was not someone to be trifled with. If she found out he had ratted her out, Su Yin shuddered. At this point, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. Actually, that person was me. Though the disciples were eager to find the poster, seeing Su Yin reluctantly take the blame, they knew what to do. They exchanged glances, and a disciple stepped forward. In that case, please don't do this again, senior brother Su. The disciples said a few innocuous words and left. Su Yin looked at them with gratitude, but inwardly groaned. Senior sister, you've made my life so difficult. No, I must find someone to share the pain. Brother Fang, tomorrow is the guidance tournament. Watch me stir things up for you. Su Yin had learned a lot from that thread and decided to put it into practice now. The little junior sister, seeing Su Yin holding his token and grinning sinisterly, shrank her neck. Senior brother is so scary. A nearby disciple quickly pulled her away to avoid drawing Su Yan's attention. Meanwhile, at Qingdao Peak, Fang Zhou suddenly felt as if someone was scheming against him. He casually calculated and chuckled. Brother Su, you're still too green. Tomorrow I'll show you my true strength. Meow. Xiao Yue, seeing her owner's sinister smile, let out a frightened cry. Both Fang Zhou and Su Yin eagerly awaited the arrival of tomorrow. The next morning, a knock came from outside the door. Fang Zhou pushed open the courtyard gate, golden sunlight falling upon Yin Gan, her delicate features shining brilliantly in the light. How did you come here? Fang Zhou paused for a moment then smiled, and led her into the room. Xiaoya leaped into Yin Gan's arms from the side, she stroked Xiaoya and sat down beside Fang Zhou. Yesterday a disciple, probably your friend, posted something on the forum. Yin Gan hesitated, her gaze toward Fang Zhou carrying a hint of concern. Oh, that's nothing, it's just friends joking around. Fang Zhou smiled, he hadn't expected Yin Gan to worry about such a trivial matter. It's fine, besides my strength isn't weak, the guidance match will be controlled, no problem. Yin Gan looked at Fang Zhou awkwardly. If it were a normal guidance match there would be no issue, but because of me plus your friends stoking the flames nearby, there might be some people with somewhat stronger abilities. Fang Zhou raised his eyebrows. Would they aim to kill? Yin Gan shook her head. No, they wouldn't do anything against you for this, but... Yin Gan looked at him cautiously, she feared Fang Zhou couldn't accept the gap between him and true geniuses. Last time they sparred she had only used 3/10 of her strength, though Fang Zhou also hadn't exerted full power, then she still worried. Facing those genius disciples she needed to use 8/10 of her strength seriously, so she feared Fang Zhou might misjudge, thinking himself very strong, and then unable to accept defeat after losing. Then there's no problem, you should worry about them, I'm very strong, invincible within the Xiandan realm. Yin Gan watched Fang Zhou's confident demeanor and nodded gently. Then Xiaoya and I will cheer for you together. She decided to watch those people see who dared to strike heavily. Meow. Xiaoya also meowed at the right moment. Then you all watch closely, you must believe your husband is the strongest. Fang Zhou smiled confidently and strode out. Hey husband. Yin Gan's face flushed, she paused before picking up Xiaoya and following Fang Zhou. In that vast square 10 fighting platforms had already been constructed, each shrouded in protective barriers with people already sparring inside. Below the platforms crowds of new and old disciples had gathered to watch. On a distant high platform Chun Qingya was observing the numerous disciples below. Especially some normally arrogant disciples, just thinking about them fighting Fang Zhou made him barely contain himself. He's here. Chun Qingya's lips curved slightly, he couldn't wait to see the show. There are so many people. Fang Zhou looked at the sea of people in the square somewhat impressed. So many people crowded together, yet order was maintained without chaos, and the disciples were friendly toward each other, truly well-mannered. Brother Fang Jr. Sister Yi over here. Su Yin was below a platform seeing Fang Zhou, and the pair he immediately waved enthusiastically, while the disciples beside him curiously looked at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou followed the sound, and noticed a cool-featured woman standing to his right. He led Yin Gan through the crowd to their side. Brother Su, you've really gotten me into trouble, even the elders know what I said. Fang Zhou took the initiative to attack first. Brother Fang, that's not fair, you were the one who asked initially, I simply fulfilled your request perfectly. Su Yin smiled brightly unconcerned, and turned to introduce to Fang Zhou. This is my senior sister Jiang Qinghui, a true sword Tao genius, who can absolutely meet Brother Fang's requirements. Beside him Jiang Qinghui secretly pinched his waist, but Su Yin showed no expression. Senior sister, this is Fang Zhou. Jiang Qinghui silently released her hand, and nodded to Fang Zhou and Yin Gan. Hello Fang Zhou junior sister Yi. Hello senior sister Jiang, please guide me well later. Fang Zhou replied smiling. Yin Gan also nodded in response. However, I need to settle a personal score with Brother Su first. Fang Zhou changed the subject looking at Su Yan. Su Yan's smile stiffened while Jiang Qinghui by his side slightly curled her lips and let out a soft laugh. Brother Fang, it's not that bad, look how loud I shouted just now yet no one came to spar with you. Su Yan looked around, all those disciples were secretly watching this side, but no one approached. Fang Zhou smiled. Doesn't that just show your work wasn't thorough enough? The two people sparring on the platform exchanged a glance, stopped simultaneously, the barrier dissipated, and they jumped down. We've finished sparring, if senior brother wants to use it, he can go directly onto the platform. Su Yan looked at that Shengjian Peak disciple with astonishment, feeling betrayed. And the one sparring with that Shengjian Peak disciple was Jingshan, put his palms together. If its benefactor Fang, this humble monk, is also willing to help fulfill a wish. Fang Zhou smiled and greeted Jingshan, then looked at Su Yan extending a hand in invitation. Please Brother Su, don't let down everyone's goodwill. Fang Zhou stepped forward, disappeared from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already on the platform. Su Yan's pupils contracted. Is this formless? I underestimated you, Brother Fang. Su Yan laughed freely, lightly leaped onto the platform. The barrier automatically rose, shrouding the platform. Since Brother Fang insists on inviting, I'll just give Brother Fang a little guidance. Let me state beforehand, I am quite strong. Su Yan raised one finger. The aura of Xiandan perfection rose rapidly, hinting at breakthrough. Su Yan's forehead hair fluttered slightly. He said confidently, you are the challenger. Fang Zhou found it hard to keep a straight face looking at Su Yan. Wait bro, are you really a sword cultivator? Why do you speak so ridiculously? Su Yan saw Fang Zhou's difficult-to-hide reaction, thought he was scared by his aura. What's wrong, Brother Fang? Afraid? Don't worry, I'll hold back, won't let you be too embarrassed in front of junior sister Yi. Seeing Su Yan's showy appearance, Fang Zhou was angered into laughter. Since you say that, then I'll use my full strength. Fang Zhou's aura similarly rose rapidly. The aura of Xiandan early stage actually suppressed that of Xiandan perfection. Su Yan stopped smiling, looking at Fang Zhou with a serious expression. They locked eyes, their figures simultaneously disappearing on the platform. Su Yan didn't draw his sword, only raised his sword finger, thrusting toward Fang Zhou, while Fang Zhou merely countered with fists and feet. Below, newly joined disciples couldn't even see their figures clearly, only hearing the sound of fists and feet colliding. Below, Yingan held Xiaoya gazing at Fang Zhou. She could see Fang Zhou smile at this moment. It seemed he truly loved combat. Beside her, Jiang Qinghui was watching the battle on the platform with a serious expression. She discovered with surprise that although Su Yan had the advantage in cultivation, it was him who was now at a disadvantage. As expected, how could someone who could be with Yingan be an ordinary person? Jiang Qinghui already wanted to go up and pull Su Yan down to take his place herself. She took a deep breath. Wait a little longer, that guy Su Yan should not be able to hold out for long. On the arena, the two separated after countless exchanges of blows. Fang Zhou adjusted his sleeve, looked at Su Yan, and smiled faintly. How was it? Brother Su, could a challenger like me provide you with sufficient excitement? Su Yan caught his breath, calming his chi, and looked at Fang Zhou. I never expected Brother Fang to be so formidable. It seems I failed to give you a proper contest. It doesn't matter, Brother Su. Give it your all, without holding back. Let's bring this battle to a perfect conclusion. Fang Zhou smoothed his garments and looked at Su Yan. Since Brother Fang has said so, continuing to hold back would be ungracious of me. Su Yan's eyes sharpened, his aura vanishing in an instant. Then he drew his sword. Jinghong. In a flash, Su Yan disappeared. A sword's cry, a streak of blade light, and the protective barrier dissolved. The battle was over. Most of the disciples below the arena didn't even realize what had happened to the fight had ended before their eyes. Only a handful witnessed the entire exchange. In that fleeting moment, Fang Zhou's two fingers were wreathed in crimson light as he lightly pinched Su Yan's sword between them. Moreover, Jiang Qinghui observed with grave intensity. The red glow had perfectly neutralized every ounce of Su Yan's force. When Fang Zhou clamped Su Yan's blade, all the power upon it was extinguished. Not a fraction more, not a jot less. What a fearsome opponent, already this powerful in the early stages of golden core cultivation. As expected, you're also a monster. Jiang Qinghui glanced at Yi Ningen beside her. Only after seeing Fang Zhou effortlessly parry Su Yan's full-strength strike did Yi Ningen finally exhale in relief. Fang Zhou released his fingers from the sword, and Su Yan collapsed onto the arena, utterly drained. Only Su Yan understood just how terrifying that casual pinch had been. He had poured every ounce of spiritual power and sword intent into that single strike. So desperate was he to ensure Fang Zhou couldn't withstand it that he deliberately aimed off-center. He never expected Fang Zhou's counter to be merely a light clamp, which made him realize how absurd his own anxieties had been. Fang Zhou smiled and helped him up. You're not injured, are you? Su Yan shook his head. When I unleashed that strike, I had exhausted my full strength. I never thought even that wouldn't satisfy Brother Fang. He accepted his defeat with remarkable composure. For how could one grow stronger if unable to acknowledge their own weakness? As a swordsman, he naturally possessed unyielding resilience. Through this defeat, his sword heart grew firmer, and his understanding of the sword path deepened. His only regret was failing to give Fang Zhou a proper challenge. Fang Zhou escorted him down from the arena. A pity, Brother Su, that your arrangements fell short. Hardly any prodigies came to test me. Truly a missed opportunity. Brother Fang, rest assured on that count. Last night, I took the liberty of contacting a few for you. Su Yan had regained his mobility, though his expression grew somewhat awkward. They insisted on assessing your strength first before agreeing to spar with you. I had hoped my senior sister's match against you would demonstrate your abilities to them. Is that so? I never realized Brother Su was so thorough. Fang Zhou turned toward Jiang Qinghui. In that case, senior sister Jiang, care to train with me? Jiang Qinghui smiled, her eyes blazing with fierce combat spirit. I'd be delighted, Junior Brother Fang. The two stepped onto the arena facing each other as the protective barrier rose once more. Most disciples flocked to this arena, with those who couldn't find space soaring into the air to watch. Jiang Qinghui drew her sword directly and twirled it in a fluid arc. Junior Brother Fang, you're extraordinarily strong, so I will engage you with my full power. Fang Zhou smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Outside the arena, the crowd watched intently, barely daring to blink. Jiang Qinghui's gaze sharpened. She took a decisive step forward and swung her blade toward Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou remained smiling where he stood, waiting until the sword was nearly upon him before crimson light engulfed his hand, and he reached to seize the blade. Now, Jiang Qinghui shifted her sword technique, evading Fang Zhou's grasp, and infused her blade with perfected sword intent as the tip aimed directly at him. When had he? Even as Jiang Qinghui changed her strike, a hand was already waiting along the sword's trajectory. Fang Zhou deflected the blade, and crimson light erupted from his other hand, sweeping toward Jiang Qinghui. Jiang Qinghui had no time to adjust her defense, and could only encase her body in spiritual energy to withstand the impact. Boom. With a tremendous crash, she was driven backward by the crimson light straight into the protective barrier. The barrier rippled, and Jiang Qinghui used its rebound to stabilize herself, landing back on the arena. It seems I underestimated you somewhat, Junior Brother Fang. You are indeed very strong. It was only upon being struck by that crimson light that she truly comprehended the sheer power contained within what appeared to be an ordinary glow. Fang Zhou smiled. Strictly speaking, this red light was a divine ability achievable only by those who had attained Tao infant stage. It transformed the very nature of spiritual power into raw pure force. Such mastery requires profound understanding of both spiritual energy and the laws of force, generally only achievable by Tao infants who specialize in the path of strength. Though it might sound strange coming from him, he had indeed comprehended it during his golden core stage. To understand the laws of force to such a depth, while still at the golden core stage, you may be stronger than junior sister, junior brother Fang. For her to say such a thing, an individual who had been soundly defeated by Yi Ningen year after year, revealed just how highly she regarded Fang Zhou. Jiang Qingwei drew a deep breath, her sword intent surging wildly as a fierce smile spread across her face. In that case, let me have you experience this strike I prepared for junior sister, first junior brother Fang. Though this direct clash of ultimate techniques differed from his imagined fierce battle, so what? Combat was full of surprises. Fang Zhou's lips curved upward as he began forming hand seals. I'm looking forward to it. The moment his words faded, Jiang Qingwei unleashed that devastating blade aura. Pashong. In the instant that blade light appeared, it seemed as though all light in heaven and earth vanished, leaving only that singular supremely sharp radiance. This sword flash far exceeded the limits of the golden core realm. Ordinary Tao infants would likely fall to it. A typical golden core cultivator facing this strike would have no choice but to evade, but that was the thinking of the weak. Fang Zhou's smile grew ever more unrestrained. With his hand seals complete, he thrust his palm forward. Ming Ri. A sphere of fire materialized in his palm. Had the barrier not contained it, ordinary disciples outside would have been reduced to ashes the moment they saw it. As expected, the fireball instantly consumed the blade light, and then dissipated under Fang Zhou's control. Jiang Qinghui, relying on her cultivation base, and Fang Zhou's restraint, emerged unharmed. She now gazed at Fang Zhou with a complex expression. The brightest future in this world. Junior brother Fang, your name is indeed well-deserved. Fang Zhou's smile faltered slightly. You flatter me, senior sister Jiang. That was merely a casual jest. Jiang Qingwei sheathed her sword, offered a faint smile, and said nothing more. When the barrier dissipated, she turned and leapt down from the arena. There was no time to mourn Jiang Qinghui's defeat. Immediately appearing on the battlefield was Fang Zhou gazed in astonishment at the 6 punks on the arena stage. So many of you against me alone. This is a bit tricky. Fang Zhou looked at the 6 figures with rainbow-colored hair on the stage. Though he spoke of difficulty, his eyes blazed with excitement. It might wound Jiang Qinghui's heart to say so, but she had not truly allowed Fang Zhou to unleash his full strength. As he watched the 6 ascend together, his eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Aren't you going too far? If you want to fight, I'll fight you. Yi Ningen also flew onto the arena, standing in front of Fang Zhou, with Xiaoyu cradled in her arms. Her brows furrowed as she glared fiercely at the 6 opponents. The little moon in her arms also poked out its head and hissed at them. The disciples exchanged glances. A male disciple with fiery red hair stepped forward and said with a bitter smile, Junior sister Yi, it's not that we want to gang up on him, but Elder Chun ordered us to do so. Elder Chun. Yi Ningen turned to look at Chun Xingya, who had appeared on the arena at some unknown moment, her gaze icy. Elder Chun, you'd better explain, or I'll summon my master. Fang Zhou, watching Yi Ningen shield him, suddenly felt the urge to embrace her. When Chun Xingya heard Yi Ningen threaten to bring Lu Hani, cold sweat nearly broke out. He hurriedly explained, Junior disciple Yi, calm down. There's a reason for this. Seeing Yi Ningen's expression, ready to summon reinforcements if no reasonable explanation was given, Chun Xingya swallowed hard. Junior disciple Fang agreed to this yesterday. He pointed at the 6 colorful figures on the stage. These rascals refused to cultivate properly, making a mess of themselves. Even their hair changed color from practicing techniques. They've been bouncing around all day, so junior disciple Fang volunteered to teach them a lesson and help them settle down. Yi Ningen turned to Fang Zhou. He nodded, so she looked back at the opponents. Even so, you should give him a break. He just fought a fierce battle and isn't in top form, yet you still gang up on him. She looked at a female disciple who was trying to hide. Jia, why are you here too? Jia looked at Yi Ningen with a frightened expression and whispered, I just wanted to see what the senior sister's fiancé looks like. Yi Ningen frowned, about to continue, but Fang Zhou stopped her in time. It's fine. Trust me, I'm the strongest. Yi Ningen hesitated, a flicker of barely perceptible guilt passing through her eyes. Finally she nodded. All right, don't get hurt. She cast a cold glance at the 6 opponents, who all shivered and dared not look at her. Chun Xingya had already fled the stage. Only after Yi Ningen left the arena did the fiery-haired male disciple dare speak to Fang Zhou. Junior brother Fang, we know we are no match for you alone, so we seek your guidance together. Please don't take offense. No matter. I suddenly feel like showing off a bit. Fang Zhou glanced at Yi Ningen below the stage and smiled faintly. One move? I'll use only one move. The 6 opponents' expressions turned serious. They formed a circle with a male disciple sporting rainbow-colored hair standing in the center. Powerful spiritual energy erupted from the other 5. The rainbow-haired disciple waved his hands using his divine sense to guide the five's energy into a perfect cycle. Junior brother Fang, this is the five elements formation we have practiced long and hard. Please enlighten us. The power of the five elements continuously circulated, enveloping the six in a protective barrier. Not attacking. Afraid of hurting me. Fang Zhou looked at the formation, then formed hand seals. The spiritual energy on the arena began to churn. Then you're overthinking it. Though this formation would be troublesome to deal with at the Xiandan realm, he had once devised a technique specifically to counter spiritual energy. The spiritual energy on the arena began to vanish. Fang Zhou smiled slightly. Chaos devours spirit. In an instant, all spiritual energy on the arena disappeared. The six lost their power, feeling a hollow emptiness inside, and even their hair returned to black. What happened? The disciples below the stage had no idea. They only saw Fang Zhou finish his seals, and then the formation vanished instantly, the six too weak to stand. Is our bond really so fragile? Fang Zhou looked at the dejected figures before him, unsure how to speak. Had he gone too far? Chen Qingyao appeared on the arena. Seeing the six with their hair now black, he suddenly felt much better. Now you see how weak you are? Stop jumping around every day after learning a single formation, neglecting your cultivation. But elder, weren't you like this back then too? The former red-haired disciple retorted defiantly, pulling out a recording tablet. We found your recording from the old Wanxing sect 5-element squad. Weren't you running around with red hair back then? The recording tablet showed Chen Qingya in exaggerated attire with bright red hair. Chen Qingya's face stiffened as he looked at the tablet. The disciples below the stage all lowered their heads, shoulders shaking. Someone couldn't hold it in. First a snort, then laughter erupted. Soon the entire square echoed with laughter. No wonder. Fang Zhou looked at the stiff Chen Qingya and somewhat understood why he wanted them taught a lesson. Hearing the disciples' laughter, Chen Qingya laughed too. After a while the laughter subsided. Chen Qingya sighed, looked at the disciple holding the tablet with frozen limbs, and said testily, now you're scared. I'm not trying to restrict you from doing this or that. I want you to think more and not do things you'll regret. If you want to spend your entire life stuck in mediocrity, I won't stop you. There are plenty of disciples in the sect who choose not to cultivate, but to pursue their own interests. Why do I single you out? It's because I see you still have the desire to cultivate. I want you to think about yourselves so your future selves won't regret it. Even back then, I never gave up cultivation. Cultivation and hobbies don't conflict. You must find the balance. The disciples below the stage stood straight and bowed to Chen Qingya. We have received your teachings, elder. Your words will be engraved in our hearts. Chen Qingya smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the six. And you? The six forced themselves to stand straight and bowed to him. From now on we will cultivate diligently and live up to the elder's expectations. Chen Qingya nodded at the six. Since that's settled, let's discuss the punishment. Copy the sect rules 3 times and hand them to me in 7 days. There's still punishment. Jia pouted at Chen Qingya. Elder, can we just copy it once? Chen Qingya sneered. 5 times. Making fun of your elders. If I don't punish you, you'll get too big for your boots. How can this be? 10 times. The other disciples quickly pulled Jia back. So this is the Wanxing sect. Not bad at all. Fang Zhou watched the 6 horsing around and felt a pang of emotion. Chen Qingya turned to look at Fang Zhou. Nephew Fang, have you enjoyed yourself? Chen Qingya smiled at Fang Zhou, who felt as if needles were pricking his back at that moment. Because he sensed Yi Ningen staring at him, if he said something inappropriate, she would likely summon Lu Hani. I fought to my heart's content. Fang Zhou also noticed Yi Ningen staring at Chen Qingya, and he smiled slightly. After all, he had fought enough for today. That's good. There should be no other disciples who can spar with you today. Chen Qingya was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. In that case, I heard that you and disciple Yi are soon to be married. Then I should give you a gift. Chen Qingya opened his palm, revealing 2 spheres lying quietly in his hand. These are a pair of twin stars born from the same source, eternally inseparable. He handed the twin stars to Fang Zhou. Whether you use them as decoration or to craft a token of love, they are an excellent choice. I hope you like them. Fang Zhou looked at the twin stars, his heart stirring slightly. The material for the ring had arrived. Then I thank Elder Chun. Fang Zhou took the 2 twin stars and bowed to Chen Qingya. Chen Qingya waved his hand and returned to the platform. The twin stars had clearly been treated. They felt slightly warm to the touch and emitted a faint glow. There was no trace of stellar mass, and the energy was well preserved with only a little heat radiating. As long as nephew Fang is satisfied. Chen Qingya felt Yi Ningen's gaze shift from him to Fang Zhou, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Then the guidance competition continues. New disciples who wish to test their strength may step onto the platform. The other disciples, seeing that the excitement here was over, dispersed to watch elsewhere. Fang Zhou jumped off the platform and walked toward Yi Ningen, showing her the twin stars in his hand. What do you think? I plan to use these twin stars to forge 2 rings as tokens of our wedding. The sun hung high in the sky, and under its light Fang Zhou looked exceptionally handsome. Yi Ningen stared at him in a daze, touched Xiaoyan and nodded shyly, completely ignoring the twin stars. You decide. The nearby Su Yan and Jiang Qinghui dared not speak. They had never seen Yi Ningen like this. It felt as if breaking the atmosphere would result in being invited to the platform by her. Then it settled. Fang Zhou put away the twin stars and looked at Su Yan and the others who were pretending to look at the sky. He cleared his throat lightly. Brother Su, thank you for today for finding me such worthy opponents. Brother Fang, you flatter me. I didn't really do much. In truth, he had still made an effort to arrange things, but the disciples of Wanxing sect would not actually challenge Fang Zhou over such trivial matters, especially since Fang Zhou had Yi Ningen backing him. Those who would challenge Fang Zhou were only a few unlucky souls who were clearly strong, but often overshadowed by Yi Ningen. Well, Jiang Qinghui was one of them. Su Yan's expression remained unchanged, but Jiang Qinghui narrowed his eyes at him. That kid was definitely mocking me just now. Wait until we return to the peak, and I'll teach you a lesson. Su Yan, unaware of his impending fate, was secretly mocking Jiang Qinghui for being overshadowed by Yi Ningen, and then easily defeated by her fiancé today. Senior sister, just accept it. Fang Zhou turned to look at Jiang Qinghui. Thank you, senior sister Jiang, for sparring with me. I had a great time. Junior brother Fang, your words sound a bit strange. Jiang Qinghui shifted his gaze from Su Yan and sighed. I didn't expect that. Not only can I not defeat junior sister Yi, but I can't even defeat you, who just entered the sect. You two are truly monsters. Senior sister Jiang, you jest. I'm just a little talented, nothing special. Fang Zhou smiled, awkwardly feeling that he might have overstimulated her. Jiang Qinghui seemed a bit disheartened. Forget it, what can a loser say? Jiang Qinghui raised the sword in his hand. When I make a breakthrough, I'll come to spar with you. Don't refuse then. You are always welcome. Fang Zhou nodded and turned his gaze to Jingshan nearby. Master Jingshan, thank you for giving up the platform. Jingshan pressed his palms together and smiled slightly. Benefactor Fang, there's no need to thank me. It was merely a casual gesture. Instead, your strength is admirable. I imagine you must have undergone very arduous training. Is lying around daydreaming considered arduous? Then I'm very hardworking. Fang Zhou's expression stiffened. He had never endured hardship in cultivation. It's fine. Cultivation is just a very ordinary thing for me. Jingshan was startled, as if suddenly enlightened. Benefactor Fang is too modest. He bowed to Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen, his voice carrying a blessing. You two will soon be married. This humble monk wishes you both harmony of body and heart, and eternal unity. Fang Zhou was taken aback, then broke into a smile. Then I thank Master Jingshan for his blessing. Yi Ningen thanked Jingshan, but Fang Zhou faintly sensed that her mood was off. Is it because Master Jingshan just mentioned my hard training? She's still brooding over the eternal sun, sacred body. Fang Zhou's thoughts raced, then he cupped his hands towards Su Yan, Jingshan, and the others. Ningen and I will soon return home to prepare for the wedding. If you are free, you may come to Tianyang City in the middle of next month to attend our wedding. Su Yan and Jiang Qinghui exchanged glances and then laughed. Of course. When the time comes, Brother Fang, don't mind if we come empty-handed. Almost forgot they were sword cultivators. Always welcome. Just come as you are. Jiang Qinghui secretly pinched Su Yan's waist and looked at Fang Zhou. Junior brother Fang, don't mind him. Su Yan is just joking. We will definitely bring gifts. Senior sister, with my relationship with Brother Fang, he surely knows I'm joking, right? So it was a joke. Fang Zhou secretly turned his head, not daring to meet Su Yan's eyes. Brother Fang, look me in the eye. Fang Zhou cupped his hands, but didn't look at Su Yan. Then Ningen and I will take our leave. Remember to come to our wedding. Jingshan pressed his palms together. Benefactor Fang invites me, this humble monk will surely attend. Fang Zhou took Yi Ningen's hand and walked away, hearing Su Yan's screams behind them. Senior sister, stop hitting me. Brother Fang is already gone. Junior brother Fang is gone, is he? Then come with me to the platform. 3 days without discipline, and you dare to crack any joke. You've ruined the reputation of sword cultivators. No, senior sister. Aren't sword cultivators supposed to be poor? I just spoke the truth. How dare you talk back? This stereotype exists because of sword cultivators like you. Otherwise, with such fine swords, how would others know we are poor? Listening to Su Yan's screams from behind, Fang Zhou silently mourned for him. Rest in peace, brother Su. I will visit your grave next year. Sunlight slanted leaves rustled along the roadside. Fang Zhou led Yi Ningen out of the square, aimlessly strolling along the path. Fang Zhou held Yi Ningen's hand, their distance now close, now apart. Suddenly, he stopped, released her hand, and turned to face her. Ningen, are you still brooding over the matter of the Hingyang saint body? Yi Ningen, seeing Fang Zhou release her hand, felt a pang of inexplicable loss. Hearing Fang Zhou's question, she hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. She did not wish to, nor would she deceive Fang Zhou. Seeing Yi Ningen's candid expression, Fang Zhou's mood suddenly lightened. Why? I told you it's not your fault, didn't I, eh? He suddenly looked up, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the mild sunlight, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If I were to hate anyone for this, it wouldn't be you, but my father after all. No matter what, Uncle Fang is still your father. Yi Ningen suddenly tugged at Fang Zhou's sleeve, looking into his eyes with a dejected tone. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have lost the Hingyang saint body. So you should hate me instead. What if that Hingyang saint body was useless to me in the first place? Then it should be your choice, brother Fang Zhou, Yi Ningen said firmly. Uncle Fang shouldn't have made the decision for you. And all of this started because of me. If it weren't for me, Alright, Fang Zhou reached out and flicked her forehead. Even so, haven't you entrusted the rest of your life to me? That's enough. No need to feel guilty any longer. Seeing her cover her forehead with one hand, Fang Zhou let out a mischievous smile. From now on you'll have to endure being bullied by me. Yi Ningen, holding her forehead, looked at Fang Zhou and recalled their childhood. In those days Fang Zhou loved to tease her. When she cried he would go to great lengths to make her laugh again. Brother Fang Zhou hadn't changed at all. Yi Ningen smiled to her eyes as if harboring a galaxy, yet reflecting only Fang Zhou's image. No, Brother Fang Zhou, you wouldn't treat me like that. I believe in you. Her tone suddenly turned playful as she blinked. The wind mischievously lifted the strands of hair on her forehead, her radiant smile adding a splash of color to the afternoon scenery. Fang Zhou was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he had returned to the days of their childhood, when Yi Ningen had not yet acquired her current aloof demeanor. She was naive all day, crying at the slightest tease, then breaking into a smile at a small piece of pastry, clinging to him again and begging him to tell her stories. Since that's the case, you should let it go. After all, I never blamed anyone, neither my father nor you. Fang Zhou couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Yi Ningen shook her head, gazing stubbornly at Fang Zhou. Brother Fang Zhou, didn't you once say, when a nail is hammered into wood the damage is permanent? Even if the nail is pulled out, a hole remains. So I can only try my best to make amends. I can never make the harm disappear. Moreover, she paused, her tone regaining calmness. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. That too was taught to me by Brother Fang Zhou. Brother Fang Zhou truly saved my life. Did I say that? Fang Zhou recalled that in his idle days he used to love telling her these stories. It seemed she remembered them even better than he did. Is that so? Seeing Yi Ningen nod earnestly, Fang Zhou suddenly felt a little jealous of himself. Such a wonderful girl was actually his fiancée. It seems you've grown up. I can't out-argue you anymore. Fang Zhou shook his head, his emotions suddenly complex. But I'm still very glad that you're willing to call me Brother Fang Zhou. When we met again, I thought you had forgotten me with such a cold tone. Seeing Yi Ningen's suddenly flustered expression, Fang Zhou couldn't help but pat her head again. We'll go back tomorrow. Yi Ningen tidied her ruffled hair and nodded. Tomorrow afternoon our master will send us back. She said she wants to go to the Holy Medicine Peak first to get a wedding gift for me. She mentioned something about misleading students. I'm not sure. Fang Zhou vaguely felt that this matter might be related to him, but since Peak Master Lu had gone, she probably wouldn't suffer any loss. He recalled Chen Qingya's unnatural expression when he heard Yi Ningen say she would call Peak Master Lu, and silently prayed for the people of Holy Medicine Peak. He hoped Peak Master Lu would put in some effort and bring back something good. Fang Zhou was full of malicious glee. The two stayed together until evening, when the moon rose and Xiaoye began to glow faintly. Only then did they part. The next afternoon, Yi Ningen brought Fang Zhou to the holy cold peak. Gazing at the snow-covered peak, he suddenly had an epiphany. This holy cold peak could manifest the laws of the world so clearly. In his eyes, the swirling snowflakes seemed to appear out of nowhere. Without any consumption of moisture, the snow naturally appeared over the holy cold peak, as if it had always been so, drifting down to the ground and seeping into the earth. Yi Ningen silently shielded Fang Zhou, preventing passing disciples from disturbing him. Before long, Fang Zhou exhaled and looked at Yi Ningen, who had been guarding him. Let's go. Meet Peak Master Lu, then go home. Yi Ningen didn't ask, she simply nodded gently. The two walked together up the holy cold peak. You're here. Lu Hani sat upright on a stone bench in the snow-viewing pavilion. Seeing the two who seemed glued together, she sighed. Ningen, in all our years as master and disciple, I've never seen you be so affectionate with me. Master's kindness to Ningen is naturally remembered. Yi Ningen looked seriously at Lu Hani. Master not only entrusts the affairs of Holy Cold Peak to Ningen, but also secretly signs Ningen up for every sect activity. And Fang Zhou stood by, listening silently. So she really did hand over the affairs to Ningen. Didn't the Holy Cold Peak have any workhorses like Chen Qingya? Alright, I was wrong, okay. Lu Hani interrupted, Yi Ningen reaching out to hand a jade box to her. This is a wedding gift from the Holy Medicine Peak. I had a hard time getting it for you. Make sure you use it well. Yi Ningen took the jade box and looked at Lu Hani doubtfully. Master, what is this? A fetus protecting elixir. Lu Hani said it casually, then kept staring at Yi Ningen. Yi Ningen's face instantly flushed crimson, and she cried out in embarrassment and anger, Master. Ningen, aren't you quite adorable? Lu Hani laughed heartily. Before Yi Ningen could speak, she waved her hand. Don't worry. I'll send you both back to Tianyang City right now. Yi Ningen stomped her foot, calmed her breath, then looked at Fang Zhou. Brother Fang Zhou, we're home. Looking at the familiar city before him, Fang Zhou nodded and took Yi Ningen's hand. Let's go. We're going home. Unlike when Fang Zhou departed, the entire Tianyang City now wore a festive red hue. Stall vendors lined the roadsides with double happiness characters, while children chasing each other along the streets carried red flowers. The young master of the Fang family has returned. A keen-eyed townsfolk spotted Fang Zhou and his companion, calling out loudly. That must be young Miss Yi beside the Fang family young master. Hasn't she been back to Tianyang City in many years? Indeed, look at them, a perfect match, truly suited for each other. The surrounding crowd also noticed the pair keeping their distance, but loudly offering blessings. Fang Zhou held Yi Ninggen's hand, smiling and nodding to the well-wishers. Yi Ninggen's earlobes flushed slightly. She raised her gaze and looked straight ahead, allowing Fang Zhou to lead her forward with effortless grace. After finally enduring the crowd's blessings, they reached the Fang family gate, and Fang Zhou released Yi Ninggen's hand. "Oh my, what on earth is that old man planning?" Gazing at the even more festively decorated Fang residence, Fang Zhou fell silent. This was going too far. He guided Yi Ninggen through the family gates. Young Master the Patriarch and Lord Yitsong are conversing in the main hall. A steward passing by spotted Fang Zhou and offered a warm reminder. "I see." Fang Zhou nodded to him and led Yi Ninggen toward the main hall. Before they reached it, they encountered Lady Fang and Lady Yi strolling and chatting together. Spotting Fang Zhou and Yi Ninggen, Lady Fang's eyes lit up. She hurried over and took Yi Ninggen's hand, completely ignoring Fang Zhou, who stood beside them with a grin. "Oh Ninggen, why didn't you let us know before returning? Has that Fang Zhou boy bullied you? If he has, just tell me and I'll sort him out." Fang Zhou's smile stiffened. "Mother, am I still your son? Is this how you treat me right after I return?" Lady Fang waved her hand impatiently. "Shoo shoo, you've been gone so long without even writing a letter. I should be scolding you, not coddling you." Fang Zhou scratched his head awkwardly. He truly had been a bit too absorbed in his travels abroad. Lady Yi approached, looking at Fang Zhou. "Don't mind your mother. She was actually asking about you just moments ago." "Greetings, Lady Yi." "Mother." Fang Zhou and Yi Ninggen both bowed to Lady Yi in unison. Lady Yi smiled and nodded. "You've returned at just the right time. Your father is currently discussing your wedding with Lord Ninggen's father." Lady Fang waved at Fang Zhou. "Go find your father. I'll chat with Lady Yi and Ninggen." Fang Zhou could only watch helplessly as his mother led Yi Ninggen away. Yi Ninggen glanced back at him, and Fang Zhou simply waved his hand. She allowed Lady Fang to lead her off. Lady Yi chuckled at the sight and followed after them. What was going on? Fang Zhou shook his head and continued toward the main hall. As soon as he entered the main hall, Fang Chongshan's boisterous voice echoed. "Old Yi, do you have enough wine? After all, we're treating the entire city to wedding celebratory drinks. We must ensure every guest gets their fill. Don't worry. Ever since the engagement was set, I've been stockpiling wine for Ninggen. I also procured additional supplies from nearby cities in recent days. There's more than enough for everyone to drink their fill." The middle-aged man seated in the guest area laughed heartily. Just then Fang Chongshan also noticed Fang Zhou entering. "You're back? Have you seen your mother? She's been missing you terribly these past few days." "I already have. She's conversing with Ninggen." Fang Zhou replied to Fang Chongshan first, then bowed to Yitsong, standing nearby. "Greetings, Uncle Yi." Yitsong looked at Fang Zhou with profound guilt in his eyes. "Fang Zhou, you've grown so tall. How have things been between you and Ninggen?" "Don't worry, Uncle Yi. Ninggen treats me very well. If anything, I'm the one who's been taken care of." Fang Zhou smiled at Yitsong. They really did share the same guilty expression, father and daughter alike. Yitsong smiled with a touch of relief and remarked, Good. Ninggen has liked you since childhood, though she never dared to speak of it. If not for that incident, your relationship might be even stronger now." "Is that so?" "So Yi Ninggen has liked me since she was young. Then again, considering how outstanding I am, unmatched in handsomeness through the ages, it makes sense. But Feng Shui, you truly deserve to die." Fang Zhou's desire to kill Feng Shui intensified. He decided that after winning the revival tournament, he'd make that bastard experience defeat once more. Fang Chongshan cleared his throat and said to Fang Zhou, "Your wedding will be in 7 days. Use this time to make preparations. You can also invite the friends you made at Wanxing sect." "Yes, father." Fang Zhou's thoughts were interrupted. Looking at Fang Chongshan, he hesitated slightly. "But isn't it a bit excessive to host a banquet for the entire city? On my way here, every household in the city had posted double happiness characters. Don't you think it's a bit?" Fang Zhou couldn't quite put it into words. Though he didn't mind, he wondered if the townsfolk might have complaints. Yet everyone he'd seen seemed genuinely happy. Fang Chongshan and Yitsong exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. "Don't worry about that. This year our farmland outside the city had an extraordinary harvest." Fang Chongshan explained to Fang Zhou. "We sold some of the crops at a reduced price and gave away the rest under the guise of your wedding celebration. That's why the entire city is celebrating your wedding and praising you as auspicious omens." "Now I understand. In previous harvest years, the Fang family would also distribute grain to the townsfolk. It just so happened this year coincided with his and Yi Ninggen's wedding, so the gesture was especially grand." Just then Lady Fang and the others entered. "What are you discussing? What's so amusing?" Lady Fang released Yi Ninggen's hand and looked toward Fang Chongshan. Unbeknownst to Fang Zhou, Yi Ninggen had released Xiaoya from her spirit beast pouch, and Lady Fang was now cradling it in her arms. Seeing Xiaoya pleading for help, Fang Zhou chose to ignore it. "Sorry, Xiaoya, endure it a bit longer. We were discussing the wedding, madam. What brings you here?" Fang Chongshan smiled at Lady Fang. Lady Fang stroked Xiaoya gently and said slowly, "Let's stop talking for now. I had the kitchen prepare dinner. We can continue after eating." Fang Chongshan glanced at the sky, rose to his feet, and grinned at Yitsong. "What do you say, old Yi? Shall we drink?" "Naturally. Tonight we drink until we're utterly inebriated." Yi Tsang replied with a laugh. Lady Fang and Lady Yi exchanged a glance filled with exasperation. Go ahead and drink. Just don't get so drunk that you start throwing tantrums. The evening banquet concluded with Fang Chongshan, and Yi Tsang passed out from drinking. Fang Zhou took Xiaoya from Lady Fang and led Yi Ningyan to their guest quarters. On the way, several cats spotted Fang Zhou returning and eagerly rushed over. But upon seeing Xiaoya in his arms, their eyes widened in shock. How could you, the human kitty, have another kitty outside? Xiaoya, on the other hand, looked down at them with an air of arrogance. Foolish mortal beasts. I am the one the master favors most. Fang Zhou and Yi Ningyan exchanged amused glances at Xiaoya's haughty demeanor, both smiling. The following day, a kindly-looking man entered Tianyang City, accompanied by a youth. Senior Killer, is this Senior Fang Zhou's residence? The youth gazed at the streets draped in festive red decorations and turned his head toward Killer. These two were none other than Killer and Luo Chuan, long overdue for a reunion. By now, Killer had detached himself from Luo Chuan's body and shed his divine form, becoming an ordinary mortal. No longer a god perched above all, he walked upon the earth like any true commoner. Killer nodded, looking upon the joyously decorated city, his voice still gentle. Yes, I heard he is to be married in a few days. After everything he has done for us, we ought to bring a wedding gift. Luo Chuan nodded, and together with Killer, they continued forward. Killer strolled through Tianyang City with Luo Chuan watching the enthusiastic residents who warmly asked if they were lost. Killer shook his head and could not help but smile. Even without cultivators from the 10,000 immortal sect managing this place, the city remained as peaceful as any city under their jurisdiction. In a certain sense, Tianyang City's peace was even more precious. Tianyang City was far more bustling than Luo Chuan had imagined, ranking as the second most orderly city he had ever seen, the first being Chang'an. Though it still fell short of Chang'an, in some respects the friendliness of its residents was nearly on par. Unknowingly, the two found themselves at a snack street. Killer's eyes lit up. Come, I'll take you to taste the local delicacies. Pulling Luo Chuan along, they browsed from stall to stall, collecting an array of snacks without spending a single coin. Noticing the pair appeared to be outsiders, the vendors generously offered small samples, first inviting them to buy only if they enjoyed the taste. Moved by their warmth, Killer found himself unable to refuse. When passing a noodle stall, Killer's observant gaze suddenly froze. He led Luo Chuan to sit before a man who was heartily devouring his noodles. Why are you here? The man glanced at Killer, set down his chopsticks, and smiled. If you can come, why couldn't I? He waved his hand, and a peculiar power enveloped the three of them, sealing them off from the others. He then studied Killer earnestly, his tone growing grave. You have relinquished your divine power. Though phrased as a question, certainty suffused his voice. Before Killer could respond, he suddenly roared in fury. How dare you? Are you also abandoning the duty that belongs to you? No, I am fulfilling my duty, Killer replied in a calm tone, entirely unfazed by the other's anger. But you have not answered my question. Why are you here? Don't change the subject. Just because the sovereign is merciful and unwilling to strike against you does not mean you may act with such recklessness. His voice suddenly turned cold and still as he fixed Killer with a chilling stare. Tell me, have you truly abandoned your duty? Luo Chuan, standing to the side, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, as if the world itself were on the brink of destruction. Chaos, I am different from you. I was not born of heaven and earth, but from the killing intent of living beings. My duty is to help creatures overcome their slaughter. Killer sighed and gazed across at Chaos. I have merely changed my method. As long as they understand the value of life, they will naturally move toward their ultimate destination. Chaos sneered, though he did not continue his rage. Foolish. Drown yourself in your absurd ideals then. A faint smile crossed Killer's face. Rather than argue, he returned to his original question. It is time you explain why you have come here. It will determine how I treat you going forward. You having abandoned divine power. Spare me your jokes. Chaos scoffed, paused, and then added, I owe someone a favor. I came to deliver a gift. Oh, I had thought you set your sights on this city. Killer did not believe him and probed further. This city already possesses the foundation of order. Do you not feel the slightest temptation? Chaos waved his hand impatiently. What do you know? The sovereign granted us life to test living beings, not to exterminate them utterly. This city is hardly worthy of consideration. Hearing Chaos's impatient explanation, Killer actually breathed a sigh of relief. Chaos would never lie under the sovereign's authority. Indeed, no primordial deity would. Killer dispelled the force surrounding the three of them and said to Chaos with a smile, It's been quite some time. Won't you treat us to a bowl of noodles? Chaos glanced at Killer with something resembling pity. Can you not even afford a meal? Nevertheless, he signaled the owner to boil noodles for Killer and Luo Chuan. Don't say that. After all, I still have a whole group of people to feed. Killer showed no concern whatsoever. Ever since becoming human, he had rarely used his powers. After all, overwhelmingly powerful abilities inspired fear and gave rise to worship, and he required neither worshippers nor believers. Only companions walking the same path. Is it worth it? For a bunch of mortals. Chaos regarded Killer, his tone tinged with melancholy. The sovereign granted us life, yet after gaining wisdom, you have turned away from the duties assigned by the sovereign. For what purpose exactly? For what purpose? Honestly, I do not know myself. By the time I realized that things had already come to this, but I do not regret it. Conviction shone in Killer's eyes. The owner served the freshly cooked noodles and brought them over. Killer and Luo Chuan thanked him politely. The owner enthusiastically explained the current situation in Tianyang City. The young master of the Fang family and the young miss of the Yi family were soon to be wed. He invited Killer and his companions to join the citywide banquet in a few days for a toast of celebration wine. Killer smiled at the owner, his voice warm. Naturally. We are friends of Fang Zhou after all. We came specifically to present our wedding gift. Oh, you should have told us sooner that you are friends of young Master Fang. In that case, these bowls of noodles are on the house. The owner grew even more effusive, never doubting for a moment that they were telling the truth. To him, treating a friend of Fang Zhou to a bowl of noodles was more important than anything. Even if they were deceiving him, he would count it as an act of kindness. Who would fake being hungry just to cheat someone out of a few bowls of noodles? No, that won't do, or we'd never be able to face Fang Zhou again, Killer said, pointing at Chaos beside him with a cheerful smile. He will pay. Chaos shot Killer a look and scrunched his nose. Bring another 10 bowls of noodles then. If he can't finish them, let him carry the rest away. Killer patted Chaos and turned to the owner. Don't mind him. He is only joking. After a brief silence, the owner burst into a hearty laugh. All right then. I'll throw in a few complimentary side dishes. No refusing now. Then thank you, sir. As the two humans and one deity watched the owner return to his stall, the scenery around them suddenly shifted. When they regained their senses, they stood beneath a vast, enormous sun. Hey there, brothers, enjoying your meal. Why didn't you let me know when you came to Tianyang City? Fang Zhou's figure emerged from that radiant sun. He gazed at the chaos Luo Chuan and a vaguely familiar stranger beneath his feet. Greetings, Senior Fang Zhou. Luo Chuan came to his senses and bowed to Fang Zhou. Observing the still courteous Luo Chuan, Fang Zhou smiled and nodded at him. He swept his gaze around and looked at Luo Chuan in confusion. Luo Chuan, where is Shalu? Didn't he come with you? Luo Chuan, with a strange expression, pointed to Shalu beside him. Senior Fang Zhou, this is Senior Shalu. Fang Zhou stared at Shalu for a moment before speaking, uncertainly shocked. I have shed my divine body, so my appearance and aura have changed somewhat. I didn't expect you to recognize me, fellow Taoist Fang. Shalu smiled and nodded. I came to congratulate you on your wedding, fellow Taoist Fang. Your transformation is indeed quite significant. I almost didn't recognize you. The last time they met, Shalu was still parasitic on Luo Chuan, exuding the aura of a deity. Now Shalu appeared as a man in his 20s or 30s with a kind face and a gentle, warm aura. Fang Zhou turned his head and looked coldly at Chaos. What about you? Weren't you killed by Peak Master Ling not long ago? How did you revive so quickly? Chaos, somewhat dissatisfied, pointed at Shalu and said, Hey, you're being biased. Why is your attitude toward me different from toward him? I'm also here to congratulate you on your wedding. Really? Fang Zhou looked at him doubtfully, then shook his head. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you're too dangerous. With the wedding approaching, I won't keep you in Tianyang. While you really are biased, I'm going to expose you on the sacred steel. Chaos pretended to be angry, staring at Fang Zhou, and pulled out a small sacred steel. You're finished. The family members on the sacred steel will definitely teach you a lesson. Watching Chaos's antics, Fang Zhou felt a headache. Was this the power of Chaos? It completely defied conventional logic. Shalu reached out to stop him, preventing him from posting something shocking. Enough. You know the trouble your presence brings. If you truly came to give a gift, give it quickly and leave. Chaos curled his lip and tossed a box to Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou caught it and opened it, finding a crystal imbued with chaotic force. He really had come to give a gift. Fang Zhou put away the crystal, and his wary gaze toward Chaos softened slightly. Thank you for your gift, but I'm sorry. Most residents of Tianyang City are mortals, so I'm afraid I can't invite you to the wedding feast. If there's another chance, I'll treat you to a drink privately. Chaos smirked triumphantly. No need. That's just a repayment for you not exposing me that day, allowing me to sneak into the All Saints sect. Besides, that thing is useless to you now. Oh, it's meant to harmonize your fiancé's constitution. So this evil god wasn't so bad after all. Fang Zhou's opinion of Chaos suddenly improved, and he was about to thank him. Then he saw Chaos release chaotic energy, attempting to break through Fang Zhou's sacred domain. What are you doing? Fang Zhou's expression turned cold as an invisible force devoured the chaotic energy. What am I doing? Leaving this place, of course. Chaos waved his hand casually, curiously eyeing the invisible force. Is this your Tao? It truly lies outside the world. Shala, somewhat helpless, spoke to Fang Zhou. Fellow Taoist Fang, just kill him. This is how he is. Without deliberate suppression, he is always chaotic and fickle, laughing and chatting one moment and the next trying to kill someone. That's why the world's creatures call him the evil god. Chaos, displeased, shot a stream of chaotic energy at Shalu, but it dissipated inexplicably mid-flight. Hey, Shalu, watch your words. I'm just expressing my true nature. What's wrong with that? Isn't that how all creatures are, capricious? Chaos muttered discontentedly, then suddenly looked up at the sun above, curious, and flew toward it. Something feels off about this sun. Let me have a look. Then Fang Zhou dismissed the sacred domain, and the three reappeared at the noodle stall. Shalu and Luo Chuan were baffled, not knowing what had happened. When the owner brought a plate of appetizers, they snapped back to reality. Oh my, you suddenly disappeared. Turns out you went to find young Master Fang. Is this enough? I'll get more. The owner, startled at first by Fang Zhou, greeted him warmly and turned to fetch more side dishes. Boss, no need. This is enough. Fang Zhou waved his hand at the owner, smiling as he stopped him. The owner didn't insist, wiping his hands with a smile. All right, in 6 days is young Master Fang's wedding. I wish you and Miss Yi everlasting love and eternal unity. The owner's words flowed smoothly, as if he had rehearsed them hundreds of times. Fang Zhou, slightly stunned by the sincere blessing, cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for your blessing, boss. I wish you a prosperous business and abundant wealth. The owner chuckled shyly and turned to cook noodles for other customers. Shala stared at Fang Zhou in shocked disbelief in his voice. What happened? Where is Chaos? He scanned the area trying to find Chaos. Him? I sent him to play the resurrection game. Fang Zhou's expression was blank, his tone flat, but inwardly, he was smug. Yes, that's right, be even more shocked. Luo Chuan, on the other hand, was calm because he had no idea what was so shocking. So fast. Shala pressed. What do you mean by that? Fang Zhou's face darkened. He's not that strong. What's there to be shocked about? Sorry, I got too excited. Shala smiled apologetically. He knew how powerful Chaos truly was. Any force within the world would be greatly weakened against him. Only a Tao outside the world, a power not belonging to this realm, would not be diminished. But defeating Chaos so easily meant Fang Zhou's strength was beyond his imagination. Oh no. Shala suddenly remembered something. Could Chaos have been pretending to be crazy on purpose so I wouldn't have to treat him to noodles and he'd get killed by fellow Taoist Fang to skip the bill? What kind of impression did Chaos leave on you to make you think that? Fang Zhou was curious about what Chaos had done to Shalu to create such an image. Would a normal person really choose to go play the resurrection game just to avoid paying for a meal? Chaos, hard to say. Revived in an unknown place, Chaos glanced disdainfully in the direction of the All Saint Star. A traitor expects me to treat him. In the end, Shalu insisted on paying despite the owner's repeated refusals. After all, he had once been a god, he still had some money. Come on, stay at my place for a few days. In a few days you'll drink my wedding wine. Fang Zhou invited the two. Then I shall trouble you fellow Taoist Fang. Shalu readily agreed, and asked curiously, by the way, how did you find us? We don't seem to have done anything particularly noteworthy. No. With such dense spiritual energy, I assumed you were challenging me. Shalu looked at Fang Zhou's innocent expression, and seeing he wasn't joking, he fell silent. Seeing both Sha Lu and Luo Chuan remain silent, Fang Zhou grew bored and led them back to the Fang estate. Uncle Li, these are my two friends Sha Lu and Luo Chuan. They're attending my wedding and will stay for a few days. Please prepare guest rooms for them. Fang Zhou introduced the two to the steward nearby. The steward glanced at them and committed their appearances and names to memory. Very well, young master. I will attend to it at once. The steward nodded, took his leave, and went to have the guest rooms prepared. Could the name Sha Lu be mentioned so calmly? This man was quite the stoic too. The steward restrained himself, but Fang Zhou could not help himself. As he led them forward, he complained, Sha Lu, now that you've become human, couldn't you have chosen a more normal name? Sha Lu merely smiled, not taking offense, and gently explained, this is a name bestowed by the sovereign. It holds special significance for primordial gods. Fang Zhou led the two to his courtyard and skillfully poured them each a cup of tea, gesturing for them to sit. The sovereign. The birth of your primordial gods is connected to the sovereign. Fang Zhou looked at Sha Lu curiously while Luo Chuan perked up his ears. After a moment of silence, Sha Lu explained, the world we inhabit was created by the sovereign. You know this, do you not? Both Fang Zhou and Luo Chuan shook their heads in unison. They only knew the sovereign as an attainment level, but their understanding ran shallow. Sha Lu sighed and raised his teacup, taking a sip. A touch too sweet. He cast a peculiar glance at Fang Zhou and continued. Our world was fashioned by the sovereign. He scattered the potential for life across the entire realm and opened the fundamental laws composing the world to all living beings. Sha Lu paused and looked toward Luo Chuan. Do you know where the spiritual energy you cultivate comes from? Where did spiritual energy originate? Luo Chuan had never considered this question before. Hadn't spiritual energy simply existed between heaven and earth since ancient times? Recalling Sha Lu's words about the world being created by the sovereign, Luo Chuan ventured, is it bestowed by the sovereign? Fang Zhou also turned his curious gaze toward Sha Lu, eager for the answer. Sha Lu barely held back his composure upon seeing that Fang Zhou seemed equally uninformed. Could it be that he had truly cultivated to the saint domain entirely on his own, not even knowing something so fundamental taught to all in the saint domain? Sha Lu grumbled, inwardly utterly stunned that Fang Zhou had no master to guide him and had reached the saint domain purely through innate talent. This far exceeded his expectations, and he silently elevated Fang Zhou's perceived strength by another tier in his estimation. Suppressing his inner shock, Sha Lu forced a composed expression and explained, the sovereign opened the laws of this world to all living beings, but ordinary creatures cannot withstand the devastating impact of such knowledge. Therefore, the sovereign created spiritual energy to serve as a bridge between the laws and living beings. This is why the spiritual power cultivated by living things can manifest in diverse properties and grow stronger through spiritual energy, gradually comprehending the world's laws. Sha Lu extended a hand, and the surrounding spiritual energy converged toward his palm, which he refined into pure spiritual power. He held his hand before Luo Chuan's eyes. The spiritual energy within his palm shifted continuously between wind, fire, water, and other properties before dissolving back in his spiritual energy that returned to the heavens and earth. Luo Chuan watched intently. The spiritual power he had cultivated was purely fire attribute, and he had never imagined that elemental properties could be freely converted. Fang Zhou, however, was lost in thought. He had achieved this kind of elemental conversion not long after beginning his cultivation and had further developed it during the profound core stage to create the radiant red light. But he had never pondered the origin of spiritual energy. After all, in the cultivation novels of his past life, spiritual energy was simply an eternal force of heaven and earth that eventually dwindled, plunging the world into an age of Dharma decline. He had fallen into a stereotype. By the way, had he never actually given that radiant red light a proper name? His mind began to drift once more. How does this relate to your primordial gods? Fang Zhou refocused and asked Sha Lu. Well, actually, spiritual power has rather little to do with us primordial gods. Sha Lu looked at Fang Zhou and admitted somewhat awkwardly, I just wanted to tell Luo Chuan a little about the greatness of the sovereign. Fang Zhou was rendered speechless. It seemed Sha Lu was still an ardent disciple of the sovereign, unable to resist drifting off topic whenever the sovereign was mentioned. Sha Lu cleared his throat and continued as if nothing had happened. The birth of primordial gods was primarily because the sovereign scattered the potential for life throughout the world, allowing us to be born from pure concept wielding immense power and immortal life. Sha Lu's gaze grew complex, his voice dropping low. From the moment of our birth, we stood at the endpoint of most living beings' cultivation. To prevent us from doing as we pleased with beings not yet grown, the sovereign gave us names and imposed restrictions. As long as we wield this power, we can only test specific beings. We cannot harm any living creature at will. And among them, some gods chose to relinquish their power, some for freedom, others like Sha Lu, having witnessed the brilliance of mortal beings, elected to join them. The remaining primordial gods regarded them as traitors, believing they had betrayed the mission bestowed upon them by the sovereign, and began to harbor hostility toward them. Sha Lu did not voice these words aloud. The primordial gods had once been as close as siblings, only to fall out and become bitter enemies over different convictions. He hoped that one day in mortal form he could show living beings that slaughtering one's own kind was utterly meaningless and prove to them that even stripped of divine power one could still fulfill the mission. By then he supposed their bonds might be mended once more. Fang Zhou faintly sensed something troubling Sha Lu and did not press further, while Luo Chuan watched him with clear concern. An uncomfortable silence fell among the three. After a while, Fang Zhou turned to Luo Chuan and changed the subject. By the way, what is your relationship with Lin Xuangshuang? After you left, she specifically came to me asking where you had gone. Luo Chuan looked at Fang Zhou, understood something, and played along. How should I put this? Sister Xuangshuang took wonderful care of me at the charitable orphanage, much like an older sister would. Sha Lu, watching the two deftly shift the subject, couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. He raised his teacup and took a sip. The tea had gone cold, yet inexplicably he felt a warmth stir within him. It is precisely because of beings like these that I was able to make up my mind to renounce divine power. Before long, the steward came to inform them that the guest rooms had been prepared. Fang Zhou then asked the steward to escort the two to their rooms. After the pair followed the steward away, Fang Zhou eagerly took out his disciple token. This morning, Yi Ningen had returned to the Yi family to prepare for the wedding, and Xiaoya had been taken away by Mother Fang once again. Just as he thought he would once more spend his time wandering through the disciples' forum at Wanxing sect, Shao arrived with Luo Chuan. As for Hundan, never mind Hundan. It was only after chatting with Luo Chuan that Fang Zhou remembered Lin Xuangshan. The grudge from last time, when she made faces at him, had not yet been avenged. He was quite petty about such matters. I hope you'll let me have some fun this time, Lin Xuangshan, he. The corner of his mouth curled up as he contacted Lin Xuangshan through the disciple token. Fang Zhou, are you there? Student Lin Xuangshan. Lin Xuangshan. Speak plainly if you have business. I am still cultivating. Fang Zhou, forget about cultivation. I can teach you when I return. I have some very interesting news here. Would you like to hear it? Lin Xuangshan, you can teach me. I don't believe it. Just tell me what it is directly. Fang Zhou read the message Lin Xuangshan had sent and chuckled to himself, hoping she would not beg him to tell her later. Fang Zhou sighed. I was about to tell you some news about Luo Chuan, but I suppose I will leave it for now. Lin Xuangshan. What news? Lin Xuangshan, what happened to Luo Chuan? Fang Zhou did not reply, simply waiting quietly. Seeing no response from Fang Zhou, Lin Xuangshan sent another message. Lin Xuangshan, you scoundrel, you are not lying to me, are you? I only made a funny face at you once. Is that really worth deceiving me over? Fang Zhou, I am not lying to you. Luo Chuan did say Sister Xuangshan is just like my own sister. Things like that. Lin Xuangshan, you rascal, just say it. What exactly do you want? Hook, line, and sinker. It seemed Lin Xuanshang truly cared about Luo Chuan. Fang Zhou also felt it was enough. Pushing further would be excessive. Fang Zhou, do not paint me as so wicked. Luo Chuan will attend my wedding in 6 days and stay at my house during these days. If you wish to see him, you may come to Tianyang City. Fang Zhou, however, do not throw a tantrum. This is my wedding and I mustered great courage just to tell you. Lin Xuanshang, thank you. I will be there. Besides, I would never throw a tantrum. Fang Zhou put away the token with satisfaction. Based on his understanding of Lin Xuanshang, she was a strong and kind girl who would not truly do anything outrageous. Telling her about Luo Chuan counted as doing a good deed after all. After all, the two of them were so close. Meeting again would surely bring them great joy. Fang Zhou was filled with anticipation, feeling he had done something truly worthwhile, accumulating positive virtue. Young master, it is time for dinner. Xiao Chui the maid entered softly and spoke. Watching the sun dip toward the horizon, Fang Zhou rose to his feet. Without realizing it, so much time had passed. He looked at Xiao Chui. I understand. I will go now. When Fang Zhou reached the main hall, Shawl and Luo Chuan were already seated in the guest positions. Mother Fang held Xiaoya and was chatting with them. How is my little Zhou doing out there? Has no one bullied him? That boy has never traveled far from home, and I am afraid he might suffer bullying, but be too afraid to tell me. Shawl and Luo Chuan exchanged a glance. Bullied whom? Who would dare bully him? That he did not bully others was already proof of his kindness. Auntie, you worry too much. Fellow Taoist Fang is within Wanxing sect's jurisdiction. How could anyone bully him? Shawl smiled and spoke gently. Then, that is a relief. Noticing Fang Zhou enter, Mother Fang smoothly shifted the topic. Your father went to your Uncle Ye's residence tonight to discuss wedding matters. Let us eat first. Also, they had not drunk their fill last night, and were merely shifting the battlefield for another round. Why did Fang Zhou understand this so well? Because when he was young, he often stumbled upon Fang Zhongshan and Yi Tsang discussing how to drink in a reasonable manner. At that time, he had even extorted a sum of spirit stones from Fang Zhongshan, using them to study the composition of spirit stones, hoping to wholesale them. But then he discovered that this world had no shortage of spirit stones at all. Dig anywhere, and you would find a spirit stone mine. Spirit stones were so abundant that his dream of wealth crumbled. Fang Zhou naturally sat beside Mother Fang and reached out to take Xiaoya. Mother Fang deftly swatted his hand away and said with a smile, Come, both of you, eat more. We have few rules in this household. Watching Fang Zhou clutch his hand and remain silent, it was indeed quite lacking in propriety. Shawl chuckled and took the initiative to start a conversation. Fang Zhou and Luo Chuan said nothing, simply eating the food before them. The meal came to an end under that bizarre atmosphere. Fang Zhou still wanted to take back Xiaoya, but his hopes were shattered when Mother Fang said, This child will sleep with me tonight. As expected, I still cannot accomplish anything. Fang Zhou wore a face of utter grief. Farewell, Xiaoya, rest peacefully. I will miss you. But Xiaoya was different from yesterday. Today, being held and played with by Mother Fang all day, she seemed quite happy, and even tasted things she had never eaten before. That Fang Zhou fellow, Xiaoya only does not need to eat regularly, it is not that it cannot eat at all. He should at least feed it something. Watching Xiaoya looking so comfortable in Mother Fang's arms, Fang Zhou felt as though the sky had fallen. Hajime, you traitor, I will never forgive you. Shawl, watching from nearby, also smiled and patted Fang Zhou on the shoulder. My condolences. Then he turned and left, his shoulders still shaking with suppressed laughter. Seeing everyone else depart, Fang Zhou immediately changed his expression and grabbed Luo Chuan, who seemed about to say something to him. Come, let us have a chat. Wait, Luo Chuan suddenly regretted it. He should have left too if he had known. Fang Zhou led Luo Chuan to a pavilion. What happened after you and Shawl left? Fang Zhou originally wanted to bring up Lin Xuanshang directly, but after some thought he decided a little build-up would make it more impactful. Luo Chuan paused, unexpected by Fang Zhou's question. He organized his thoughts and recounted his experiences to Fang Zhou. That day after Fang Zhou had left, Shawl had brought Luo Chuan back to the Divine Realm. Shawl had taken him to a planet within the Divine Realm that belonged to Shawl. Shawl told him that all the living beings on that planet had once captivated him, meaning their pasts were all wretched. After Shawl destroyed the source of their suffering, they vowed to follow him for the rest of their lives. Thus the beings there came from many different races, yet each put aside their prejudices and lived together in harmony. Then he underwent a ritual and Shawl separated from him. Afterwards, somehow Shawl learned of Fang Zhou's wedding and brought Luo Chuan along with gifts to arrive here. Fang Zhou listened carefully, then blurted out, Lin Xuanshang will be coming in a few days. But Luo Chuan's reaction was rather flat. He simply said, Oh. Fang Zhou had not seen the reaction he desired and shook his head in regret. Luo Chuan, however, barely held himself together, for he knew that if he showed even a crack, Fang Zhou would certainly tease him even more in the future. He had already seen through Fang Zhou's nature, his love for entertainment. So he must endure it, Luo Chuan. After a while, Luo Chuan finally looked at Fang Zhou and said hesitantly, Senior brother Fang Zhou, could you guide my cultivation once more? Fang Zhou examined Luo Chuan from head to toe. Although the spiritual energy was weak, it circulated smoothly without any obstruction. By his standards, Luo Chuan qualified as an early-stage body-tempering cultivator. What's wrong? I thought your training was going quite well. Luo Chuan had not expected such an evaluation from Fang Zhou. In his own eyes, his aptitude was far from good. After cultivating for so long, he had only just broken through to the early stage of body tempering. He had asked the cultivators on the slaughter planet, and they all said this pace was normal. But he knew that inside his dantian there was a spiritual point that Fang Zhou had given him which assisted his cultivation around the clock. And even under these circumstances he could barely reach the passing mark. Luo Chuan told Fang Zhou everything. Fang Zhou smiled helplessly and patted Luo Chuan on the shoulder. You say your aptitude is bad. Luo Chuan hesitated and nodded. Your problem is not poor aptitude. Fang Zhou put away his smile and looked at him seriously. You simply have no aptitude at all. Your affinity for spiritual energy is virtually zero. That is commonly known as having no spiritual root. Hearing this, Luo Chuan remembered the words the demonic cultivator had once said. So I truly have no aptitude. I still can't accomplish anything. A sudden urge to cry welled up in Luo Chuan. He hadn't shed tears since that day, yet now they flowed almost uncontrollably. Fang Zhou watched him with a sigh. Cultivation aptitude is not what matters at all. What truly matters is that you are walking the path of cultivation. Luo Chuan wiped his tears and looked at Fang Zhou with reddened eyes. He was still just a child after all. Fang Zhou looked at Luo Chuan, and instead of explaining further turned the question back to him. In your opinion, what is the purpose of cultivation? Isn't cultivation about improving one's cultivation base? Luo Chuan's eyes were filled with confusion. He cultivated to gain power, to repay slaughter, and through that legendary method to save his family. Completely wrong. Fang Zhou instinctively made an X with his arms. Cultivation base is merely a byproduct of cultivation. What truly matters is the process itself. Seeing that Luo Chuan still looked puzzled, Fang Zhou sighed. As expected, not everyone is as talented as me. Have you never wondered why I didn't give you any peerless technique, but only provided you with a basic spiritual energy circulation route? So that was merely the most basic spiritual energy circulation route. Luo Chuan had always assumed Fang Zhou had given him some peerless technique, thinking only that his own realm was too low to understand it. He also dared not ask anyone else, fearing he might leak Fang Zhou's technique and betray his trust. Luo Chuan simply shook his head and looked at Fang Zhou. Seeing Luo Chuan's completely bewildered expression, Fang Zhou could barely hold back a laugh. Doesn't slaughter teach you anything at all? You could just show it to him and see. Luo Chuan replied matter-of-factly. Without the elder's permission, I cannot let anyone see the technique. Remarkable. Fang Zhou looked at Luo Chuan with appreciation. At his age, he could never have maintained such steadfast principles. Embarrassed by Fang Zhou's praise, Luo Chuan scratched the back of his head and said nothing. Then let me explain it to you. The essence of our cultivation is to pursue the truth. Fang Zhou slowly elaborated to Luo Chuan. Seeking outward is the Tao of heaven and earth, while seeking inward is the Tao of oneself. Power that belongs entirely to oneself rather than to the world. Fang Zhou smiled and casually leaned against the pillar of the pavilion. I pursue truth by looking inward, by clarifying my heart, and perceiving my true nature, thereby proving my authentic self. That is precisely why I am so carefree, for that is my Tao. Luo Chuan did not comment on Fang Zhou's reason for being so free-spirited, but he did contemplate Fang Zhou's words carefully. I completely don't understand. Luo Chuan shook his head honestly. That's perfectly normal. Just remember it. Perhaps you will find use for it someday. After all, you yourself are quite authentic. Fang Zhou patted Luo Chuan on the shoulder. As long as you persist unwaveringly, you will eventually understand. Luo Chuan, half understanding, then asked Fang Zhou, if I have no spiritual root, how can I still cultivate? Fang Zhou looked at Luo Chuan expressionlessly. What do you think? Luo Chuan remembered the spiritual point Fang Zhou had given him, and suddenly understood, offering an embarrassed smile to Fang Zhou. For high-level cultivators, allowing a person without a spiritual root to cultivate is hardly anything difficult. Fang Zhou shook his head and helplessly extended his hand. A speck of crystal-clear spiritual light floated above his palm. This wisp of spiritual light could directly transform an ordinary person without a spiritual root into a Tao infant cultivator. But as I just said, cultivation is about pursuing the truth. Therefore, high-level cultivators generally would not force premature advancement. Although the cultivation base itself is not problematic, those who receive it without experiencing the cultivation process will find their subsequent progress somewhat more difficult than that of ordinary cultivators. The same principle applies to techniques. Most high-level techniques carry the founder's understanding of the Tao, enabling beginners to grow stronger more quickly. Fang Zhou paused and posed a question to Luo Chuan. Then what is the price, student Luo Chuan? Please answer. Edge. Luo Chuan was caught off guard by the sudden question and panicked momentarily. He thought hard and finally ventured. If one always cultivates according to another's understanding, then one will forever walk another's path. When reaching a certain threshold, one may no longer know how to proceed. That's actually quite insightful. That is precisely the price of cultivating high-level techniques, an obstacle that cannot be avoided except by peerless prodigies. Fang Zhou nodded, gratified. Not too foolish after all. For cultivators, just beginning their journey, drawing upon the experience of seniors, is only natural. But excessive reverence for predecessors will cause you to lose your way and fail to find your own Tao. Luo Chuan suddenly understood, so the senior only gave me the basic spiritual energy circulation route, intending for me to discover the answers through my own cultivation. But he immediately lowered his head in frustration. Unfortunately, my aptitude is poor, and I have fallen short of the senior's expectations. Do not underestimate yourself so. I am very much looking forward to your future. One day you too will reach the destination you desire. Fang Zhou turned and walked out of the pavilion. Work hard, young man. You still have ample time. As long as you press onward toward the future, your heart will tell you the answer. Luo Chuan watched Fang Zhou's carefree silhouette departing under the moonlight and bowed deeply. It was only after a long while that Luo Chuan rose. Pursue the truth, huh? Luo Chuan murmured to himself. Having been taught by Fang Zhou, he no longer felt so impatient, and his gratitude toward Fang Zhou deepened. From now on, he would surely repay the senior and not disappoint his expectations. I actually look pretty cool just now. Indeed, whenever he tried, he could always speak in a remarkably suave manner. Fang Zhou walked along secretly pleased with himself. He had chosen to mentor Luo Chuan simply because he appreciated his character, and a few words of guidance required little effort. By the way, wasn't Luo Chuan becoming more and more like a protagonist? Wherever he went, opportunities followed. Too bad his talent doesn't compare to mine. Fang Zhou dismissed further thoughts and decided to return first to refine the twin stars into a ring. Based on the information he had obtained during the day, he already knew exactly how to proceed. When Fang Zhou returned to his courtyard, the night was already deep. Fang Zhou took out those two twin stars. He had been pondering how to strengthen the bond between them. Although these twin stars were said to share a common origin and remain inseparable for all eternity, fundamentally, they were merely bound by gravitational entanglement, possessing at most a symbolic meaning of eternal togetherness. However, the ring he wished to forge could not rely solely on symbolism. At least Fang Zhou would not accept such a thing. After White Day Sha Lu had told him of the ruler, a vague idea had begun to take shape within his heart. Fang Zhou unfolded the sacred realm. What he was about to do might carry considerable consequences, so it was wiser to proceed within the sacred realm. A gentle breeze swept through and the courtyard stood empty. Within the sacred realm, that radiant sun suspended high above transformed into a Dharma manifestation, enveloping Fang Zhou's figure as myriad spiritual patterns swirled around him, forming a ceremonial robe. He raised his hand to support the twin stars and gently tapped them with his fingertip. Break! The seals binding the stars shattered instantaneously, and freed from all suppression, the twin stars began to expand at an astonishing rate. Fang Zhou's expression remained composed as the Dharma manifestation surged in tandem, two colossal hands extending outward to firmly cradle each expanding stellar body in his palms. To elevate the connection between these two stars beyond mere physical proximity, to allow them to resonate across infinite spans of time and space. That was his goal. There was only one method to approach this, from the level of concepts, and forge a true bond between the two stars. Fang Zhou recalled Sha Lu mentioning that the ruler could give birth to life from concepts, so he decided to attempt manipulating concepts himself. Though he could not make concepts breed life as the ruler could within the world he dominated, he could still manifest concepts and strengthen the connection between the twin stars. While he could accomplish this in the outside world, the targets were stars. Operating externally would create considerable disturbance, making the sacred realm the safer choice. The Dharma manifestation slowly lowered its head, gazing upon the two twin stars forcibly bound before it, as an invisible force surged forth to connect the two stellar bodies. This was Fang Zhou's Tao, whose essence lay in assimilating all things for his own use. When Fang Zhou first comprehended this Tao, he had barely been able to believe it, but eventually he came to peacefully accept that he was indeed a selfish person. So be it, he was selfish. Who among them lacked self-interest? The Tao that sought to claim everything naturally possessed extraordinary power. As the invisible force connected the twin stars, the shared concept continuously manifested. Fang Zhou bypassed concepts such as gravity, light, and heat, and instead perceived the faint thread of connection forged across infinite epochs of the two stars' eternal companionship throughout the endless flow of time. Found it. Fang Zhou's lips curved slightly upward. His Tao absorbed the concept of the twin stars' connection and wove it together with other concepts. By infusing the connection with identical concepts, he strengthened the bond between the two stars. As concepts continued to intertwine, their connection grew ever closer. It is done. The invisible force drew the two stars back together, their colossal forms beginning to shrink rapidly, until they once again became spheres hovering quietly in his palms. From this day forward, even if separated by different eras and spaces, the two stars would resonate with each other. Their connection would never be severed. Now I need to add some functional elements. Fang Zhou thought of the two great sacred bodies residing within Yiningen. Though she seemed capable of perfectly wielding the power of both sacred bodies, these bodies were fundamentally the Tao of top-tier sacred realms. For Yiningen's current cultivation level, truly merging the two sacred bodies remained rather difficult. He took out the wedding gift from Hundun, that crystal containing Hundun power. Fang Zhou carefully examined it for a while. I roughly understand now. Chaos energy indistinguishable from that within the crystal flowed through his hands. As Hundun had said, this power could indeed serve as a medium between the two sacred bodies, allowing their energies to merge perfectly. Just as he was about to incorporate this power, he suddenly paused. There might be an even more perfect method. Fang Zhou's expression turned peculiar as he gazed at the chaos energy in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he casually dispelled it. Rather than relying on external forces to harmonize, it would be better to solve this once and for all. He had a better approach, though it would require Yi Ningguan's cooperation. Fang Zhou abandoned the idea of endowing the ring with constitution harmonizing properties and instead continuously added storage space, positioning, and teleportation functions to the sphere. As these functions were integrated, the sphere grew ever more exquisite spiritual patterns, emerging across its surface and emitting a faint luminescence. Fang Zhou looked at the sphere, now rich with additional features, and nodded with satisfaction. That should be enough. Now let us begin shaping. Fang Zhou's expression darkened as he focused his concentration to manipulate the sphere into form. The sphere slowly transformed according to his will, forming two perfect rings, one blazing gold, the other silver-white. The golden one was his, and the silver-white one belonged to Yi Ningguan. Both rings bore inscriptions of unknown script, yet anyone who beheld them would instantly understand the message they conveyed. The twin stars bear witness, inseparable through eternity. Fang Zhou gazed at the two rings in his hands for a long while before finally nodding in satisfaction. It seems my craftsmanship is quite good after all. Fang Zhou conjured two jade boxes from thin air and carefully placed each ring inside. Now he could quietly await the beginning of the wedding. Fang Zhou sealed the sacred realm, and his figure reappeared in the courtyard. The cool morning breeze brushed against his face as he looked up to see the distant sky already tinged with yellow. Has dawn already arrived? Without realizing it, an entire night had passed. Indeed, crafting artifacts was time-consuming. Fang Zhou stretched his body and took a deep breath, his mood suddenly brightening. Staying up late truly damages the body. Pulling an all-nighter is the proper way. He chuckled inexplicably, savoring the morning air. Meow, a familiar cat call echoed from the direction of the courtyard gate. Fang Zhou turned his head and saw Xiao Yu standing at the courtyard entrance, accompanied by a group of cats, their amber eyes fixed intently upon him. You've become quite the boss. He waved to Xiao Yu, who lightly leaped into his arms. You weren't discovered by my mother when you came out, were you? Xiao Yu lifted her head, seemingly too disdainful to answer such a foolish question. Fang Zhou found this amusing and gently tapped her small head with his finger. Xiao Yu shook her head in mild discontent, then lowered her head and nestled into Fang Zhou's embrace, purring softly. You're growing quite the skillful at being affectionate. Fang Zhou, cradling Xiao Yu, reclined on the bamboo chair in the courtyard. Those cats that had followed Xiao Yu made no fuss, surrounding him and lying down as if paying homage to a monarch. To others it might have looked like some bizarre ritual. But who cared? From this day forward, he was the king of cats. The remaining days passed uneventfully, nothing of note occurring until the day before the wedding. Fang Zhou gazed at the travel-worn Su Yin and his companions before him. Brother Su, Brother Qing, Master Jingshan, you've had a long journey. Fang Zhou smiled as he greeted the three who had just arrived at the Fang residence. Su Yin returned a faint smile and said to Fang Zhou, Brother Fang, what are you saying? This is your wedding day. How could I not come? By the way, my senior sister came along too. She's with junior sister Yi now, saying she'll come over tomorrow for the wedding and asked me to tell you first. Cheng Wenyuan beside him also clasped his hands in a salute. Brother Fang, congratulations. Xiao Lu asked me to bring you a gift. Cheng Wenyuan produced a piece of paper on which was scrawled in crooked strokes, wishing Brother Fang and sister Yi a happy wedding. Fang Zhou looked at the characters written stroke by stroke, couldn't help but smile, took it carefully, and nodded at Cheng Wenyuan. Please thank Xiao Lu for me. I may need to stay a few days after the wedding before returning, and I'll go see her then. Cheng Wenyuan nodded in agreement, then stepped aside to reveal Jingshan beside him. Benefactor Fang, this humble monk, has come to keep his promise. Jingshan pressed his palms together in a bow, smiling slightly. May your wedding go smoothly tomorrow. Fang Zhou returned the gesture. Master Jingshan, I'm delighted you could come. Please, the three of you come inside. I've already prepared guest rooms. Hey, don't deliberately ignore me. Lin Shuangshuang stood nearby, looking at Fang Zhou with displeasure. Fang Zhou pretended to look around blankly. Who's speaking? Lin Shuangshuang instinctively reached out to smack Fang Zhou, but then thought better of it, withdrew her hand, and huffed indignantly. You're getting married tomorrow, so I'll let you off today. Fang Zhou looked at the pouting Lin Shuangshuang, and finally stopped teasing her, laughing. Alright, enough joking. I'll take you to Luo Chuan. Lin Shuangshuang's eyes lit up at the name Luo Chuan, but she still suppressed the urge to agree immediately. No need, just tell me where he is. You're getting married tomorrow. You must have a lot to do today. A lot to do. Everything that needed doing was handled by Fang Zhongshan. He only had to wait. Don't worry, I have nothing to do. I'll take you to Luo Chuan right now. Fang Zhou turned to the three beside him. Would you three like to come along? Su Yin and Cheng Wenyuan nodded in agreement. Cheng Wenyuan wanted to see how Luo Chuan was doing, while Su Yin keenly sensed there might be some drama to enjoy. Jingchen didn't want to participate, but seeing the two already nodding, he didn't want to spoil the fun. A guest follows the host's arrangements. Whatever benefactor Fang decides is fine. Seeing the three had agreed, Fang Zhou looked at Lin Xuangshuang. Let's go, Lin Xuangshuang. I'll take you to see Luo Chuan. Fang Zhou walked ahead, Lin Xuangshuang following closely, while Su Yin and the others trailed at a slight distance. The Fang residence was bustling with people inspecting various facilities everywhere. Fang Zhou led the group to Luo Chuan's guest room and gently knocked on the door. Luo Chuan, are you in? Shortly after Luo Chuan opened the door. Seeing so many people standing before him, he froze for a moment, then noticed the familiar figure. Lin Xuangshuang stared at him without moving. Fang Zhou tactfully stepped aside, moving to the three behind him. Lin Xuangshuang looked at the noticeably thinner figure, a flicker of tenderness in her eyes, and was about to speak. Then Luo Chuan pressed his palms together above his head and made a deep bow. I'm sorry, Sister Xuangshuang, I was wrong. Everyone present was stunned by Luo Chuan's move. The emotion Lin Xuangshuang had just gathered instantly dissipated. Fang Zhou turned to Chung Wenyuan. Is this how your academy teaches students? Chung Wenyuan looked a bit embarrassed. Luo Chuan didn't graduate. Lin Xuangshuang looked at Luo Chuan and sneered. What did you do wrong? Luo Chuan suddenly became flustered. He had never seen Lin Xuangshuang like this. He stealthily lifted his head and ventured tentatively. Was it when I lied to you while playing games? Lin Xuangshuang's face darkened. She had already forgotten about that, but now Luo Chuan brought it up, stirring her anger again. That's not it. Lin Xuangshuang suppressed her fury, speaking through clenched teeth. Then when I left without saying goodbye, Lin Xuangshuang suddenly felt a release. She looked at Luo Chuan, who was cautiously watching her, and sighed, her tone involuntarily softening. You've lost weight. Has it been hard out there? Hearing this, Luo Chuan straightened up and smiled at Lin Xuangshuang. Not hard at all. I've been busy every day living a fulfilling life. No sooner had Luo Chuan finished than Lin Xuangshuang stepped forward and twisted his ear. You little rascal. We promised to change the world together. But you sneaked away alone, leaving me behind. Was that fun? I'm sorry, Sister Xuangshuang. My ear is going to fall off. Luo Chuan let out a squeal like a stuck pig, knowing that only by showing extreme pain would Lin Xuangshuang let him off. Sure enough, after a moment, Lin Xuangshuang released his ear. You jerk, I didn't even use force. Despite saying that, she still gently rubbed Luo Chuan's ear. Thank you for your mercy, Sister Xuangshuang. Luo Chuan scratched his head and smiled at her. Only then did Lin Xuangshuang realize that the gesture had been too intimate. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned away. If I didn't say I forgive you. Yes, whatever you want, Sister Xuangshuang, I'll do my best to fulfill. Luo Chuan nodded, immediately looking completely at her service. Lin Xuangshuang's first thought was to ask him to return to Cheng'an City for the next 10,000 Sage Sect exam. But meeting Luo Chuan's gaze, she couldn't bring herself to say it. He had already made his choice, and she didn't want to force him. Finally, she just sighed, tilted her head up slightly, and snorted. I'll see how you perform. Now I'm going to explore Tianyang City. With that, she turned and walked outside. Fang Zhou and the others watched with keen interest, even Jingchen wearing a smile. As Lin Xuangshuang passed Fang Zhou, she whispered, Thank you. Fang Zhou looked at Luo Chuan, who was still frozen in place, and couldn't resist slapping him on the head. What are you standing there for? Go after her. Luo Chuan snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed Lin Xuangshuang. Chung Wenyuan had wanted to greet Luo Chuan, but seeing his dazed expression, he turned away and pretended not to know him. But Luo Chuan still spotted Chung Wenyuan and paused to bow to him before continuing his pursuit of Lin Xuangshuang. Quite polite. Su Yin commented from the side. It seems benefactor Chung did teach him a thing or two. Jingchen had also picked up some mischief. Chung Wenyuan covered his face, saying nothing. Well, the show's over. Let me take you to your quarters. Fang Zhou led the group toward the guest rooms prepared for them. The next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, the entire Tianyang City was already buzzing with activity. Every shop opened its doors early, and the townsfolk came out to celebrate. Whether adults or children, everyone wore a touch of festive red, and the whole of Tianyang City resembled a blooming crimson flower. Fang Zhou had not slept at all that night. He had not felt so nervous in a long time. At this moment, he stood before the mirror, clad in a brilliant red wedding robe, carefully inspecting his attire. The wedding robe had been sewn by his mother's own hands. She had begun crafting it as soon as the engagement was settled, making dozens of versions before finally selecting the one she deemed most satisfactory. After a while, Xiao Chui knocked and entered. Young master, the time has come. I know. Fang Zhou did one last check of his attire before walking toward the doorway. The rising sun seemed to offer its blessings to Fang Zhou, draping him in golden light, while the golden threaded auspicious cloud patterns on his wedding robe began to shimmer with a faint brilliance. Fang Chongshan and his wife stood at the main gate, their smiles never fading. Upon seeing Fang Zhou approach in his wedding robe, Fang Chongshan studied him closely. Not bad, quite spirited. You've done your mother justice. Fang's mother immediately slapped Fang Chongshan at the side. Don't make jokes on a day like this. Fang's mother turned to Fang Zhou with a gentle tone. Ignore your father. Your mother made this for you to wear. Hurry along, now don't keep Ningen waiting. Fang Zhou smiled and nodded, then stepped out of the Fang family gate. Outside the gate the streets were lined with residents of Tianyang City. Children waved red flowers, eagerly anticipating the lucky candies that would be scattered their way while adults stood by with smiles, keeping the children from rushing into the street. The groom is coming out. At someone's shout the crowd erupted. Blessings and cheers mixed together, surging toward Fang Zhou like a tide. Fang Zhou smiled and bowed to both sides with cupped fists, then mounted his horse and took the storage ring filled with lucky candies that Xiao Chui handed to him. Behind him followed the wedding procession with drums and gongs thundering and swanas playing brightly festive tunes stretching all the way from the Fang residence to the Yi family home. The procession moved slowly and Fang Zhou sat atop his horse scattering handfuls of lucky candies to both sides of the street. Before long the procession arrived at the Yi family gate. Yi Tsang and Mrs. Yi had already been waiting there and Lu Hani appeared beside them smiling at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou dismounted and handed the reins to a Yi family servant who came forward. He adjusted his robe, looked up toward the courtyard, and met Yi Tsang's smiling gaze. Uncle Andy. Fang Zhou stepped forward to pay his respects. Yi Tsang gestured for him to rise, studying him with evident satisfaction. Excellent. Excellent. Ningen is waiting inside. Go on in. Fang Zhou nodded and, surrounded by the wedding party, entered the Yi family gates. When Fang Zhou reached the main hall of the inner courtyard, it was already filled with disciples from Shanghan Peak. Fang Zhou's eyes immediately found Yi Ningen. She sat in the hall wearing a crimson wedding gown embroidered with gold thread. Her cheeks flushed, she looked straight at Fang Zhou, her gaze holding none for anyone else. Fang Zhou walked over and stood before her. I've come to take you. Yi Ningen softly acknowledged, rose to her feet, and placed her hand in his palm. Together they walked out of the main hall step by step amidst everyone's blessings. Fang Zhou helped Yi Ningen into the palanquin, then mounted his own horse. The Yi family members followed the wedding procession back to the Fang residence. Fang Chongshan and his wife stood at the entrance with Fang clan relatives and guests, including Su Yin, Cheng Wenyuan, and Jing Chun, behind them, all watching the returning procession from both sides within the gate. Fang Zhou dismounted, turned, and approached the palanquin, lifting the curtain. Yi Ningen sat poised within, her usually cold eyes now soft with shyness and anticipation. Seeing Fang Zhou extend his hand, she gently rested hers upon it. Side by side they crossed the threshold and entered the main hall of the Fang residence amid thunderous drums and cheers. Within the hall candles burned brightly, and the incense altar stood adorned. Fang Chongshan and his wife sat in the seats of honor, while Yi Tsang and his wife sat to the side. Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen stood together facing their parents. First bow to heaven and earth. The master of ceremonies' resonant voice echoed through the hall. They turned and bowed deeply toward the sky and earth beyond. Second, bow to your elders. Turning again, they bowed deeply to both sets of parents. Fang's mother's lips trembled incessantly, tears glistening in her eyes. Fang Chongshan strove to maintain composure, yet from his tense shoulders, it was clear he was struggling as well. Third, the couple bows to each other. Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen faced one another. Their gazes met. Inghan's eyes filled with warmth, Fang Zhou's reflecting the same. No words were needed, everything was understood. Together they bent at the waist, their foreheads nearly touching. The ceremony is complete. Escort the newlyweds to the bridal chamber. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave, flooding the entire hall. Fang Zhou led Yi Ningen by the hand through the bustling crowd, past the winding corridors and gardens, to the beautifully decorated bridal chamber. He pushed open the door, guided her inside, and helped her sit by the bed. They shared a quiet moment, gazing at each other. Fang Zhou smiled and gently brushed the stray strands from her forehead, tucking them behind her ear. Rest a while. I'll go entertain the guests outside. Yi Ningen nodded softly and watched Fang Zhou depart. Xiao Yue, who had somehow appeared wearing a large red flower, sat in the bridal chamber, keeping Ningen company. When Fang Zhou returned to the front hall, the banquet was already underway. Ling Zhihua had arrived with Chun Xingya, and upon seeing Fang Zhou emerge, she immediately stepped forward to offer her congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. I spent quite some time preparing your wedding gift, which is why I arrived late. I do hope you won't mind. Senior brother Ling is far too kind. Fang Zhou smiled and bowed with cupped fists. You gracing us with your presence is gift enough. You'll like it. Ling Zhihua simply offered a mysterious smile, handing Fang Zhou a box, and said no more. Lu Hani also approached, smiling at Fang Zhou. I made sure he prepared this specially, but you'll have to wait until after today to open it. Fang Zhou paused briefly before accepting it. Then I thank you both, senior brother Ling and senior sister Lu. Ling Zhihua waved dismissively and accompanied Chun Xingya to the banquet. Only after Ling Zhihua had tactfully departed did Lu Hani speak to Fang Zhou with earnest gravity. Since you are now married to Ningen, I should tell you something. Otherwise that child of mine would never tell you herself. Fang Zhou looked at Lu Hani with curiosity, waiting for her to continue. Do you remember when I brought Ningen here I said I was following the sect master's orders? Fang Zhou nodded. Actually, it was not the sect master who issued the command. It was Ningen who specifically sought it out because I was opposed at the time. Lu Hani looked at Fang Zhou seriously, her tone grave. I am Ningen's master, and I must take responsibility for her. I never intended to completely sever this engagement. I wanted Ningen to spend several years getting to know you before making any decision. After all, you had been apart for so long by then. It would take time to grow familiar with each other again, and you needed to determine whether this engagement was worth continuing. Luhani let out a bitter laugh. And then Ningen used the rewards she had accumulated from winning first place in the grand competition to exchange for the sect master's decree. Luhani gazed at Fang Zhou. I tell you this not fearing your hatred, but hoping you understand what Ningen has done for you. Fang Zhou was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. I understand, Senior Sister Lu. But please rest assured, I deeply appreciate your care for Ningen, so I hold no resentment toward you. I will treat Ningen well, and won't let you down. As long as you treat Ningen well, that is all that matters. After saying this, Luhani departed for the banquet. Fang Zhou paused for a moment, then continued his rounds visiting each table to offer his respects. The moon rose, and the sun set. Guests gradually dispersed, and the Fang residents, bustling all day long, finally fell silent. Fang Zhou walked step by step toward the bridal chamber, his heart suddenly racing. Before long, Fang Zhou returned to the front of the bridal chamber again. Standing before the door, he took a deep breath before slowly pushing it open. Yi Ningen sat upright on the edge of the bed. Xiaoya's head bobbed up and down as she dozed off, yet she remained faithfully seated beside her mistress. Seeing Fang Zhou enter, Xiaoya's face lit up with relief. She lightly hopped off the bed and slowly exited the bridal chamber. Before leaving, she glanced back at him, as if to say, it is all yours now. Fang Zhou closed the door and sat beside Yi Ningen, gazing at her. When did it arrive? After struggling for words, he could only manage that single question. Yi Ningen's tightly clenched hands quietly relaxed, and a smile graced her lips, catching Fang Zhou momentarily speechless. Probably shortly after you left. It arrived wearing a big red flower. Hearing her words, Fang Zhou could not help but smile faintly. He took out 2 jade boxes from his storage ring and handed one to Yi Ningen. Yi Ningen reached out in puzzlement, her eyes never leaving Fang Zhou's face. He opened the jade box first, taking out a silvery white ring. Gently taking Yi Ningen's left hand, he placed the ring forged from stellar essence upon her ring finger. Understanding his intent, Yi Ningen quietly opened the jade box. She took out the golden ring and slipped it onto Fang Zhou's left ring finger. As she placed it on him, both rings suddenly glimmered in unison, as if calling to one another. These are the twin stars bestowed by Elder Chun, and also tokens I crafted for us both. Let the twin stars bear witness. Our bond shall never waver through eternity. Fang Zhou held Yi Ningen's hand, his gaze resting on the rings. A gentle smile played on his lips as he said slowly, Do you still remember I told you I would share a secret with you after our wedding? I remember. Yi Ningen nodded softly, her slender hand turning to grasp his. Actually, I have already broken through to the sacred realm. The scenery around them shifted in an instant. Above them, a second sun hung high, radiating a soft glow that gently caressed Yi Ningen. Yi Ningen's pupils contracted. Staring in awe at the boundless space stretching beyond horizon, she instinctively gripped Fang Zhou's hand tighter. The sacred realm. She had never imagined the secret Fang Zhou wished to share would be this. Fang Zhou did nothing more, he simply held her hand and gazed at her quietly. It took quite some time before Yi Ningen finally regained her composure and looked at him. No wonder you refused to let me return the Hingyang sacred body to you. It is because you no longer need it. Yi Ningen smiled gently, having accepted the fact that Fang Zhou had broken through to the sacred realm. Fang Zhou watched Yi Ningen quickly calm herself. If he had not truly felt her initial shock, he would have assumed she had known all along. You are not angry with me. Why would I be angry? Yi Ningen tilted her head in puzzlement, gazing at him. Because I kept it from you. Yi Ningen simply offered a tender smile, and Fang Zhou's heart gave another sudden throb. That is perfectly normal. Even between husband and wife, there is no need to share everything. My father often keeps things from my mother too, like going out to drink with Uncle Fang. Yet they remain deeply devoted to one another. Yi Ningen raised her hand adorned with the silver white ring, as if the ring were reaching out to its counterpart. Besides, brother Fang Zhou did not have to tell me, but he chose to anyway. Does that not prove just how much you care for me? Yi Ningen's smile was radiant as she held both of Fang Zhou's hands. Since you care for me so deeply, why would I ever have cause to blame you? And it is rather endearing, brother Fang Zhou. We are already married now. What wife would truly resent her husband? Watching Yi Ningen's matter-of-fact demeanor, Fang Zhou suddenly felt as though this world were not quite real. Is this truly my wife? Gathering his thoughts, Fang Zhou withdrew the sacred realm, and the two reappeared within the bridal chamber. He let out a wry smile. I was afraid you could not accept it, so I dared not tell you before the wedding. It seems my worries were unfounded. Yi Ningen shook her head, her grip on his hand tightening. Her expression grew earnest, and her gaze fell upon Fang Zhou with tenderness. If you had told me before the wedding, I fear I would have abandoned the marriage. At that time, I would surely have felt that you did not need me, and I would not have known what to do. But now it is entirely different. To learn that you concealed it all for my sake makes me truly happy. Witnessing the blissful expression on Yi Ningen's face, Fang Zhou could not help but lean closer. Shyly, Yi Ningen closed her eyes and met him halfway. Much time passed before they finally parted. Ningen I originally intended to inscribe a harmonizing function upon the ring to balance the power of the sacred bodies within you. But upon further reflection, rather than relying on external objects, it is better to resolve this once and for all. Fang Zhou spoke softly, gazing at the deeply moved Yi Ningen. She blinked in confusion, uncertain why he was bringing this up at such a moment. I have conceived a method. Since the sacred body represents the pinnacle of the Tao within the sacred realm, I can infuse my Tao into your body and thoroughly merge your two sacred bodies. Moreover, with my Tao incorporated, the newly born physique will be far stronger. Yi Ningen understood and leaned in proactively. It will hurt a little. Fang Zhou's voice murmured near her ear. Endure it. Yi Ningen closed her eyes. Fang Zhou said no more, continuously channeling his Tao into her body as he began the delicate process of merging her two sacred bodies. Two entirely opposing forces awoke simultaneously within Yi Ningen's body. These were the primordial origins of the Hengyang sacred body and the Xian Yin sacred body, one blazing fierce as the midday sun, the other piercing cold as ancient ice frozen for 10,000 years. Yin and Yang alternated, cold and heat intertwined. The primordial powers of the two sacred bodies began to clash endlessly. Yet Fang Zhou's Tao forcefully intervened, constantly sensing their shifts and meticulously mediating the conflict between the two forces. Yi Ningen's body trembled slightly. Her delicate brows knitted together, and fine beads of sweat beaded on her forehead. Fang Zhou closed his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness in this exquisitely precise control. Finally, Fang Zhou's eyes narrowed sharply, and he abruptly sent his Tao deep into Yi Ningen's body. Under the harmonizing influence of his Tao, the primordial powers of the two sacred bodies at last ceased their confrontation. Fang Zhou's Tao served as the medium between the two sacred bodies' primordial powers. Using his Tao as the foundation, he gradually merged the two origins, giving rise to a far more powerful constitutional essence. This night was destined to be both long and fleeting. The moon above had seemingly hidden itself within the clouds, and the entire city of Tianyang sank into darkness. By noon the next day, Fang Zhou slowly opened his eyes. Yi Ningen was still sleeping peacefully in his arms. Gazing at her tranquil sleeping face, he couldn't help but shift slightly. Yi Ningen let out a soft hum, her eyelashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. The two sat facing each other in silence, a blush rising on Yi Ningen's cheeks, while Fang Zhou remained composed, gently pinching her cheek. Time to get up. Yi Ningen nestled closer against Fang Zhou's chest. The two lingered together for a while before rising to dress. How do you feel? Has the sacred body undergone any changes? Fang Zhou asked as he watched Yi Ningen finish dressing. Yi Ningen carefully felt within herself and spoke with some hesitation. I'm not entirely sure, but I can already sense that there is only one physique now. Then it should be fine. You just need some time to adjust. Fang Zhou took Yi Ningen's hand and smiled. Let's go find father and mother first. I haven't told them about my breakthrough to the sacred domain yet. Yi Ningen nodded gently and interlaced her fingers with his. The two walked hand in hand out of the bridal chamber toward the main hall. A midday meal had just been laid out, and both sets of parents were chatting together. Seeing Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen approach, Fang Mu's eyes lit up, her smile impossible to contain. She stepped forward and took Yi Ningen's hand. Ningen, you're here? Sit right here. Yi Ningen was led by Fang Mu to sit beside her, and Fang Zhou took his seat nearby. Fang Mu kept piling dishes onto Yi Ningen's plate as the two families enjoyed a warm and harmonious meal together. After the meal, Fang Zhou looked at everyone seriously. Father, mother, master Yi, mother Yi. I have broken through to the sacred domain. He didn't hold anything back and stated it directly. A moment of silence fell over the main hall. Everyone stared at Fang Zhou in astonishment. I'm not joking. Ningen can testify for me. Seeing their disbelief, Fang Zhou added another sentence. Yi Ningen cooperated and said, Brother Fang Zhou has indeed reached the sacred domain. They believed her immediately, and Fang Mu turned to Yi Ningen at once. Ningen, that lad hasn't bullied you just because his cultivation is higher, has he? Yi Ningen was momentarily caught off guard. Shouldn't they be focusing on Fang Zhou's breakthrough first? After a moment, she shook her head, indicating that Fang Zhou had never bullied her. Besides, last night, Yi Ningen's face grew hot, and she left that unspoken. Fang Zhou's expression darkened. Wasn't the focus of concern a bit off? Ahem. Fang Chongshan cleared his throat twice, first looking at Fang Mu. Enough. Let the young ones handle their own matters. Fang Mu shot Fang Chongshan a cold glance, but said nothing more. Fang Chongshan grew slightly uneasy and turned to Fang Zhou. The reason you kept this from us doesn't matter. We won't blame you. You have your own thoughts and your own future. Fang Chongshan's voice grew heavy. I haven't been a very good father. All I can tell you is this. Don't do anything you'll come to regret. Fang Zhou was taken aback. He had never seen his father speak to him this way before. Due to his past life experiences, Fang Zhou had been unusually obedient since childhood and never gave Fang Chongshan any trouble. Yet Fang Chongshan always made time in his busy schedule to practice swordplay and read with him. In his memory, Fang Chongshan always faced him with a smile. Not for 1 or 2 years, but consistently all along. Seeing his father's solemn demeanor, Fang Zhou nodded. I understand, father. Hearing Fang Zhou's reply, Fang Chongshan said nothing more, merely nodding to him before falling silent. Yi Tsong and his wife exchanged a glance, then looked at Yi Ningen's gaze that had never left Fang Zhou. Smiling, Yi Tsong said to Fang Zhou, "We're entrusting Ningen to you. As her parents, we have no worries." Fang Zhou smiled and replied, "I will not fail Ningen." Yi Tsong and his wife nodded with satisfaction. Fang Zhou looked at everyone, his expression suddenly growing serious. "My sacred name is Mingri." As his words fell, golden characters of the two words Mingri appeared in everyone's minds. "In the future, if anything arises, you can trigger my sacred name, and I will sense it," Fang Zhou explained with a smile. They all nodded, indicating they understood. Fang Chongshan seemed to remember something, and said to Fang Zhou, "Your few friends have already left. They were supposed to bid you farewell this morning, but since you hadn't woken up yet, they asked me to pass on the message." Left. Fang Zhou was momentarily stunned. Su Yin and the others had already hitched a ride with Lu Hani and Ling Qi back to the 10,000 Sages sect the previous night, so what Fang Chongshan referred to must be Sha Lu and Luo Chuan. After all, they had only come specifically to deliver gifts, so it was only natural for them to leave now. It was just unclear whether Luo Chuan had properly said goodbye to Lin Xuangshuang this time. "I see." Seeing Fang Zhou nod, Fang Chongshan waved his hand. "Then you young couple should go do as you please. No need to accompany us old folk." Fang Zhou's expression darkened. Someone who could still live for thousands of years was pretending to be old, but he said nothing. Glancing at Fang Mu, whose expression had already turned unfriendly, he took his leave from everyone and quietly led Yi Ningen away. The moment Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen left the main hall, Fang Mu immediately started in on Fang Chongshan, while Yi Tsong and his wife fanned the flames alongside. Having known each other for so long, and now being family by marriage, they had no qualms about being so uninhibited. "So now you find me old, is that it, Fang Chongshan?" "Wife, that's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" "Don't listen to old Fang. He absolutely meant that." "Old to you." Hearing Fang Chongshan's apologetic voice behind them, and the goading from Yi Tsong and his wife Fang Zhou, and Yi Ningen exchanged a smile. The two returned to the bridal chamber, where Fang Zhou brought out a large pile of gift boxes. Looking at Yi Ningen, he smiled. "These are the wedding gifts everyone prepared for us. Want to take a look together?" Yi Ningen nodded, and together with Fang Zhou they opened a long rectangular gift box. Inside were 2 swords and a folded note. The swords were exceptionally fine, good enough to last all the way to the Daoing realm. Fang Zhou picked up the note, which read, "Junior brother Fang and senior sister Yi. On behalf of myself and Su Yin, these 2 swords were forged together so that wielding them in tandem will enhance the power of your sword techniques. To obtain them, Su Yin took quite a beating from our master. We hope you like them." Fang Zhou smiled. He hadn't expected the gift to have such a backstory. No wonder Su Yin had worn such a complicated expression yesterday. "Ningen, do you know who their master refers to?" "It's Patriarch Su of the Sacred Sword Peak, senior brother Su's father." Yi Ningen thought for a moment and gave her answer. Fang Zhou nodded and, understanding, carefully placed the 2 swords aside and continued opening gifts with Yi Ningen. Lin Xuangshuang had sent a jade hairpin, Jing Chun had given 2 strings of Buddhist beads, and Sha Lu had presented a crystal imbued with the power of time. And finally there was the last box, a gift from Ling Qi. Fang Zhou picked up the last gift box. It was a present from Ling Qihua, who had specifically instructed that he should not open it on the same day. "Your master specially asked sect leader Ling to prepare this, and reminded me not to let you open it today." Fang Zhou handed the gift box to Yi Ningen. "Why don't you open it?" Yi Ningen nodded. After hearing what Fang Zhou said, curiosity also arose within her. Opening the box, a precious orb seemed to contain an entire starry sky before their eyes. A faint starlight shimmered across its surface, and even the blazing sun could not overshadow its radiance. Yi Ningen curiously picked up the orb and showed it to Fang Zhou. "It seems like just a somewhat pretty bead." The orb slowly rotated in Yi Ningen's palm, its surface starlight rippling layer by layer like a miniature galaxy flowing through time. Fang Zhou examined it carefully and noticed something Yi Ningen could not sense. This was indeed a fragment of a real starry sky. His expression grew subtle. Although this orb was truly precious, he could refine one himself if he wanted. He studied it more closely and realized it held no technical complexity at all. It was simply a matter of using raw power to suppress a starry realm and forge it into a bead, and the technique was rather crude. Yet Ling Qihua had sworn he would like it, and sect leader Lu had specially asked him to arrange it. It certainly could not be as simple as it appeared. "What's wrong? Is there something unusual about this orb?" Yi Ningen asked, curiously noticing Fang Zhou's subtle expression. "Nothing. I just feel this orb seems to be a real piece of starry sky." "A real starry sky?" Yi Ningen seemed to have thought of something. Could this be a token from Feng Shui? Feng Shui's token? Fang Zhou pondered. If that were the case, it would make sense. No wonder Ling Qihua said he would like it. If it had something to do with Feng Shui, then it was reasonable. Yi Ningen nodded and explained to Fang Zhou, "That's right. I have researched the sect's records regarding Feng Shui. This is the heart of the galactic river that Feng Shui created after stealing the starry sky from Starfall sect, meant to serve as a love token." Yi Ningen did not explain why she had looked into records about Feng Shui. Regarding those fragments, she would keep that knowledge to herself. Someday she would break through to the sacred domain and settle the karma between herself and Feng Shui on her own. A love token. Could primordial deities also fall in love? Fang Zhou suddenly felt curious and asked Yiningen, Feng Shui's love token. Tell me more. Yes. Starfall sect is a cultivation sect beyond the myriad holy stars. They created a starry sky specifically for their disciples' cultivation to provide them with stellar energy. Yiningen placed the orb back into the box and looked at Fang Zhou. Later, for reasons unknown, Feng Shui together with the evil deities such as Hun Dun and Tan Yi came and stole that starry sky, refining it into this heart of the galactic river. At that time, Starfall sect did not care much. It was merely an ordinary starry sky. If lost, they could simply create another one. There was no need to provoke so many evil deities. Yiningen's expression grew slightly peculiar as she barely suppressed her laughter while explaining. But who would have known that after refining the heart of the galactic river, Feng Shui actually brought the evil deities along and went to Starfall sect to confess love to the then sect master, only to be beaten into fragments and sealed on the spot. Was Feng Shui ugly? Fang Zhou was very curious. Since Starfall sect did not care about that starry sky, even if Feng Shui had come to taunt them, they should not have risked going to war with so many primordial deities and forcibly shattered Feng Shui into pieces. Yiningen shook her head. Feng Shui is extremely beautiful. Many people became obsessed with his beauty and became his followers. Then why did the Starfall sect master strike directly? Fang Zhou grew even more puzzled. Since Feng Shui was not ugly and was rather handsome and had brought a group of evil deities along, a battle would have been very troublesome for Starfall sect. What exactly had Feng Shui done to make the sect master act? Yiningen could not help but laugh and explain to Fang Zhou, because the gender displayed by primordial deities is determined by themselves. The Starfall sect master at that time was female, but Feng Shui also appeared as female. So the sect master may have believed Feng Shui was provoking her and could not help but strike. Seems Feng Shui also has quite a personality. Fang Zhou could not help but sigh after hearing this, then grew curious about the Starfall sect master's strength. But is the Starfall sect master that strong, capable of fighting so many primordial deities? Yiningen shook her head, her expression growing somewhat subtle. The other evil deities did not intervene. They merely watched as Feng Shui was sealed, for primordial deities cannot truly die. Thus the other evil deities were only there to watch the spectacle with no intention of helping Feng Shui. After witnessing Feng Shui's sealing, they left Starfall sect together. Afterwards, the Chaos Evil Deity even posted the entire incident on the Sacred Steel exclusive to the Sacred Domain. Starfall sect immediately closed its gates and did not re-emerge until 1,000 years ago. Fang Zhou also struggled to keep a straight face. Indeed, being called an evil deity was not without reason. Even his own kind would betray him. Would he really choose to stand idly by just for entertainment? That fit his character perfectly. Yiningen suddenly thought of something and looked seriously at Fang Zhou. Brother Fang Zhou, you wouldn't happen to know something, would you? Fang Zhou looked at Yiningen and, having no intention to hide anything, nodded. Sect leader Lu told me that the source of the cold poison in your body back then was a fragment of Feng Shui. Does Brother Fang Zhou want to go after Feng Shui? Yiningen suddenly smiled, her gaze soft as she looked at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou picked up the gift box and nodded to Yiningen. Sect leader Lu told me that Feng Shui is about to awaken. She had sect leader Ling send me this, which means he has likely already revived. With this item, I can lock onto him through karma and take revenge for you. Yiningen smiled brightly, but she still shook her head. Brother Fang Zhou, I will seek him out myself to settle our karma in the future, so there is no need for you to go on my behalf. Fang Zhou's expression grew subtle. He had not expected Yiningen's answer to be like this. But this was consistent with her character, always preferring to handle things herself rather than relying on others. Otherwise, if she had merely said a word to sect leader Lu, a new puzzle of Feng Shui might have appeared the very next day. Although Fang Zhou deeply wanted to respect Yiningen's wishes, he still shook his head and refused. This does not conflict. If you wish to settle it yourself, I also want to avenge my wife. Besides, primordial deities cannot be killed. At worst, I can fight them one at a time. Fang Zhou extended his finger and gently tapped Yiningen's forehead. Do not forget you are now my wife, Fang Zhou's wife. I will not allow anyone to bully you. Yiningen froze for a moment, then smiled. She had no reason to stop Fang Zhou anymore. Very well then, I will not stop you, Brother Fang Zhou. But you must not be injured. Seeing Yiningen's earnest expression, Fang Zhou also smiled. Do not worry. I am quite strong, otherwise your master would not have entrusted the heart of the galactic river to me. Yiningen felt somewhat relieved. Then when will you go? Now. Fang Zhou smiled faintly and picked up the box containing the heart of the galactic river. I will be back shortly. 5 days ago, deep in the distant reaches of the starry void far from Wansheng star, there existed a pale planet, shrouded in relentless wind and snow, floating silently in the dark emptiness. The planet's surface was blanketed by an eternal ice crust that never melted, while ferocious blizzards howled without cease. There were no plants, no animals, only boundless snow and bone-chilling cold winds. A group of penguin-like demon beasts gathered around an altar. Upon the altar rested a crystal-clear stone, its surface inscribed with spirit runes forming an exceedingly potent seal. Faint spiritual light continuously eroded the seal, yet it remained almost unmoved. A penguin resembling a leader stepped forward, raised its wings high, and cried out loudly, "Gugu Ga, the divine general shall return. Gugu Gagh." The surrounding penguins also raised their wings, echoing loudly in fervent agreement. Their calls rose and fell like waves echoing across the icy plain for several breaths. The leader penguin waved its wing, and one of the penguins waddled unsteadily toward the altar. Cradled against its chest was a transparent bottle. Through its walls a single drop of deep blue liquid could be seen, the bottle's mouth sealed beneath a layer of spiritual light, like a protective enchantment. That penguin reached the edge of the altar, raised the bottle high, and cried out loudly, "Gugu Gagh." It then hurled the bottle forcefully toward the altar. The bottle arced through the air, struck the altar, and rolled twice before coming to a stop. Nothing happened. The leader penguin strode forward quickly and struck that penguin hard with its wing. "You didn't even open the bottle, Guga." The leader penguin's feathers bristled in fury, wings planted on its hips, letting out an angry cry. That penguin lowered its head awkwardly, daring not to meet the leader's gaze. The surrounding penguin demon beasts all bowed their heads, pretending to groom their feathers, unable to bear the weight of scrutiny. The leader penguin gave it another tap before turning and ascending the altar. It picked up the bottle, gently tapped the seal at the mouth, and released it. The moment the seal loosened, the wind and snow that had raged for countless years suddenly fell still. Across the entire polar region, the wind vanished in a single breath. Snow grains once whipped by gales hung suspended in midair as though pressed down by an invisible force. Then all the coldness in heaven and earth reversed course, surging backward toward the center of the altar. Countless tiny ice crystals materialized in the air, refracting a dim, ethereal blue glow. Blue-white spiritual energy veils coated the penguins' bodies as they swiftly gathered together, clearly long prepared for this moment. Gugu Gagh. The leader penguin kicked the still-dazed penguin at the altar's edge into the group. Then it tilted the bottle slightly, and a single drop of deep blue liquid fell upon the crystal-clear stone. Gugu Gagh, the divine general returns. The drop descended exceedingly slowly, the space around it seeming frozen, slowing its fall. At last the drop did not fall, but hovered silently in midair. The surrounding space had been frozen by that drop, and the frozen area continued spreading outward. The leader penguin quickly retreated into the group and conjured a blue protective barrier shielding all the penguins within. Sigh. A melodious sigh materialized from nowhere. The spirit runes on the surface of the crystal-clear stone atop the altar had seemingly dissipated without notice. The frozen space began to thaw, and the cold wind and flying snow resumed their flow. A hand of jade appeared from thin air and grasped the drop of liquid. Then a figure appeared upon the altar, so breathtaking it seemed to drain the color from heaven and earth. Her visage was exquisitely delicate, beyond mortal comprehension, stunning to the point of suffocation. Silvery white hair cascaded to her ankles, shimmering with fragmented starlight between each strand, while an ice blue gown moved without wind. The wind and snow had returned. She casually sealed the drop back into the bottle and tossed it toward the penguin leader. How reckless. The Xiantian ice soul is far too dangerous for you. If I hadn't been here, I fear you would have frozen this entire planet along with yourselves. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and the wind and snow across heaven and earth seemed to gain warmth, no longer piercing. No penguin cared about the Xiantian ice soul lying on the ground. The penguin leader dissolved the barrier, sensing a world unlike any before. Gugu Gagh, we welcome the divine one's return to this world. The penguin leader raised both wings and cried out loudly. The other penguins quickly dispersed, forming a circle around Fang Zhou. Gugu Gagh, we welcome the divine one back to the mortal realm. Standing upon the altar, Fang Zhou could not help but smile softly at the penguins surrounding her. After all these years, you remain exactly the same. She looked at the penguin leader and pointed to the Xiantian ice soul on the ground. How did you obtain this? As far as I know, the Xiantian ice soul is exclusive to the sacred cold peak of the Wansheng sect. Outsiders cannot acquire it, even if they desire it. The penguin leader flapped its wings uncertainly. A beautiful human gave it to us, saying it could rescue the divine one. Oh, never mind. I am out now anyway, so no conspiracy matters. Feng Zhou stretched lazily, then gazed toward a certain point in the starry sky. They actually just threw it away. A hint of melancholy touched Feng Zhu's expression, her tone tinged with grievance. How was I to know you belonged to the Xingqian sect when I seized it? Besides, didn't I intend to return it to you later? If you refused it, that's fine, but you actually lost it. Feng Zhou sighed and reached out with a gesture. A precious pearl containing the starry expanse materialized from nowhere, drifting toward her hand. A hand intercepted the Xing Xin before it could reach Feng Zhou. I finally got my hands on it. This thing was incredibly difficult to find. Ling Qihua tossed the Xing Xin in his palm, then glanced toward Feng Zhou on the altar. Divine One. It was him. This is the one who gave us the Xiantian ice soul. The penguin leader let out a piercing cry, pointing wildly at Ling Qihua. Be quiet. Feng Shui sighed and spoke to the penguin leader. The penguin leader immediately covered its beak with its wings, daring not to make a sound. I apologize. It merely does not understand your human customs. It took your Xiantian ice soul. Feng Shui offered Ling Qihua an apologetic smile. No matter. That item was given to him willingly by me, didn't you hear? Ling Qihua waved his hand casually. As repayment I shall take this so-called Xing, He Xian. Though this may seem presumptuous, could you return the Xing, He Xian to me? It is of great importance to me. Feng Shui gazed at Ling Qihua. This item should not mean much to your Wansheng sect, should it? Ling Qihua nodded, the corners of his mouth lifting. This item indeed holds little value for us. But you, or rather your fragment, provoked someone you should not have. In a few days someone will come seeking you out. If you can defeat them, you may reclaim this. Is that so? I understand. But please ask them to come soon. I have important matters to attend to. Feng Shui nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I shall not inform them. Before departing, Ling Qihua added deliberately to Feng Shui. Actually, I need not have taken this. But your followers in the divine realm have been utterly useless, losing even your fragment. Otherwise none of this would have occurred. Feng Shui watched Ling Qihua disappear, saying nothing, only smiling faintly. Fen Wang is it? Quite an interesting person indeed. Feng Shui fell silent, and followed the penguins back to the divine shrine they had built in her honor. She would await her enemy's arrival here. Fang Zhou, holding the Star River Heart, intended to lock onto Feng Shui through causality. But just as he was about to wield the power of causality, the Star River Heart in his hand suddenly stirred. A crimson flame surged from the Star River Heart, and then it shot out an icy blue thread that traversed space, pointing toward a certain location in the starry sky. Fang Zhou followed the thread, his gaze piercing through infinite space, meeting a pair of ice blue eyes. I await your arrival, said Feng Shui across the thread. Feng Shui's expression remained calm, as she spoke softly, her voice crossing the void to reach Fang Zhou's ear. I await your arrival. Fang Zhou smiled. He took a single step and arrived before the temple where Feng Shui stood. Gurgle Gaga, who are you? Two penguins at the temple entrance spread their wings, eyeing Fang Zhou warily. Fang Zhou blinked at the penguins, puzzled as to why they were here. He glanced at the majestic temple, then back at the penguins, and a hint of amusement crept into his expression. I am Feng Shui's enemy, Fang Zhou replied with interest, addressing the two penguins. The penguins trembled like sieves, knowing that anyone who dared call themselves the god's enemy and remained unpunished must be a being of the same level as the god. Though shaking with fear, the penguins still spread their wings and glared at Fang Zhou. Insolent one. This is a divine temple, not a place for your wild behavior. Alas, a breathtaking figure emerged from within the temple, gently tapping the heads of the two penguins. Foolish ones, if you knew you couldn't win, why not call for me? You couldn't stop him anyway. Withdraw. The penguins held their heads in grievance and waddled away. Feng Shui shook her head, then turned to Fang Zhou. Tomorrow. It seems you are also a very interesting person. Fellow Taoist Mingri, have you come to settle the karmic ties between us? Feng Shui remained calm, showing no sign of facing an enemy. I am merely here to collect interest. The one who will settle the karmic ties with you is someone else, Fang Zhou said with a faint glance. Words are superfluous, make your move. Fellow Taoist is rather impatient, Feng Shui sighed, glancing at the distant penguins still peeking. Would you be willing to move our battle to the starry sky? As you wish. Feng Shui smiled, her form dissolving into the wind and snow. Fang Zhou took a step and followed her into the starry sky, standing opposite her. Are they the reinforcements you summoned? Fang Zhou gazed into the distant stars, where several shapeless figures stood motionless. Primordial deities like chaos and war were watching him and Feng Shui. So these were the true forms of the gods. Fang Zhou pondered as he studied the evil deities. Indeed, the original appearances of the primordial gods were utterly unlike humans. As for Feng Shui, clearly she preferred humanity, which was why she had always maintained a human form. In the distance, chaos seemed to notice Fang Zhou's gaze and even waved at him. Don't mind us, we're just here to watch the show, Feng Shui remarked, casting a look at them as if they were non-recyclable trash. Ignore them, they're always like this, Feng Shui said. Then a blizzard erupted within the starry void and space began to freeze. Fellow Taoist, be careful. The void solidified into a solid sheet, then crumbled into countless razor-sharp fragments that shot toward Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He glanced and pressed down with his hand. All the power directed at him reversed its flow. Feng Shui's face grew serious as the storm within the starry sky froze and scattered the attack. Did you just use my power? Fang Zhou did not reply. He pointed a finger and a stream of chaos chi capable of annihilating everything in the world shot toward Feng Shui. Where the chaos chi passed, all turned to nothingness. War tapped chaos and pointed at the stream. Doesn't that look like your power? Chaos wore a look of being cuckolded. It doesn't just look like it is my power. Feng Shui, facing the chaos chi, heard chaos's words and thought it was boasting. Feng Shui did not believe the power was identical to chaos's. This chaos chi was clearly far stronger. With a grave expression, she raised her hands, using endless blizzards to continuously neutralize the chaos chi. It was her only option, for the essence of that power far surpassed her own. Boring, Fang Zhou muttered. An invisible force replaced the chaos chi, devouring all of Feng Shui's power. You are too weak. No, that's unfair. It's because I am too strong. Fang Zhou used the invisible force to imprison Feng Shui, pinning her in the void. Feng Shui tried to channel her power to break free, but the more she struggled, the more the invisible force deepened the restraints. After attempting several times, Feng Shui gave up. Her exquisite face was filled with helplessness, her ice blue eyes fixed on Fang Zhou. Fellow Taoist, you have won. What do you intend to do with me now? Fang Zhou remained unmoved by her stunning visage. You should know that while you were sealed, your fragments did something unforgivable. When I was sealed, I had no control over my fragments. Feng Shui sighed, her ice blue eyes filled with resignation. My consciousness was dormant, then driven only by the instinct to break the seal. Fang Zhou thought for a moment, and asked, since you were already sealed back, then did the Star Sect not gather your fragments? How did they allow them to scatter? Fellow Taoist, have you only recently broken through to the Saint domain? Feng Shui countered instead of answering directly. Don't answer a question with a question, Fang Zhou said, exasperated. Even if you cannot die, could you at least grasp the situation? You are already powerless, yet remain so calm. Feng Shui was taken aback, then promptly apologized. My apologies. I was merely surprised. Seeing her apologize, Fang Zhou waved his hand, signaling her to continue. We primordial gods are rooted in the world. Even if sealed, we are still part of the world. Feng Shui paused, her tone complex. Those seals cannot truly imprison us. They only silence our consciousness. Because the rules we belong to never vanish, when we are sealed, fragments may appear anywhere in the world where our rules manifest. Fang Zhou pondered this, but still did not decide to release Feng Shui. He said, strictly speaking, it's not your fault. But you nearly killed my wife, so I will kill you once. After my wife breaks through to the Saint domain, she will also kill you once. Fang Zhou took out the Star River heart and shook it in front of Feng Shui. As for this item, I will return it to you once this matter is completely settled. Feng Shui was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It is only right. This was my fault. Feng Shui accepted it easily. To her, death was merely a brief slumber. Fang Zhou wasted no more words. He clenched his hand, and the invisible force reduced Feng Shui to nothingness. After Fang Zhou eradicated the wind and snow, the starry sky fell silent. Fang Zhou stowed away the Star River star and gazed towards several evil gods in the distance. Chaos, war, and an unfamiliar greed. And what of you? Are you here to avenge wind and snow? Fang Zhou watched them with keen interest, somewhat anticipating their response. After all, the concept of wind and snow was far too weak within this world, hardly even an appetizer for Fang Zhou. Chaos had been eliminated in a single strike, yet he found himself genuinely curious about how powerful beings such as war and greed truly were, concepts born from living creatures. Since the concepts they embodied originated from living beings, logically, their strength should grow proportionally with the power of those beings. Although war had been kicked to death like a stray dog by Ling Qihua, last time Ling Qihua had also admitted that war had been suppressed by his sacred domain and had not fought at full strength. War stepped forward and grinned arrogantly. I think your hands are just itching. I can sense that the battle fervor within you has never been satisfied. Fang Zhou also raised a wild smile. Then what is your answer? After witnessing my power, do you still have the courage to fight me? It seems I'm being underestimated. War grinned, transforming into a muscular man and stretching his body. As expected, human war remains as formidable as ever. Fang Zhou paused, surprised to see war shift from a conceptual deity into a human form. Interesting. Are you certain this is your strongest form? Let me make one thing clear. Chaos was obliterated by me in a single strike. I suggest you don't misjudge my strength because of wind and snow. Fang Zhou scanned the area, confirmed no living beings were nearby, and ceased concealing his aura. The pressure of his power erupted outward. In an instant, celestial bodies within several light years crumbled into dust, and the space around him shattered completely. Feeling the rapidly escalating aura, war grew even more exhilarated. You haven't even used your full strength, have you? Otherwise there wouldn't be so little commotion. That's sufficient. You should understand the principle. Fang Zhou regarded war with an arrogant expression. If you wish to witness my true power, then show me whether you deserve it. Since you've said that, I cannot let you underestimate war. War also smiled, but unlike his ambush against Ling Qihua, he charged directly at Fang Zhou. He threw a punch, and it seemed to have no effect whatsoever, like an ordinary mortal's blow. But from that single punch, Fang Zhou perceived war itself, the clashing of mortal armies, the world-shattering conflicts of cultivators. All the wars of the world condensed into that one strike, transforming into devastating power, aimed squarely at Fang Zhou. Though Fang Zhou saw the terror of that punch, he had no intention of dodging. He countered with his own strike. The two fists collided, and the surrounding void spread relentlessly toward intact space. Chaos and greed exchanged glances and reached out to intercept the shockwave, preventing further diffusion. War paid the ripple no mind, confident chaos and greed would handle it. Fang Zhou, however, was momentarily distracted. Hey, focus. Don't worry about trivial matters. Those two will handle it. We only need to fight. As War spoke, he swung another punch. Though Fang Zhou was slightly distracted, he still caught War's fist with his palm and hurled him away. Calm down. If you want me to take this seriously, put more effort into it. This won't satisfy me at all. War's aura rose rapidly during the brief exchange. He bared his teeth. Is that so? Then don't be frightened by my power. His eyes turned crimson gold and red patterns surfaced across his body. A fierce battle intent erupted from him, clashing with Fang Zhou's aura, ominously threatening to overwhelm him. Exactly. Now this is interesting. Red light flared around Fang Zhou. This was no mere change in spiritual energy like he had used against Su Yin and the others. This was the true law of force. The two locked eyes, their battle fervor rising endlessly. Two figures clashed relentlessly in the void, each collision fracturing and reknitting the surrounding space. The more Fang Zhou fought, the more excited he became. War's aura continued to surge. Their fists met flesh and bone, rendering the space within several light years into pure void. Chaos watched their relentless collisions and summoned chaotic energy to dissipate the shockwaves, his tone brimming with undeniable excitement. Fight even more fiercely. I haven't seen such an invigorating battle in ages. I'll record this and post it on the sacred steel. It'll surely attract widespread attention. Hearing Chaos, Greed couldn't help but retort, aren't you already popular enough? Every piece of gossip originates from you first. Who doesn't know you? Chaos dissipated another shockwave and sighed. You wouldn't understand. If I go too long without updates, those fickle people will forget me quickly. Truly heartless, aren't they? Greed chose to ignore him and focused on handling the shockwaves. War grew ever more exhilarated, his aura surging and his strength intensifying with every exchange. But Fang Zhou was the same. The law of force granted him boundless power, and no matter how much War's strength grew, Fang Zhou maintained the upper hand. After one collision, they separated. War looked at Fang Zhou, whose clothes were merely disheveled and who bore no injuries, and chuckled. It seems you haven't even begun to fight at full strength, relying solely on your physique and the law of force to match me. Truly, you are exceptionally strong. Fang Zhou looked at War, bruised and battered all over, yet still stubbornly defiant, and smiled without exposing his adversary's bravado. You're not bad either. But this next strike will be final. I won't hold back. Are you prepared to revive? War's expression turned grave. The injuries inflicted by the law of force were difficult to heal, yet he smiled through his battered face. Come then. Don't hold back. Let me see your full strength. Fang Zhou appeared before War and delivered a single punch. War had no time to react before he was obliterated into nothingness. What an unforgettable battle. Fang Zhou remarked to the empty space where War had stood. Be proud, War. You were strong. Then he turned his gaze toward the two primordial deities in the distance. Chaos had already recorded the battle and was thoroughly pleased with himself when Fang Zhou's gaze fell upon him. He waved his hands frantically. I have no intention of fighting you. Neither do I. Greed shook his head vigorously as well. Fang Zhou sighed, turned, and vanished. I'm back. Fang Zhou appeared before Yi Ningen. Yi Ningen confirmed he was unharmed, then reached out and embraced him. Fang Zhou felt the warmth against his chest and wrapped his arms around her. I won. I know. The day passed in peaceful silence. Several days later, Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen were to return to the Wanxing sect. In truth, there was little to do back at the sect. Yi Ningen could also forego her duties on the Shanghan Peak and enjoy a few extra days of rest. Yet as the two remained at home, Fang Zhongshan and Mother Fang, though they saw them only a few times each day, would always look at them with strange expressions. Unable to bear it any longer, Fang Zhou decided to take Yi Ningen back to the Wanxing sect. In the main hall, Xiao Yu perched once more on Fang Zhou's shoulder, having missed him these past few days. Mother Fang had been its caretaker, and the little one had grown quite plump. Father, is there truly nothing I can do? Your son has reached the sacred domain. Ordinary matters pose no challenge to me. Before departing, Fang Zhou asked Fang Zhongshan if there was anything he could contribute to the family. After all, they had supported him for so long. It was time he gave back. Upon learning of Fang Zhou's breakthrough to the sacred domain, Fang Zhongshan showed no particular reaction and made no requests of him, as though his cultivation realm meant nothing at all. Fang Zhongshan glanced at Fang Zhou and waved his hand dismissively. What needs could there possibly be for you to attend to? Even in your absence, the household would face no difficulties. Just make certain you care for Ningen well while you're away and don't concern yourself with matters here. Fang Zhou felt somewhat helpless. He genuinely wished to be of service to his family. In the past, when Fang Zhou's cultivation had advanced too swiftly and he feared exposure, he deliberately concealed his true abilities and only displayed strength below that of his peers. The surrounding clansmen took great care not to discuss cultivation matters in his presence. Other clan members, without informing Fang Zhongshan, secretly set aside cultivation resources for him. Though he never accepted them, he kept their kindness in mind. Moreover, Fang Zhongshan had never lacked in providing resources for him. Despite barely using them, his cultivation continued to rise rapidly, and the pills Fang Zhongshan gave him were essentially consumed like candies. Whether from the clan's consideration or Fang Zhongshan's generosity, he had always treasured it all. Now that he had broken through to the sacred domain and sought to repay his family, he found there was nowhere he was needed, leaving him feeling as though his strength had no purpose. Fang Zhongshan glanced at him with a knowing smile, as if reading his thoughts. Even if the other clansmen learned of your sacred domain realm, they would not ask you to do anything. You must understand our Fang clan has never relied on any single member's contributions to reach where we are today. Fang Zhou felt somewhat bewildered. Given his cultivation level, he was essentially a game-changing asset to the Fang family. Why refuse such an advantage? Is there something wrong with leveraging it? This isn't a game where exploiting advantages means less hardship. Why wouldn't he wanna? You need to understand what a family's purpose truly is. Fang Zhongshan took a sip of tea and looked at Fang Zhou with grave sincerity. A family exists to protect its members. This is what our Fang family takes greatest pride in. We have never required any member to sacrifice their own interests for the sake of the family. Have you considered what would happen to the Fang family if you used your power to elevate it beyond where it rightfully belongs? What would become of us then? If we encounter even minor problems we cannot resolve on our own and must rely solely on you, neither I nor the other clansmen would accept such a fate. Fang Zhou paused, taken aback by his father's unexpected response. Even if the concerns Fang Zhongshan raised seemed trivial to him, with his current capabilities he knew he could find solutions to any problem. Yet seeing the resolute expression on Fang Zhongshan's face, Fang Zhou kept his thoughts to himself and merely nodded. I understand, father. Fang Zhongshan gave a satisfied nod as he looked at Fang Zhou. That's the spirit. Your father is still alive, so there's no need for you to worry about things here. Just stay with Ningen at the Wanxing sect and focus on your cultivation. And perhaps sooner rather than later let your mother and I hold our grandchildren. Mother Fang, who had been confiding in Yi Ningen, immediately stepped forward and slapped Fang Zhongshan upon hearing his words. The children are still so young, and they're not even ready to be parents. Why are you constantly rushing them? What's there to rush? Fang Zhongshan dared not respond, and simply picked up his teacup in silence. Mother Fang turned to Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen with a smile. Don't mind him. You have plenty of time ahead of you. Only worry about becoming parents when you're truly ready. There's no rush. Hearing his mother's words, Fang Zhou couldn't help but smile. Rest assured, mother, we know what we're doing. He glanced at Yi Ningen, who stood quietly beside him, with rosy ears, her gaze fixed on him. Witnessing their exchange, Mother Fang smiled as well. Enough now, or we'll be talking until dark. Since you've reached the sacred domain, you can return whenever you wish. We'll be here waiting for you. Fang Zhongshan nodded in agreement. Your mother speaks wisely. Mother Fang shot Fang Zhongshan a disdainful glance, but said nothing. Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen exchanged a smile and bowed respectfully to their parents. Father, mother will return to the sect now and visit again when we have time. Go ahead, don't worry about us. We'll call for you if anything arises. Fang Zhongshan waved goodbye to Fang Zhou while Mother Fang remained silent, watching them from the side. Fang Zhou nodded and disappeared from the main hall with Yi Ningen and Xiaoyu. In an instant, Fang Zhou reappeared at the courtyard on Chengdao Peak with Yi Ningen and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu hopped down from his shoulder and wandered through their home once more, a place it had barely spent a few days in. After confirming it recognized the familiar surroundings, it found a suitable spot, squinted its eyes, and basked in the midday sun. It certainly knows how to enjoy itself. Fang Zhou released Yi Ningen's hand and drew a deep breath. There's no place like home. Yi Ningen watched him with amusement in her eyes. If mother heard you say that, she'd surely scold you. What can I do? At home, they always look at us strangely. Yi Ningen's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently struck Fang Zhou's arm. It's all your fault. You're always getting into mischief. Fang Zhou offered an embarrassed smile. It was only natural after all. Yi Ningen sighed and gazed at Fang Zhou. Now that I'm back, I need to find Master first. I won't be able to keep you company for the next few days. If you miss me, you can come find me at Shanghan Peak. But, she looked at him seriously. No mischief, understand? Fang Zhou felt as though the sky had fallen. He should have known better than to return to the Wanxing sect so quickly. Seeing his expression, Yi Ningen smiled softly and stepped forward to embrace him. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done with my tasks. But don't expect me to have free time. I must continue my cultivation, or who knows how long it will take me to break through to the sacred domain. Fang Zhou smiled at Yi Ningen in his arms. Why do I get the feeling you're treating me like a child? Yi Ningen tilted her head up and blinked. Fang Zhou watched Yi Ningen fly toward Mount Shirhan, unable to help but sigh. Xiaoya rose to her feet, approached Fang Zhou, and gently rubbed against him. For the next few days, it seems it'll just be you and me. Fang Zhou picked up Xiaoya from the ground and gently stroked her. Xiaoya's eyes closed in contentment. Suddenly something seemed to occur to Fang Zhou. He glanced at the sky and noticed it was still early, so he smiled. Xiaoya, shall we pay a visit to Chang'an? I believe I mentioned wanting to see Xiaolu. Xiaoya nodded and let out a soft chirp. Ooh, she quite liked that child as well. Fang Zhou smiled, held Xiaoya in his arms, took a single step, and vanished from the courtyard on Qingdao Peak. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the grand gate of Tsiyu Workshop in Chang'an City. The workshop was nearly deserted with hardly a soul in sight. Fang Zhou glanced around curiously and found only a few managers from Tsiyu Workshop present. A young female manager spotted him and walked over. You must be a friend of Mr. Chen, correct? I've seen you before. What brings you here? Fang Zhou nodded to the female manager and greeted her with a smile. Hello, I'm looking for Xiaolu. Do you know where she is? So you're here to see Xiaolu. That child went to the square with the other children to join an event. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chung is also there watching them. The female manager replied with a smile. Fang Zhou nodded his thanks and made his way toward the square. Before long, Fang Zhou arrived at the square. The place was buzzing with lively chatter. Long tables had been set up across the square, each laden with sumptuous food, and a group of people gathered around devouring the feast. Nearby, a makeshift kitchen continuously replenished the food supply. Fang Zhou immediately spotted a slender figure bearing the two large characters, gluttony, and that person also noticed Fang Zhou's gaze. She lifted her head from the food-covered table, paused for a moment upon seeing Fang Zhou, nodded to him, and then buried her face back into her meal. Seeing no ill intent from her, only insatiable hunger, Fang Zhou turned his attention to Chung Wenyuan and the others nearby. Chung Wenyuan, along with several CU workshop managers, had gathered around a long table with over a dozen children, including Xiaolu. Unlike the other tables, the children ate delicately, occasionally glancing over at the adults feasting greedily at neighboring tables and expressing amazement. Chung Wenyuan stood alongside the CU workshop managers, watching over the children. Fang Zhou walked over to Chung Wenyuan and greeted him. Brother Chung, what event is this? Chung Wenyuan started turning to see it was Fang Zhou. Brother Fang, why are you here? Aren't you staying at home for a few more days? I'm beginning to regret it, Fang Zhou sighed. Chung Wenyuan, puzzled but considerate, refrained from pressing and proceeded to explain the current situation. Brother Fang, this is a competitive eating contest hosted by the Gluttony Church. Since I have nothing better to do, I brought the children over to enjoy the free meal and have a bit of fun. Fang Zhou's expression grew somewhat complicated. This Gluttony Church isn't some cult, is it? Chung Wenyuan pondered for a moment before responding. Strictly speaking, they likely qualify as a cult since their doctrine centers entirely on eating with no regard for production. If left unchecked, it could lead to quite serious consequences. He glanced at the others at neighboring tables, now significantly overweight from overeating, and smiled. As long as they aren't stopped, they'll simply keep eating, and aside from gaining weight, there are no other harmful side effects. The elders of the Chung'an management department saw little danger in this and approved their activities. After all, were they to operate in secret, the risks would be far greater. It's far better to bring things to light and maintain oversight. Fang Zhou reflected, realizing this was how cults operated within Chung'an. Are you saying they might also conduct such activities in private? Chung Wenyuan nodded with a faint smile. Some cult members do indeed preach in secret, but there's nothing we can do about it. After all, the sect has already contained the evil deity. The rest is up to us. Beside them, Xiaolu suddenly noticed Fang Zhou, wiped her mouth and hands, and ran over. Brother Fang, did you receive Xiaolu's gift? Watching her tilt her head and gaze at him with bright, eager eyes, Fang Zhou couldn't help but smile softly. I received it. I really like it, thank you, Xiaolu. Xiaolu beamed with delight. I'm glad you like it, Brother Fang. Then she glanced at Xiaoya and Fang Zhou's arms, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Has the cat grown fat? It looks so much larger now. Xiaoya lifted her head, suddenly finding this child somewhat less endearing. Fang Zhou looked down at Xiaoya in his arms and struggled to suppress a laugh. It does seem a bit heavier. Here, hold her, and see if you can still lift her. Fang Zhou handed the resentful Xiaoya to Xiaolu. Xiaolu carefully accepted Xiaoya, straining to support the silver-white ball of fur with both hands. Wow, the cat really does seem heavier now. Xiaolu held Xiaoya and sighed. Xiaoya, looking utterly defeated, let herself be carried. After a while, Xiaolu returned Xiaoya to Fang Zhou. The cat is too heavy, I can't hold her anymore. When Xiaoya was passed back into Fang Zhou's arms, her face was etched with clear displeasure. She turned away, presenting her rear to Xiaolu, and flicked her tail in annoyance. Xiaolu wasn't bothered at all and laughed happily at Xiaoya's reaction. The competitive eating contest had apparently ended without notice, for Gluttony had devoured all the ingredients the Gluttony Church had prepared. All that remained was the exhausted chef and the unfinished food on other tables. The others, carried away by the feast, cared nothing for whether the contest had ended. They focused solely on devouring the food before them, their figures steadily growing rounder. Gluttony cast a cursory glance around. Though unsated, she showed no intention of snatching food from other tables, and instead turned her gaze toward Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou noticed Gluttony's gaze, and sensing she wished to speak with him, excused himself from Chung Wenyuan and Xiaolu before making his way over. Hello, Mingri. Gluttony greeted Fang Zhou politely, her demeanor entirely transformed from her earlier ravenous state. Fang Zhou returned her nod. Hello, Gluttony. Is there something you needed? Gluttony looked at Fang Zhou earnestly. Do you also enjoy eating? Rather than answering directly, Gluttony posed a question in return. Fang Zhou didn't mind, considered it carefully, and then nodded. He did have a genuine fondness for food and drink, especially given this world's peculiar ingredients like dragon meat, which intrigued him considerably. Gluttony smiled and extended an invitation to Fang Zhou. When you have time in the future, feel free to visit me in the divine realm. I'll treat you to a meal. Fang Zhou was taken aback, never having expected Gluttony to offer such an invitation. That's no problem, but was that the only reason you sought me out? Gluttony shook her head. No, it's Pride who wishes to see you. Pride? What does he want from me? Fang Zhou looked at Gluttony with some curiosity. He had never crossed paths with Pride, so why would Pride seek him out? Gluttony shook his head and let out a helpless sigh. Do you know that Chaos has already released the footage of your battle with War? Fang Zhou nodded. He and Yi Ningen had taken out the holy steel during their break to watch it. Chaos had actually edited it quite well, thoughtfully adding a mosaic over him along with music and subtitles. It was stirring, and many holy domains had given it high praise. What's the problem? Does Pride want to fight me too? Fang Zhou shrugged nonchalantly. After all, he hadn't even used his full strength. If anyone wanted to come and challenge him, he'd be happy to oblige, just to loosen up a bit. Gluttony watched Fang Zhou's indifferent attitude, his expression turning somewhat subtle. It might be different from what you think. Pride wants to learn from you. How to be so arrogant. Huh, do you even hear what you're saying? I just one-shot War without using my full strength. Is that considered arrogance? No, the point is pride. A god whose very name sounds arrogant wants to come and learn from me. Fang Zhou stared at Gluttony in utter shock. Were all the gods in this world this abnormal? Seeing Fang Zhou's stunned expression, Gluttony looked helpless. Don't be fooled by his name. Pride is actually a very introverted god. It was only after Chaos egged him on that he gathered the courage to approach you. Fang Zhou was silent for a moment, his expression shifting from shock to subtlety. Pride. Introverted. Yes. As you know, we are born with a duty. Gluttony sighed and explained to Fang Zhou. When we were still ignorant, that duty guided us to understand the world. But pride is different. His duty had already ended before he was even born. Fang Zhou was full of question marks. How could such a thing happen? As Gluttony continued to explain, Fang Zhou began to understand why pride had no duty. Unlike primal gods like Chaos, who were tied to the laws of heaven, and earth gods like Pride and War were concepts born from the development of living beings, so they came into existence later. Before Pride was born, a prodigious genius had discovered the principle behind the birth of primal gods and learned of the existence of their duties. Through his research, this genius used a certain ritual to prove to heaven and earth that living beings had already transcended the sin of pride. From that moment on, after Pride was born, he had no guidance of duty. He could only drift aimlessly among living beings, not even knowing that he was a primal god. Later the genius found him. Because the genius believed he had been wrong. He had arbitrarily denied the significance of a god's duty without understanding it, and by the time he regretted it, it was too late. Wait, God's duties are bestowed by the sovereign, right? How could they be denied so easily? Fang Zhou raised a question to Gluttony. If the duty was granted by the sovereign, no matter how remarkable the genius was, he shouldn't have been able to deny it. That is precisely the greatness of the sovereign. Gluttony smiled, glancing around with some emotion. The sovereign allows living beings to give up the opportunities he grants. Every god has a certain meaning to life. For example, Chaos. In the cities around the Wanqing sect, he is called the evil god, right? Fang Zhou nodded. After all, Chaos's duty was to bring chaos and disrupt order, so naturally, he was an evil god. Seeing Fang Zhou nod, Gluttony laughed heartily. What if I told you that in some places Chaos is called the god of supreme goodness? Really? Fang Zhou was full of disbelief. That Chaos of all beings could be considered a good god. I'm not lying. You see, sects like Wanqing are not common. Gluttony smiled and explained to Fang Zhou. It's true that Chaos destroys order and brings chaos, but not all orders are good. For example, planets ruled by evil cultivators. Mortals are raised like livestock. Those with a bit of talent have their tendons pulled and bones ground to make pills. Mortals never have the power to resist. That is also an absolute order. So Chaos destroys that kind of order to give them hope, eh? Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully. It seemed Chaos wasn't purely an evil god after all. Gluttony said calmly to Fang Zhou. So once Chaos loses his duty, everything else must be transcended by the living beings themselves. And because of the existence of spiritual energy, the weak may never have a chance to resist the strong. Of course, if living beings choose to give up that opportunity, the sovereign will not refuse, for it is their own choice. Fang Zhou was speechless. So this was the origin of the god's duties. He began to understand why that genius had regretted it. So the genius regretted it after realizing the significance of pride's duty. Gluttony nodded. At first the genius was extremely excited after denying the significance of pride's duty, and planned to use the same method to deny the duties of other gods. Then he discovered the terrible consequences of pride. His own sect was destroyed while he was away researching, because they arrogantly believed they had surpassed the gods and waged war against them. Fang Zhou was a little speechless. He stroked the little moon in his arms. Isn't that just them being brainless? What does that have to do with pride? They couldn't gauge the power gap and still started a war. They deserved it. That's exactly why the genius was called remarkable. Gluttony smiled and continued. At the moment of his sect's destruction, he realized that neither he nor his sect had passed the test of pride. They had been destroyed by their own arrogance. So he regretted it. The existence of pride's duty had a reason, but he no longer knew what that duty represented, until he found the ignorant pride. That day the genius found the ignorant pride. At that time pride was still in a daze, but he possessed power befitting his name. And having power without a sense of self-pride was naturally used as a tool of rule by the local beings. Whoever possessed pride became the king. When the genius found pride, pride was mercilessly destroying an uprising army that opposed the king. When the genius stopped him, pride did not resist, merely gazing at him calmly with no ripple in his eyes. Later the genius became a god himself, hoping to strengthen his connection to the world and restore pride's duty. He did not succeed. Fang Zhou looked at gluttony. Otherwise gluttony wouldn't have come to him. Yes, he failed. In the end he turned himself into a god, trying to replace pride and fulfill his duty. Gluttony sighed. Even that he failed. In the end, aside from denying pride's duty, he accomplished nothing. I agree, but let me be clear up front. I may not be able to teach him much. After all, I don't consider myself arrogant. Fang Zhou agreed to meet arrogance. He had nothing pressing to do anyway. Gluttony breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Fang Zhou. Thank you, Taoist Mingri. In a few days I shall deliver arrogance to the Wanxing sect. That prodigy has some ties with the Wanxing sect and has already made arrangements. When you have time, simply visit the Sacred Array Peak to check on arrogance. After speaking, Gluttony bid Fang Zhou farewell and departed. He needed to return to the divine realm and make preparations for delivering arrogance. Watching Gluttony leave, Fang Zhou couldn't help but sigh. To think someone could be as unfortunate as that prodigy, truly. Fang Zhou lifted Little Moon and held it before his eyes. Am I really arrogant? I always thought I was quite humble. Little Moon tilted its head and emitted a soft meow. Fang Zhou smiled and perched Little Moon on his shoulder. Never mind. Why should I care about others' judgments? As long as I stay true to myself. Living in the eyes of others, what a foolish thing to do. Once is enough. He made his way toward Cheng Wenyuan with Little Moon, by which time the gluttony contest was drawing to a close. The other tables were nearly finished, their participants lying sprawled like round barrels before the long tables, an oddly comical sight. Brother Cheng, are they truly unharmed by this? Fang Zhou asked Cheng Wenyuan, watching those bloated figures who could barely shuffle. Cheng Wenyuan smiled and shook his head. The food provided by the Gluttony Church has been specially treated. It poses no harm. They will recover in a few days. Cheng Wenyuan gazed at those swollen like balls, his tone tinged with emotion. This serves as a lesson for them. To eat until they look like this, and still cannot bring themselves to stop. Xiao Lu walked over to Fang Zhou, tilted her head, and surveyed the distant spheres before turning to Cheng Wenyuan. Brother Cheng, can they even walk like that? Cheng Wenyuan could not help but chuckle. The swelling will subside in a few days. The Gluttony Church's food only causes temporary weight gain. It does no real harm to the body. Oh. Xiao Lu nodded as if understanding, then looked up at Little Moon on Fang Zhou's shoulder and studied it carefully. Then did the cat also become fat from eating too much? Little Moon abruptly lifted its head, amber eyes wide with indignation, its tail bristling like a feather duster. Fang Zhou couldn't help but burst into laughter. Cheng Wenyuan laughed as well, and together with the director of Xiao Orphanage escorted the children back to the orphanage. Fang Zhou set Little Moon down so it could play with the children. He joined Cheng Wenyuan in a nearby pavilion watching them. Cheng Wenyuan poured Fang Zhou a cup of tea, and gazing at the joyfully playing children in the distance, a smile naturally surfaced on his face. Brother Cheng, why have you remained in Cheng'an for so long? Fang Zhou sipped his tea and looked at Cheng Wenyuan. He had discussed with Yi Ningen earlier why the Wanxing sect had an outer disciple classification at all. Within the sect there were no such status divisions as true disciples, core disciples, and so on. Yet there existed this separate category of outer disciples. Curious, Fang Zhou had asked Yi Ningen about it. Her answer was that disciples who entered the sect studied at Chengdao Peak for 3 years, after which they could choose to further their cultivation at any of the major peaks. Or they could leave the sect and apply to cultivate outside for an extended period, in which case they would become outer disciples. Fang Zhou had been dumbfounded at the time. So an outer disciple truly meant someone outside the sect's grounds. Hence his curiosity about what could possibly motivate Cheng Wenyuan. What reason could drive him to abandon cultivation within the Wanxing sect and remain in Cheng'an all this while? Cheng Wenyuan smiled, his gaze falling upon the group of children chasing and laughing in the distance. Brother Fang, what do you think cultivation is for? Fang Zhou had not expected a counter-question. After a moment's thought, honestly, there is no grand purpose. I simply have a bit of talent, so I cultivated as I was able. Cheng Wenyuan chuckled. That answer certainly suits your disposition. He set down his teacup, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed warmly at the children. Brother Fang, do you know? Most of these children come from tragic backgrounds. Though Xiao Orphanage has given them a home, it cannot heal the wounds they have suffered. Cheng Wenyuan suddenly looked toward the distance. Beyond the territory of the Wanxing sect, the world is terrifying. It is filled with cultivators who pursue only their own desires, resorting to any means necessary against all others. Cheng Wenyuan turned to look at Fang Zhou. Brother Fang, does it not strike you as absurd? Cultivation resources are everywhere, yet they still fight over meaningless desires. Craving strength, craving to rise above others, craving endless wealth. Endless desires drive them into senseless slaughter. Moreover, they do not even spare talented mortals, fearing that those gifted individuals might one day grow powerful enough to take revenge. They are well aware of their sins, and have no intention of stopping. The children's laughter drifted from the courtyard, and Fang Zhou fell silent. Those children have suffered at the hands of cultivators like those. I do not wish for them to one day, in pursuit of power, become like them. That is why I chose to remain at the Cheng'an Academy. Cheng Wenyuan's voice carried resolve. He himself had nearly strayed onto that dark path. I cannot erase their hatred, but at the very least I can ensure they do not become the people they despise. Fang Zhou remained silent at a loss for words. He had been fortunate. Born within the jurisdiction of the Wanqing sect, he had never encountered such disgusting people. The only hardship he had endured all his life was likely the removal of the primordial sun saint body's origin. But at that time his mind had not fully developed, his memories had not awakened, and he had no recollection of the incident whatsoever. Cheng Wenyuan took a sip of tea and smiled at Fang Zhou. Brother Fang need not take this to heart. It is merely my own idealistic musings. These children probably do not need my guidance. He watched the children playing tirelessly, his gaze gentle. They will surely grow up to be outstanding individuals. Fang Zhou looked at Cheng Wenyuan and shook his head. If it were not for your example, Brother Cheng, they would not be what they are today. What you are doing has meaning. Indeed. Cheng Wenyuan smiled and said nothing, his attention returning to the children. Fang Zhou too watched the children play until afternoon. Cheng Wenyuan rose to prepare a simple dinner for the children, and only then did Fang Zhou bid him farewell with little moan. Returning to his quarters on Chengdao Peak, Fang Zhou sighed. As expected, the world beyond the Wanqing sect is far from idyllic. When Ningguang has free time, he would accompany her to see it for himself. Fang Zhou watched the sinking sun and closed his eyes. How wonderful it would be if this entire world were like the Wanqing sect. The next morning, Fang Zhou carrying Xiao Yue stepped out of the courtyard. Arrogance hadn't yet arrived at the Wanqing sect, so with nothing better to do he decided to explore the sect. After all, having been at the Wanqing sect for so long, he still didn't know what a disciple was supposed to do daily, a thought that struck him as rather amusing. Following the guidance of his disciple Token, Fang Zhou arrived at a grand building. This was where Chengdao Peak held lectures for newly admitted disciples, with each floor offering different classes. From the basics of drawing and qi to explanations of various cultivation stages, and even introductory lessons on numerous cultivation arts. Hey Fang Zhou. Lin Shuangshuang spotted him and greeted. What brings you here? I thought you'd be back at the sect in a few more days. Lin Shuangshuang was now wearing the standard disciple uniform. Although the sect had few requirements for attire, having graduated from the academy, she was still accustomed to wearing her uniform during class. Can't help it. I'm just fond of learning, Fang Zhou said with a smile, taking a good look at Lin Shuangshuang. But look at you. Still haven't broken through to the quenching body stage. Luo Chuan has already surpassed you. He started cultivating much earlier than me, so it's only natural he's ahead. Lin Shuangshuang scoffed at Fang Zhou. That guy broke through to the quenching body stage so fast. How am I supposed to catch up? Fang Zhou watched her scoffing demeanor and gave a mischievous smile. He never told you. His rapid progress is all thanks to me. Lin Shuangshuang's eyes widened. She knew that although Fang Zhou was petty and loved to tease, he rarely told lies. No way you have that kind of skill. Aren't you only at the Xiandan stage? You underestimate me, Fang Zhou sighed, looking at her with pity. It's a shame you haven't embarked on cultivation yet, or you'd realize how terrifying my unparalleled talent truly is. Lin Shuangshuang let out a scoff. Who doesn't know? The world's most dazzling Lord Mingri. Is that old joke still going? Fang Zhou awkwardly stroked Xiaoyu. Though he was indeed quite outstanding, even that description could be considered modest. Hearing it from someone else was still a bit embarrassing. Seeing his expression, Lin Shuangshuang waved her hand with a smile. Forget it, I'm off to class. Go ahead. If you really can't grasp it, come find me. I guarantee I'll teach you. Fang Zhou glanced around, noticing most disciples had entered their classrooms, and waved at Lin Shuangshuang. I don't need your help. I'll learn on my own for sure. Lin Shuangshuang shook her fist at him, then walked into a classroom that taught the fundamentals of drawing and qi. A moment later, Fang Zhou approached the same classroom and listened for a while. The lecturer was a steward from Chengdao Peak, a Dao infant cultivator, about the same level as Fang Chongshan. Drawing in qi isn't difficult, but most of you lack spiritual roots. So without external aid, you'll need to put in much more effort to succeed in drawing in qi and embarking on cultivation. The steward glanced at Fang Zhou outside, but paid him no mind. He continued explaining the method of drawing in qi without spiritual roots, since those with any aptitude had already succeeded and moved on to other classes. Listening to the steward's explanation, Fang Zhou nodded silently. This steward did have some insight. No wonder the Wanqing sect had devised such a simple method. As long as one was a person and could follow the practice, drawing in qi should be achievable. With that thought, Fang Zhou cast another pitying glance at Lin Shuangshuang, then turned and left carrying Xiaoyu. Maybe I'm too critical. Perhaps Lin Shuangshuang isn't that bad after all. Fang Zhou continued wandering with Xiaoyu. The classrooms dedicated to cultivation lectures were all packed with disciples. Some classes on cultivation arts had a few disciples listening, while others were completely empty. Curious, Fang Zhou entered an empty classroom, where an elderly steward sat rigidly at the podium. Seeing Fang Zhou enter, the steward's eyes lit up. Disciple, are you here to attend the lecture? Carrying Xiaoyu, Fang Zhou looked at the steward with curiosity. May I ask what this is about? I saw no one here, and came in to have a look. The old steward chuckled, looking at Fang Zhou. What I teach is quite simple. Fishing. Fishing. Fang Zhou was baffled. What was there to teach about that? Could it be fishing in a metaphorical sense? Intrigued, he found a seat, set Xiaoyu aside, and looked at the steward on the podium. I'm all ears, master. Seeing Fang Zhou sit down, the steward's smile grew even warmer. He produced a fishing rod and began enthusiastically explaining how to fish. So it really was just literal fishing, but even so, why would no one come? Weren't there plenty of fishing enthusiasts? Fang Zhou continued listening with curiosity. The steward finished explaining the rod and moved on to bait. Seeing him about to go on, Fang Zhou quickly interrupted. Excuse me, but with all this talk, are these things really that useful? The old steward immediately bristled. I'll have you know though, I've never caught a big fish. I once caught a dragon that ordinary people couldn't even dream of catching. Seeing the steward's obvious agitation, Fang Zhou understood. So he couldn't catch fish, that's why no one attended his class. But catching a dragon was still pretty impressive, surely that would interest many. The steward saw Fang Zhou's stunned expression, thought he didn't believe it, and grew thoroughly flustered. He pulled out a 10-meter-long massive snake bone from his storage ring and laid it before Fang Zhou. The bone was pure white, faint spiritual light shimmering along it, and a weak dragon aura lingered at the joints. See, this is the bone of the dragon I caught back then. If you still don't believe me, I can take you to see the very spot where I fished. Fang Zhou looked at the snake bone and felt a headache coming on. It turned out to be a snake. He sensed the lingering dragon aura. It was at most a small snake with a trace of dragon blood. But he didn't expose it and clapped cooperatively. I never expected you weren't exaggerating. The old steward stroked his beard, face full of pride, and put away the bone. With a tone tinged with anticipation, he said, so how about it? Interested in trying your hand with me, old man? Since no one comes to this class anyway, and my rod can catch more than just ordinary fish. Fang Zhou glanced at the eager steward and shook his head in refusal. No thanks, I'm not interested in fishing. The old steward sighed, looking at Fang Zhou. Fishing can be quite enjoyable. The sect has us offer these courses that aren't directly helpful for cultivation to remind you that life isn't only about cultivation. Enjoying the right pleasures helps you better comprehend the great Tao. Even if you say that I won't go. Fang Zhou's expression remained neutral. What would he go for? To catch snakes? Carrying Xiao Yue, he bid farewell to the steward and left, leaving the old man alone on the podium. No, I have to try again. I refuse to believe I'll come back empty-handed this time. The old steward looked around, then vanished, leaving only the empty classroom behind. While Fang Zhou wandered about on the other side within the divine realm upon a planet covered in bizarre patterns. Gluttony and the other 5 primordial deities surrounded a dazed young woman, while a figure whose face could not be discerned stood silently at a distance, making no move to approach. The dazed maiden had a gentle countenance with long white hair, cascading loosely over her shoulders. Her eyes were breathtakingly beautiful, glowing like molten gold, yet her gaze was somewhat unfocused, giving the impression of simplicity. Gluttony continuously withdrew food from the void and stuffed it into a spatial ring. Watching the dazed young woman, he murmured softly, Heoman, once you arrive at the Wansheng sect, remember to eat whenever you feel hungry. I have prepared everything for you, do not go hungry. Heoman tilted her head slightly, watching Gluttony stuff food into the spatial ring, and after a long pause finally spoke, Gluttony, I cannot eat all of this. Listen to me. Gluttony did not look up, continuing to pack provisions. This is your first time traveling so far, and we cannot accompany you every step of the way. Whenever you miss us, simply eat something. Once you finish, we will come retrieve you. Gluttony, aren't you being overly cautious? A hazy, enchanting figure approached from the side, her silhouette appearing as though seen through a veil of mist, graceful and ethereal. Lust walked behind Heoman, her slender fingers threading through the snow-white hair, gently gathering the loose strands. Heoman is very strong, she can manage perfectly well on her own. Besides, no one would dare bully her in Wansheng, right? Heoman did not respond, merely standing quietly in place, allowing him to fuss with her long hair. Lust, I seem to recall someone saying yesterday that Heoman should not go out. Greed's voice carried a hint of mockery as he watched Lust from a nearby position. Lust cast a sidelong glance at Greed, but did not stop her actions, finishing Heoman's hair tie. Are you looking for a quarrel? Do not argue. Heoman spoke in her usual vacant tone, and the surrounding gods fell silent. After a moment, a blurry crimson figure stirred. Wrath turned and looked toward the distant figure who had been standing motionless, his voice laced with unmistakable coldness. Ritual, are you certain you have made contact with the people at Wansheng sect? The distant figure nodded slightly and spoke in a soft voice. Rest assured, Wrath. I have already spoken with the peak master of the sacred formation peak. He will take good care of Heoman. You better be. Wrath snorted and said no more. You have already made enough mistakes. Do not disappoint us again. Envy stood apart, his gaze never leaving the distant Ritual. Ritual remained silent, offering no reply, only nodding. If tomorrow proves sufficiently arrogant, then he will surely succeed. Without fail. A lazy voice rang out. Heoman, once you reach Wansheng sect, there is no need to rush into your studies. Take your time, we have plenty of waiting. Sloth summoned her energy, ignoring the bickering among the others, and turned to advise Heoman. All right. Heoman remained, as ever, vacant and expressionless. Gluttony finally finished packing the provisions for Heoman and handed the spatial ring to Lust. Lust reached out to receive it, and the moment her slender fingers touched the ring, it shimmered with a soft radiance. The light flowed across the surface like a living creature, spreading and unfurling until it gradually transformed into an exquisite necklace. She gently fastened it around Heoman's neck, then stepped back half a pace to study her carefully. The pendant rested against Heoman's chest, its deep blue glow reflecting off her snow-white skin and hair like a fallen star upon fresh snow. As expected of Heoman, truly beautiful. Lust smiled, faintly nodding in satisfaction as she gazed at the necklace-adorned maiden. Yet Heoman remained expressionless, her gaze fixed blankly ahead, as though she had not understood Lust's words at all. Watching Heoman's unfocused eyes, Lust felt fresh waves of murderous intent toward Ritual well up within her heart. Do not be angry. Heoman's voice came softly. She suddenly turned her head toward Lust and repeated, do not be angry. Lust looked at Heoman's vacant expression and let out a gentle sigh. All right, I will not be angry. Lust cast a cold sniff toward the distant Ritual. What are you staring at? Come over and see Heoman to Wan Sheng's sect at once. The distant Ritual paused, then slowly walked toward Heoman. Ritual looked at the dazed Heoman before him and spoke softly, let us go. I will escort you to Wan Sheng's sect. I have already contacted the Peak Master of Sacred Formation Peak. Tell him I sent you, and he will take good care of you. Ritual waved his hand, and a circular formation covered in bizarre patterns enveloped Heoman. Okay. Heoman looked at Ritual and uttered her familiar vacant response once more. Do not grieve. The few deities in the distance heard these words and almost simultaneously barely managed to restrain their murderous intent toward Ritual. Ritual had just been taken aback by Heoman's words when he also sensed the killing aura rising behind him. In the end, he could only let out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with helplessness. The circular formation emitted a warm, faint glow, slowly wrapping around Heoman. As the light faded, Heoman's figure vanished along with it. Ritual stood motionless, staring down at the spot where Heoman had disappeared, lost in silence for a long while. Then he slowly turned around, facing the 6 primordial deities. Ready to fight. 6 powerful auras erupted, instantly intertwining into a terrifying force capable of tearing through the void itself. The entire planet trembled violently, and the bizarre patterns upon it flashed intensely, as though they might shatter at any moment under the sheer pressure of that power. Yet Ritual simply waved a hand, and all the patterns covering the planet illuminated simultaneously, blazing with brilliant light. Those 6 heaven-shattering auras before the brilliance of the light were like prey pinned beneath an invisible giant's palm, instantly suppressed. All 6 deities grunted in unison, their aura forcefully driven back into their bodies, rendered immobile. Ritual's strength far surpassed theirs. As a prodigy, even having accomplished nothing, his power continued to grow. Even after ascending to godhood and having his ceiling locked by the heavenly Tao, he found other ways to grow ever stronger. To defeat him, these few were simply not enough. You cannot defeat me. Ritual looked at the furious gods and sighed, releasing his suppression over them. Gluttony shot Ritual a glare and said to those nearby, I am going back to eat. Greedy cast him a look. Of course you are. Only thinking about eating. I am going too. With gluttony gone, greed followed to pig out. The remaining deities exchanged glances and each departed in their own direction. On the entire planet, only Ritual remained. He gazed toward the horizon and sighed. Tomorrow may you prove sufficiently arrogant. May you prove sufficiently arrogant. Before the teleportation platform of the Holy Array, a young man stood silently gazing at the array. The platform suddenly emitted a faint glow, and a figure with white hair and golden pupils stepped out from it. Arrogance glanced around dully, his gaze skimming over the distant peaks and sea of clouds before finally settling on Shun Wang. The Ritual summoned me here. Shun Wang was about to greet Arrogance when he noticed the intricate, overlapping traces of Ritual upon him, stunned into silence. Such a degree of Ritual. Back then it should be he. His apotheosis Ritual was barely comparable. It seemed the Ritual had paid a great price for Arrogance. Arrogance looked at Shun Wang without answering, tilted his head, and repeated, the Ritual summoned me here. Shun Wang snapped back to reality, meeting Arrogance's unfocused golden eyes with a gentle expression. I know. I am a friend of the Ritual. He told me about you. He turned sideways, extended a hand in invitation. Please follow me. I will take you to your lodging. Arrogance's eyes were vacant. It took a moment for him to react. Then he nodded at Shun Wang. All right. Shun Wang guided him forward, his voice warm. The Ritual told me you came to learn Arrogance from someone. Is that right? Arrogance nodded dully, his white hair swaying gently with emotion. Yes. Chaos said tomorrow is very arrogant, so everyone sent me here. Tomorrow, the one who fought with war. Shun Wang recalled the combat stance of tomorrow and war and silently nodded. That way of fighting, utterly disregarding war, treating it merely as a game. It was indeed quite arrogant. Is tomorrow in the Wanxing sect? Shun Wang suddenly realized that since the Ritual had sent Arrogance to learn from tomorrow should also be within the Wanxing sect. Although he rarely paid attention to sect affairs, focusing solely on array formations, if someone had broken through to the Saint Domain, news should have reached the sect. Moreover, tomorrow was someone who could trounce war. He couldn't remain obscure within the sect. Unless tomorrow had joined the sect just this year. Shun Wang found the answer, but didn't dwell on it. Since Ling Qihua had allowed him in, he must at least be a good person. As for his strength, it didn't matter. The Wanqing sect never rejects a fellow cultivator, nor does it pry into secrets. I don't know. They didn't tell me. Arrogance shook his head expressionless. Shenhuang looked at him, smiled, and didn't press further. He led Arrogance along a small path winding deep into a bamboo grove where at the end stood a quiet little courtyard. How do you feel? Can you adapt to the environment here? If anything is unsatisfactory, I can arrange another residence. Shenhuang asked with a smile. Arrogance paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Seeing that he didn't reply, Shenhuang didn't mind and opened the courtyard gate for him. The yard was clean, and the air held a faint fragrance of bamboo. If you need anything, you can contact me through this token. He handed a golden token to Arrogance, speaking gently. You can also wander around. If you run into trouble and can't reach me, just show this token to anyone, and they will help you. Listening to Shenhuang's instructions, Arrogance felt a bit dizzy. How it took a while before he nodded. All right. Shenhuang chuckled at his dazed look. Do you know when tomorrow will come to see you? Arrogance shook his head. I don't know. Gluttony said he agreed to come teach me. Then it should be fine. Someone like tomorrow wouldn't break a promise. But just in case, he should find a way to notify him anyway. Shenhuang looked at Arrogance kindly. However, if you go out, you must not casually use your power. Your strength is too great. He turned to leave, then paused, looking back at Arrogance. I'll notify tomorrow for you. Arrogance stared blankly as Shenhuang walked away. All right. After a long while, Arrogance seemed to remember something and took out the sacred steel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fang Zhou carrying Xiao Yue had already strolled to the affair's peak. Looking at the bustling building before him, Fang Zhou couldn't help but pat Xiao Yue. This was his second time here. The first time was when Yi Ningen had brought him. He had heard that one could also accept tasks here, but he still didn't know what tasks disciples usually undertook. After all, in the novels from his past life, there was always such a plot. The sect would regularly assign tasks to disciples, earning them sect contributions, and such. Fang Zhou was quite interested in these things that every transmigrator must do. Just as he was about to walk in, he felt his small sacred steel vibrate. Burnt Arrogance, the Holy Array Peak's Peak Master told me to inform you that Arrogance has arrived. Attached was an address. Fang Zhou had to stop, took out his small sacred steely, and replied to Ling Qihua. Tomorrow, I understand. Thank you for telling me, Senior. Arrogance. So fast. Gluttony must be in a hurry. But shy Arrogance. That seems interesting. Hey, maybe I should bring him along to do a task. A saint domain and a primordial god carrying out an ordinary disciple's task. That feels a bit overkill. But then again, that's exactly the point. To dominate, to embody arrogance. Consider it a lesson. After all, I'm not arrogant myself, so I don't know how to teach him. Fang Zhou looked at the high-tech building before him, smiled, and with a single step his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already holding Xiao Yu in front of the bamboo courtyard. Fang Zhou raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. After a long wait, he was still standing at the door. He suddenly recalled what Gluttony had said to him. Arrogance is actually a very introverted god. The corner of his mouth twitched. No way. Arrogance this introverted. He really needs to be cured. There's no trace of the god of arrogance about him. Just as Fang Zhou was wondering whether to enter directly, the door opened. Arrogance, holding a roast chicken in one hand and a chicken leg stuffed in his mouth, stared blankly at him with unfocused golden pupils. The two stood in silence. Hello, Arrogance. Fang Zhou broke the silence, looking at Arrogance's somewhat disheveled appearance. Introverted. At least Fang Zhou couldn't bring himself to run out with a chicken leg in his mouth. After a moment, Arrogance crushed the chicken leg, bone and all, and swallowed it. Hello, tomorrow. After speaking, Arrogance fell into a daze again, as if pondering what to do next. Xiao Yu poked her head out from Fang Zhou's arms, staring at the roast chicken in Arrogance's hand. Fang Zhou gently patted her head, always thinking about food. You've gotten so fat from eating these past few days at home, and still you want more. Arrogance looked at Xiao Yu and suddenly understood. Do you want some? He extended the roast chicken toward Xiao Yu. Fang Zhou watched the arrogant god's endearingly dazed expression, his lips twitching slightly. This pride was utterly inhuman. Or rather, he had never been human to begin with. Fang Zhou shook his head and declined on Xiaoya's behalf. No need, he's already quite plump. He cannot eat anymore. Xiaoya grumbled and nuzzled into Fang Zhou's embrace. He was not fat at all. Pride tilted his head as if unable to grasp the connection between being fat and eating. Yet he complied, opening his mouth wide and swallowing the roasted chicken whole, including the bones, in just a few bites. He must have learned this from Gluttony, Fang Zhou thought, watching Pride devour the meal. He couldn't help but recall the scene with Gluttony from that day. The two deities' eating habits were virtually identical. After finishing the chicken, Pride stared blankly at Fang Zhou once more, and silence fell between them again. Fang Zhou had actually made quite a bit of mental preparation after hearing Gluttony describe Pride as an introverted god. But after meeting Pride face to face, he realized his preparations had fallen short. He had not anticipated that without the guidance of his duties, Pride's capacity to comprehend the world would be so severely diminished. He had merely wanted to see what an introverted Pride looked like, never expecting that even basic communication would prove so difficult. Fang Zhou sighed, gazing into Pride's unfocused golden pupils. Won't you invite me in for a seat? Pride hesitated for a moment before walking into the courtyard. He led Fang Zhou to a stone table and sat down quietly watching him. Xiaoya leaped from Fang Zhou's arms onto the table, perching there and regarding the white-haired deity before him with curious amber eyes. She felt quite fond of this kind person who always fed her. Pride noticed Xiaoya staring at him and bowed his head in return, those golden pupils still somewhat unfocused, yet fixed steadily upon the cat. Pride, did gluttony say you came to learn arrogance from me? Fang Zhou observed the deity and cat locking gazes, a hint of amusement touching his features as he looked at Pride. Pride shifted his gaze from Xiaoya to Fang Zhou. Yes. Fang Zhou waited for more, only to realize he had offered merely a single word, and he smiled. He suddenly realized something rather amusing. If Pride had always been this way, gluttony would never have sent him here, for it would have been entirely pointless. Then why had gluttony sent Pride at all? Fang Zhou studied Pride carefully and discovered layer upon layer of extraordinarily complex ritual traces upon him. A ritual. Though he lacked formal knowledge of such matters, the moment he perceived the ritual traces upon Pride, their nature revealed itself to him instinctively. The function of this ritual was copying Pride. Within moments Fang Zhou comprehended its purpose. Copy another's arrogance. Yet would such a thing truly prove effective? No, the ritual harbored additional functions beyond what he could discern at a glance, for its complexity was far greater than it appeared. Fang Zhou regarded Pride silently, lost in thought. Seeing Fang Zhou remain quiet, Pride tilted his head. I apologize. Fang Zhou paused, regarding Pride curiously. Why are you apologizing to me? Did I make you angry, which is why you will not speak? Pride gazed blankly at Fang Zhou. I will apologize to you, please do not be angry. How on earth had gluttony taught this? Fang Zhou watched Pride with amused exasperation and shook his head. I am not angry. Tell me, why did you come to me to learn arrogance? Pride remained motionless for a long while before answering dully. Because everyone wants me to become normal, but I cannot learn how. Chaos told me you were very arrogant and asked the ritual to find a way for you to teach me. Do you consider yourself abnormal? I do not know, but everyone says I am abnormal, so I suppose I must be. After speaking, Pride tilted his head toward Fang Zhou. Therefore, can you teach me arrogance? Fang Zhou sighed, regarding him with a touch of pity. And what about you? Do you wish to learn? Pride suddenly sensed a familiar yet strange power emanating from Fang Zhou, but before he could dwell on it, he shook his head. I do not know. Then wait until you find your own answer. When the time comes, if you still wish me to teach you, I shall try. Fang Zhou glanced toward the courtyard entrance where twilight had already settled, then back at Pride. How long do you intend to stay here? Pride blinked blankly at Fang Zhou. Gluttony said he would come to take me back once I finish eating what he gave me. Do you wish to return? Fang Zhou regarded Pride with curiosity. Yes. Pride paused. But I must still study arrogance, so I cannot leave. Essentially, he was nothing more than a child seeking to fulfill others' expectations. Fang Zhou labeled him as much. Yet looking at Pride's dazed expression, he smiled. If that was all there was to it, then perhaps Pride was not so difficult to get along with after all. He might as well offer some help, he had nothing pressing to do anyway. Pride looked at Fang Zhou with renewed confusion, feeling that familiar, yet alien power once more, clearer this time. Is this what arrogance feels like? The rituals upon Pride began to take effect, solidifying that sensation. Yet Pride remained entirely unaware, merely scratching his head as though it had grown slightly itchy. Fang Zhou, however, sensed something had shifted. He studied Pride, feeling as though something about him had changed, though he could not quite put his finger on it. It did not matter, it would hardly be anything harmful, and such a thing could not escape his perception. Have you decided what to do next? Fang Zhou rose to his feet, looking toward the still scratching Pride. Pride's white hair had drifted loose, once more cascading over his shoulders. He gazed at Fang Zhou and shook his head. Gluttony instructed me to follow you. Fang Zhou smiled at Pride's clueless expression. In that case, join me on my tasks tomorrow. Fang Zhou scooped Xiaoya up from the table. It may prove rather entertaining. Though he had no idea what tasks awaited them, they would undoubtedly be trivial affairs. Any interesting one would suffice. Bringing Pride along might prove useful as well. Very well. Pride nodded blankly, those golden pupils fixed upon Fang Zhou. Then it is settled. I shall come for you tomorrow. Fang Zhou led Xiaoya out of the courtyard. See you tomorrow. He waited a while, receiving no response from Pride, smiled, and with a single step vanished from sight. Pride stared blankly at the doorway, only realizing Fang Zhou had departed after a moment. See you tomorrow, he said to the empty air. No reply came. Darkness had fallen over the courtyard, and the lights illuminated automatically. The pure spiritual glow bathed Pride's exquisite features, revealing no expression. Pride silently withdrew various foods from his necklace and began to eat once more. With an expressionless face, he devoured the food in large bites, neither speaking nor reacting. The next morning, Fang Zhou carried Xiaoyu to the bamboo grove courtyard where Pride resided. The courtyard gate was wide open, and Shun Wang was casually chatting with Pride. Shun Wang was patient with Pride. Even when Pride remained silent for a long time, he merely gazed at it with a gentle expression, showing no sign of impatience. Shun Wang spotted Fang Zhou outside the courtyard and walked over with a smile. You must be fellow Taoist Mingri. I am Shun Wang, the peak master of the Holy Array Peak. Fang Zhou placed Xiaoyu on his shoulder and bowed to Shun Wang. Greetings, Peak Master Shun. You are my senior, please call me Fang Zhou. Shen Wang was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that someone as young as Fang Zhou who had already broken through to the Saint domain would possess some youthful arrogance. Instead, he proved to be remarkably courteous. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems my cultivation is still lacking. I cannot focus solely on formations. In that case, I will shamelessly accept your address. Come sit. Shen Wang's expression turned serious as he invited Fang Zhou to sit. Fang Zhou smiled and nodded, taking a seat with Xiaoyu beside him. Pride sat obediently, staring vacantly into the void. Xiaoyu jumped off Fang Zhou's shoulder, walked up to Pride, and let out a soft meow at the disheveled figure. Only then did Pride lower its gaze to look at Xiaoyu, its golden eyes fixed on the cat in a daze. Shen Wang glanced at Pride with a smile, then turned to Fang Zhou. I heard from Pride that you're taking it on a mission today. Fang Zhou nodded, looking at Shen Wang with a puzzled expression. Is there something wrong? Shen Wang shook his head. Nothing wrong, but most missions might be too mundane for you. After all, the majority of tasks are trivial matters meant only for disciple training. He paused and looked at Fang Zhou seriously. If you don't mind, you could go to the Affairs Peak and take on a mission to wipe out a small world. The mission site is within the sect, so you won't need to take Pride too far. Fang Zhou caught a key detail and looked at Shen Wang with curiosity. Is there danger in taking Pride outside? Shen Wang nodded and explained there are those outside who are after Pride. Since Pride cannot fully use its authority, some god hunters have already set their sights on it. But the ritual has always kept Pride close, so those people never had a chance. If they see you taking Pride out, they might cause you some trouble. God hunters. Fang Zhou raised an eyebrow. Yes. Those people regard the essence of primordial gods as a cultivation resource to comprehend the Tao. But they lack the strength to act alone, so they band together to target the weaker gods. Shen Wang smiled as he saw Fang Zhou's interest wane after hearing the explanation. No wonder the ritual had sent Pride here. A Saint domain cultivator this young was bound to carry a trace of Pride. Shen Wang turned his gaze to Pride, who was still staring at Xiaoyu. I know those people are unlikely to pose any real threat to you, but the ritual entrusted me to take good care of Pride. So I ask that you refrain from taking it outside for now. His expression turned serious as he handed a book to Fang Zhou. This is a small collection of my insights on array formations. Please accept it. I am currently occupied, but in a few days, if you still wish to go out, I will handle those people for you. Fang Zhou was taken aback. He hadn't expected Shen Wang to bring this up, merely asking him to delay taking Pride out by a few days. No wonder the legendary genius had felt secure enough to send Pride to the Wanqing sect. It was because Shen Wang was here. Fang Zhou smiled and declined the array formation manual. Peak Master Shun is too kind. There's no need for this. I'll just take Pride for a stroll within the sect. Shen Wang shook his head and placed the manual on the stone table. Pride's mind is still immature. I hope you will be patient with it. So that's the real reason, thought Fang Zhou, his lips twitching. Shen Wang was indeed exceptionally diligent. Then I'll accept it. Shen Wang watched as Fang Zhou put away the manual, nodded with a smile, and rose to leave. Then I'll take my leave. If you still want to go out in a few days, just let me know. All right. Farewell, Peak Master Shun. Shen Wang cast one last glance at Pride, nodded to Fang Zhou, and vanished from the spot. Truly, Shen Wang was a trustworthy man. That genius, know the ritual, had made a good friend in Shen Wang. Perhaps this was the silver lining after all the hardships. Fang Zhou shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, and looked at Pride, who was still staring at Xiaoyu in a staring contest. Watching the two, one a god, the other a cat, engaged in a game of who would blink first, Fang Zhou let out a helpless sigh. Pride, come on. I'll take you out to play. Pride blinked, then nodded. Okay. It stood up and looked at Fang Zhou, waiting for his next command. Fang Zhou took a closer look at Pride's disheveled hair and twitched his mouth. Aren't you going to fix your hair? Pride tilted its head, reached up to grab its snow-white locks, and stared blankly at Fang Zhou. I don't know how. Then who used to help you with it? Lust. Pride answered quickly this time. It seemed lust was very important to it. Fang Zhou pondered for a moment, then waved his hand resignedly. Spiritual energy gathered, combing through Pride's hair and tying it into a simple ponytail with a ribbon. Pride stood still, and only after its hair was done did it shake its head slightly. Thank you. It stared at Fang Zhou with a dazed look. At least it knows how to say thank you, Fang Zhou thought with a smile. He beckoned to Xiaoyu, who leaped onto his shoulder and rubbed against his cheek. Fang Zhou patted Xiaoyu and looked at Pride. Let's go. I'll take you out to play. Pride nodded blankly and followed Fang Zhou out of the courtyard. Watching the dazed god trailing behind him, Fang Zhou couldn't help but feel a strange sense of déjà vu, like taking an obedient daughter on a spring outing. He shook off the thought, took a single step, and brought Pride to the Affairs Peak. A small world annihilation mission. That sounded somewhat interesting. Fang Zhou smiled and led Pride into the bustling building. He swept his gaze across the room, spotted an unoccupied counter, and walked over with Pride. He tapped the counter, and a light screen appeared. Welcome to the Wanqing Affairs Intelligence. How may I assist you? The voice was gentle with a hint of cheerfulness. It clearly enjoyed its work. Long time no see. I'd like to take on a mission. Could you introduce the available tasks? Fang Zhou smiled at the light screen. He had quite a fondness for this intelligence. Long time no see, Fang Zhou. The intelligence remembered him and greeted him before presenting the options. The sect's missions are divided into commission tasks and daily tasks. Which would you like to learn about first? Commission tasks and daily tasks. What's the difference? Fang Zhou inquired curiously. Commission tasks are issued by clients both within and outside the sect with clear rewards. However, the difficulty of tasks varies, and occasionally the reward may not align with the effort required. The gentle voice slowly explained to Fang Zhou as words appeared on the light screen. Daily tasks, on the other hand, are uniformly issued by the sect, updated periodically with relatively fixed content. Easy tasks include maintaining formations, organizing the library, and similar duties. These tasks are not difficult and are suitable for disciples to accumulate contributions. Difficult tasks involve clearing demon beasts and eliminating threats in minor worlds. Such tasks demand higher strength and carry a degree of danger, but the rewards are correspondingly generous. What exactly does eliminating threats in a minor world entail? Fang Zhou looked at the light screen with curiosity. Xin Wang had said that minor world elimination could be conducted within the sect, meaning that the Wanxing sect contained minor worlds. The gentle voice resumed, and Fang Zhou understood what minor world elimination meant. Minor worlds were special realms created by the sect's sage kings for disciples to train rich in resources. However, periodically groups of demon beasts of varying strength would appear in these minor worlds, requiring disciples to eliminate them. As a reward for elimination, disciples would not only receive a substantial amount of sect contribution, but could also freely take any heavenly treasures from the world without any restrictions. Moreover, if danger arose in the minor world, disciples could instantly teleport out using their tokens. If they failed to react in time, the world would automatically sense the danger and send them out, ensuring virtually no life-threatening risk. Minor world elimination tasks were large-scale collective missions of the sect. Any disciple who accepted the task could enter the minor world. However, until the elimination task was completed, disciples could not accept other minor world elimination tasks. Using minor worlds to train disciples. The Wanxing sect truly was extravagant. However, Fang Zhou stroked his chin as if he had a glimmer of understanding about how to break through to the Sage King realm. Fang Zhou shook his head. It didn't matter. Cultivation was merely a byproduct. The Tao was what truly mattered. He looked at the light screen and said, "I want to accept the minor world elimination task. Show me the list." Understood. The list of minor worlds not yet fully eliminated is displayed. The text on the light screen shifted, and a list appeared before Fang Zhou. Primordial God minor world, not fully eliminated. Cry of the Tide minor world, not fully eliminated. Final Land minor world, not fully eliminated. I'll choose this one. I want to accept the task for Final Land. Fang Zhou made his decision without even glancing at the details. Please place your disciple token. Fang Zhou placed his token as instructed, suddenly realizing that Aomen did not seem to have a disciple token. Aomen also produced a golden token that looked quite advanced, tilting its head to look at him. Fang Zhou was momentarily stunned. No wonder Xin Wang had recommended the minor world elimination task. Everything had been prepared. Fang Zhou took Aomen's token and placed both together. The gentle voice resumed after a brief pause. The task for Final Land has been accepted for both of you. Final Land is now open. When you are ready, proceed to the second floor and enter the task world through the teleportation array. Fang Zhou retrieved the tokens and handed the golden one back to Aomen. Let's go. We're heading to the second floor. Aomen reached out, took the token, and stared blankly at Fang Zhou. It sensed a hint of inexplicable excitement in him, but said nothing, merely nodding. Seeing Aomen take the token, Fang Zhou led the way toward the second floor. Aomen followed silently without a word. The second floor had far fewer people than the first, yet the disciples here were more animated, as if full of anticipation for what they were about to do. Fang Zhou swept his gaze around and located the teleportation array to Final Land. Just as he was about to enter with Aomen, someone called out to him. "Junior brother, you're a new disciple this year, right? Are you two entering Final Land alone?" A female disciple blocked Fang Zhou. He paused and turned to look at her. "What's wrong? Is it not allowed for two people to go in?" Fang Zhou asked with a puzzled expression. Could it be some cliché of bullying the weak or looking down on newcomers? The female disciple smiled and patiently explained, Final Land is different from other minor worlds. It's not just about clearing demon beasts, it's filled with countless puzzles and mechanisms. Some areas require coordination to pass through. If you haven't explored it before, junior brother, you can join us. Fang Zhou glanced back at Aomen's blank expression and understood why the female disciple had stopped him. Aomen didn't seem like one for cooperation, yet he shook his head and said to the female disciple, "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister, but we're just going in to experience it. There won't be any problems." The female disciple didn't insist further and stepped aside. "In that case, I hope you have fun, junior brother." "Thank you, senior sister." Fang Zhou smiled, nodded at her, and led Aomen onto the teleportation array. As the two held up their tokens, the figures of the two humans and one cat vanished from the array. Sunlight poured down, the sky was azure and green grass stretched into the distance. No trace of Final Land's desolation. Fang Zhou raised his eyes and gazed beyond this land. He gasped. It truly was a world. Not just the planet beneath his feet, but a vast lifeless universe beyond. That was the real Final Land. And here Fang Zhou looked down at the planet under his feet, was probably a relatively safe starting area meant for disciples of lower cultivation. Fang Zhou looked at the dazed Aoman and smiled. So is there anything that interests you? Aoman stared blankly at the sky, its voice trembling for the first time. This world has no pride. Fang Zhou was momentarily stunned, then thoughtfully observed this world. After all, it was final land, it was only natural that there was no pride. After all, pride was a concept rooted in living beings, and final land didn't seem like a place with life. Fang Zhou smiled and said to Aoman, "Don't mind it. We're just here to have fun. Besides, if this world has no pride, then you are the pride of this world." Aoman looked at Fang Zhou, its golden pupils seemingly gleaming, and nodded earnestly. "I am the pride of the world." Seeing Aoman's serious expression, Fang Zhou smiled too. Indeed, he had a talent for raising children. Just then Xiaoya let out a cry. In the distance, a group of creatures made of stone was charging toward them. "So these are our opponents. They're rather weak. Xiaoya, you handle it." Fang Zhou glanced casually, patting Xiaoya on the head. "Meowie." Xiaoya let out a terrified cry. Watching Xiaoya transform into a fluffed-up ball of fur, Fang Zhou couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, I'm just kidding." He cradled Xiaoya in his arms, stroking its fur gently as he whispered soothing words. Aoman, standing nearby, tilted its head, watching Xiaoya whimper discontentedly in Fang Zhou's embrace, then glanced at the stone monsters in the distance. "They're weak, there's no need to fear." Aoman also attempted to mimic Fang Zhou's gesture, trying to comfort Xiaoya. Watching Aoman's behavior, Fang Zhou paused for a moment. It seemed Aoman had grown quite fond of Xiaoya, even offering words of comfort on its own. Just then the stone monsters arrived before the group. There were 13 stone monsters in total, their bodies pieced together from ashen brown rock. Spiritual energy pulsed at their joints, and each possessed a massive mandible, giving them the appearance of colossal stone ants. Their spiritual energy fluctuation hovered around the early spirit aperture stage. They moved clumsily, and their attacks were limited in variety. An easy target, Fang Zhou assessed after a single glance. He reached out and pressed his palm forward. The stone monsters instantly shattered into scattered fragments. From the rubble, pieces of amber-colored stone emerged, floating before Fang Zhou's eyes. Were these stones the reward? It felt rather peculiar. He set aside his thoughts and collected the stones. Fang Zhou turned his gaze toward Aoman, which remained in its usual vacant state, showing no reaction to what had just transpired. He suspected that if he hadn't acted, Aoman would have simply stood there motionlessly, allowing the stone monsters to attack at will. Fang Zhou shook his head, holding Xiaoya as he headed in the direction from which the stone monsters had come. "Let's go. Next time you handle them yourself, just like I did. But don't destroy this planet in the process." "Understood." Aoman nodded blankly and silently trailed behind Fang Zhou. Not long after having weathered several waves of stone monster attacks, the man and the deity arrived before a colossal open-topped maze. No aerial passage or climbing permitted. How intriguing. Was this the puzzle trial that senior sister had mentioned? Fang Zhou's interest was piqued. He gazed at the maze. The restrictions here were not particularly strong, clearly designed to accommodate disciples of lesser intellect. If one were truly at a loss, they could forcefully break through the restrictions and depart from the sky. Was this meant to cultivate the disciples' ability to break free from conventions? Xiaoya hopped from his embrace to the ground, curiously observing the massive maze. Fang Zhou smiled and looked toward the ever-silent Aoman. "This seems rather entertaining. How about you lead the way? However, you must not use your power, after all this is meant to be a game." Aoman gazed blankly at Fang Zhou, who made no attempt to rush it, simply standing quietly and awaiting a response. "Understood." Aoman walked toward the maze entrance, paused at the threshold, and looked back at Fang Zhou. Seeing that both Fang Zhou and Xiaoya followed silently behind, Aoman finally stepped into the entrance. Not long after entering, they arrived at a crossroads. Aoman glanced back at Fang Zhou once more. Finding no objection, only a gentle smile of expectation, Aoman scanned the area and finally made up its mind, choosing the path to the left. Was this truly a choice it could make on its own? How did Gluttony and the others raise their children? Didn't they ever take Aoman out to play? Fang Zhou watched Aoman, who had made its own decision, and smiled faintly, silently disparaging those deities in his heart. As Aoman reached a corner, 3 stone monsters charged from the shadows. Aoman simply stared blankly as they collided with it, showing no resistance. The stone monsters crashed straight into Aoman with no effect, immediately shattering into powder that scattered in all directions. "Why didn't you fight back?" Fang Zhou looked at Aoman in confusion, the stone dust blocking his view before him. Although these stone monsters posed no real danger, it was unnecessary to simply endure their attacks. Besides, the stone powder certainly didn't look clean. Aoman tilted its head, looking at Fang Zhou with bewilderment. "Didn't you say not to use power?" Fang Zhou covered his face. He should have been more precise in his wording. "I apologize, I didn't explain clearly. Simple attacks are acceptable." "Understood." Aoman nodded blankly and continued forward. Not long after, Aoman led Fang Zhou to a stone door. 4 stone pillars stood at the entrance. Aoman glanced at them and turned back. Fang Zhou reached out to stop Aoman. "Why are we going back?" A.O. Man looked at Fang Zhou blankly and stated matter-of-factly, there's no path ahead. Having said that, it attempted to continue walking back. Fang Zhou helplessly stopped it once more. If he let A.O. Man keep going like this, they might walk the entire day, for A.O. Man had absolutely no understanding of puzzles. By the way, wasn't there supposed to be a night scene here? Why was it always daytime? Wait a moment. Look, that is a door. There should be a mechanism nearby. Once you find it, the door can be opened and a path will lie beyond. Fang Zhou explained patiently to A.O. Man. But A.O. Man remained expressionless, its gaze dull. It nodded blankly and took no further action. Fang Zhou looked at A.O. Man and sighed helplessly. I'll take the lead from here. Understood. A.O. Man nodded. Though it showed no expression, Fang Zhou inexplicably felt a hint of disappointment emanating from it. He shook his head and sent Xiaoya to comfort A.O. Man, then turned his attention to studying how to open the stone door. Fang Zhou examined the door and discovered that the stone slab was directly connected to the 4 pillars through spiritual energy. So the mechanism was these 4 pillars. One pillar emitted a faint glow with a symbol engraved upon its surface. Fang Zhou approached an unlit pillar and tapped it gently. The pillar he had struck began to glow, forming a symbol on its surface. I see. Based on his experience, the solution likely required striking the pillars in a specific sequence until they all lit up, which would then open the stone door. So what was the correct order? The designer must have left clues along the path, and they would be unmistakable. After all, this was only the first trial. Fang Zhou recalled the entire process of entering the maze and thought of the stone monsters that had attacked A.O. Man only to be shattered into powder. No way. Fang Zhou's mouth twitched. Could the answer lie within those 3 stone monsters? After all, there had been no other clues along the way, only those 3 stone monsters. Logically speaking, 3 stone monsters indeed couldn't correspond to 4 pillars. But if one pillar was already lit, then the 3 stone monsters would be sufficient. It was a simple puzzle after all. However, those 3 stone monsters had already been reduced to powder by A.O. Man. Was he expected to cheat? No, don't underestimate me. Fang Zhou's expression turned serious. I am a veteran of exhaustive searching. How could such a simple puzzle stump me? Watch me find the answer for you. Fang Zhou began striking the 3 pillars repeatedly, each one lighting up in sequence, systematically eliminating incorrect combinations. A.O. Man and Xiaoya, standing beside him, both tilted their heads and watched Fang Zhou, who appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Not long after, Fang Zhou found the correct sequence. All 4 pillars simultaneously glowed with spiritual energy, their runes flickering faintly, and the stone doors slowly creaked open. Fang Zhou eagerly gazed at the opening door while A.O. Man and Xiaoya followed his line of sight. Amid everyone's expectant gazes, the stone door opened completely, and behind it lay. This doesn't make sense. It absolutely doesn't make sense. Fang Zhou gazed in shock at the fully opened stone door. Beyond it stood another stone door bearing an inscription that emitted a faint spiritual radiance. The door cannot be opened from this side. Fang Zhou read the inscription on the stone door and fell silent for a long time. Arrogance and Xiao Yu also stared at the words on the other stone door, momentarily stunned. Forget it. Fang Zhou smiled faintly and walked toward the stone door. This method is far simpler. He examined the restrictions on the stone door, roughly at the early stage of profound pill formation, and understood at once. Clearly this wasn't a complete puzzle. Such weak restrictions were obviously meant to be broken. He reached out and gave a gentle push. The barriers shattered, the stone door swung open, revealing a passage. Fang Zhou looked at the dazed divine being and cat and beckoned them forward. Let's go see what lies ahead. Accompanied by Arrogance and Xiao Yu, Fang Zhou entered the passage, and before long they arrived before an altar. A group of disciples from the 100 Sages sect stood in line before the altar. The queue was short, numbering only about a dozen. Fang Zhou instinctively led Arrogance to the back of the line. Hello, senior brother, what is this place for? Fang Zhou asked the male disciple ahead. You are that world's most dazzling rising star. The male disciple paused, studied Fang Zhou carefully, and grew somewhat excited. During the guidance match that day, I was watching from below. That move of yours was incredible. You shattered the 5 elements formation in a single strike. Fang Zhou felt somewhat embarrassed and waved his hand with a smile. That was merely luck, senior brother. Could you please tell me what this place is for? The male disciple calmed down and began explaining to Fang Zhou with a smile. This altar is used to draw prizes. The male disciple took out an amber-colored stone and waved it toward Fang Zhou. This type of stone is called a terminal stone, obtained from demon beasts that periodically spawn in the terminal land. Place 7 terminal stones on the altar to draw a reward. Anything within this world could possibly be drawn. I see. Thank you for the explanation, senior brother. Fang Zhou nodded to the male disciple in gratitude. This world even had a card drawing system. Looks like he had come to the right place. However, even after surviving several waves of stone monster attacks, he only had 65 terminal stones, not enough for even a 10 pull. The male disciple waved his hand and asked Fang Zhou enthusiastically, do you have any other questions? Feel free to ask. Fang Zhou thought of that stone door and asked, senior brother, did you also enter through the left passage in the maze? The male disciple's expression grew somewhat ambiguous. I've walked that passage too. It is actually a speedrun route. With only 3 eerie monsters and 2 doors, there is barely any reward. It is designed for those who are in a hurry to reach the altar. The other 2 paths are the true trial routes, one testing martial prowess, the other intelligence, with decent returns yielding some rather rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. So that explained it. No wonder there were no more checkpoints afterward. It was indeed a speedrun passage. Fang Zhou thought carefully about it. If one had to farm terminal stones painstakingly all day outside, and then still face trials to draw cards, that would indeed be unreasonable. The male disciple smiled and explained to Fang Zhou. That is how it is designed. The true terminal land lies outside the planet, and only upon reaching the Tao infant realm can one witness the real trials. This place is merely for our amusement. Fang Zhou nodded to the male disciple, though he had actually suspected this from the moment he entered. It was just that this time he had brought arrogance along to play, so there was no need to venture into those gloomy places. After all, arrogance was still just a child. Arrogance blinked at Fang Zhou, feeling a slight itch on its head. Xiao Yuan jumped into Arrogance's arms and closed its eyes. Arrogance instinctively caught Xiao Yu and remained motionless, gazing at the cat as it closed its eyes. Fang Zhou turned to look at the divine being and cat only, then realizing that time might have passed longer than expected. Xiao Yu was already sleepy. After drawing cards, they should head back. The cue quickly reached Fang Zhou, and he looked at Arrogance. Do you want to draw? Arrogance looked at Xiao Yu in its arms, but did not speak. It shook its head, refusing Fang Zhou for the first time. Fang Zhou smiled unconcerned and placed 63 terminal stones onto the altar. A ring of soft light illuminated the center of the altar. The terminal stones slowly dissolved within the radiance, transforming into glowing particles that merged into the altar. Then a burst of crimson light erupted, causing the surrounding disciples who had not yet left to widen their eyes in shock. They had saved hundreds of terminal stones, yet even their best efforts only produced golden light, not a single ray of red. Under the intense gaze of the numerous disciples, the crimson glow finally faded. Several common stones and a few useless weeds appeared on the altar. Only one multicolored egg retained traces of crimson light upon its surface. The surrounding disciples erupted into chaos. A red quality pet egg. Is this something a person can pull, eh? Bro, I pulled hundreds of times and only got a few red grade pills and weapons. You drew a red pet egg in just 9 pulls. No way, I need to farm more stones. Maybe I'll get it on the next pull. Though the disciples around were wailing, they maintained their composure, merely venting exaggerated complaints to their friends before turning and leaving. Fang Zhou ignored the groans of the surrounding disciples and held the egg in his hand, examining it closely. This egg seemed devoid of life. Was this really a pet egg? Fang Zhou shook his head, stowed the pet egg away, and glanced at Arrogance, who was using its power to shield Xiao Yu from the noise. Let's go. We will stop here for today. I will bring you out to play again next time. Arrogance nodded blankly and followed Fang Zhou as they both retrieved their tokens and departed the terminal land. Fang Zhou and Arrogance returned to the 2nd floor, where the sky had grown dim, but the teleportation array remained bustling with people. It seemed the mini-world purge missions were quite popular. Fang Zhou led Arrogance out of the building and looked at the dazed expression on its face. How was it? Did you have fun today? Arrogance carefully recalled everything it had done that day, then nodded. Happy. Previously, it had always stayed by Ritual's side. Whenever Ritual went out, the other 7 sins were summoned to protect it, so it had never ventured beyond the divine realm. Except for that period when it was used as a weapon, it had rarely seen the outside world. Fang Zhou observed Arrogance's expressionless face, uncertain whether its happiness was genuine or feigned. He handed the pet egg to Arrogance and took Xiao Yu instead. This is your prize for today. Let's go out and play together next time. Arrogance tilted its head, accepted the pet egg, and nodded to Fang Zhou. Good. Fang Zhou smiled and escorted Arrogance back to the bamboo grove courtyard. Arrogance stared expressionlessly at the pet egg in its hands, carefully placing it on the stone table before retrieving food from its necklace to begin eating. However, this time it ate more slowly. You're back. Yi Ningen sat in the pavilion, and upon seeing Fang Zhou return, her cold expression instantly softened. She rose to her feet, a gentle smile gracing her face as she looked at him. Fang Zhou paused when he saw Yi Ningen, his lips curving upward before he could stop himself. With a casual toss, he sent Xiao Yu soaring through the air, and the creature landed steadily within the pavilion, buoyed by spiritual energy. Have you finished your affairs? Yes. Fang Zhou stepped forward and drew Yi Ningen into his embrace, savoring the tenderness he had not felt in what seemed like an age. Though truthfully it had not been very long at all. It was a long while before they parted. Fang Zhou volunteered to recount the matter of Ao Man to Yi Ningen, who listened in silence, her eyes brimming with warmth. In the end, I drew out a multicolored pet egg. After it hatched, I casually handed it over to Ao Man. Yi Ningen waited until Fang Zhou had finished before smiling and explaining to him. That pet egg was actually called an egg. It granted qualification to visit Lingshou Peak to contract a spirit beast, but success was not guaranteed. Launching Sect respected all life and would never hoard living beings as prizes. Yi Ningen gently stroked Xiao Yue, who was still asleep. Xiao Yu was also obtained through an egg. At the time, I asked someone to help me find a selection of spirit cats, and then I took the egg to Lingshou Peak for the contract. The moment they arrived at Lingshou Peak, this child clung to me. Even when I told it that its future master would not be me, it insisted on staying by my side. So that was how Xiaoyu came to be. And that pet egg was actually an egg. How intriguing. Fang Zhou blinked in surprise, but did not dwell on it further. If the egg could not guarantee a successful contract, then perhaps it was not particularly precious after all. Tomorrow he would take Ao Man to Lingshou Peak and give it a try. Finding it a companion might improve its condition somewhat. I see. I was wondering if that pet egg was the egg of some divine beast, something even I could not recognize. So that is how it is. Fang Zhou smiled, then suddenly rose to his feet and gazed toward the sky. Oh dear, my wife, look how late it is becoming. Why don't we rest? Seeing his pretense, Yi Ningen burst into laughter and rose as well, taking Fang Zhou's hand. The rings on both their fingers simultaneously emitted a faint, gentle glow. Very well, my lord. Moonlight draped the pavilion in a silver veil, yet within it only the sleeping Xiaoyu lay, its presence harmonizing with the moonlight. The following noon, Ao Man sat before the stone table. Its hair, which Fang Zhou had tied earlier, had somehow come loose, catching a soft luster in the sunlight. It clutched the ribbon Fang Zhou had crafted the day before, staring blankly at the egg, occasionally turning its head to gaze toward the open courtyard gate. Fang Zhou, with one hand leading Yi Ningen and the other cradling Xiaoyu, arrived at the bamboo courtyard. As if sensing their approach, Ao Man turned to look at the pair. Good afternoon, Ao Man, Fang Zhou greeted with a smile. This is my wife, Yi Ningen. Ao Man froze for a moment, and only after a while nodded to both of them. Good afternoon. Having spoken, it returned to its vacant stare. Witnessing the distant look in Ao Man's eyes, Yi Ningen realized that what Fang Zhou had told her yesterday was still somewhat restrained. She released Fang Zhou's hand, stepped closer to Ao Man, and offered a gentle smile. Hello, Ao Man. I am Yi Ningen, Fang Zhou's wife. Ao Man raised its head and stared blankly at the unfamiliar woman before it, taking a long moment before remembering to respond. Hello, Yi Ningen. I am Ao Man. Yi Ningen did not mind. Ever since she had married Fang Zhou, the smiles upon her face had grown ever more frequent. Lu Hani had even remarked that she was like a completely different person compared to before. Noticing the ribbon in its grasp and its loose white hair, she asked softly, "Shall I help you tie your hair?" Ao Man glanced down at the ribbon in its hand, then at Yi Ningen, and gave a slow, vacant nod before handing the ribbon over. Thank you. Yi Ningen took the ribbon and moved behind Ao Man, gently combing through its long hair. Once Fang Zhou saw that Yi Ningen had finished tying Ao Man's hair, he spoke to it. Today we will take you to find a friend. Ao Man tilted its newly tied hair and stared blankly at Fang Zhou. A friend? Yes, a friend. Fang Zhou picked up the egg that Ao Man had carefully placed on the table. A friend just like Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu chirped softly at just the right moment. Ao Man looked at Xiaoyu, then at the egg in Fang Zhou's hand, and its golden pupils flickered faintly. It was a long while before it nodded. All right. Fang Zhou smiled and handed the egg to Ao Man. Hold on to this for now. You will be using it soon. Ao Man took the egg with an expressionless face, its grip tightening ever so slightly. All right. Yi Ningen seemed to sense something and smiled gently. You will be returned this egg as a keepsake after it has been used, so do not worry. Ao Man hesitated, its golden eyes staring blankly at Yi Ningen for a long moment before nodding slowly. Watching Yi Ningen explain things to Ao Man, Fang Zhou finally understood why Ao Man had seemed slightly distressed just now. So that was how it was. He smiled, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride. This was his wife. Yi Ningen gently took Ao Man's other hand, as if leading a small child. Ao Man paused, then made no resistance, allowing itself to be led. Yi Ningen looked at Fang Zhou and described the direction to Lingshou Peak. Since Lingshou Peak was somewhat far from Shenzhen Peak, it would be quicker for Fang Zhou to take them there. Fang Zhou watched Yi Ningen leading Ao Man, looking like a mother accompanying her child, and chuckled inexplicably. Before Yi Ningen could react, he waved his hand, and the three of them appeared at Lingshou Peak. Lingshou Peak lay at the outskirts of Wanxing sect. There were no rows of beast pens or cages, instead it resembled a vast natural garden. Ancient towering trees grew intertwined, and streams wound their way between the rocks. Spirit beasts frolicked freely across the meadows and along the waterways. Some unafraid of strangers approached, eagerly seeking affection. Xiaoyu leapt from Fang Zhou's arms and joined the other spirit beasts in their play. Fang Zhou did not stop it, for this was also Xiaoyu's home. He gazed curiously at the peak before him. This is Lingshou Peak. Yi Ningen leading Ao Man nodded toward Fang Zhou. Correct. This is Lingshou Peak. It is managed by demon race disciples and is dedicated to nurturing spirit beasts that cannot cultivate on their own. Yi Ningen explained to Fang Zhou that the spirit beasts of Lingshou Peak possessed inherently fixed power levels and were often unable to cultivate autonomously. They could only form contracts with humans and serve as companions. Although these spirit beasts could not grow stronger through cultivation, their endearing appearances and deep intuition made them popular among many disciples. Spirit beasts could not be contracted at will. Only when a spirit beast expressed willingness to acknowledge a master would Lingshou Peak produce an egg and deliver it to the sect, choosing a fortunate owner for each beast. So that was why it was called a pet egg. it truly could only serve as a pet. Judging by the reactions of the disciples at that time, spirit beasts did indeed seem quite popular at Wanxing sect. Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully, and Wanxing sect actually respected the wishes of spirit beasts so deeply. That was indeed a profound reverence for life. Ao Man gazed blankly at those adorable spirit beasts, saying nothing, only tightening its grip on Yi Ningen's hand ever so slightly. Yi Ningen led Fang Zhou and the others toward the spirit beast peak, and soon they entered a wooden building. Inside, a little girl with dragon horns on her head was dozing off. She lay languidly on a recliner, her tail occasionally swaying. Yi Ningen released the hand holding Aomen's and gently shook the little girl. "Shall we wake up?" Aomen froze for a moment, showing no reaction, then silently withdrew her hand and stood quietly aside. Shaoli groggily opened her eyes, a dazed look of just waking up in her golden eyes. She glanced at Yi Ningen and yawned. "So it's Ningen. What do you need?" Yi Ningen smiled and stepped aside, revealing Fang Zhou and Aomen behind her. "Shaoli, this is my husband Fang Zhou, and this is Aomen. We got a lucky egg and want to try to contract a spirit beast." "Oh, you're married, huh?" Shaoli stood up, glanced at Fang Zhou, and said, "Hello, Ningen's husband." "Hello, Shaoli." Fang Zhou smiled casually, unfazed. Shaoli turned to Aomen, then suddenly leaped back as if struck by lightning. "Whoa, where did an original god come from?" Aomen stared at Shaoli, expressionlessly silent, and tightened her grip on the lucky egg. Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen both stepped forward, shielding Aomen with their bodies. "Don't be nervous. Aomen is here as a guest invited by Shun Wang, the peak master of the Saint Formation Peak." Yi Ningen nodded. "Shaoli, calm down. Take a deep breath." Shaoli came to her senses. They were in the Wanxing sect, and if Aomen had entered, she must be a friend, not an enemy. She scratched her head and smiled apologetically at Aomen. "Sorry, I just woke up and acted without thinking." Aomen stared at her blankly, then shook her head after a long while. "It's fine." Shaoli, seeing Aomen's demeanor, seemed to understand something and apologized again. Fang Zhou sidled up to Yi Ningen and whispered, "Is Shaoli a dragon? I thought dragons were proud, but she seems quite polite." Yi Ningen covered her mouth and chuckled. Shaoli grew up in the Wanxing sect, so naturally, she doesn't have the arrogance of other dragons outside. Shaoli looked at the whispering couple, pouted, and muttered that they should at least whisper out of earshot of a dragon. She turned to the lucky egg in Aomen's hand, her voice much gentler. "Are you the one who wants to contract a spirit beast? Give me the egg, and I'll register it for you." Shaoli walked behind a counter, took out a formation plate, and looked at Aomen. Aomen first glanced at Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen. When they nodded, she handed the egg to Shaoli. Shaoli took the egg and placed it on the formation plate. The formation plate emitted a faint glow enveloping the egg. After a moment, the light faded and the egg remained unchanged. Shaoli returned the egg to Aomen. "Done, it's registered. Now I'll take you to contract a spirit beast." Aomen quickly took the egg and clutched it tightly. Shaoli led them out of the wooden building and up the spirit beast peak. They followed a dirt path with furry spirit beasts occasionally poking their heads out, curiously watching them. Before long, they arrived at a spacious grassy clearing. Shaoli took out a small bell and gently rang it, producing a melodious chime. "All right, now we wait. Those spirit beasts that wish to bond will come on their own." Shaoli put away the bell and looked at Aomen. Aomen paused and nodded. The wait was not long. Soon spirit beasts began to arrive one by one. After a while, no more came, and Shaoli led Aomen forward, introducing her to the beasts. "This is the one here to contract today. See if you'd like to go with her." Aomen stood stiffly silent, and even her usually expressionless face seemed to reveal a hint of nervousness. The spirit beasts seemed to sense Aomen's tension and let out soft calls. Then they began circling around her, as if inspecting her. Most of the beasts left the clearing after one circle. It wasn't that they disliked Aomen, but when they met her golden eyes, they felt immense pressure and hesitated before giving up. Otherwise, they actually liked Aomen's heart, a beauty untouched by corruption. After a while, only one chubby snow leopard over a meter long remained by Aomen's side. It crouched at her feet, looking up at her. "Looks like this child has chosen you. Reach out and pet it." Shaoli stood nearby, speaking softly to the motionless Aomen. Aomen stared blankly at the snow leopard, then tentatively extended her hand after a long pause. The snow leopard saw her hand and actively pressed its fluffy head against it, nuzzling. Aomen's hand stiffened, then slowly she began to stroke the snow leopard's head. For the first time, a ripple appeared in her golden pupils. Shaoli smiled slightly. "This child is a snow wind leopard. It naturally loves wind and snow. You can take it to the sacred cold peak sometime." "Okay." Aomen nodded slowly. "Then let's proceed with the contract. Unlike someone who gave away the spirit beast I painstakingly found for her." Shaoli shot a sidelong glance at Yi Ningen, her voice dripping with resentment. Yi Ningen lowered her head, awkwardly avoiding Shaoli's gaze. Fang Zhou took Yi Ningen's hand and gave Shaoli an apologetic look. Aomen slowly crouched down, staring blankly at the snow leopard. The snow leopard glanced at Aomen, lifted her hand with its head, and infused a strand of spiritual energy into her body, forming a mark. The ceremony was complete, the contract was sealed. Suddenly, an inexplicable connection formed between the deity and the leopard. In the distant divine domain, a figure sensed it and looked toward the Wanxing sect. It seems you've made a good friend. Perhaps I was wrong to cling to your duty. Letting you live this way might be the right choice. He sighed and closed his eyes. Give it a name. Shaoli, seeing the contracted pair, reminded them gently. Aomen stared blankly at the snow leopard, unconsciously tightening her grip on the lucky egg. The snow leopard let out a soft cry, soothing Aomen's inner tension. Xiao Shui. Yiningen gave Fang Zhou a meaningful look, while Fang Zhou shrugged helplessly. He hadn't controlled Aomen's naming this time. Xiao Shui. It'll do. Shaoli tilted her head, watching the now-named leopard happily circling around Aomen, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She clapped her hands as if reminded of something, and looked at Yiningen. Hey Ningen, I heard there's a competition being held nearby recently. Want to go together? A competition? What competition? Yiningen and Fang Zhou looked at Xiao Li with curiosity. It should be a fishing competition. Yesterday some disciples enclosed a lake in the Wanshou Mountains, apparently organized by the demon clan that manages the lake. Xiao Li flicked her tail, her expression somewhat subtle. It said that some steward of Chengdao Peak went there every day to fish, chumming the water wildly, without catching a single one, which caused the fish in the lake to multiply. That's why this competition was created. Fang Zhou thought of the old steward, who fished for snakes, his expression turning strange. Was it that exaggerated? Just chumming, without fishing, completely selfless. Yiningen glanced at Fang Zhou, who was momentarily stunned before smiling and nodding to her. Only then did Yiningen turn to Xiao Li, smiling and nodding in agreement. Fine, I'll go with you. When is the competition? Xiao Li wrinkled her face, looking at Fang Zhou and Yiningen, and after a long silence reluctantly replied. It's tomorrow. I'll send the location and registration method through the token. Good. Do you mind if I bring a few more people? Yiningen took Fang Zhou's hand, smiling at Xiao Li. As you wish. Xiao Li watched the two holding hands, rolled her eyes, flicked her tail, and headed down the Spirit Beast Peak first. I'm going to sleep. You two leave if you have nothing else to do. Fang Zhou and Yiningen exchanged smiles. After a moment, Fang Zhou waved at Aomen. Aomen, let's go. First head back. Tomorrow I'll take you fishing. Arrogance paused for a moment, then walked over to Fang Zhou, one hand tightly clutching the colorful egg, while Xiao Shui happily followed behind. Fang Zhou waved his hand, summoning Xiao Yu from near the Spirit Beast Peak. Xiao Yu looked at Fang Zhou with a bewildered expression, seemingly not understanding why she appeared here. After a long while she reacted, and let out a plaintive meow at him. Okay, tomorrow I'll catch fish for you to eat. Fang Zhou smiled, and patted Xiao Yu's head. Meow it. Really? If you don't believe me, ask Ningen. Xiao Yu turned to see Yiningen smiling and nodding at her, then let out a cheerful meow, rubbing against Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou helplessly chuckled, and then the world suddenly shifted. They returned to the bamboo courtyard of the Sacred Array Peak. Fang Zhou looked at Aomen's dazed expression, and said with a smile. We'll go now? Tomorrow I'll take you fishing. Aomen nodded, dully watching the two bid farewell and leave. After a while, Aomen carefully placed the colorful egg on the stone table, took out some food, and looked at Xiao Shui. Do you want some? Xiao Shui happily nodded, and together with Aomen began tearing at the food. Meanwhile, Fang Zhou led Yiningen and Xiao Yu back to their residence on Chengdao Peak. Time really flies. It's already afternoon in the blink of an eye. Fang Zhou casually set Xiao Yu down, took Yiningen's hand, and walked to the pavilion to brew tea. Yiningen shot him a playful glare and said with a coquettish tone, Who told you to wake up at noon? If we're going to the competition tomorrow, you can't sleep so late tonight. Xiao Yu jumped onto the table at that moment and let out a meow in agreement. Fang Zhou smiled, faintly unconcerned. He actually liked Yiningen like this. On Ningen, you seem to participate in competitions often. Fang Zhou handed a cup of tea to Yiningen, and Xiao Yu asking curiously. He remembered Yiningen once mentioning that Lu Hani often secretly signed her up, which made him feel like she had a hard life. Yiningen took the tea, took a light sip, and nodded. Right? In the past, my master had nothing better to do and often signed me up for various competitions. That's how I met Xiaoli in one of them. She also seems to enjoy participating in various contests. After I beat her a few times, we got to know each other. Later, my master stopped signing me up randomly, and I occasionally joined competitions with her. Is that so? Does the Wanxing sect often hold such events? Fang Zhou was a bit curious. Did the Wanxing sect have this many activities? Actually, most competitions aren't organized by the sect. Yiningen put down her teacup and explained to Fang Zhou with a smile. Anyone can hold a competition as long as they submit an application and prepare the prizes. The sect encourages such activities and provides some support. So that's why even a fishing competition could come about. Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully. The Wanxing sect was still too open-minded. But a fishing competition, let's see how he could dominate. Even without using cultivation, his fishing skills remained unmatched. Fang Zhou took a sip of tea, looked at Yiningen, and asked casually. By the way, the competition is in the Wanshou Mountains, right? What kind of place is that? Oh, that's where the demon clan disciples practice and live. Yiningen stroked Xiao Yue, who was drinking tea beside her, and explained to Fang Zhou. Many demon disciples of different races live there before they transform. After they transform, they will officially join a main peak to cultivate. Oh, does the Wanxing sect have so many demon disciples? Fang Zhou was curious, since conventionally demons were enemies of humans. Of course, although the Wanxing sect is a human sect, it does not reject fellow practitioners of other races. Yiningen looked seriously at Fang Zhou. The sect believes that one day, whether gods or demons, we can coexist peacefully in one world. Intelligent beings should not fight each other. Fang Zhou was stunned. The Wanqing sect was truly unique. From what he had seen, the sect thought this way and acted accordingly. But why didn't the Wanqing sect unify this planet? Even if they couldn't unify the entire world, if it were just the Wanqing star, it should pose no problem. He posed this question to Yiningen, but she only shook her head in confusion. I don't know. The sect certainly has the ability, but I don't know why they haven't acted. Perhaps the sect has other considerations. Even the powerful Wanqing sect had things they couldn't accomplish. Fang Zhou stopped pondering. After all, there was still time. Perhaps only through personal experience would he find his own answer. He inexplicably felt a flash of insight, but before he could fully grasp it, the insight dissipated. Never mind. No need to force it. Let things take their natural course. The dim yellow sunlight spilled onto the ground, and a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Yiningen quietly watched Fang Zhou, not disturbing him. Xiao Yu also lifted her head, sitting quietly. Fang Zhou snapped back to reality, looking at the girl and the cat, and smiled gently. Since we have to get up early tomorrow, we should rest early today. Yiningen was taken aback, not expecting Fang Zhou to hold back for so long, only to utter that single sentence. But she didn't refuse, simply smiling gracefully. Let's bathe first. Together. And Xiao Yue, you're not allowed. Meowie. Xiao Yu let out an incredulous cry, and the courtyard filled with laughter and joy. The two mercilessly left Xiao Yu behind, and at that moment the kitty felt no love at all. Pride had not slept the previous night. In fact, he had never slept. Xiao Shui stayed up with him for half the night before finally succumbing to slumber. Pride paused in the act of eating, watching Xiao Shui sleep utterly motionless. Until now. Open the door, Pride. We're here. Before dawn had even broken, Fang Zhou knocked on the gate of the bamboo grove courtyard. Pride was momentarily startled, glancing at the sky, still dark with night. After a long pause, he rose to answer the door. Oh, Xiao Shui is still asleep. Fang Zhou, holding Xiao Yu in his arms, peered into the courtyard. Xiao Shui was sprawled carelessly on the ground, snoring loudly. But how did it get so round? It wasn't this plump yesterday. Looking at Xiao Shui, who had grown noticeably larger than the day before, Fang Zhou fell into pensive thought. Yiningen meanwhile walked toward Pride, who stood staring blankly at them. She led him back to the stone table, untied the ribbon from his hair, and began to comb it anew. There, Yiningen said, admiring her handiwork with a satisfied smile. She explained to Pride, we need to leave a bit earlier today. When we signed up for the competition last night, we realized there were quite a lot of people. If we're late, there might not be good spots left. Pride tilted his head, golden pupils fixed on Fang Zhou. All right. Fang Zhou looked up as well, no longer gazing at the sleeping Xiao Shui. He smiled at Pride. Then let's get ready to go. Should we bring Xiao Shui? Yes. Pride answered immediately. Fang Zhou paused for a moment, then waved his hand. Instantly the group found themselves before a vast expanse of lake. Xiao Shui, enveloped in spiritual energy, floated about a foot above the ground. Pride first lowered his head to confirm his pet was still there, then turned his gaze to the beautiful lake. Mist still lingered on the lake's surface, and the sun had just climbed over the peaks, painting the water gold. By the shore, disciples had already gathered in small clusters, queuing at the competition registration desk. Fang Zhou led the group to the registration area, and soon they received a token. The rules were simple. Within the time limit, whoever caught the heaviest fish would win. No cheating with spiritual energy was allowed. The rewards were equally straightforward. First prize, 1,000 contribution points, and an honorary token. Second prize, 500. Third prize, 300. Since anyone who caught a fish would receive a prize, the contribution points were relatively low. The rules were simple and direct, but that was only to be expected for a recreational event at the 10,000 Saints sect. Notably, the old steward had also entered the competition and had made a bold declaration. He claimed that after fishing for so long, without catching a single fish, if anyone today could catch more fish than him, he would award them 100 contribution points for each extra fish. Consequently, the number of registrants surged. Ningen, over here. Xiaoli sat on a large boat drifting in the center of the lake. She yawned and waved at Yiningen. Yiningen was taken aback for a moment, then took Fang Zhou's hand and flew toward the large boat. You're still so extravagant, getting a special boat just for fishing. Chairs were already arranged by the boat's edge, complete with soft cushions for the pets. Delicate fishing rods were prepared along with bait and creels. Xiaoli swished her tail proudly with a light snort. I felt like it. She glanced at the group and gestured. Make yourselves at home. Fang Zhou and the others took seats by the boat's railing. Xiao Yu and Xiao Shui were placed on the soft cushions. Use any rod and bait you like. They're all the same as mine. Whoever loses treats everyone to dinner. As Xiaoli spoke, she reeled in a large fish weighing 10 jin. She frowned slightly, then suddenly opened her mouth wide and swallowed the fish whole. Average. A bit small. Fang Zhou was dumbfounded. Pride's eyes lit up as if seeing a familiar reflection. Yiningen smiled and explained to the two, Xiaoli often does this. Last time at the sect's eating contest, she took first place too. Fang Zhou's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt like introducing gluttony to her. They would surely have much in common. What? I'm a dragon. Isn't it only natural that I eat a bit more? Xiaoli pouted, expertly baited her hook and cast again. You'd better start fishing quickly. I don't want to win too easily. Fang Zhou chuckled and paid it no mind. Yiningen meanwhile was already teaching Pride how to fish. Xiao Li's mouth twitched, and she turned away in a huff. Xiao Yu walked over to Fang Zhou, gently patted his leg, and let out a few urging cries, her eyes full of anticipation. I know I haven't forgotten. Fang Zhou sighed in resignation, patted Xiao Yu's head, took the fishing rod, baited the hook, and cast it casually. Before long he lifted the rod, and caught a carp weighing over 20 jin. Xiao Yu looked up at Fang Zhou with adoration in her eyes. Xiao Li, seeing this, gave a light snort. Not bad, but I'm not going to lose. Is that so? I'll be waiting for you to treat us. Fang Zhou's lips curled upward as he replied. Xiao Li said nothing, but her expression grew serious. Fang Zhou slapped the fish dead with a single blow, lest Xiao Yu be taken down by a mere fish. Under Yiningen's guidance, Pride cast a line and caught a 5 jin fish. He hesitated for a moment, then also opened his mouth to swallow the fish. Yiningen stopped him just in time, looking a bit exasperated. You can't eat it raw? If you want to eat it, I'll cook it for you when we get back. Pride's golden eyes turned to Xiao Li, puzzled as to why she could eat it raw, but he couldn't. Nevertheless, he obediently nodded and placed the fish into the creel. After a while, a commotion arose on the shore. Fang Zhou looked up. The old steward was walking slowly toward the water's edge, holding his fishing rod and shaking his head as he went. This spot won't do. Neither will that one. Hey, don't fight over it. Didn't you hear the steward say this spot is bad? It's fine, I'll take the loss and occupy the bad spots, leaving the good ones for you. Get lost. Who do you think you're fooling? The disciples scrambled to claim the spots where the steward had shaken his head. Watching the disciples' spirit of unity and camaraderie, the steward couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he had spotted a satisfactory location. He walked over, but the spot was already occupied by a disciple who was staring sadly at his empty creel, letting out a sigh. The disciple sensed something and looked to the side. Seeing the old steward walking straight toward him, he inexplicably felt relieved. I thought my skills had deteriorated. Turns out it was just the spot. The disciple muttered under his breath, then rose with a smile. Come, steward, this way. I'm not skilled enough. This spot is wasted on me. Only you can truly master it. Please take it. The old steward paused, then patted the disciple on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Good, I didn't expect such generosity from you. I can't let you lose out. I'll transfer 100 contribution points to you. The disciple was taken aback, an unexpected bonus. He eagerly pulled out his disciple token. Thank you, steward. You're most generous. May you catch a huge fish today and win the grand prize. The old steward laughed even more heartily and added another 200 contribution points to the transfer. The disciple bowed respectfully, then turned and ran off. Fang Zhou watched the entire scene, shaking his head with a wry smile. Brother Su really is. I don't even know what to say. That disciple was none other than Su Yin, who was now cheerfully finding another spot to sit down and fish. Another pile of contribution points earned. What's the matter? Yiningen noticed that Ao Man had already settled into a comfortable rhythm, so she left him to fish alone and turned to sit beside Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou smiled, observing Yiningen's curious expression, and recounted what he had just witnessed to her. Yiningen finished listening and couldn't help but chuckle. Come to think of it, senior brother Su often participates in various competitions, but he only ever takes the participation award and leaves. Why, oi? Fang Zhou looked at Yiningen with curiosity. Su Yin should have some real strength. Despite his appearance, he was quite a prodigy. It wasn't possible that he always ended up at the bottom of the rankings. Yiningen's expression turned slightly subtle as she explained to Fang Zhou, it's probably because he can earn more contribution points that way. Some disciples once calculated that during his most extreme period he signed up for 23 competitions. Apparently he learned some sort of doppelganger technique. As long as the competition didn't require the participant to be present in person, he would register for it. Fang Zhou was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Yin to have done such a thing. We're all sword cultivators like this. After a moment of thought, he began to remark, isn't senior brother Su's father the peak master of the Holy Sword Peak? He shouldn't be lacking in contribution points. Besides, does participating in so many competitions really yield more points? A senior brother Su used to be rather unique. Yiningen pondered for a while before explaining. When he first started learning the sword, he was quite spirited. He refused to be taught by peak master Su, claiming that only by relying on oneself could one become a true great sword immortal. Back then, senior brother Su would constantly post very distinctive messages using his disciple token until peak master Su asked senior sister Jiang to tutor him. Only then did he calm down a little. Wait, unique? How unique? Fang Zhou interrupted, Yiningen leaning slightly closer to her. Things like, since I took up the sword, no one can claim supremacy before me. You can find them in senior sister Jiang's records. After senior brother Su matured, he deleted those messages, but senior sister Jiang still has backups. Yiningen didn't mind and smiled as she leaned closer to Fang Zhou. During that period, senior brother Su said, even without relying on my parents, I will still become the foremost in the way of the sword. From then on, he completely relied on himself for his cultivation. After he heard that participating in competitions came with guaranteed contribution points, he started doing this frequently. Other disciples of the Holy Sword Peak followed his example, and it almost became a tradition. Fang Zhou looked toward the shore where Su Yin was fishing contentedly. Yes, that was his original body. Fang Zhou's expression was somewhat complicated. He hadn't expected Su Yin to have been like this in the past. Did Shinibu exist in this other world too? Haki Su, you truly surprised me. You too, that's enough. Xiaoli couldn't help but pout as she watched Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen almost sticking together. What were these two doing in front of a several hundred-year-old underage dragon? Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen exchanged a knowing smile, silently moved apart a little, and began to focus on fishing. Before long, not only Fang Zhou and his group, but also the others on the shore, had caught large fish one after another. Some were even dissatisfied with fish weighing over 100 jin and released them back into the water. The fish in this lake were not only abundant, but also enormous. However, when Fang Zhou inadvertently glanced at where the old steward was, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The old steward's face was gloomy. He watched as the people around him continuously pulled up massive fish, while he himself hadn't caught a single one. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he took out a piece of fresh crimson flesh from his storage ring. Oh, interesting. Can't catch fish, so he's resorting to using bait. Fang Zhou lifted his rod, killed a fish over 100 jin, and tossed it to Xiao Yu and Xiao Shui, who had just woken up. Both beasts devoured it delightedly. Xiao Li also sensed something and looked at the old steward. No way is this guy cursed. With so many fish around, he can't catch a single one, and now he's even brought out dragon beast meat. Dragon beasts were demonic beasts that contained dragon blood. They were slightly more powerful than ordinary demonic beasts, and their flesh being infused with dragon blood was more alluring than regular meat. Unlike the intelligent Yao's demonic beasts were completely devoid of intellect, driven only by the instincts to feed and reproduce. Thus the Yaos generally did not consider demonic beasts as their kin. After all, they even devoured their own kind. Fang Zhou's expression was somewhat peculiar. At least he didn't see any curse on the old steward. The old steward hooked the dragon beast meat onto the fishing line and skillfully cast his rod. Soon the surface of the lake began to churn. Other disciples were also drawn by the commotion and turned their gazes toward the old steward. The old steward paid them no heed, gripping the fishing rod excitedly, his eyes fixed on the boiling lake. Suddenly his gaze sharpened, and the rod in his hands bent sharply like a fully drawn bow. The lake's surface surged more violently, and Xiao Li's large boat began to sway slightly. A massive shadow could faintly be seen beneath the water. The disciples on the shore cheered for the old steward, eager to see what he had hooked. This thing doesn't look like a fish. Fang Zhou looked at the shadow beneath the lake, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. Right, it seems to be a Jiaolong beast. Xiao Li nodded, blinking her golden eyes as she remarked, who told him to use dragon beast meat as chum when he couldn't catch fish. Now he's actually raised a Jiaolong beast. So he had been using dragon beast meat as bait. No wonder there were so many big fish here. Fang Zhou looked at the shadow with a subtle expression. Amidst such a multitude of fish, the old steward had managed to hook the Jiaolong beast precisely. In a sense, the old steward was quite lucky. At least the Jiaolong beast had taken the bait out of gratitude. Just as Fang Zhou was lost in thought, the shadow finally surfaced under the old steward's tugging. A huge Jiaolong head was desperately biting at the fishing line, trying to snap it. It thrashed wildly, making the waves on the lake even more turbulent. The waves crashed against Xiao Li's boat, but the spirit patterns carved into the hull dissipated their force, leaving the vessel only slightly rocking. The group watched the Jiaolong beast struggle up close. Yi Ningen covered her mouth with a light laugh. Ao Man stared blankly at the beast, and Xiao Yu and Xiao Shui stood behind their master, hissing at the Jiaolong. I thought a miracle had happened, but it's just a Jiaolong beast. Don't say that. The steward looks like he's about to cry. Speaking of which, does a Jiaolong count as a fish? I just caught a 500 gene fish and was hoping to go for first place. Probably not. This Jiaolong beast should have evolved from a snake, so it won't count as a fish. The old steward's face was expressionless. No matter how the Jiaolong beast struggled, it couldn't make his hand tremble in the slightest. The equipment he had custom-made from the holy artifact peak was not something that a Jiaolong beast whose power only reached the Xiandan stage could break free from. The words of the disciples on the shore pierced his heart like knives. While the steward's rod and line are really sturdy, they haven't snapped yet. Too bad though, he only caught a snake. The old steward looked at the struggling flood dragon, suddenly smiled. He merely used the strength from years of fishing. Snakes to grip the fishing rod and gave a sharp jerk. The entire flood dragon beast soared up from the lake, pulled by the fishing line, and flung onto the shore, smashing a patch of trees. Steward, let me tell you in advance, this flood dragon beast doesn't count as a fish. The Demon Clan disciple in charge of managing the competition casually glanced at that flood dragon and timely reminded him. This snake had been noticed when it transformed into a flood dragon beast. Originally, it was supposed to be eliminated, otherwise it would eat all the fish. But the old steward always fed it until it was full, so it stopped eating fish and just waited for the old steward's offerings. Thus the Demon Clan disciple let it live. That the old steward managed to hook it this time was unexpected even for the Demon Clan disciple, since before it only ate meat and never took the bait. The old steward smiled with relief and nodded to that Demon Clan disciple. The Demon Clan disciple, seeing the old steward's unfortunate fate, stopped provoking him. After bowing, he stepped aside to wait for the old steward to deal with the flood dragon beast. Su-Yen somehow appeared beside the old steward beaming. Steward, since this flood dragon beast doesn't count as a fish, let me help you slay it, save you the trouble. Make it clean. The old steward looked up at him, sighed, and waved his hand at Su-Yen. His hand holding the rod trembled, and the hook detached from the flood dragon beast's mouth, retracting with the line. The old steward slowly turned to face the lake, looked up, and sighed. Oh vast heaven, why are you so unkind to me? But soon he took out another piece of dragon beast meat, and gazed at the lake. I refuse to believe this lake is full of snakes. Su-Yen's expression turned stern as he summoned a long sword with dragon scale patterns. Today I shall let you taste the blood of this flood dragon beast. He strode step by step toward the flood dragon beast, his aura of perfect, profound pill beginning to rise. Except for the old steward and Pride, who were earnestly fishing, everyone else curiously turned their gazes to Su-Yen. The flood dragon beast shook its head, regaining clarity. It warily stared at Su-Yen. Though lacking intelligence, it instinctively sensed lethal danger from Su-Yen. Watching Su-Yen approach step by step, the flood dragon beast's vertical pupils constricted, and a terrifying ferocity blazed in its eyes. It suddenly leaped into the air, opening its bloody maw wide, and lunged at Su-Yen. Su-Yen watched the flood dragon beast with an expressionless face, lightly raising his sword. A stunning sword light flashed across the flood dragon beast. Its forward-charging body halted, then instantly split into two halves, falling from the sky. Su-Yen flourished his sword in a flower, let out a long howl to the sky, and raised his sword high. Today I slay a dragon, here my sword drinks dragon blood, proclaiming the might of us, sword cultivators. The disciples on the shore glanced at Xiao Li in the middle of the lake, whose veins were bulging, exchanged knowing looks, and smiled in unison. Senior Brother Su is mighty. A mere little flood dragon is no match for a sword cultivator. Senior Brother Su is domineering. The might of a sword cultivator is terrifying. Su-Yen heard the disciples' unanimous flattery, and suddenly felt something was off. Normally these guys would immediately come up and taunt him, saying he only killed a flood dragon beast. Why are they so unanimously praising him now? Something's wrong, there must be a problem. Oh, you want to slay a dragon, and proclaim the might of sword cultivators. Xiao Li floated in midair, looking down at Su-Yen. Her figure was not tall, but even under the blazing noon sun her dazzling golden pupils were still striking. Feeling a cold gaze lock onto him, and seeing the surrounding disciples looking like they were enjoying a show, Su-Yen inwardly groaned. He sheathed his sword, and stiffly turned around to face the petite figure, swallowing hard. Senior sister Xiao Li, what a coincidence, you're also fishing. Fang Zhou saw Xiao Li staring at Su-Yen, and couldn't help laughing. He nudged Yi Ningen beside him. Ningen, what is Xiao Li usually like? Why is Brother Su so scared? Yi Ningen also smiled, and looked at Xiao Li above the shore. Actually, Xiao Li is usually quite easygoing, but she holds a grudge. Back when Senior Brother Su was young, he said in front of her that he would slay her. Ever since Senior Brother Su grew up, every time Xiao Li sees him she spars with him. It's become famous in the sect. I see. It seems Brother Su's beatings are not undeserved. Fang Zhou chuckled, and continued to look at Su-Yen and the other. Didn't you say you wanted to slay a dragon? I'm waiting for you right here. Xiao Li's eyes flashed with menace. She could tell from Su-Yen's earlier demeanor that there was something else in that sword strike. What is it? So hard to guess. Su-Yen gave a bitter smile. Senior sister Xiao Li, can you not hit the face? What do you think? Su-Yen turned and transformed into a sword light, disappearing. Where can you run? Xiao Li snorted coldly, and transformed back to her true form. Xiao Li's true form was several tins of zhonglong covered in dense silver-white scales that glistened with a cold radiance under the sun. Her golden pupils shone like two small suns, her dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind, and her pressure spread in all directions. The disciples by the lake all stepped back, but their eyes were full of excitement. Xiao Li swung her dragon tail and vanished from the spot. Well, looks like Senior Brother Su is going to be beaten badly this time. No, I have to follow and see. Me too. The disciples all dropped their fishing rods and chased in the direction the two had disappeared. Young people nowadays, can't they just fish properly? The old steward sighed again. When he lifted the rod, he found the dragon beast meat was eaten, but the hook had no fish. He numbly put on another piece of dragon beast meat and cast the line again. Seems like Brother Su is in for a rough time. Fang Zhou looked into the distance and smiled. Xiao Li followed behind Su-Yen. Whenever Su-Yen slowed down, Xiao Li would lash him with her tail, making him yelp. Suddenly the fishing rod in his hand bent sharply. Whoa, a big one's here. Fortunately, the fishing rods Xiao Li prepared for them were not ordinary, otherwise that one tug would have snapped the rod. Fang Zhou's face lit up with joy. He could sense that this was different from the snake the old steward had caught. This was definitely a big fish. Fang Zhou pulled back and forth casually for a while, testing the strength of the rod and line. That's enough. I don't want to play any tug of war with you. He suddenly reeled in the line and lifted the rod, and a huge black shadow appeared on the water's surface. The old steward on the shore stared wide-eyed. He could swear this was definitely a big fish. If it was, may he never catch a fish again in his life. Heaven didn't really intend to make the old steward never fish again. As Fang Zhou lifted the rod, a golden dragon carp appeared on the lake's surface. The old steward and the disciples still fishing on the shore immediately stood up. Such a huge dragon carp must weigh at least several thousand catties. Xiao Li also returned at this moment, a relaxed smile on her face. But as soon as she saw that dragon carp, the smile vanished from her face. Oh no, she's going to lose. Fang Zhou gave a sharp tug, and the nearly 10-meter-long fish was easily lifted and flung onto the shore. The boat was still too small. Fang Zhou smiled easily and looked at Xiao Li. Hey, you're back. On the shore, the old steward was staring in shock at the golden dragon carp flopping on the ground beside him. After a moment, he looked up and sighed. Oh vast heaven, why are you so unkind to me? The bells signaling the end of the competition tolled at dusk. The demon clan disciples stood on a hastily built platform by the lake, loudly announcing the results. In this fishing competition, the first prize goes to Fang Zhou for a golden dragon carp weighing 6,700 jin. Immediately a wave of exclamations arose from the shore. The old steward stubbornly sat by the shore staring at the lake, deaf to the exclamations. Second prize goes to senior sister Xiao Li for a silver-scaled sturgeon weighing 800 jin. The rest received third prize. Xiao Li had already put away the large boat and came to the shore with Fang Zhou and the others. Now expressionless, she stood on the platform with Fang Zhou, her tail flicking restlessly behind her. After announcing the top two, the demon clan disciple began awarding prizes. Notably, the old steward, having caught no fish, generously sponsored over 200,000 contribution points as prize money. Su Yan, somehow also with a bruised and swollen face, ran back. After receiving his prize, he waved at Fang Zhou, but upon seeing Xiao Li, he shrank his neck and hid among the crowd. After the competition, the organizers began bringing in tables and chairs, as there would be a lavish banquet in the evening. They specially invited disciples from the Holy Food Peak to handle the fish caught by the participating disciples. Fang Zhou had no intention of keeping the golden dragon carp, so he voluntarily offered it as the main dish, eliciting cheers from the disciples. As dusk fell, Yiningen was pulled away by Xiao Li, and the two went aside to whisper. Fang Zhou just smiled. He had no intention of interfering with Yiningen's social life. Oh, after all, Yiningen probably wouldn't accept a blonde male disciple. He sat beside Aomen, who was staring blankly at the disciples of Holy Food Peak cooking in the distance, while Xiao Shui and Xiao Yu were playing nearby. So did you have fun today? Aomen tilted his head looking at Fang Zhou, and only after a while realized that Fang Zhou was talking to him. Happy. He paused, then added, very happy. Is that so? That's good. Fang Zhou smiled, looked up at the moon in the sky, then closed his eyes. Aomen's golden pupils kept staring at Fang Zhou, but he said nothing. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Fang Zhou, still with eyes closed, asked Aomen casually. Aomen hesitated for a moment, then for the first time took the initiative to ask Fang Zhou. Why do you help me? Before meeting Yishur, he had always been worshipped by those creatures. They placed Aomen on a divine altar, and with reverent words drove him as a tool of destruction. It was only after meeting Yishur that he learned his own name, Aomen, a primordial deity. Later, Hundun brought the other 7 sins to find Yishur, demanding to take Aomen back. He still remembered the complex expression on Yishur's face at that time. Yishur agreed, and he was taken away by Hundun and the others. Yishur stood there alone, silent and speechless. Baoshir and the others also took good care of him and would take him out to play until that day. Baoshir took Aomen to a very prosperous planet to play. The god hunters, somehow learning of Aomen's whereabouts, gathered over a dozen sage domain experts and snatched Aomen from Baoshir's hands. Then Aomen's divine body was destroyed by the god hunters, who used a secret technique to seize his origin. Just as the god hunters were about to seal him to prevent his resurrection, Yishur arrived. At that time, Yishur was not yet a deity. He looked at the god hunters and at Aomen, who was now only a consciousness. In his dead eyes, a flame of rage ignited. He killed all those dozen-plus god hunters. That was the second time Aomen saw Yishur angry. The first time was when Yishur discovered that Aomen had been used as a tool by those creatures. From then on, Yishur always kept him by his side, not allowing him to go anywhere, so Aomen always harbored a trace of fear towards the outside creatures. He didn't understand. He had merely acted according to their wishes, so why did so many people hate him? He also didn't understand why he was being hunted when he had done nothing. Aomen feared the creatures until Yishur said he hoped Aomen could find his pride. Then, following Hundun's advice, he came to the Wanxing sect of his own accord. Even though he was terrified, he would not let down expectations. But after arriving at the Wanxing sect, the people he met were different from before. He sensed no malice at all. Shen Wang cared for him deeply. Fang Zhou took him out to play, and Yi Ningen took care of him like a mother. He also made his first special friend. So he was very confused. Why was he receiving kindness? It shouldn't be like this. He was useless. Fang Zhou smiled, opened his eyes, and looked at Aomen, saying matter-of-factly, "Why do I help you? I just wanted to help, since you're no different from a child. Anyway, I have nothing better to do. If I can make a child smile, I don't mind putting in a little effort." Aomen stared blankly at Fang Zhou, a hint of inexplicable emotion appearing in his eyes. Xiao Shui stopped playing with Xiao Yue, walked over to Aomen, and gently rubbed against his leg. "Actually, I never intended to teach you what pride is. It was just that I had nothing to do at the time, and Baoshir came to me voluntarily, told me your story, and asked to meet you." Fang Zhou picked up Xiao Yu and looked at Aomen, Later, after understanding your situation, I became even less inclined to teach you about pride, because that wasn't your own choice. Your duty has vanished, so you just need to be yourself. Don't live in the expectations of others. Aomen's golden pupils suddenly contracted. He stared fixedly at Fang Zhou, but said nothing. Fang Zhou smiled, stood up, and patted Aomen's head. Don't think too much. Just consider us friends. There's still plenty of time. All you need to do is live well in the present. With that, Fang Zhou walked toward Yiningen with Xiao Yu in his arms. Give Aomen some time, let him think about what he wants to do. Xiao Yu, wasn't what I just said really cool? Meow. What? You weren't paying attention. Then you're not my favorite Hakimi. Meow. Aomen watched Fang Zhou walk away with Xiao Yue and began to think. Suddenly a fragrance drifted from afar. Xiao Shui swallowed her saliva, but made no move, quietly lying at Aomen's feet. She wanted to accompany her master. Dinner is served. The shouts of holy food peak disciples came from afar. The disciples all pitched in to bring dishes, and some went to pull the old steward who still hadn't caught any fish. Steward, stop fishing. Eat first, then fish later. The old steward looked at the lake, which showed no sign of activity, and sighed helplessly. All right, this meal cost me over 200,000 contribution points. I have to get my money's worth. The old steward, not caring about the contribution points, joked self-deprecatingly, and followed the disciple to sit at the dining table. Yiningen walked over to Aomen. Come on, let's eat first. Aomen looked at Yiningen, then down at Xiao Shui, who was drooling. Okay. Beneath the moon, Fang Zhou and the others were joyfully dining and chatting. Above the moon, Lu Hani sat opposite a breathtakingly beautiful woman, while distant spirit beasts roamed about, occasionally glancing at the two. Han Shuang, how do you have time to find me? Aren't you usually busy? The woman, clad in a moon-white dress, bore a hint of languor in her brows and eyes, with faint moonlight swirling around her. She was holding a cup of tea, looking at Lu Hani with keen interest. Lu Hani smiled and replied lightly, It's just that I haven't visited you in a long time, so I thought I'd catch up. Don't make me laugh. If it weren't for something important, would you come to me? Though the woman said this, the corners of her mouth kept lifting, and her tone was quite lighthearted. Lu Hani paid it no mind, gazing into the distance at the moon shadow cats frolicking. Tyene, after all these years, you're still saying one thing and meaning another. Can't you be a little more honest? I refuse to believe you came all the way here just to catch up with nothing to do. Tyene let out a snort and pursed her lips. Spit it out, or I'll take it seriously and then won't help you. Oh look, you're getting anxious again. Lu Hani pointed at Tyene and laughed, then seeing her expression grow increasingly hostile, straightened her face. Actually, I did come to ask you something this time. Tyene wore an I knew it expression, leaned back in her chair, and said lazily, I knew it. Go on, what is it? Are you still in touch with Hingyang? Hingyang? No. Isn't he the sect master of Xingqian's sect? If you want to find him, why not just go to Xingqian's sect directly? Tyene suddenly sat up straight, curiously looking at Lu Hani. Is what you want to ask about him? Lu Hani shook her head, her expression subtly complex, as she gazed at Tyene. To be precise, it's not just about him. It involves you too. Oh. Tyene was puzzled. She had been staying on the moon of Wanxing Star for years. Oh, what could possibly involve both her and Hingyang? Lu Hani could barely suppress a smile. Ahem, a few days ago, didn't you feel anything change? Stop beating around the bush and just say it. Tyene was growing impatient. After all these years, Lu Hani was still the same. She couldn't fathom how she had become the peak master of Shanghan Peak. Don't rush, I'll tell you now. Lu Hani took a slow sip of tea, and only under Tyene's murderous gaze did she speak slowly. Didn't you notice any change in the gift you left behind? You mean that primal essence? Isn't it on your disciple? What could? Tyene stared at Lu Hani in shock. She suddenly realized she could no longer sense that primal essence. Tyene covered her face and wept. Han Shuang, if you don't like it, you could have destroyed it. Why come to mock me? Stop pretending. How old are you? That primal essence wasn't destroyed by me. Someone fused the essences left by you and Hingyang. Lu Hani looked at Tyene with disgust. An old woman putting on a maiden's act. Tyene instantly changed her expression, looking at Lu Hani with curiosity. Oh, so someone actually managed to do that. And judging by your reaction, it wasn't done by a Saint King, or else you wouldn't have come to me specifically. She furrowed her brows, deeply pondering hard. Finally, Tyene figured it out. She looked at Lu Hani with pitiful eyes. Sister Han Shuang, just tell me, won't you? Disgusting. Utterly disgusting. Lu Hani remained expressionless, for the dumplings had already been wrapped. Now all that was needed was the vinegar. I can't tell you that, but I have another piece of news. Would you like to hear it? What news? Feng Shui has awakened. Tyene froze, and Lu Hani vanished before her eyes. No way, Tyene muttered in disbelief. She had only taken a nap. How could Feng Shui have awakened? But it's fine. I'm hiding here, can that being really come knocking? Tyene propped her hands on her hips, looking smug. You seem quite reluctant to see me. A melodious voice rang out, and Feng Shui's peerless figure appeared above the moon. After sealing me for so long, won't you invite me in for a seat? Tyene swallowed her saliva. Even she couldn't use overly powerful force near Wanxing Star. In other words, she was trapped by the very place she had chosen. Feng Shui tilted her head, gazing at her with a gentle expression. I am in misery, Tyene wailed inwardly. It must be Han Shuang who lured Feng Shui here. Han Shuang, I'm not done with you. I'll ignore you for at least 100 years. Wait, that seems too long, maybe 50 years will do. Back at Shenghan Peak, Lu Hani sneezed knowing her plan had succeeded. Lu Hani looked toward Yi Ningen, who was at the lakeside banquet, and smiled slightly. My disciple, 2 key figures have gathered. It all depends on when you will break through to the Dao infant. After a moment, Lu Hani let out an inexplicable sigh. Back in my day, I never had such favorable conditions. Then she couldn't help but laugh, recalling how her own master had said the same to her. A kind of inheritance, perhaps. What a pity she hadn't said it in front of Ningen. Of course she would never say that to Ningen's face either. Master, do you think your disciple has done a decent job as a master? I truly wish I could see you once more. Lu Hani sat on the snow-viewing platform, gazing at the swirling snow. She sighed, then closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Zhou suddenly sensed someone watching Yi Ningen. He turned back and found the gaze came from Shenghan Peak. Could Peak Master Lu have something to discuss with Ningen? What's wrong? Yi Ningen had been paying close attention to Fang Zhou. Noticing his unusual behavior, she casually wiped Pride's mouth, turned around, and asked Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou shook his head and whispered in Yi Ningen's ear. Just now it seemed Peak Master Lu glanced at you. I wonder if something's up. Master glanced at me. Yi Ningen fell into thought. If Lu Hani wanted to contact her, she would have sent a direct message. But she hadn't received any transmission. So there was only one answer. Perhaps Master is up to one of her pranks again. Fang Zhou was taken aback. What exactly did Peak Master Lu usually do to her? But seeing that Yi Ningen showed no displeasure, he let it go. Maybe that was just how they got along as master and disciple. Fang Zhou smiled and took Yi Ningen's hand. Maybe she had something to discuss, but didn't want to disturb you while you were having fun. I'll accompany you to Shenghan Peak tomorrow to see your master. If there's anything I can help too. I'm not bragging. Even a few ordinary saint domains can't get close to me. Yi Ningen was startled for a moment, then clasped his hand back, her beautiful eyes curving slightly. Then this humble maiden shall rely on the protection of his saintly majesty tomorrow. Everyone was chatting excitedly, and no one paid attention to the two of them. Except, I want to go too. I want to help a friend. Pride stared at them with its dazzling golden pupils. The following noon, within the cave dwelling of the sect master of Shenghan Peak, Lu Hani took a sip of tea, gazing at the 2 people and 1 deity. Ningen visiting me at such an hour must mean something important, correct? Lu Hani set down her teacup and turned to Yi Ningen. Yi Ningen shook her head slightly, meeting Lu Hani's gaze before speaking softly. Master Fang Zhou mentioned last night that you cast a glance at me from Shenghan Peak, implying you wish to see me. So I came today to confirm whether there is anything important you require me to handle. Lu Hani glanced in surprise at Fang Zhou, who sat beside Yi Ningen. She had not expected that someone who had only recently broken through to the sacred domain would be perceptive enough to notice her gaze. Truly a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Lu Hani smiled, placed a hand over her chest, and feigned relief. I thought Yi Ningen had finally had enough and come to seize power, even bringing a divine companion along. Yi Ningen paused, her expression unreadable as she looked at Lu Hani. It seems there is nothing urgent, master. Then I will not disturb you further. Having spoken, Yi Ningen reached out and took Fang Zhou's hand. He was watching the scene with keen interest and began walking toward the door. Oh Ningen, you child. You can be so gentle with Fang Zhou, yet cannot show an old woman a little patience. Lu Hani sighed deeply, her expression tinged with melancholy. Children grow up, don't they? Are you finally going to abandon your master? Yi Ningen's face darkened, and she shot a sideways glance at Fang Zhou, who was giggling quietly. Master, please just tell me directly if there is something. Lu Hani shook her head with a smile, looking away from Yi Ningen and addressing Fang Zhou instead. You were the one who helped Ningen fuse her physique, correct? Fang Zhou was startled. Was there something wrong with Yi Ningen? That was impossible. The Taiyin and Hingyang had both been fully integrated into his Dao. What problem could there be? Over the past few days spent with Yi Ningen, he had found nothing amiss. He nodded, then looked at Lu Hani with a grave expression. That is correct. I helped Ningen fuse her physique. Has something happened to her? Yi Ningen's eyes filled with tenderness as she interlaced her fingers with Fang Zhou's, standing quietly beside him. Almin stood obediently to the side, watching Yi Ningen without speaking. Lu Hani observed Fang Zhou's demeanor and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed the two were deeply devoted to each other. She had indeed overstepped herself back then. She dropped the jest and did not answer directly, instead posing another question to Fang Zhou. You must be well aware of how formidable your Dao is, correct? Fang Zhou first froze, then sharply turned his head to look at Yi Ningen. Seeing his expression, Lu Hani could not help but smile. It seems you have already understood. Your Dao is simply too powerful. Even with 2 sacred physiques serving as the fusion basis, your Dao still holds considerable weight. Fang Zhou's understanding deepened, and he looked at Lu Hani. In other words, my Dao is too dominant over Ningen and actually restricts her from comprehending her own Dao. As expected of Mingri, one who grasps things at a hint. Lu Hani nodded, agreeing with Fang Zhou's assessment. Currently Ningen's body contains Taiyin, Hingyang, and your Dao. The fusion of these 3 paths has indeed granted her immense power. However, this power does not truly belong to her. When Ningen attempts to comprehend her own Dao, this energy will interfere significantly, pulling her comprehension toward these 3 existing paths. Fang Zhou fell silent. When he had fused the sacred physique origins for Yiningen, he had not considered this point. After all, for himself such interference would be negligible. Fang Zhou turned to Yiningen, who simply smiled gently at him. It's all right, brother. Fang Zhou only acted for my own good. Besides, there is a solution. Yiningen smiled at Fang Zhou, then glanced playfully at Lu Hani. Master, the way you looked at me so late last night means you've already found a solution, correct? Lu Hani feigned indifference and sniffed. Now you know to appreciate your master. But she could not maintain her composure for long, and soon broke into laughter, pointing at Yiningen through the air. You? Yes, I did find a solution. Fang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He had already been deducing possible methods, and had several viable approaches in mind. However, those methods would carry some harm to Yiningen. Upon hearing that Lu Hani had already found a solution, he ceased his calculations, and looked toward her. Almin had finally understood as well, and followed their gaze toward Lu Hani. Under the watchful eyes of the two people and the deity, Lu Hani explained her solution directly. This method is quite simple. It merely requires borrowing a Dao. Borrowing a Dao. So that is how it works. Such a method does exist. Fang Zhou was suddenly enlightened. This approach was indeed simple and direct, though the borrowed Dao must be pure and untainted by heavenly principles. Otherwise interference would persist. Fang Zhou looked at Lu Hani. He could conceive of this, and Sect Master Lu certainly could as well. She must have a remedy. Merely borrow the Dao that connects the primordial deity to the heavens, and directly comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. The paths within Ningen's body are incomplete. Under the baptism of heavenly laws, their influence over her will be negligible. With Ningen's talent, she will be sufficiently capable of comprehending her own Dao. Once she reaches the Dao infant stage, she will be able to control it independently, and her physique will no longer hinder her. After finishing her explanation, Lu Hani took a sip of tea and regarded Almin with interest. However, since you already have a primordial deity prepared, the consumable I readied is no longer needed. Almin's golden pupils flickered. Showing no fear, he looked at Lu Hani and nodded. I wish to help my friend. Please tell me what I must do. Lu Hani was taken aback. Gazing at Almin's innocent demeanor, she realized he was different from other primordial deities. She had been wondering why the god of arrogance displayed not a trace of arrogance. All this time he had remained silent. Now she understood. He was the primordial deity whose duties had been stripped away. It could only be said that the ritual had protected Almin too well. Aside from the god hunters who had heard rumors from somewhere, very few outside the primordial deities knew that arrogance was the one stripped of its role. Just then Yiningen shook her head and pulled Almin behind her. Master, Almin is my friend. I will not harm him. Fang Zhou also smiled and produced the Star River Star. If a primordial deity is truly required, I happen to have a suitable choice. Almin looked at the two before him, his eyes flickering faintly. He stood quietly, saying nothing. He still had not learned how to refuse. Lu Hani looked at the three of them and smiled. I never said this method would harm a primordial deity. It is simply that he is not suited for it. Not suitable. Fang Zhou glanced at Arrogance, who was staring expressionlessly at Lu Hani, his golden pupils filled with bewilderment. It seemed indeed not very suitable. Fang Zhou nodded in agreement. Master, do you know about Arrogance's situation? Yiningen looked at Lu Hani, realizing something. Lu Hani nodded, gazing at Arrogance. My master once told me his story. I just didn't know that the deity whose duties were revoked was Arrogance. After all, many deities voluntarily abandon their duties. As long as they don't appear, few people can know their circumstances. Lu Hani smiled and added, if you want to know the details, you can go to the scripture repository. There should be a record of his story there. Yiningen nodded thoughtfully. Fang Zhou turned to Lu Hani and asked, Peak Master Lu, what is your plan? Lu Hani grinned, looking at the Star River heart in Fang Zhou's hand. Its owner is above the moon. You must have met him, right? Fang Zhou was taken aback. Fengshui, that would indeed be very fitting. But above the moon, there should be a sacred domain there. Above the moon, isn't that the Dao field of Senior Taiyin? Yiningen looked at Lu Hani with confusion. Taiyin. So the one above the moon is Taiyin. That made sense. Fang Zhou pondered. Would Hingyang be on the sun then? Lu Hani gave a mischievous smile, looking at them with a gleam of eagerness to share. Do you know why Fengshui was sealed? Fang Zhou and Yiningen nodded, curious. Well, Taiyin was once the sect master of the Star Sect, and it was she who sealed Fengshui. Lu Hani's smile was irrepressible. Last night, I told Fengshui Taiyin's location. Even if Fengshui is no match for Taiyin, Taiyin cannot attack her near the 10,000 Saint Star. The two of them are probably coexisting peacefully now. Fang Zhou's expression was subtle. He wondered if Lu Hani held a grudge against Taiyin to set her up like this, but it did seem rather amusing. Yiningen looked helpless. Since she learned that Lu Hani and Taiyin were friends, she had been thinking that the reason she was taken as a disciple wasn't fate at all, but because of Taiyin's influence. However, she possessed the Taiyin sacred body and happened to encounter Lu Hani. Wasn't that also a kind of fate? Yiningen fell into contemplation. Only Arrogance stood there, bewildered, utterly unable to follow their cryptic conversation, simply staring at them blankly. After a while, Lu Hani finally stopped smiling. Since you both know the situation, how about we go now? Fang Zhou's eyes lit up, but he remained silent, looking at Yiningen instead. Yiningen hesitated, looking at Lu Hani. Master, I'm not ready to break through to the Dao infant stage yet. Lu Hani was startled. You don't want to break through? Is it a matter of wanting or not? I simply haven't prepared for the breakthrough. Yi Ningen smiled wryly at Lu Hani, as if she could break through just because she wanted to. She had not yet reached her limit and was completely unprepared for the Dao infant stage. Lu Hani stared at her. Didn't I tell you, Taiyin can help you? Yi Ningen looked blank. Did you, Didn't I? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Since we're here, let's seize the day. Lu Hani shook her head and turned to Fang Zhou, whose eyes were sparkling. You must want to go too, right? Fang Zhou nodded, then quickly added. I'll go along with Ningen. Even if Yi Ningen didn't go, he could sneak over later. There was no need to force her breakthrough. Yi Ningen looked at them both with amusement and finally nodded. All right, let's go. She turned to Arrogance, who was still out of the loop. Arrogance, could you go back and take Xiaoya and Xiaoxua to play at the Spirit Beast Peak? We have to go out and might not have time to take care of Xiaoya. Arrogance stared at Yi Ningen for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll take care of Xiaoya. Seeing Arrogance agree, Yi Ningen smiled and patted his head. She had heard from Fang Zhou that there were god hunters targeting Arrogance outside, and Fang Zhou might not know what god hunters were. But Yi Ningen had read in the sect's ancient texts that these so-called god hunters were a group of deranged, heretical cultivators. They would even abandon their own lives just to seize the essence of deities utterly devoid of reason. Most deities targeted by them ended up sealed. Only some powerful primordial deities were unafraid of god hunters, even hunting them in turn. If Arrogance was truly being targeted, there was no guarantee they wouldn't resort to insidious means. Better to be cautious. Fang Zhou looked at Arrogance and smiled. He roughly understood what Yi Ningen was thinking. God hunters. They were just clowns who could only pick on weak primordial deities. What could they ever achieve? But since Arrogance had agreed, he would have to give up the chance to confront those god hunters. Besides, taking Arrogance out would require informing Shenhuang. Since he wasn't going, it was fine. Arrogance glanced at Fang Zhou and suddenly felt a slight itch on his head again. But he didn't dwell on it, and after looking at them for a moment, he silently left. Yi Ningen watched Arrogance leave before turning to Lu Hani. All right, master, let's set off. Lu Hani didn't quite understand why Yi Ningen didn't let Arrogance come along, but she didn't think much of it. Fine, let's go. Lu Hani smiled. She had planned to wait a few more days, but she hadn't expected Yi Ningen to come today. With a flash of spiritual light, the three of them appeared above the moon. Fang Zhou looked around curiously. It was no different from the palace he had seen last time. A group of spirit beasts lay listlessly on the ground. When they saw the three, their eyes brightened, and they immediately gathered around Lu Hani, whimpering softly, as if telling their grievances. Lu Hani looked even more excited at the spirit beast's pitiful state. Ignoring them, she led Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen into the palace. The deeper they went, the lower the temperature became. The situation was not optimistic, Fang Zhou thought. Without a word, he took Yi Ningen's hand, sending a warm current into her body to ward off the cold. Yi Ningen was startled, then leaned closer to him. Before long, two stunning figures appeared before them. Taiyin had her eyes tightly shut, refusing to look at Feng Shue, while streams of cold energy surged from her toward Feng Shue. Feng Shue wore a gentle smile, completely ignoring Taiyin's rejection, staring intently at her. Lu Hani looked disappointed. She had hoped to see a more interesting scene. Feng Shue, be more proactive. With an attitude like that, you deserve to be rejected. Taiyin suddenly opened her eyes, a smile instantly spreading across her face. She stood up, and the chill emanating from her body vanished in an instant. Han Shuang, you've finally come. Taiyin walked briskly toward Lu Hani, her voice sweet. She linked arms with Lu Hani, then looked at Feng Shue, chin slightly raised. Feng Shue, give up. I've long been Han Shuang's. All these years I've lived on the moon of the Wanqing star, just to be closer to Han Shuang. Stop pestering me. I'm afraid Han Shuang might misunderstand. Lu Hani's expression stiffened as she looked at Taiyin in shock. I underestimated you. To get back at me, you'd go this far. Taiyin feigned innocence. Not at all. My feelings for you are pure love. While Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen stood by in silence, but their eyes sparkled with excitement as they watched Lu Hani and Taiyin. So thrilling. This trip was worth it. Feng Shue also stood up. Though he couldn't understand the eye contact between Lu Hani and Taiyin, he didn't care. It's fine, I don't mind. As long as I can be with you, that's enough. Feng Shue smiled warmly, speaking softly as he looked at Taiyin. He didn't believe that Han Shuang had deliberately lured him here just to let Taiyin assert dominance. If all else failed, he could respect tradition and be the lesser one. Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen turned to look at Feng Shue again. Despite some lingering enmity at this moment, they only felt admiration for Feng Shue. Go, Feng Shue, bravely pursue love. Snatch Taiyin away from Lu Hani. Taiyin's face instantly fell. She let go of Lu Hani's hand, looking somewhat bored. Feng Shue, what do you like about me? I'll change it, okay? Feng Shue smiled gently, his tone tender. I like the fact that you don't like me. Taiyin's expression stiffened and she tentatively asked, if I pretend to like you, would you stop liking me? Of course not, Feng Shue said matter-of-factly, looking at Taiyin. If you like me, I would naturally like you even more. Lu Hani looked at Taiyin, poking her waist with a grin. If you really can't handle it, just give in. Feng Shue is not bad, is he? Forget it, let it all burn. Whatever. Taiyin sat back down, looking utterly disinterested. She turned to the two who had been watching the drama. Ningen, long time no see. Last time I saw you, you were just a little thing, and now you've grown so big. And who is this beside you? Yi Ninggen's expression turned serious as she bowed to Tying. Greetings, Senior Tying. This is my husband Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou also bowed with a smile. Greetings, Senior Tying. Tying looked at Fang Zhou in surprise. So young and already at the Saint Domain. The Wanxing sect truly produces talents. The last one was Su Wu, I believe. Hello, Mingri. Tying nodded to Fang Zhou, then turned to Lu Hani with a resentful tone. What about you? Don't you have anything to say? Going out of your way to summon Feng Shua. What's so important that you have to make it this troublesome? Lu Hani's expression turned serious as she sat down beside Tying. Actually, I gathered you all here mainly to resolve the issue with Ninggen. Isn't it just about merging the original essence left by me and Hing Yang? Can't you handle it yourself? Tying scoffed, then looked closely at Yi Ninggen. Holy crap, whose Dao is this? So awesome. Tying was greatly astonished. She had never seen a Saint Domain's Dao so powerful that a mere trace could stably merge the Dao of her and Hing Yang. Lu Hani smiled faintly. The master of this Dao is the one beside Ninggen. Tying looked at Fang Zhou in surprise. So young already at Saint Domain, and with such a powerful Dao. Meeting Tying's surprised gaze, Fang Zhou smiled and extended his hand. An invisible force swirled around his palm, which he then casually dismissed. Tying's eyes widened. Such a domineering power, turning all things to one's own use. You understand now. Lu Hani smiled and looked at Yi Ninggen. If Ninggen doesn't comprehend her own Dao during the Dao infant stage, she will never be able to comprehend her own Dao in the future. Feng Shua gazed at this power lost in thought. Compared to last time, his power seemed stronger. Is it my imagination? He looked at Lu Hani and spoke softly. Since Daoist Hans Huang has also summoned me, there must be something you need from me. To be honest, my fragment did indeed nearly cause irreparable harm to this young friend. If there is anything you need from me, please don't hesitate to ask. Yi Ninggen looked at Feng Shua with mixed feelings, suddenly unsure of what to do. Back then his fragment had nearly killed her, but now the deity himself was willing to make amends directly. She was at a loss as to how to settle this grudge. Feng Shua glanced at Yi Ninggen with a smile, speaking lightly. Little friend, do not worry. Just consider this as my atonement for past mistakes. When you break through to the Saint Domain and fight me, all karma will be resolved. Lu Hani smiled without interfering. The world was always like this. Those who harm you are not necessarily bad, and those who protect you are not necessarily good. But right and wrong must still be judged by oneself. Ninggen, I hope that even when you possess power, you won't lose your original heart, and will have a clear understanding of right and wrong. Yi Ninggen looked at Feng Shua, no longer hesitating. Good. Then I will wait until I break through to the Saint Domain and fight you. Fang Zhou stood beside Yi Ninggen, silently supporting her. After all, he had already killed Feng Shua once, so he couldn't lose either way. Tying looked at Yi Ninggen and sighed. To be honest, the main karma of this matter lies with me. If I hadn't sealed Feng Shua, Ninggen wouldn't have been possessed by his fragment. Yi Ninggen was taken aback and was about to speak, but Tying raised a hand to stop her. Tying smiled, her tone calm. No need to defend me. I'm not so weak that I dare not admit my own mistakes. If I had directly killed Feng Shua back then instead of sealing him, this wouldn't have happened. Tying looked at Lu Hani, her voice serious. Tell me what you want me to do. I won't refuse. Feng Shua looked at Tying without speaking. As expected of the one he liked, such character. Yi Ninggen looked at Tying with a complicated heart. It had originally been just between her and Feng Shua. But Tying had proactively admitted it was her fault, and for a moment Yi Ninggen felt lost. Fang Zhou silently took her hand and smiled at her. Yi Ninggen's heart settled. She looked at Tying and shook her head. This matter, tracing its karma, ultimately stems from Feng Shua. If Feng Shua hadn't provoked you, probably wouldn't have acted to seal him. If Senior Tying feels guilty, then help me break through to the Dao infant to settle the karma. Lu Hani smiled and looked at Tying. My disciple has said it. Borrowing your illusory heart hall, that's not too much to ask, is it? The Huanxin Hall. Tying was taken aback for a moment, then casually nodded. I thought you wanted me to do something important. Just use it if you want, it's not something rare. Tying was utterly nonchalant. She hadn't expected Lu Hani to go through all this trouble just for that. Even without this matter, given her relationship with Lu Hani, Yi Ninggen could have entered freely anyway. Lu Hani smiled. Her primary purpose in summoning Feng Shua was actually twofold. First, to let Yi Ninggen clearly see her true feelings toward Feng Shua, preventing her from acting on impulse, lest she later harbor misguided thoughts. Second, it was genuinely amusing. Though she hadn't expected Feng Shua to be such a prodigy, which was somewhat surprising, it still brought her considerable entertainment. Senior Tying, what exactly is the Huanxin Hall? Fang Zhou looked at Tying with confusion and asked. Oh, nothing much. Just a simple dream, Tying replied. Tying stood up, gesturing for the others to follow her. It's nothing to us, but for cultivators below the holy domain, this trial not only grants self-awareness, but also rapidly accumulates cultivation. It's not particularly useful. I once obtained a dream from the Huanming Star domain and didn't know what to do with it, so I fashioned it into a hall. When I sleep, I can still dream. A dream. Fang Zhou fell into thought. Since he had begun his cultivation, he had long been able to perfectly control his thoughts. From then on, he had never dreamed. It wasn't that he couldn't, it was just that he was unaccustomed to it. He had grown used to the state of unified mind and spirit, and unless he deliberately allowed his mind to wander, it was difficult for him to dream. Before long they arrived before a hall. Tying looked at Yi Ningen and spoke softly. There are no restrictions or dangers below. You need only cultivate in peace. Yi Ningen nodded, then glanced at Fang Zhou. I'll go cultivate now. Fang Zhou snapped back to reality and nodded to her. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Yi Ningen smiled, then noticed Lu Hani and the others subtly watching them. Her face flushed, and without further ado, she turned and walked into the Huanqin Hall. Lu Hani and the others watched Yi Ningen leave, inwardly lamenting the missed opportunity. Fang Zhou cleared his throat and casually asked Tyne, Senior Tyne, what is this dream you mentioned? Ordinary cultivators don't dream, do they, eh? Tyne was momentarily stunned, then looked at Lu Hani. Lu Hani felt a bit awkward and explained for Fang Zhou, this child has only recently joined the Wanxing and hasn't attended many formal lessons. It's quite normal for him to be unaware of some things. I see. He's so young and already at the holy domain, so he must have focused solely on cultivation. It's understandable that he lacks common knowledge. Tyne nodded thoughtfully. After all, being such a young holy domain cultivator lacking some common sense was reasonable. Tyne didn't dwell on it. She looked at the slightly embarrassed Fang Zhou and smiled. Then I'll explain it to you. A dream is a concept far removed from low-level cultivators. Normally low-level cultivators, even if they occasionally lose control of their thoughts and fall into a dream, would quickly wake up and instinctively retract their mind, breaking free from the dream. After all, the first step in cultivation is to gather the mind and draw qi into the body. If the mind is unsettled, the qi will scatter. If the qi is scarce, there's no harm. But if there is abundant qi, it will surge chaotically through the body, easily causing the blood and qi to reverse. So normally low-level cultivators maintain a unified mind free of stray thoughts and rarely dream. However, there was a genius in this world who thought it was unreasonable for cultivators to be unable to dream, robbing them of the joy of sleep. So he sought out the primordial deity born from the concept of dreams, Mingyan. Using Mingyan's Tao, he comprehended his own path of illusion and dreams, establishing the Huanming star domain. All cultivators who wished to dream could do so there without risking a scattered mind or the danger of qi deviation. Moreover, cultivating within dreams greatly benefited cultivators. At the very least, they could glimpse their subconscious thoughts, thus gaining insight into their true nature. I'm not fond of letting my mind wander either. Though it has no real effect, I grew accustomed to a focused state during my cultivation. So I obtained a dream from the Huanming star domain. Occasionally dreaming is quite enjoyable. Tyne shrugged. After all, living alone on the moon was rather dull, otherwise she wouldn't have kept so many spirit beasts for company. An occasional dream helped pass the time. I see. Thank you for the explanation, Senior Tyne. Fang Zhou nodded in understanding. Indeed, it was of no use to him. But he was rather intrigued by the Huanming star domain. He could take Ningen there someday, and perhaps also comprehend the Tao of dreams. After all, he had never dreamed before, and his previous insights were mostly about illusions and phantoms. He was curious about dreams. It would be like collecting a new specimen. Tyne waved her hand, looking at Fang Zhou. It's nothing. Your wife will be out soon. Since it's a dream, time works a bit differently. Fang Zhou was startled. The Tao of dreams was also connected to time. His interest deepened. He himself had some understanding of time and was keenly aware of its power. However, in this world, crossing time seemed extremely difficult. There was a powerful resistance, and even looking into the past was nearly impossible. Was it because of the Zhuzai? In his own holy domain, he could manipulate time. Fang Zhou shook his head, dismissing the thought. Feng Shui waited quietly until Tyne finished explaining, then looked at Lu Hani. So what do you need me to do? Lu Hani smiled and said directly, I need to borrow your Tao. Feng Shui understood. So that was it. By borrowing my Tao, which is connected to heaven and earth, she could directly comprehend the laws of the universe. It was indeed a good method. I have no objection, but how do you plan to do it? That young friend is only at the mysterious pill stage. If she directly comprehends the heavenly laws, she might be assimilated by the universe. Feng Shui looked at Lu Hani with concern. If Yi Ningen were to meet with an accident, it would be disastrous. Though with everyone watching, her life wouldn't be in danger, she might still suffer some hardship. Feng Shui didn't want to be disliked by Tyne because of this. Lu Hani smiled, then looked at Fang Zhou. Don't worry. Since I dared to use this method, I've already prepared thoroughly. No accidents will occur. Fang Zhou nodded. He naturally trusted Lu Hani. Even if something unexpected happened, he was confident he could protect Yi Ningen. Feng Shui said no more, gazing tenderly at Tyne. Tyne's mouth twitched, and she closed her eyes. Several hours later, Yi Ningen emerged from the Huanqin Hall. Compared to when she entered, her aura was much more rounded and harmonious. She first nodded to Fang Zhou, then looked at Lu Hani. Master, your disciple has reached perfection and can break through at any time. Excellent. Lu Hani gave Yi Ningen a thorough glance and nodded with satisfaction. After experiencing a dream within the Heart Illusion Hall, Yi Ningen's spiritual essence had now attained a state of near perfection, making this an ideal moment to begin comprehending the Tao. Lu Hani turned toward Tyne with a faint smile. I trust you won't mind if I borrow your venue once more. Tyne rolled her eyes at Lu Hani. Be my guest. At this point, do you really think I drive you away? Asking before using someone else's belongings. Surely that's merely basic courtesy. Luhani shook her head with a smile, then raised her hand, causing a translucent circular altar to materialize from nothing. Luhani retrieved a dark stone and tossed it onto the altar. The moment it touched the surface, it dissolved into the structure, staining it black. A way-receiving stone. I hadn't considered such an application. Tying gazed at the altar in astonishment. Fang Zhou studied it with equal fascination, for he knew well what a way-receiving stone was. These artifacts were extraordinarily rare, scarcely born of nature, most being crafted by the sacred domains. Way-receiving stones typically served as vessels for sacred domain legacies. By embedding their cultivation secrets within them, others could grasp the domain's principles through the stone. Since comprehending a sacred domain's Tao directly posed grave danger to lower-tier cultivators, the domains adopted this mediating approach instead. Later, some released tainted stones deliberately altered. They would flood seekers with the original domain's memories while eroding fragments of their own. No one would risk stones of dubious origin. Luhani, however, employed a null stone devoid of any Tao imprint, channeling it to bear Feng Zhou's essence and establish a conduit to the heavens and earth. The altar's function was to harness heavenly laws to suppress the Tao within Yi Ningguan's body, while simultaneously weakening those same laws to levels she could endure. Luhani gestured toward Feng Zhou in invitation. Please take the stage, fellow Taoist. Stepping away from Taiyan's gaze, Feng Zhou nodded to Luhani and ascended the altar. Ningguan, you should join us. With Feng Zhou now positioned, Luhani's attention shifted to Yi Ningguan. She glanced first toward Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou offered her a reassuring nod. I await your return. A smile graced Yi Ningguan's face as she drew a deep breath and stepped onto the altar. Master, I am prepared. Settling into meditation, she regarded Luhani with calm composure and unwavering resolve. Luhani glanced at Feng Zhou with a faint smile. Then I shall borrow your Tao, fellow Taoist. Spiritual radiance enveloped Feng Zhou upon the altar. Smiling, Feng Zhou offered no resistance, allowing the radiance to draw her into the altar's core. The black altar transformed into ice blue light, then shifted through a spectrum of colors before dissolving back into transparency, becoming one with the heavens and earth themselves. As the altar turned invisible, Yi Ningguan felt her constitutional foundation restrained, while the cosmic laws unfolded before her, every principle laid bare. She perceived the heavenly laws as flowers scattered along a path, accessible yet not hers to claim. Her thoughts returned to Luhani's guidance after her breakthrough. Ningguan, do not become attached to comprehending the world's laws. Only the primordial deities could master a single heavenly principle completely. Our true pursuit lies in discovering our own Tao. The laws of heaven and earth are but instruments wielded by our Tao, external manifestations rather than its entirety. Now, with eyes closed and legs crossed upon the altar, Yi Ningguan reflected on Luhani's teachings, while seeking her own path, her aura settling into stillness. Heavenly laws surged around her like tidal waves, each principle vivid and tangible in her perception. Fire, water, wind, thunder, light, darkness. Every force pulsed with its own rhythm, beckoning her to merge within them. Yet she understood these were merely tools, not the destination. Her journey had mirrored Fang Zhou's own. Before learning of his origin within her, she lacked direction in her cultivation. Each day brought anticipation of seeing him, of hearing his peculiar tales. But upon discovering the truth, her world fractured. She shrank from his presence, uncertain of her path forward. Only when Luhani took her as a disciple did she find purpose, devoting herself not merely to her own growth, but to protecting the one she cherished. As she learned of Fang Zhou's true strength, far surpassing her own pride, gave way to a quiet insecurity, for she realized how distant he stood from her, separated as though by worlds. Her ambition shifted, to catch up to him, to stand beside him rather than remain perpetually shielded behind his protection. If he was the morning sun illuminating the world, she would become the moon reflecting his brilliance. Below the altar, three figures sensed the transformation simultaneously. The moon beneath them resonated with Yi Ningguan, casting silver light around her. Taking the moon as her imagery, Tai nodded approvingly. A sound choice. Luhani meanwhile glanced at Fang Zhou. He represented the morning sun, yet she wondered whether such a pairing truly suited them. She recognized the moonlight as merely the outward expression of Yi Ningguan's Tao, concealing beneath it a profound protective force. Though pleased her disciple had grasped her teachings, Luhani couldn't help but wonder about the implications. Fang Zhou's sacred title meant tomorrow's sun, yet his manifestation bore no resemblance to the sun itself. He too felt the protective energy radiating from Yi Ningguan and understood why she'd chosen the moon as her symbol. Though my Tao has little to do with the sun, she is my wife after all. Their rings blazed in response to each other. One the morning sun, the other the bright moon, casting warm light that didn't diminish her glow, but rather summoned her own celestial body to rise behind her. The sun and moon's combined radiance illuminated everything around them. The altar returned to its dark form as Feng Zhou separated from it, appearing beside Taiyin with a hint of envy directed at the couple below. Spiritual energy surged into Yi Ninggen's body, and soon the miniature moon figure beside her dissolved into her very being. Her aura climbed steadily, summoning a fierce wind of spiritual power as her cross-legged form lifted from the altar and hovered suspended in midair. When Yi Ninggen's eyes snapped open, the moon beneath her feet resonated with her. The Tao infant was complete. The altar, as though it had fulfilled its mission, dissolved into nothingness. Yi Ninggen retracted her aura and flew cheerfully toward Fang Zhou. Brother Fang Zhou, I have broken through. Fang Zhou seemed to see the young Yi Ninggen of his childhood and embraced her with a smile. Yes, you are truly remarkable. Lu Hani and the others watched in silence. Youth is such a blessing, Tying murmured wistfully, wondering why she had never encountered a suitable Tao companion in her younger years. Lu Hani nudged her and gestured toward Feng Shui. Isn't there one right here who admires you? It's not too late to begin now. Feng Shui's eyes lit up, and she looked at Lu Hani with gratitude. Tying pursed her lips and shook her head. I think I shall remain single then. It's quite pleasant being alone. Feng Shui sighed, casting an envious glance at the embracing pair. After a while, the two finally realized there were others present and parted with some embarrassment. Yi Ninggen's face flushed red, but her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Lu Hani. Master, I have broken through. Thank you for still remembering your master, Lu Hani said with a melancholic expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I feared that once you found a husband you would forget me entirely. Fang Zhou coughed awkwardly beside them, daring not to speak. Yi Ninggen was left somewhat amused and at a loss by Lu Hani's antics. Whenever her master was not serious, she always enjoyed teasing her. Perhaps it was also because she used to carry a perpetually stern countenance. Yi Ninggen recalled how she had been before. Before marrying Fang Zhou, she had rarely shown a smile, not cold toward everyone, but simply reserved. That must be why Lu Hani often teased her. Yi Ninggen pushed such thoughts aside and solemnly bowed to Lu Hani. Your disciple's current accomplishments are entirely thanks to Master's guidance. I would never forget you. Lu Hani paused, gazing at the sight of Yi Ninggen bowing gracefully. The tiny disciple from so many years ago had grown into such a poised woman. A wave of wistfulness washed over her, and she helped Yi Ninggen rise. So many years have passed, and you have grown so much. In truth, I never expected you to be extraordinary. Oh, I only wished for you to find happiness each day. When you first arrived at Shanghan Peak, your face was always set in a cold expression. I regret that I could not give you a happy childhood. Lu Hani smiled, gently took Yi Ninggen's hand, and placed it into Fang Zhou's. Fang Zhou, treat Ninggen well. Do not let her suffer. Fang Zhou held Yi Ninggen's hand, his expression grave. Rest assured, Peak Master Lu. I will cherish Ninggen with my whole heart. Yi Ninggen looked at Lu Hani, her voice soft and sweet. Master, do not speak as though your disciple is about to abandon you. I shall remain by your side often in the future. Lu Hani chuckled and shook her head, tapping Yi Ninggen's forehead. Now that you have a husband, how can you still cling to your master so? Besides, even if I am willing, your husband may not be. Simply live well. Yi Ninggen merely smiled at Lu Hani without responding. Even after marriage, Lu Hani would always remain her master. This would never change. And Fang Zhou would surely support her, for he had once shared many stories about respecting one's teachers which she had not forgotten. Fang Zhou, standing nearby, felt somewhat helpless. Was he really such a domineering person? Enough. I understand the deep bond between master and disciple. Please stop bothering me here. Tying could bear it no longer. Since the matter was resolved, why linger and act out this scene? Did Wanqing sect really have a tradition where disciples left their master upon marriage? Stop disgusting me here. Lu Hani smiled at Tying's repulsed expression. Some words were meant to be spoken. If kept bottled up forever, they might never see the light of day. Thank you for this time, Tying, Lu Hani said sincerely. But Tying merely stared at her with an exasperated look. After all these years of friendship, I did not even grow angry when you brought Feng Shui here, and now you thank me. Lu Hani smiled. Even between the closest friends, one should still express gratitude when helped. She turned her gaze toward Feng Shui. I also thank you, fellow Taoist Feng Shui. Feng Shui shook her head and smiled. It was but a small matter. Taoist Hans Huang need not be so polite. Lu Hani smiled and shook her head, then looked toward Tying. Now that this matter is concluded, we shall take our leave. Fang Zhou and Yi Ninggen stood behind Lu Hani and bowed to Tying. Go. It would be best if you could take that one along as well. Tying waved her hand, pointing at Feng Shui. Lu Hani smiled, but said nothing, leading Fang Zhou and Yi Ninggen away from the moon and back to Shanghan Peak. Upon the moon, only Tying and Feng Shui remained. Finally, Tying sniffed dismissively and entered the Huaxing Palace. Do not disturb me. I am going to sleep. Feng Shui was momentarily stunned, then nodded with a smile. Very well, I will not trouble you. At the Peak Master's dwelling on Shanghan Peak, a full day had passed since Fang Zhou and the others departed for the moon. Now it was the morning of the second day, and the sun had just risen. Lu Hani waved to the two of them. You may return whenever you are free. Ninggen, since you have just broken through, stabilize your cultivation first. I shall entrust the affairs of Shanghan Peak to Jiya. Fang Zhou and Yi Ninggen exchanged a glance and took their leave from Lu Hani. Watching them walk away side by side, Lu Hani felt a wave of emotion, and shortly after she disappeared into her dwelling, heading somewhere unknown. Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen walked out of the dwelling together. Shall we go home first? Fang Zhou asked with a smile. Yi Ningen shook her head and looked at him somewhat amused. Have you forgotten something? I wonder if Aomen brought Xiaoyu back. He may still be waiting for us at Lingshou Peak. Fang Zhou paused. He had indeed not thought of that in the moment. He looked toward Lingshou Peak and discovered Aomen feasting together with Xiao Li, Xiao Yue, and Xiao Shui, so engrossed in eating that not a single word was exchanged. Since those foods had been prepared specifically for Baoshi to give to Aomen, Xiao Yu and Xiao Shui felt no sense of fullness and were fast turning into spheres. But Xiao Li was fine. Being a dragon, such a modest amount of food would hardly make her fat. We really must hurry to Lingshou Peak. Fang Zhou explained to the puzzled Yi Ningen. If we do not go soon, Xiao Yu and Xiao Shui will truly become balls, feet barely touching the ground. Yi Ningen was startled, then tightly grasped Fang Zhou's hand and laughed softly. Then let us hurry. We cannot let them actually become spheres. Fang Zhou smiled and pulled Yi Ningen as they vanished from the spot. Aomen, witnessing their sudden appearance, hesitated for a moment before handing over a chicken. Tomorrow, Yi Ningen, it is my treat. Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen could only laugh and sigh at Aomen's demeanor. Stop eating. Xiao Yu and Xiao Shui are about to join you in becoming spheres. Fang Zhou and Yi Ningen stopped them from eating further, drove Aomen and Xiao Shui back to his bamboo grove courtyard, and strictly instructed him not to feed Xiao Shui again. Yi Ningen then scolded Xiao Li before carrying the nearly spherical Xiao Yu and returning to their residence on Chengdao Peak together with Fang Zhou. On a small path atop Chengdao Peak, Xiaoya was walking with heavy breaths. Fang Zhou followed behind, his expression languid, and when Xiaoya stopped, he gently kicked her. Xiaoya, hurry up. You've gotten so fat I can barely carry you now. If you don't lose weight soon, I'll get another cat. Pressure on a cat. Xiaoya shot Fang Zhou a resentful glance and reluctantly continued walking. Fang Zhou looked at Xiaoya, who had already slimmed down a bit, and smiled softly. It had already been 2 days since Fang Zhou returned from the moon. Yi Ningen was in seclusion, stabilizing her cultivation, and with nothing else to do, Fang Zhou decided to take Xiaoya for a walk to help her lose weight. He had also forbidden Pride from feeding Xiao Xue until she swelled into a ball, ordering Pride to take Xiao Xue on weight loss walks as well. But it seemed Pride had also become friends with Xiao Li, and every day took Xiao Xue over there to eat together. The two of them would eat, while Xiao Xue drooled and watched. Pride had made a friend, hadn't she? Fang Zhou felt somewhat sentimental, a sense of relief akin to watching a child grow up. As the man and cat passed a three-way intersection, a familiar voice rang out. Fang Zhou, what are you doing? Lin Xuanshuang curiously looked at Fang Zhou, then at the unidentified fluffy ball creature ahead of him. Why are you keeping a fur ball? Where's your cat? Xiaoya lay on the ground and let out a weak meow, as if complaining about Lin Xuanshuang. Fang Zhou could barely hold back his laughter. He smiled at Lin Xuanshuang and pointed at Xiaoya on the ground. This is the cat I keep. I'm currently training her to lose weight. Oh, how did you make her this fat? Lin Xuanshuang curiously squatted down and poked Xiaoya's body. Pretty soft, but is she okay like this? Xiaoya no longer had the energy to move and could only glare resentfully at Lin Xuanshuang. Fang Zhou smiled, and a stream of moonlight swept from his hand and merged into Xiaoya's body, restoring her vitality. This was something he had comprehended while atop the moon, which had certain benefits for moon shadow cats, making them healthier, therefore smoother, and the like. She's fine. She's a spiritual beast after all. Unlike ordinary creatures, she only needs specific power to survive. She doesn't need to eat, and her lifespan is far longer. Fang Zhou smiled and explained to Lin Xuanshuang. Oh, so she's a spiritual beast. I've heard that spiritual beasts have no gender and only come into being under certain specific conditions. Lin Xuanshuang watched Xiaoya gradually regain her vitality and gently stroked her fur. That's right. Spiritual beasts are indeed born from heaven and earth. Compared to ordinary living beings, they are closer to primordial deities, so their strength is already fixed and difficult to improve. Fang Zhou smiled. These 2 days he hadn't done nothing at all. Yi Ningen had handed him several books from Wanxing's sect introducing world knowledge, and with nothing else to occupy his time, he flipped through them and learned quite a bit. Under Xiaoya's resentful gaze, Lin Xuanshuang attempted to pick her up. Wow, so heavy. Is this really a cat? I swear I'm holding a tiger. Xiaoya grew even more displeased and lightly swiped her tail at Lin Xuanshuang, wriggling her body slightly to show her discontent. Lin Xuanshuang smiled and set Xiaoya down. You broke through to tempering body. Fang Zhou looked at Lin Xuanshuang and studied her carefully. A faint current of spiritual energy was already circulating within Lin Xuanshuang's body. She had entered the tempering body realm. Lin Xuanshuang stood straight and slightly lifted her chin. Don't look down on me. If you don't train harder, I might just catch up to you. Catch up to him. How interesting. Fang Zhou smiled, and rather than dampening her spirits, looked at Lin Xuanshuang with pride. If you can catch up to me, then by all means try. Lin Xuanshuang could hardly contain herself. She had seen Fang Zhou's guidance matches before and knew exactly how vast the gap between them was. She had only said that to show her determination to cultivate, but Fang Zhou was playing along with her. Are you kidding me? Lin Xuanshuang rolled her eyes at Fang Zhou. Never mind. I'm going to listen to Peak Lord Ling's lecture. Do you want to come? Peak Lord Ling's lecture. Fang Zhou looked at Lin Xuangshuang in surprise. Lin Xuangshuang nodded, her expression slightly strange, as if Fang Zhou had missed out on some great opportunity. Whenever the peak lords or elders of the major peaks have free time, they come to Qingdao Peak to give lectures. Only someone who never attends classes like you would not know about this. Fang Zhou did not mind. The peak lords were merely giving lectures, not teaching the Tao itself, so it would not be particularly useful to him. Is that so? Then I'll go with you. Fang Zhou thought about it for a moment, and finally decided to take a look. Since he had nothing better to do, going along for the atmosphere sounded fine. Lin Xuangshuang did not say much, and turned to lead the way ahead. Fang Zhou also smiled, and gently kicked Xiaoya, who was sitting beside him, and followed after. Not long after, the man and the cat arrived at a spacious lecture hall. By then, quite a few disciples had already gathered, sitting in small groups, and whispering about cultivation matters. Fang Zhou and Lin Xuangshuang found a seat at random. Xiaoya wanted to lie on Fang Zhou's lap, but he pushed her away with disdain. You're too fat. Sit on your own. Xiaoya could only let out a weak meow. She was just a cat. Why treat her this way? Besides, was it her fault for gaining weight? Whatever pride gave her was so delicious, and she couldn't eat her fill. Who could resist such things? Fang Zhou shook his head and ignored the dejected Xiaoya. He turned to Lin Xuangshuang and asked in a low voice, "What does Peak Lord Ling usually teach during his lectures?" Lin Xuangshuang gave him a speechless look and retorted, "How long have I been in Wanqing sect? I've only attended one lecture from Peak Lord Su of Shangjian Peak. Peak Lord Ling doesn't come every day, so how would I know so much?" But regarding Peak Lord Su, he taught a fist technique, saying it could be practiced before reaching the mystic core stage. It strengthens the body and refines spiritual energy. Lin Xuangshuang recalled and told Fang Zhou, The Peak Lord of Shangjian Peak taught a fist technique. Fang Zhou looked at Lin Xuangshuang in surprise. Perhaps he had actually taught a sword technique, and Lin Xuangshuang simply failed to understand and mistook it for a fist technique. But that seems strange too. Lin Xuangshuang nodded in understanding and said to Fang Zhou, "I was surprised too. I originally thought I would learn a sword technique, but that is what Peak Lord Su said. The purpose of creating swords is to sever all things. Our minds are not yet settled, and practicing swordsmanship rashly will harm both others and ourselves. If you are interested in sword practice, you can first hone your fundamentals in the Sword Dao class on Qingdao Peak to steady your heart. Later you may go to Shangjian Peak to study swordsmanship." Fang Zhou nodded in comprehension. No wonder he had not taught a sword technique. There was a subtle consideration here after all. He suddenly turned his head to look at the lecture platform. A handsome young man in white robes had appeared on the platform without notice. He was smiling at the crowd in the lecture hall. Wow, so many people. The lecture hall instantly fell silent as all the disciples turned their gazes toward Ling Qihua on the platform. Feeling the attention, he nodded gently. It seems everyone is quite enthusiastic. Good, very spirited. Ling Qihua swept his gaze across the room, then looked at Fang Zhou and nodded to him. "Since that's the case, I'll teach you the basic fire arts you can learn." Ling Qihua raised his right index finger atop, which a yellow flame danced. He flicked his finger lightly, and the flames split into many identical small flames floating before each disciple. The disciples gazed curiously at the yellow flame, some even reached out to touch it gently. "This flame doesn't seem hot," said the disciple who had touched it, inserting a finger into the flame and feeling carefully. "It gives a warm sensation." Ling Qihua smiled, looking at the curious disciples. "This is the little technique I want to teach you, a trick for using spells." With a flick of his fingertip, the flame began to change colors continuously, its temperature rising gradually. A wave of heat swept over everyone in the hall. But in an instant the heat vanished without a trace, and the flame on his fingertip returned to yellow. "You all felt that, didn't you? The change in temperature." Ling Qihua smiled and began explaining the principle to the disciples. "The essence of this flame is the conversion of spiritual energy. According to common understanding, the more spiritual energy you pour in, the higher the temperature." That statement is both right and wrong. Accumulating spiritual energy can indeed raise the temperature, but it's an inefficient method. The correct approach is to improve your control over spiritual energy, making the conversion to flame more efficient. That way you can release a higher temperature flame with less spiritual energy. The same applies to other spells. The key is understanding how spiritual energy transforms and improving your control over it. Ling Qihua proceeded to teach a small trick for enhancing spiritual energy control. After finishing, he clapped his hands. "Alright, everyone can give it a try." The same principle applies to techniques of other elements. Disciples in the body tempering stage can also attempt this small trick. It will be very helpful to you. The lecture hall instantly became lively with techniques of various elements emerging in abundance. Ling Qihua strolled leisurely among the disciples, offering occasional guidance. Fang Zhou remained motionless after listening. Improve spiritual energy control. Did he really need to practice that? Once spiritual energy entered the body, how could one fail to control it? Fang Zhou shook his head and glanced at Lin Xuangshuang beside him. At that moment, she was frowning, deeply struggling to follow Ling Qihua's little trick. "Tisk, why isn't it working?" Lin Xuangshuang suddenly looked at Fang Zhou, who was doing nothing, and asked curiously, "Does this method not work for you?" "Of course not. Don't you know who I am?" Fang Zhou snorted lightly, looking at her with pride. How about this? If you call me Lord Fang Zhou, I might teach you a thing or two. Lin Xuangshuang curled her lips and looked at him disdainfully. Do you think I'm the kind of person who seeks help from others when faced with difficulties? I haven't been studying for nothing these days. What matters is not the result of cultivation, but the process itself. The result improves your cultivation base and power. But the process of cultivation is an opportunity to comprehend the Tao. If you neglect the process, your future achievements will surely be limited. Fang Zhou was taken aback. Was the 10,000 Saints sect already teaching such things? Telling disciples about the importance of the cultivation process as early as the body tempering stage. No wonder Ning Han had been able to comprehend her Tao so quickly. Even if it was only a crude Tao intent, it was still remarkable. As for him, his cultivation process had been relatively short. Before he could comprehend his own Tao, he had already broken through to the Dharma image stage. It couldn't be helped. Having too much talent was also a kind of trouble. Well said. Among so many disciples in the sect, realizing this so early has already placed you ahead of many. Ling Qihua, who had somehow appeared near Lin Xuangshuang, let out a sigh of emotion. Even I only understood this principle after reaching the Dharma image stage. In that sense, you've already surpassed me. Lin Xuangshuang turned to look at Ling Qihua, a blush spreading across her face from the praise, yet she still raised her head to meet his gaze. Thank you for the compliment, Peak Master Ling. I'm actually not that outstanding. My talent is quite ordinary. No need to be modest. You are already excellent. Ling Qihua smiled and shook his head, then paused suddenly. How about joining Shengyan Peak early and becoming my disciple? Lin Xuangshuang froze, staring blankly at Ling Qihua, then pointed at herself. Me? Yes, you. Ling Qihua nodded affirmatively. Wouldn't that break the rules? Lin Xuangshuang asked cautiously. Fang Zhou covered his face upon hearing this. Seriously, sister, are you missing a few screws? A peak master personally invites you, and you think it might break the rules. Don't make me laugh. Ling Qihua shook his head with a wry smile. That dazed expression, bullying her didn't seem fun anymore. But then again, I appreciate you. This won't break the rules. Chengdao Peak's 3-year program is meant to settle new disciples' minds and prevent them from rushing into cultivation impatiently. From my observation, you don't need this process, so it's not against the rules. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuangshuang immediately smiled and bowed to Ling Qihua. Disciple Lin Xuangshuang greets master. What a quick change of face. Just a moment ago she was hesitating, and now she's already calling him master. I underestimated you, Lin Xuangshuang. Fang Zhou watched silently, inwardly mocking Lin Xuangshuang's lightning-fast transformation. Ling Qihua was momentarily startled, then didn't mind. Having a bit of cunning was good. It made things more interesting. He smiled and said to Lin Xuangshuang, since you've agreed, you can't back out now. Lin Xuangshuang looked at the smiling Ling Qihua and felt an inexplicable sense that something was off. But seeing his friendly demeanor, she shook her head. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Joining Shengyan Peak early means I can learn more and become stronger faster. Luo Chuan, just wait. I will catch up to you. Then we'll see how you run. Fang Zhou looked at Lin Xuangshuang, not optimistic about what awaited her. He won't hold back when teaching you, but he certainly won't go easy when tricking you either. Wasn't Yi Ningen forced to collect a pile of medals and take charge of Shanghan Peak's affairs? Ling Qihua was probably no better. Ling Qihua turned to Fang Zhou and smiled. If you don't mind, how about we have a chat after this class ends? Fang Zhou didn't know what Ling Qihua wanted to discuss, but he nodded anyway. Alright. Seeing Fang Zhou's nod, Ling Qihua told Lin Xuangshuang to wait for him after class, then continued guiding the other disciples. Very well, that's all for today. You may be dismissed. Ling Qihua clapped his hands and addressed the disciples in the lecture hall with a smile. The disciples rose together, bowed to Ling Qihua, and filed out in small groups. Soon only Fang Zhou, Lin Xuangshuang, and Ling Qihua remained in the lecture hall. Is there anything else to attend to? If not, would you care to rest at Shengyan Peak? Ling Qihua yawned as he approached the two, his manner casual. Lin Xuangshuang shook her head, indicating she had nothing else to do. Fang Zhou simply smiled, flicked a finger, and Xiaoye, who had been sleeping on the ground, floated up beside him. I have nothing to do either. Ling Qihua's attention was caught by Xiaoye. He studied it carefully, then looked at Fang Zhou in surprise. How on earth did you raise a moonshadow cat to be this plump? That's genius. Unable to contain his curiosity, he reached out and poked Xiaoye's belly, which wiggled lazily in its sleep. Fang Zhou shook his head with an exasperated expression. Not my doing. It simply ate far too much and got fat on its own. Lin Xuangshuang glanced oddly at the two. Was Ling Qihua the backdoor connection Fang Zhou had pulled? No, wait. Shouldn't that be senior sister Yi Ningen from Shanghan Peak instead? Why did her newly appointed master seem so familiar with him? Ling Qihua nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly leaned back. In the next instant, all three found themselves at the cave dwelling of the Shengyan Peak master. Make yourselves comfortable. Sitting at the tea table, Ling Qihua poured cups of tea for both of them. Before Lin Xuangshuang could process what had just happened, Fang Zhou had already settled down with Xiaoye, accepted the teacup, and taken a gentle sip. Different from last time. New tea. Yes, newly cultivated at Shengmu Peak. Though I'm afraid I can't spare any for you this time. I didn't receive much myself. Fang Zhou shot Ling Qihua's speechless look as if the man were some sort of brigand. I see nothing special about it. Couldn't you produce something similar? Fang Zhou examined the tea leaves, but found nothing unusual. Any sacred realm cultivator could conjure something comparable out of thin air. You wouldn't understand. The soul of this tea lies in the dedication and toil of the Shengmu Peak disciples. Ling Qihua shook his head slightly, wearing an expression of utter incomprehension toward Fang Zhou. The heartfelt efforts of disciples must never be sullied. Lin Xuangshuang finally registered the conversation, sat down, and curiously took a sip. Ling Qihua was a sacred realm expert. His tea must be extraordinary, perhaps possessing some special effect. Lin Xuangshuang savored the cup, carefully perceiving only an indescribable clarity and sweetness within. Otherwise nothing particularly remarkable stood out. How is it? Ling Qihua noticed Lin Xuangshuang had taken only one sip, and then stopped, and asked curiously. Lin Xuangshuang furrowed her brow, pondered for a moment, and shook her head. It's quite pleasant. As for anything else, I sense nothing unusual. Pleasant to drink. Is that not enough? Ling Qihua smiled at her. Tea is meant to be enjoyed. If it tastes good, that's all that matters. Lin Xuangshuang nodded thoughtfully. It seemed this tea truly had nothing special beyond its fine taste. Just then Chen Qingya entered. Ling Qihua's eyes lit up, and he waved at Chen Qingya. Xiaoqin, you've come at the perfect time. Would you care to join us for tea? Chen Qingya didn't even glance at Ling Qihua. Instead, he first offered a smile and a nod to Fang Zhou and Lin Xuangshuang. Fang Zhou returned the nod with a smile, while Lin Xuangshuang rose to her feet and bowed to Chen Qingya. Disciple Lin Xuangshuang greets Elder Chen. I hear from him that you've taken him as your master. Chen Qingya regarded Lin Xuangshuang with an oddly complicated expression, then gestured toward the innocent-looking Ling Qihua beside him. After seeing Lin Xuangshuang nod hesitantly, he spoke to her with a hint of sympathy. In that case, there's no need for such formality. You're Shengyan Peak's people from now on. Come, let me show you around the peak. Chen Qingya cast a cold glance at Ling Qihua, his tone flat. Peak master, you have no objection, do you? Ling Qihua sighed helplessly and looked toward Lin Xuangshuang. Then disciple, go explore with him for now. Familiarize yourself with Shengyan Peak over the next few days, and I shall formally begin your cultivation instruction afterward. Lin Xuangshuang nodded and followed Chen Qingya out of the cave dwelling. Fang Zhou watched the entire exchange with quiet amusement. Though he wasn't entirely sure why Chen Qingya held such an attitude toward Ling Qihua, he suspected the latter must have done something to warrant it. Otherwise, Chen Qingya was generally an amenable person and wouldn't treat Ling Qihua so dismissively. Fang Zhou turned to Ling Qihua and asked curiously, so what brings me here today? Surely the sect can no longer bear to see a sacred realm expert like me wasting away in idleness. Far from it. There are plenty of sacred realm experts idle within the sect, Ling Qihua replied shamelessly. I too have nothing to do. All affairs are handled by Xiaoqin. Fang Zhou regarded him with a complicated expression. No wonder Chen Qingya held such ill will toward him. I summoned you primarily regarding the phantom dream, star domain. Ling Qihua's expression grew serious as he explained his purpose to Fang Zhou. The ritual had somehow gone mad, amassing large quantities of primordial god fragments that had been sealed away for various reasons. Last night it announced plans to hold a grand ritual to resurrect a god within the phantom dream, star domain. The domain's master for unknown reasons had agreed, and the matter had already set the outside world ablaze with uproar. I'm aware of this. Are you asking me to stop the ritual? Fang Zhou looked at Ling Qihua in curiosity. He had also seen from the sacred steel that many sacred realms were denouncing the ritual, vowing to crusade against it. It was rather entertaining. Not exactly. However, Peak Master Shin has also traveled to the Phantom Dream Star domain, and he asked me to look after Aomao in his absence. Ling Qihua's demeanor turned grave as he met Fang Zhou's gaze. Peak Master Shin stated that this matter is far from simple. It is entangled with the hidden controllers behind the God Hunters. Oh, how interesting. Fang Zhou began to take a genuine interest and asked Ling Qihua, aren't the God Hunters just a bunch of good-for-nothings? Is their controller formidable? Ling Qihua nodded solemnly, his tone heavy. It may prove somewhat troublesome. According to Peak Master Shun, that controller possesses a method capable of elevating others to the sacred realm, though his exact strength remains unknown. One thing is certain, his purpose in collecting the primordial god origins will hardly be trivial. It may even implicate the entire world. The entire world. That was indeed gravely serious. Fang Zhou realized something. The primordial gods were intrinsically connected to the world itself. If the controller possessed methods to elevate others to the sacred realm, he must himself be far more powerful. He certainly wouldn't care about the insights granted by god origins. And since cultivation wasn't his aim, his collection of primordial god origins became highly suspicious. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Zhou turned back to Ling Qihua. So what is the purpose of Ishur reviving so many primordial deities? Ling Qihua chuckled, somewhat emotional. I have to admit, Ishur is indeed a genius. When he realized something might be wrong, he immediately thought of how to cause trouble for the mastermind behind the scenes. Before leaving, Xinhuang had told Ling Qihua about Ishur's plan, lest he be trapped outside, while the sect remained unaware of what had happened. Ishur intends to revive the primordial deities and then through a ritual forcefully return the origin of the primordial deities in the hands of the god hunters to heaven and earth. In that way, no matter what they plan to do, they will have to start over from scratch. After hearing Ling Qihua's explanation, Fang Zhou could only feel that Ishur was a bit cunning. Just by performing a ritual, anything could be achieved. He felt he should also study rituals. So there shouldn't be any unexpected incidents, right? After all, outsiders shouldn't know the purpose of Ishur reviving the deities. That's hard to say since the unexpected is precisely what makes it an accident. Ling Qihua smiled lightly and looked at Fang Zhou. So the reason I came to you is to have you calm down Aomen. If he hears that Ishur is under siege and goes to find Ishur, it would be quite troublesome. So that's it. Aomen, having been cared for by Ishur for so long, must have developed some feelings. Fang Zhou finished his tea and looked at Ling Qihua. I understand. I'll go find him now. Ling Qihua thought for a moment and added to Fang Zhou, by the way, don't worry about the god hunters. If Shen Peak Master cannot resolve it, the sect leader will step in. The sect leader is a Saint King, a very powerful one. Saint King. Fang Zhou nodded to Ling Qihua, picked up the still sleeping Xiao Yue and vanished from the cave dwelling. Ling Xiao Peak. Aomen and Xiao Li were frantically eating together. Even though Xiao Li was a dragon, she had become somewhat plump. Sigh Aomen, when will we stop eating? Xiao Li looked at her own fleshy little hands, sighed helplessly, and asked Aomen. I have to finish eating, then gluttony will come to take me back. Aomen looked up at Xiao Li, said this, and then continued to eat ravenously. Just as Xiao Li was about to continue persuading Aomen, Fang Zhou appeared. Hey Xiao Li, you seem to have gained weight. Fang Zhou, holding Xiao Yue, looked at the plump Xiao Li and couldn't help but laugh. You jerk, don't make me complain to Ningen. Xiao Li was so angry that her teeth itched, and she warned Fang Zhou. Alright, I'll try my best not to laugh. Fang Zhou then stopped smiling. Although Yi Ningen wouldn't say anything, Xiao Li was after all Yi Ningen's friend. A couple of laughs were enough to show he got the joke. There was no need to actually make things unpleasant. Fang Zhou then looked at Aomen, who was still eating frantically, and sighed. He wanted to finish the food so that gluttony would come to take him back. It seemed that Ishur was quite important to him. Aomen, stop eating. Aomen stopped eating, looked up at Fang Zhou still with a blank expression. But the grease stains on Aomen's face proved that his heart was far from calm. Normally, he would never eat with his face covered in oil. Mingri, Ishur is in danger. I want to go back to find him. Fang Zhou sighed helplessly, waved his hand, and Aomen became clean again. Don't worry, Ishur will be fine. He is very strong. Aomen's golden pupils flickered. He looked at Fang Zhou and asked softly, will Ishur be okay? Fang Zhou thought carefully. He really didn't know what preparations Ishur had made, so he couldn't give a guarantee. Fang Zhou looked at Aomen, unable to bring himself to say it. He knew that if he nodded, Aomen would believe him unquestioningly. It was precisely because of this trust that he couldn't deceive Aomen. Seeing that Fang Zhou was silent, Aomen realized something and began to prepare to continue eating. Watching Aomen's innocent demeanor, Fang Zhou didn't know what to say. If there really was danger, gluttony and the others would definitely not come to pick up Aomen, because Wanqing sect was the safest place. Sigh Aomen, stop eating. I'll go help you watch over Ishur, and I guarantee he will be fine. Fang Zhou had no choice but to promise Aomen like this. In fact, Fang Zhou was also somewhat hesitant about getting involved. After all, he didn't know Ishur well, and he had only known Aomen for a short time, not to that extent. But Fang Zhou still made the promise to Aomen because he had the confidence that even if he couldn't win, he could still take Ishur away. Aomen shook his head, his golden pupils flickering as he looked at Fang Zhou seriously. Mingri cannot go. There will be danger. Mingri is also Aomen's friend. Fang Zhou was stunned. He looked at Aomen, who was earnestly stopping him, and smiled silently. Xiao Li couldn't sit still anymore. She looked at Fang Zhou. What are you talking about? I didn't understand. But Ishur is also a deity, right? Even he would encounter danger. What use would it be for you to go? I'm going to tell Ningen. Fang Zhou looked at the two in front of him, exhaled, and smiled confidently. Who do you think I am? I am the most dazzling tomorrow in this world, the strongest sacred domain. Within the sacred domain, I am invincible. Fang Zhou exuded a powerful aura, as if they were making it seem like he was bound to lose. If they wanted to hurt him, they would have to summon a Saint King. Aomen looked at Fang Zhou, sensing no trace of arrogance, but rather a powerful confidence emanating from Fang Zhou. But even so, Aomen still didn't approve of Fang Zhou going alone. If Mingri is going, then take me with you. When danger comes, I can block it, and Mingri can run away. I won't die. Fang Zhou helplessly patted Aomen's head. Such pure feelings were truly irresistible. Alright, even if I have to protect you, I am still invincible in this world. Aomen shook his head and said seriously, I don't need protection. I won't die. I want to protect Mingri. Fang Zhou couldn't argue with him, so he could only smile and nod. But before going, I need to ask about the specific situation. Fang Zhou sent a message to Ling Qihua asking about the specific situation in Huaming Star region and indicating that he would bring Aomen along. Aomen obediently nodded and waited for Fang Zhou. Xiao Li only now came back to her senses. She looked at Fang Zhou in shock, sizing him up. You're a sacred domain. Really? Genuine, no counterfeit. Fang Zhou smiled and took out his saint steel. You should recognize this, right? Xiao Li was speechless for a long time, then finally blurted out, awesome. Ignoring Xiao Li, Fang Zhou looked at the message from Ling Qihua. I didn't expect you couldn't persuade Aomen, but instead you're going with him. Alright, I haven't gone out for a long time either. I'll go with you. Meet at my place tomorrow, and we'll teleport directly there. Fang Zhou didn't expect Ling Qihua to also go. He shook his head and told Aomen that they would go find Isher together tomorrow. Aomen nodded, listened to Fang Zhou, and took Xiao Shui back to the Bamboo Grove courtyard to wait for the next day. Dark clouds cast shadows upon Shengyan Peak. Before the teleportation platform at Shengyan Peak, Xiaoya and Xiaoxue sat obediently at Yi Ninggen's feet. This time I won't accompany you. Yi Ninggen pressed her lips together and gazed straight at Fang Zhou. Don't get hurt. Fang Zhou took her hand, and the rings they both wore simultaneously glowed with a soft light. Rest assured I'm quite strong, and Peak Master Ling is coming along too. Nothing will happen. Fang Zhou pulled Yi Ninggen into his embrace. When I return, shall we travel together? Yi Ninggen buried her head in Fang Zhou's chest and gave a muffled I'll wait for you to come back. Fang Zhou smiled, released her, and walked toward Ling Qihua and Aomen on the teleportation platform. Finished chatting. You two are truly affectionate. Ling Qihua watched Yi Ninggen still gazing toward them from afar and teased Fang Zhou. Aomen's golden eyes flickered but remained silent. Fang Zhou shrugged, speaking with a hint of pride. That's only natural, we're pure love. Ling Qihua shook her head and smiled. The formation platform began to emit a faint glow, slowly enveloping the three. Then let's depart. Fang Zhou nodded and waved to Yi Ninggen before disappearing from the platform in front of her. A gentle breeze swept past as Yi Ninggen silently took Xiaoya and Xiaoxue away. She was still not strong enough. Within a dreamlike palace on the main star of the Huaming star domain, the figures of the three appeared upon a formation platform. Fang Zhou curiously surveyed the surrounding environment. The spiritual energy was much thinner compared to Wanxing's sect, yet still considered dense. But what mattered most were the unfamiliar laws flowing through this world. So this is the dream of the Huaming star domain. Quite interesting. But there seem to be quite a few people outside. You've arrived. Shen Wang smiled and greeted them. Oh, Peak Master Shun. Ling Qihua also waved at Shen Wang with a smile. Greetings, Peak Master Shun. Fang Zhou had always been respectful toward elders and bowed to Shen Wang. Aomen, following beside Fang Zhou, also nodded to Shen Wang. Hello, Jinyan. Shen Wang smiled and nodded to both of them, leading the way ahead. Let's go, I'll take you to meet the master of this place first. Shen Wang led the three into the palace. There were few people inside, and the walls shimmered with flowing seven-colored brilliance. The flowing light did not appear chaotic, but instead carried an ethereal, dreamlike quality. Soon the group arrived at a pristine white reception hall where the tables and chairs were all condensed from pure white spirit clouds. 3 people were already seated inside. One had a crimson moon in his eyes, another was a man in 7-colored robes, and the third's face could not be discerned. The man in 7-colored robes gestured as the group entered, and several white clouds drifted from the walls toward them. Welcome to the Huaming Star Domain. I am its ruler, Huaming. No need for formalities, please be seated. Huaming smiled at them, and simultaneously several red clouds carrying the fragrance of tea drifted toward the group. This is a local specialty of the Huaming Star Domain, Huan Yun Black Tea. Please partake. Ling Qihua smiled, and promptly plopped onto a white cloud, reaching out to take a small piece of red cloud and placing it in his mouth. Tsk tisk, Huaming, can't you improve the taste of these clouds? All these years still the same taste. Huaming rolled his eyes at Ling Qihua and pursed his lips. I should be grateful just to receive this, yet still so picky. Ling Qihua smiled and said no more eating the red cloud bite by bite. Shen Wang shook his head and also sat aside, taking a bite of the red cloud. Fang Zhou smiled and sat down as well, gazing at the 3 before him, Mingyan, Huaming, and Renshi. Fang Zhou looked at the figure whose face could not be discerned, lost in thought. How complicated the rules are. So this is Renshi. Truly extraordinary. Renshi looked at Fang Zhou and nodded to him. Thank you for taking care of Aomen these past days. Fang Zhou smiled and shook his head. It was nothing. Friends helping each other is only natural, no need to thank me. Friends was it? Renshi nodded to Fang Zhou, then gazed at Aomen with a complex expression. Did you have fun at Wanxing's sect? Yes, I did. Aomen gazed at Renshi and nodded. Then good. Once this matter is resolved, I will apply to Wanxing's sect for a passage permit, and you will be free to travel between the divine domain and Wanxing's sect. Renshi seemed somewhat gratified and spoke softly to Aomen. Aomen paused, unsure of what to say, standing dumbfounded. Mingyan rose and approached Aomen, her voice gentle. You must be Aomen, correct? The gluttony deities are within the dream. I will take you to meet them. Aomen glanced at Fang Zhou and Renshi, and seeing them both nod, followed Mingyan as they dissolved into bubbles and vanished from the reception hall. So what exactly is the situation now? Ling Qihua finished the red cloud and looked at Huaming. Unless there's a special circumstance, you wouldn't drag the Huaming Star Domain into such trouble, right? Huaming looked at Renshi and upon seeing him nod reluctantly explained, I didn't want this either. Originally the Huaming Star Domain would indeed stay out of such affairs, but who made the god hunters come knocking on our door? Mingyan has already been targeted by them, and I cannot refrain from intervening. Ling Qihua nodded in sudden realization and continued, and what is their purpose? Do you truly not know? Rinshir shook his head and began to explain, we truly know nothing. Once I attempted to capture a god hunter alive only to find he directly unleashed power far exceeding his own capacity and forcibly detonated himself. Rinshir's gaze grew solemn as he looked at Fang Zhou and Ling Qihua. To uncover their purpose, that is why Huaming and I reached a unified decision, to release information and draw out the mastermind behind everything. Rinshir began to explain his plan in detail to the two. It turned out that Rinshir had long since completed the task. The sealed gods had already revived and were now all within Huaming's dreamscape. Rinshir had summoned Xinhuang specifically to utilize his formation arts, temporarily integrating and strengthening the primordial gods within the dream, reaching a degree where it could serve as both a battlefield and a trap. Releasing this information was precisely to make the god hunters realize that perhaps Rinshir had tampered with matters, drawing them to the Huaming star domain. Even if only ordinary god hunters arrived and failed to draw out the mastermind, it would still significantly reduce their fighting strength. You've drawn in far too many people this time. What if they blend into the crowd, or simply don't come at all? After hearing this, Fang Zhou posed the question to Rinshir. The commotion this time was far too loud. Some sacred realms had already harbored dissatisfaction toward the primordial gods, and they had now gathered around the periphery of the Huaming star domain. They might also launch attacks on the Huaming star domain, and if god hunters were mixed among them, it might not be possible to identify them. I cannot guarantee they will come, nor can I be sure to find them among the crowd. Ishir shook his head and looked at Fang Zhou. But the only thing I can confirm is that they have lost the essence they have gathered over so many years. If they do not come this time, they will have to start all over again. Huanming sighed helplessly and looked toward the heavens. After all, they are in the shadows while we are in the light. The initiative is not in our hands. If they truly can harden their hearts and decide to start over, I'm afraid there is nothing we can do. Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully. That is to say, this time we may not necessarily see the mastermind behind the scenes, and we might even end up with nothing other than thwarting their plans. As expected, the villains are not in the open, only sneaking around in the shadows. It's a bit troublesome. Ling Qihua smiled and looked at Huanming teasingly, saying, little brother, to be honest, you're still too weak. You've been targeted and have no way out. Look at me, no one dares to set their sights on my Shengyan peak. Hey, what are you shouting about here? Huanming rolled up his sleeves and started pointing at Ling Qihua. Do you think it was easy for me and Mengyan to establish this Huaming star domain? Not only do we have to maintain order in this domain, but we also have to deal with some shameless guys. It's really hard, you know. The two started arguing like children, and the atmosphere in the reception hall instantly became much lighter. Fang Zhou looked at Xinhuang beside him and pointed at the two who were quarreling. Peak Master Shen, what is this between Peak Master Ling and Huanming? They are probably close friends. Xinhuang smiled, recollected, and said to Fang Zhou, I can't tell you the specifics. All I can say is that Huanming once gave Ling Qihua a dream, a very special dream. A dream for Ling Qihua. Fang Zhou looked at the two still arguing. It seemed there was a complicated story behind it. Before long, the two stopped again. So when are we going to make a move? Ling Qihua let out a long sigh, feeling much better after arguing with Huanming. He turned to Ishir and asked, we can't just keep waiting forever, can we? Ishir shook his head and looked at the gathered sacred domains in the sky. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a few more days. The dream has been reinforced, but it still needs time for the reinforced dream to protect the residents of the Huaming star domain. Probably about 5 days later. Ishir looked at Fang Zhou and smiled. Actually, this place might be a bit dangerous for you. You've only recently reached the sacred domain, and your accumulation is still insufficient. You defeated Zhangjing, proving your strength. But there are too many sacred domains in this battle. Even if they dare not kill you because you are from the Wanxing sect, they might still injure you. Ishir threw a jade pendant to Fang Zhou. This jade pendant can absorb damage, and it can probably hold for about an hour under a peak sacred domain. Speaking of which, Ishir glanced at Ling Qihua. Of course, against a top sacred domain like Fenwang, it can probably only withstand one move. Thank you very much. Fang Zhou reached out and took it. Although he thought he didn't need it, it was still a kind gesture from the other party. After examining it twice and finding no hidden tricks, Fang Zhou decided to give the jade pendant to Yi Ningen. As for himself, as he always said, if a sacred domain could actually injure him, he might just complement that sacred domain. Ishir looked at Fang Zhou's expression and roughly understood that Fang Zhou thought he didn't need the jade pendant and was only accepting it out of politeness, not wanting to offend him. It seemed Han Dun had misjudged. Fang Zhou was not arrogant, but had genuine confidence, believing he could fear no enemy in the sacred domain. Huanming smiled and also tossed a card to Fang Zhou. Tomorrow, since we have nothing to do these days, why not go and experience the Huanming star domain? And while you're at it, give me some feedback on what's lacking. Fang Zhou took the card and found it very similar to the one Yi Ningen had given him, except this card had the word infinite written on it. This card was actually suggested by Ling Qihua. It's like the spirit cards issued by your Wanxing sect for managing cities, and it can be used as a unified payment method in the Huanming star domain. Use it freely. Seeing Fang Zhou take the card, Huanming explained to him. Then thank you, Senior Huanming. Fang Zhou smiled and thanked Huanming. Huanming waved his hand and said to Fang Zhou, Then tomorrow you go out and take a stroll. We old friends will have a chat. Is there something they want to keep from me? Whatever, as long as there's a fight. With so many people this time I can hold back a bit and fight longer. Just don't make me too expectant. Then I'll go out and take a look around. Fang Zhou smiled and bid farewell to the others as he wanted to bring some local specialties back for Yiningen. Seeing Fang Zhou leave the reception hall, Huanming said with slight amazement, "Your Wanqing sect has truly produced a remarkable genius. He could actually discover my sacred domain." The entire Huanming star domain has always been within Huanming's sacred domain. From the moment Fang Zhou arrived, Huanming noticed that Fang Zhou casually glanced around and discovered his sacred domain laws. Ling Qihua curled his lips and looked at Huanming with disdain. "With your half-baked skills, anyone can find it. Do you think you hit it well? Hey you bastard, do you have to argue with me?" Huanming's face flushed red, pointing at Ling Qihua. "Have I given you too much face? Ha, it's only been a short time, and your courage has grown. Are you looking for a fight with me?" Ling Qihua didn't indulge Huanming either, directly slapping away Huanming's pointing hand and glaring at him fiercely. "Damn it, who's afraid of you? Watch me dare to hit you." The two immediately started scuffling like children. Shun Wang and Yishir exchanged a glance, smiled helplessly, and vanished from the spot. They still had work to finish. Since the Huanming star domain was to be used as a battlefield, they had to protect the residents here. Otherwise, even the shockwaves from sacred domain battles would be enough to destroy the entire star domain. They had to prepare defenses and also prepare a surprise for the possible mastermind behind the scenes. They hoped he would not let down their good intentions and would come to attend this grand ceremony. Meanwhile, after leaving the palace, Fang Zhou arrived at a city 1,000 li away. By the way, why did Huanming build his residence so far from the city? Was there some reason? Fang Zhou wandered around the city. He noticed that the people here seemed unaware of the impending war in the Huanming star domain. Both cultivators and mortals appeared peaceful, as if nothing could affect them. This scene of cultivators and mortals coexisting peacefully reminded Fang Zhou of Cheng'an. He decided to thoroughly explore the city and see how it differed from Cheng'an. The city was called Huanhai City, its layout distinct from the orderly sense of Cheng'an City. The buildings here were bizarre and varied. Crooked skyscrapers, houses that looked as if a dog had bitten into them, and a dreamy castle nearby. All kinds of structures mixed together, creating a strange sense of absurdity. Fang Zhou walked along the streets, and the attire of Huanhai City's residents also felt dreamlike. He could even see a man in a dragon robe haggling with a woman dressed as a eunuch at a roadside stall selling stones. "Come on, this is just an ordinary stone. I'll give you 50. Are you kidding me? I worked hard to find this stone. I'll give you 200, you take it." Were these two negotiating? They seemed as if they hadn't woken up yet. Fang Zhou watched the whole process, completely unable to understand the logic of their bargaining. It was as if they spoke whatever came to mind in a dream. Looking closer, he found that the stone the man wanted to buy was also just an ordinary rock, except for its slightly odd shape with nothing special about it. Their states seemed normal, and Fang Zhou didn't notice any signs of mental confusion in them. Although the man was an ordinary person, the woman was a cultivator at the spiritual aperture stage. It didn't seem like a case of oppression. In fact, the woman appeared quite happy. Fang Zhou curiously approached the stall. "Excuse me, how much are these stones?" The woman glanced at him and greeted him warmly. "Are you a fellow cultivator new to Huanhai City? These stones are just picked up by the roadside, nothing worth buying. If you want souvenirs, you can go to the Huanming Pavilion in the city center. They have many specialties of Huanhai City." "Thank you, but how did you know I'm new here?" Fang Zhou looked at the woman, curiosity in his eyes. The woman chuckled lightly, picked up a stone, and casually tossed it aside. "Fellow cultivator, you're too normal. I came from another place through a talent recruitment program. You're in a similar situation to when I first arrived in the Huanming star domain." Talent recruitment? Fang Zhou was astonished. Did the Huanming star domain have such a thing? It was getting more and more absurd. "Come, fellow cultivator, sit down and tell me all about it." The woman smiled, plopped down onto the table, and handed the stool to Fang Zhou. "No thanks, but are you sure you're normal right now?" Fang Zhou waved his hand, feeling she might be a bit insane. The woman didn't mind his refusal, casually tossed the stool back and jumped off the table. "Fellow cultivator, no need to be tense. I'm just demonstrating the everyday situation here. I'm perfectly normal." She suddenly hopped into the street, laughing as she looked back at Fang Zhou. "My name is Lin Yu. Since I have nothing to do, why not let me show you around this city?" Fang Zhou doubted her claim of being normal, but still nodded. He was unfamiliar with the place and needed a guide anyway. "My name is Fang Zhou. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin Yu." Seeing his agreement, Lin Yu smiled, hopping as she walked, enthusiastically introducing everything. The so-called talent recruitment means that the Huanming star domain periodically brings people with dreaming talent from other places. Most of those who come don't think of going back because it's truly a perfect place to live. Resources can be obtained through dreaming. By spending Huanming coins, you can materialize things from dreams, and Huanming coins can also be earned by selling dreams. Everyone can live the life they want in their dreams. If it weren't for the addiction prevention limit set by the Nightmare Lord, some people would probably want to live in dreams forever. Addiction prevention? Fang Zhou looked at Lin Yu in shock. Indeed, one needed to get out more. Even dream restrictions existed. Yes, because a person's dreams depend on their spirit. Lin Yu nodded, hopping as she explained. Without limits, dreamers would die from spiritual exhaustion. Of course, most wouldn't last that long. They'd starve to death in a few days. That certainly made restrictions necessary. There were always people who would get lost in dreams and unable to break free. Fang Zhou nodded and pressed further. So how exactly is addiction prevented? The nightmare. When a person dreams beyond the time limit, the nightmare will make them have a nightmare and wake them up. Lin Yu suddenly stopped and smiled at Fang Zhou. Fellow cultivator, this is the Huanming Pavilion, the largest mall in the city. Fang Zhou glanced at the Huanming Pavilion. It was indeed large and bustling with people, but who are you? Fang Zhou's gaze sharpened, staring directly at Lin Yu. Oh, found out. Lin Yu smirked, looking at Fang Zhou with curiosity. Tomorrow, how did you know? You shouldn't be able to see the sacred name from this body. Fang Zhou smiled, looking at Lin Yu. Don't you think your acting is terrible? Lin Yu lowered her head in thought for a moment, then looked at Fang Zhou with a malicious grin. Not at all, because I never acted. Lin Yu spread her arms, spun around and hopped. See, isn't this in line with her persona? Always doing strange things as if still living in a dream. Fang Zhou watched Lin Yu coldly. He could see that Lin Yu's soul was still there, but she couldn't control her body. Strangely, Fang Zhou couldn't find any trace of how she was being manipulated. There was no sign of control at all. What is your purpose? My purpose? Lin Yu chuckled, looking at the ritual and others who had appeared at some point. A barrier just enclosed them all. That's not right. Didn't you invite me here? I didn't know who did the dirty deed that was so disgusting. But since the ritual jumped out on its own, I came to take a look. Oh, so you're the master behind the God Hunter. Ling Qihua looked at Lin Yu with interest, crimson flames dancing between his fingers. Fen Wang of the Wanxing sect. This shouldn't have anything to do with you, should it? Lin Yu stared at Ling Qihua, dropping her casual demeanor. Although he wasn't particularly afraid of Ling Qihua, the Wanxing sect was a different matter. Not related. That's hard to say unless you can tell me why you're collecting the essence of the primordial gods. Ling Qihua was buying time for the ritual, and Shen Wang. This person was not simple. His true body wasn't here. If a fight broke out directly, it might not only harm the body's owner, but also yield nothing. Better to stall, letting the ritual and Shen Wang prepare the ceremony to save the person. Hey, can it be for enlightenment? The essence of primordial gods is quite useful, you know. Lin Yu smirked maliciously, looking at Ling Qihua and the others. Don't worry, since I've shown up, I won't resort to dirty tricks. Didn't you prepare a gift for me? I'll come when the time comes. Don't lose, and then go crying to your parents. I dare not provoke the Wanxing sect. Ling Qihua was infuriated to the point of laughter. Since he had broken through to the sage domain, it had been a long time since anyone dared speak to him like that. Fine, then I'll wait for you right here. Just don't be too scared to show up. Ling Qihua smiled as he looked at Lin Yu. He wanted to see just how powerful this fellow was to dare speak to him like that. Rest assured, I will come. Lin Yu's eyes were full of contempt. Compared to Ling Qihua, he was still more concerned about Fang Zhou. After all, such a young sage domain was a rare sight. Lin Yu looked at Fang Zhou beside him, scrutinized him carefully, then waved at him. Goodbye, Mingri. I hope I can see you that day too. I have high expectations for you. I hope you can surprise me. After saying this, Lin Yu suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had turned back into Lin Yu. High expectations for me. I hope you won't be too boring either. Fang Zhou smiled, and looked at Lin Yu, who had already recovered. What just happened to me? Lin Yu scratched his head, looking around blankly, as if he had completely forgotten what had just occurred. Suddenly Lin Yu saw Huanming. Her eyes widened, and with a face full of joy she bowed to Huanming. Greetings, Lord Huanming. Huanming smiled, and waved at her, then turned to look at Yishur, and asked, Did you find anything? I can find nothing. There is no trace at all, not even a trace of causality. Yishur shook his head, looked at the others, and said in a solemn tone, I have never seen such a bizarre technique. But I am certain that he has not reached the Sage King level. Huanming nodded. This result was also within his expectations. Since that guy dared to appear, he must have been well prepared. Even the purpose of his appearance this time might be to confirm whether there was a primordial god hidden in the dream. And he had probably already obtained the answer, which was why he said he would come to the appointment. Huanming stopped thinking about it. He looked at the somewhat nervous Lin Yu, handed her a colorful orb, and said with a smile, Don't worry, you're fine now. Go back and have a good dream. Lin Yu accepted the orb with both hands, realizing that she might have encountered some kind of incident. But she did not panic. She simply smiled at Huanming and bowed solemnly to the others. Thank you, Lord Huanming, fellow Taoist Fang Zhou, and all the seniors. After saying this, Lin Yu smiled and waved to them, then skipped over to the barrier, tested it, and passed through it, leaving. Ling Qihua watched Lin Yu's departing figure thoughtfully. He looked toward the sage domains gathering outside the illusory Dreamstar domain. Do you think his technique would work on those sage domains, eh? The atmosphere instantly became heavy, but Fang Zhou looked completely indifferent. Shen Wang nodded solemnly and said to Ling Qihua, If it's only the early sage domain, they probably can't resist this technique. Even those god hunters rely on this method to enhance their power. Ling Qihua nodded. That technique was indeed eerie. Being able to casually possess a person's body, even if it only works on the early sage domain, is terrifying enough. Most importantly, it completely evades the sage name. Ordinary possession can never bypass the sage name. Isher shook his head and looked at Xinhuang. Since it's confirmed that he will come, let's prepare more. Don't let him down. Indeed. Xinhuang smiled and disappeared with Isher. Since they already knew the mastermind had some tricks, they would have to ramp up the preparations. Huanming shook his head, looked at Fang Zhou, and said with a smile, since he hasn't reached the Sage King level, there's no need to worry. You can continue your stroll. That's right, don't worry. I'll take action. Ling Qihua also smiled and patted Fang Zhou's shoulder. You? Just now he seemed to look down on you. Huanming curled his lip and began to mock Ling Qihua. Ling Qihua turned his head sharply only to see Huanming had already vanished. Running away, huh? Don't let me catch you. With that his figure also disappeared. Fang Zhou watched them leave, shook his head and smiled. It seemed the two were indeed close friends. Forget it, I'd better go pick a gift for Ninghan first. As for the mastermind, he hasn't even reached the Sage King level. It's still uncertain whether he can force me to go all out. He shook his head and completely put the matter behind him. The most important thing now was to pick a good enough gift. Meanwhile, in the depths of an unknown starry sky, there was a vast golden palace. The palace floated in absolute darkness and silence. There were no stars around, no sign of life, as if the entire starry sky was deliberately avoiding this area. High on the throne, a man with white hair and black robes sat quietly. His white hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall spreading over his ink-black robes. He was currently closing his eyes, as if sensing information from the distant starry ends through some incomprehensible means. Wanxing sect. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a slow sigh. I didn't expect to be involved this soon. Should I give up? Wanxing sect. An opponent he would have to face sooner or later, and one he could never defeat. Forget it, I'll have to face them eventually. Might as well test my trump card in advance. He smiled enigmatically and looked down. There were rows of people standing, their heads bowed, silent. They emitted a faint but pure aura of primordial gods. What a pity. The origins I worked so hard to collect. How did Isher discover them? Could there be a traitor among you? After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the mindless shells below, he muttered to himself, the gods in the divine domain are all gone. Are they all in the illusory dream star domain? It seems this time will be a bountiful harvest. He completely disregarded Isher, Ling Qihua, and the others. As for Fang Zhou, in his eyes, he was just a remarkably talented kid. So young, even if he broke through to the sage domain, could he possibly defeat him? What a pity he's from Wanxing sect. Otherwise I could directly target him. A sage domain this young might be even more promising than the path of primordial gods. He smiled and rose from the throne. It's been a long time since I've stretched my legs. I hope you won't disappoint me. After all, I'm willingly jumping into your trap. If it's too boring, the illusory dream star domain might become history. His figure suddenly vanished, leaving only those mindless shells who remained silently in place, motionless. 5 days later, near the Huanming star domain, hundreds of figures radiating the aura of the holy domain stood silently in the starry sky, gazing faintly at the Huanming star domain as if awaiting something. In the distance, 2 early-stage holy domain cultivators cautiously hid within the void, curiously peering at the hundreds of figures. Hey, it feels like there are many unfamiliar faces. One of them secretly transmitted a message to his friend beside him. He suppressed his aura, scrutinizing the hundreds of unfamiliar figures in the void. So many unfamiliar holy domain experts appearing out of nowhere. This far exceeded his understanding. They should be god hunters, but there shouldn't be this many. Are they mass-producing holy domain experts? The other holy domain cultivator, his expression grave, had already retreated quietly, shielding his friend with his body. In truth, this group had appeared out of thin air in the past few days. At first there were only a few scattered individuals, but later, as if by agreement, wave after wave arrived from the depths of the starry sky, converging in this region. Some holy domain cultivators who had previously declared their intention to crusade against the ritual, upon seeing this group, dared not utter a single word and directly turned and left. Anyone with discerning eyes knew that this matter was far from simple on the surface. Otherwise the ritual could have simply completed itself in secret without the need for such a grand display. It was clearly a trap, but the fish it was angling for far exceeded his imagination. The only force he could think of that could muster so many holy domain experts was the Wanxing sect. But that was utterly impossible. The Wanxing sect would not involve itself in such matters, and no one dared to scheme against them. Just as the 2 holy domain cultivators were nervously and curiously staring at those figures, the ritual suddenly appeared in the starry sky, calmly sweeping its gaze around, and spoke. Before the battle begins, does anyone else wish to leave? The 2 holy domain cultivators in the distance, the moment the ritual emerged, instantly fled far away, vanishing from the spot. In the starry sky, the hundreds of figures faintly gazed at the ritual, saying nothing. The ritual merely gazed back at them calmly. The main antagonist had not yet appeared. There was no need to waste time on these insignificant beings. Before long, a figure with white hair and a black robe appeared before the hundreds of figures. He wore a casual expression, his aura radiating without restraint, the peak of the holy domain. The starry sky trembled under his presence, as if welcoming his arrival. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the ritual in the starry sky, then suddenly let out a soft laugh. What, only you came to welcome me? Where are the others? Haven't they fled in fear? Duotian. The ritual fixed his gaze on the man, finally seeing his holy name in that moment. If that were the case, then his purpose in collecting the origins of the primordial gods was far more dangerous than his own estimates. It was fortunate that he had been exposed in advance. The ritual breathed a silent sigh of relief, maintaining an impassive facade. He raised both hands, and an invisible ripple began to spread from the Huanming star domain. In an instant, the ripple swept past the hundreds of figures, including the white-haired man. Oh, a dream. Quite a novel experience. Duotian sensed the space around them. They were no longer in the original starry sky, but had entered a powerful dream realm. So this is the surprise you prepared for me. A bit weak. He curled his lips, casually raised his right hand, and with a slight clench grasped a crimson flame that appeared out of nowhere. The crimson flame radiated intense heat, as if it could incinerate all things. But Duotian merely smiled, lightly pinched it, and the flames silently dissipated in his palm. Duotian tilted his head slightly, idly glancing at Ling Qihua, who had suddenly appeared beside him. With a casual palm strike, a powerful force sent Ling Qihua flying 10,000 miles away. Isn't this Feng Wang? So you're this weak. It seems the Wanqing sect is nothing special after all. Ling Qihua said nothing, simply staring at him coldly. Crimson flames erupted from his body, radiating a heat that could incinerate everything, forming a sea of fire that surged toward Duotian and the hundreds of figures. Duotian let out a cruel smile, his eyes filled with indifference. He didn't even assume a defensive stance, allowing the flames to wash over them. The crimson flames engulfed the hundreds of figures without any obstruction, the sea of fire seeming to burn the entire dream realm, dyeing it a deep red. Yet the next moment, endless water surged out from within the sea of fire. The water radiated pure celestial power, extinguishing the crimson inferno in an instant, then vanished along with the flames. Ling Qihua stared at the hundreds of figures, his pupils contracting. The hundreds of figures had all transformed into Duotian's likeness. Hundreds of Duotians with half-smiles looked at the few of them, each radiating the same peak holy domain aura as Duotian himself. How about it? Surprised? The Duotian at the forefront stepped forward, his expression casual, smiling at the grim-faced Ling Qihua. Although this form won't last long, he tilted his head, his face full of mockery, but at this very moment, they all possess my full strength. The ritual Huanming and others also appeared beside Ling Qihua, their expressions grave as they gazed at the hundreds of Duotians. Taoist Feng Wang, we may not be able to defeat them. Huanming's face was ashen, seemingly intimidated by the hundreds of peak holy domain figures. Ling Qihua did not refute. After a moment of silence, he looked at the ritual, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Senior Ritual, do you have any other trump cards? Xin Wang and I have prepared as much as possible, but we never expected he had such means. The ritual's face was also grim as he shook his head. Hundreds of holy domain experts. This far exceeds our expectations. I'm afraid we will fall here. Ling Qihua's face turned pale upon hearing this, a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Duotian. Finish chatting. Duotian's voice rang out again, tinged with condescending pity. Shall I give you a little more time to say your last words? You know I can be quite merciful sometimes. He said this, but the space around his body had already begun to warp. The hundreds of figures simultaneously began forming hand seals, an inexplicable resonance of the Tao echoing through the dream realm. In an instant, a chaotic black orb, as if containing all things, appeared above the hundreds of figures. The smile on Duotian's face deepened, but the indifference in his eyes grew stronger. His original plan was not like this, but since Feng Wang was so weak, the Wanqing sect didn't seem so fearsome after all. Plans had changed. He had only come to the Huanming star domain to seize the origin of the primordial god, but now he was prepared to kill them all right here. The Wanqing sect, nothing more. Farewell. Duotian pointed at the few of them, and the chaotic black orb instantly devoured them. The chaotic black sphere completely dissipated, and the surrounding colors surged into the void left behind. Where Ling Qihua and the others stood, only a patch of nothingness remained, as if they had vanished under that attack. How dull. Duotian